Let's continue from where we left off. It is said that the news of Port Gas D.Ace falling into the hands of the Navy has spread across the vast seas through the latest edition of the Big News, causing an enormous uproar. As the sworn brother of the infamous pirate, the newcomer Monkey D., Luffy suffered a devastating blow on Sabaody Archipelago, leaving him and his comrades scattered across the ocean. Rescued on Snake Princess Island, he unexpectedly learned of his brother Ace's predicament and, undeterred by the prospect of death, courageously ventured into the notorious Impel Down, a fortress deemed unbreakable, intending to rescue his brother before his execution. Alas, fate took a cruel turn as Blackbeard, a treacherous and deceitful scoundrel, intervened once more, ensuring that Ace would be escorted to Marine headquarters at Marineford for a public execution. Speaking of Marineford, it stands as the most formidable power upon the seas. In preparation for the public execution of Port Gas D.Ace, the son of the former pirate king Joel D. Roger, and to counter the potential emergence of one of the four emperors, the Whitebeard pirates, 100,000 elite Marines have gathered, resolutely guarding Marineford, determined to engage in a decisive battle. This conflict signifies the pinnacle of the Navy's justice against the bonds of pirate camaraderie, a scenario that Ace fervently wishes to avert. Esteemed guests, do you truly believe that this climactic battle will unfold? In the desolate commercial street of Konoha, within a modest tavern, the atmosphere was charged. Haikyuu sat upon a raised platform, articulating his tale with fervor. Occasionally lifting a gourd of his homemade liquor to his lips, he cleared his throat, momentarily stabilizing the ambience in the cramped tavern, now crowded with more than 10 patrons, many of whom clenched their teeth in frustration. During this time, they had discerned the peculiarities of the blind tavern keeper's mannerisms. Such a pause, if unaccompanied by a bit of expenditure, would likely compel the blind proprietor to withhold his narrative further. Since the very first day of its opening, after hearing the story of that King Luffy, they had been left with an insatiable yearning, akin to ants crawling under their skin. A day without a tale rendered them restless, as if they were addicts. Particularly the children, who, after eavesdropping here, would return to boast among their peers, indulging in delightful gossip. During their play, they might even fantasize about becoming the favored consort of some goddess, fortunate enough to lend her a hand. At present, the frontmost attendees consisted of a gaggle of sniffling youngsters. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern that Haikyuu wielded a wooden cane, his eyes shrouded in a black cloth. This was not a matter of cultivation. Rather, after his reincarnation as a member of the Uchiha clan, Haikyuu had been rendered blind. His parents had tragically perished during a mission when he was merely 3 years old. Given the Uchiha clan's emphasis on ocular prowess, Haikyuu's blindness felt like a cruel jest from the heavens. Not only did he lack the fabled fortune of the Chosen Ones, but he was also dealt a hand of hellish misfortune. Fortunately, having lived 2 lives, Haikyuu persevered for 8 arduous years. Eventually, he gathered his meager savings to acquire this forsaken establishment and opened a storytelling tavern. To Blackfeather's surprise, the ink that had once filled his belly could indeed earn him a few meals. Clang! A piece of currency worth 50 coins was tossed onto the copper gong before him. As Blackfeather regained his composure amidst his astonishment, he felt a flicker of amusement upon realizing the significance of this gesture. This was the mark of a wealthy patron. Typically, a guest would spend 10 or 8 coins for a drink and some pickled delicacies, which was already considered quite generous. Yet now, this distinguished customer made a grand entrance with a sum of 50 coins and extraordinary feat for the Hidden Leaf Village, which had recently endured the trials of the Second Ninja World War. Bring me another 10 pounds of local brew, called a disheveled, middle-aged man, his face obscured by stubble, who was drunkenly gazing vacantly at the sky outside. Little one, I can already foresee the outcome of this tale. How could one individual merit sacrificing the lives and interests of an entire pirate crew for their rescue? Tell them, innkeeper, that the Whitebeard pirates will not make an appearance. Ace is merely deluding himself. This blade, valued at 100,000, rightfully belongs to you. Clang! A glimmering dagger was thrust into the floor before Blackfeather, emanating an aura of icy dread. While Blackfeather could not see, he had heard of certain specialized ninja tools possessing unique qualities. After years of bloodshed, They could even be cloaked in an imperceptible aura of menace. Though blind, Blackfeather's heightened senses allowed him to discern the exceptional nature of this weapon. This was indeed an instrument of death. Thus, it was clear that this generous individual was no ordinary person. Is that not the famed Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake? My heavens, is he truly the legendary White Fang of Konoha? He appears nothing more than a mere drunkard. Hush, keep your voices down. It's unmistakable. I've heard he recently abandoned a highly classified mission to save his comrades, resulting in significant losses for the village. He is nothing short of a sinner. Bah, so was he who caused our negotiations with the Cloud Village to falter? What White Fang? That name is an affront to Konoha. He should be referred to as the Konoha drunkard. The atmosphere became charged with excitement. Blackfeather was momentarily taken aback. He had a vivid impression of this inebriated patron, who had frequented his establishment since its inception, drinking from opening until closing. Indeed, the Konoha White Fang had contributed significantly to the tavern's revenue. I never imagined he was the White Fang of Konoha. What a pity I cannot see his visage had I recognized him sooner. I would have granted him a lifetime membership with a generous discount, Blackfeather mused, filled with a sense of wistfulness. In 2 lifetimes. Heiyu is acutely aware of the stark contrast between the once revered hero of Konoha, Hatake Tsukumo, and the disdainful persona he has become, loathed by all. The profound tragedy of this transformation is indeed lamentable. Moreover, Heiyu has surmised the identity of the puppeteer orchestrating this heart-wrenching scheme from the shadows. Unfortunately, as merely a blind man in Konoha, he can only navigate this treacherous existence with the utmost caution, relying on the wisdom gained from 2 lifetimes. As for the notion of vindicating the White Fang of Konoha, that is but a fanciful aspiration of a mere insignificant individual. Father, lest depart, a voice, youthful yet imbued with a chilling aloofness, suddenly pierced the air. Heiyu's brow furrowed in intrigue. This voice, which he had encountered no fewer than 10 times in the fortnight since opening his shop, now revealed its owner's identity with clarity. Kakashi Hatake. He would later be known as the prodigious ninja capable of matching any adversary, even the legendary deities, in a battle of equals. Yet, like his father, he too is a victim of cruel fate. Chapter 2. White Fang's tearful eyes. It is said that Kakashi entered the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 5, and within merely half a year. He graduated with perfect scores in all subjects. By the age of 7, he had attained the rank of CH Nin, and at 13, he ascended to the rank of J Nin. Ultimately, he became the 6th Hokage of Konohagakure, nurturing the legendary Naruto Uzumaki, who is hailed as the strongest of all time. Kakashi's legacy shines brightly within the annals of the Hidden Leaf Village. Yet, the present-day Kakashi remains merely an enigmatic genius. Why have you arrived so early today, Kakashi? Did I not make it clear that you are no longer qualified for my guidance? White Fang opened his bleary eyes, seemingly oblivious to the murmurs surrounding him. However, upon noticing Kakashi's continued silence, White Fang chose not to press the matter further. He lifted the bottle of liquor in his hand, took a generous swig, and unsteadily rose to his feet, clutching the remaining half-bottle as he staggered toward the exit. Bah, who cares about the legendary White Fang? Drinking with him only diminishes our stature. Had we known he would be here, we would have chosen a different establishment. The snide remarks echoed repeatedly in the room. Blackfeather furrowed his brow. He had long been aware of the myriad facets of human nature, but was still taken aback by the ugliness displayed. Listening to White Fang's faltering footsteps hastening toward the door, it seemed he was eager to escape this wretched place. Blackfeather let out a deep sigh, tightening his grip on his wooden staff. White Fang, please, halt. The raucous atmosphere fell abruptly silent, and all eyes turned in surprise toward Blackfeather. Rest assured, young one. I understand your disdain for someone like me to be present here. I shall not return again. White Fang paused, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips before he continued on his way. Yet, after uttering those words, it appeared as if he had drained all his remaining strength. His previously unsteady gait now resembled that of a man nearing his end. No, White Fang, I cannot accept your ninja blade. The choices made by Whitebeard and the answers you provided are fundamentally opposed, Blackfeather insisted, shaking his head. From the very beginning, I stated that Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, regarded every member of his crew as his sons. Each one willingly boarded his ship. prepared to risk their lives to see him crowned as the Pirate King, undertaking any perilous task. This was all because every individual aboard understood that, no matter the circumstances, they had a formidable support behind them. They were ready to battle for one another against the world. One must ask, with a trustworthy and dependable group behind them, who would harbor doubts while executing a mission, who would fear a dagger in their back. There is a saying, those who offend our nation shall be punished. No matter the distance, regardless of the dangers encountered, do not surrender. Remember, you have a mighty homeland standing resolute behind you. Heiyu slowly spoke, taking a sip of the earthy brew to clear his throat. Yet, by the end of his words, his fingers tightly gripped the cane in his hand. Regardless of past or present, upon hearing that one phrase, Heiyu felt a surge of reverence and genuine pride. He understood well that this epitomized a true powerhouse, a responsible nation that stands for its people. After swallowing the earthy liquor, Heiyu's voice shifted, resonating with an extraordinary vigor as he struck the table forcefully with the wooden block in his grasp. Crash. Such is the nature of a nation. Such is the essence of a village. How could one not willingly lay down their life for such a cause? Where there is a call to arms, where the heart yearns, everything becomes worthwhile. If that day truly arrives, who among the populace would not fight for their country or village? I, Heiyu, may be but a commoner in the marketplace, oblivious to the greater ideals and the nuances of interests. Yet, I am acutely aware that if no one dares to sacrifice, perpetually wary of those who should be allies in life and death, then that village is indeed a tapestry of wounds and despair. The battle atop the summit, where the Whitebeard pirates clashed against 100,000 Navy troops at Marineford. This confrontation may seem chaotic, yet it elucidated the profound significance of loyalty and brotherhood. Had Whitebeard chosen to turn a blind eye and a deaf ear, it would have truly extinguished the spirit and bonds that defined the Whitebeard pirates. It can be said that even if Ace were to be executed, the crew might still exist, yet they would be but a shadow of their former selves. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has succumbed to despair, and the death of a person is but a secondary grief. At this juncture, Heiyu raised his gaze towards White Fang and spoke. If I were to earn the right to stand upon the battlefield, to find a comrade like you, White Fang, to whom I could entrust my life, I would fear nothing, not even the most harrowing of trials. You, esteemed White Fang, are indeed a person worth sacrificing for. Your presence has illuminated this humble tavern. You are always welcome to return for a drink, and I can offer you a generous discount of 40%. His lengthy discourse echoed in the air. The modest tavern fell into a profound silence, struggling to recover from the weight of his words. All eyes turned to the halted figure of White Fang, their expressions frozen, ultimately releasing a soft sigh. Those who had previously hurled biting remarks were now enveloped in silence, a hint of shame washing over their faces. Many are prone to follow the crowd in their idle chatter. When someone unveils the veil of pretense, it is akin to receiving a resounding slap, especially when witnessing the helpless, silent tears of the childlike White Fang. Ding. The system detected a significant emotional shift in White Fang due to the story told by the host, activating the storyteller system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a novice gift pack. A series of system notifications rang out. Heiyu stood there, momentarily stunned, nearly succumbing to the urge to chastise himself. Initially, he had lamented the darkness of the world and the injustices of fate, only to find himself in this realm, entangled in the misfortunes of the Uchiha clan from the very start. Unexpectedly, after enduring a long wait of 8 years, I have finally been graced by fortune. Heiyu, trembling with excitement, tightened his grip on the cane in his hand, confirming repeatedly that this was not a dream. System, please grant me access to the beginner's gift pack. Ding. Please wait, host. Ding. Congratulations, host. The beginner's gift pack has been successfully activated, and you have obtained the heart eye? The ethereal voice of the system resonated in the air. Heiyu's grip on the cane intensified as he quivered with uncontainable excitement, his eyes welling with tears. Indeed, this was not a mere dream. A warm current surged through his mind, and to his astonishment, the previously pitch-black surroundings began to clarify. Before him stood a modest tavern, with the faces of patrons becoming discernible, even those outside the door, their bodies twitching as they transformed into tearful figures. In that moment, everything came into view. Am I able to see? Heiyu glanced down at his hands, clearly observing the intricate patterns upon them. An electrifying realization flashed through his mind. This was not merely a return to light. Rather, he possessed a terrifying ability that surpassed the Byakugan's insight. Chapter 3. Who among the 3 shinobi is the strongest? Heiyu was overwhelmed with astonishment. With a mere thought, He could perceive every movement and expression of those behind him. If the illustrious Hyuga clan of Konoha, with their Byakugan, boasted a 360-degree field of vision, then Heiyu's hard eye transcended that. Capable of detecting not only the full range, but also the intensity of each individual's murderous intent. This sense of malevolence intensified with the fluctuations of emotion. At the very least, Heiyu discerned two hidden waves of murderous intent approaching from behind. Were they from the Umbu? Or perhaps from Danzo's root? Numerous speculations raced through Heiyu's mind, yet he ultimately chose to withdraw his gaze silently. Were it not for the unexpected activation of the storyteller system and the acquisition of the heart eye from the beginner's gift pack, Heiyu would scarcely believe that even a blind man like him was under surveillance by Konoha's higher-ups. Had the tavern's storytelling recently encroached upon the interests of Konoha's elite? A chill ran down Heiyu's spine. If one were to consider the narratives from the world of the Sea King, they might indeed conflict with the paramount interests of Konoha's leaders. Only in this way could it be explained why this blind man warranted the attention of two Umbu operatives. Recalling his earlier conversation with White Fang, Heiyu felt a wave of frustration. According to his deductions, Kakashi Hitaki, known as White Fang, had indeed prioritized his comrades over the village's interests, placing the village at a disadvantage in negotiations with the Cloud Village, ultimately leading to losses in profit. The primary reason lies in the fact that the third Hokage allowed public opinion to run rampant without offering any clarifications. Simultaneously, the root members, led by Danzo, actively manipulated the narrative, resulting in a situation that not only failed to dissipate over time, but escalated dramatically. Ultimately, this led to the tragic demise of Hitaki Tsukumo, who, unable to bear the incessant verbal assaults, took his own life at home. It can be said that had it not been for Kuroba's inadvertent intervention in unraveling Tsukumo's inner turmoil, the latter would have likely succumbed to the same fate he once faced. Kuroba let out a bitter laugh. Before activating the system, his sole aim was to scrape by. However, upon its activation, he unexpectedly discovered the presence of the Umbu and realized he was already entrenched in a quagmire, utterly unable to extricate himself. The tale recounted by the young man was indeed fascinating, making the journey worthwhile. A man with silver hair and distinct tear-streaked patterns beneath his eyes turned to smile at the female ninja beside him. They appeared to be mere passers-by, indistinguishable from the crowd. Had Kuroba not awakened his third eye and sensed the formidable killing intent emanating from them, he likely would have paid them no heed. Utilizing his heightened perception, Kuroba amplified their characteristics and found a manuscript titled Paradise of Affection within the man's small backpack, which led him to conclude that they were, in fact, Jiraiya and Tsunade, two of the legendary Sannin. Rubbing his throbbing head, he thought, all I wanted was to get by. Yet here I am amidst such extraordinary figures. A male patron suddenly tossed 10 fire coins toward Kuroba, grinning as he remarked, "You speak of the 4 emperors of the sea with such authority, yet that is merely your one-sided fabrication. Our Hidden Leaf Village also boasts its own Sannin, Lord Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade, and Lord Orochimaru. If you claim that the strength of pirates is measured by their bounties, then I pose this question. Who among the Sannin is the strongest?" Upon hearing this, the previously oppressive atmosphere in the tavern was instantly uplifted. Even Jiraiya and Tsunade, who had employed transformation techniques, were somewhat taken aback. Tsunade remarked, "Indeed, this young lad's eloquence indicates he could be considered my peer, had he the vision to see. Otherwise, we might have collaborated on gathering materials." Jiraiya, taking a sip of his sake, shuddered and said, "This kid's drink is truly potent. I have not made a wrong turn on this journey. However, if he could utter that Jiraiya is the strongest among the Sannin, how delightful that would be. I would surely prepare him a generous gift." "Tsunade, you are thinking too simplistically," she replied coolly. "The tale that boy spun is indeed more captivating than your usual novels. However, do not forget that the Hidden Leaf Village is no longer the innocent place it once was in our youth. Though the story is thrilling, it could easily invite calamity upon us. Do not tell me that you have failed to uncover the concealed darkness," Jiraiya remarked, his expression shifting slightly. "Are you implying that the teacher, or Danzo, has set their sights on this young lad because of Wang Luffy's tale? This boy, who is clearly blind. How could he possibly pose a threat to the interests of Konoha?" As one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya indeed appeared to be lagging behind. However, in terms of cunning, he was not inferior to Tsunade or Orochimaru. He had long been aware of the transformations occurring within the Hidden Leaf Village, yet he had refrained from voicing his insights. Otherwise, he would not have departed from Konoha for several decades due to Orochimaru's affairs as depicted in the original narrative. Tsunade shook her head, casting her gaze upon the barely 8-year-old Kuroha. As you can see, the esteemed white Fang, Hataki Tsukumo, found himself utterly defenseless against mere verbal sparring. Had it not been for this boy's fortuitous intervention, which slightly alleviated White Fang's burdens, his fate would undoubtedly have been grim. This exemplifies the power of words, a power that this boy possesses. The narrative surrounding Wang Luffy has shifted public sentiment within the village. If today's tale were to spread, it could incite significant upheaval. Jiraiya found himself momentarily paralyzed, gripped by a chilling realization. He instinctively glanced at Konoha, who was tightly gripping his cane, deep in thought. I believe the strongest among the Sannin is, in fact, Lord Jiraiya. The tavern fell into an eerie silence. Tsunade and the onlookers were taken aback. And even Jiraiya was caught off guard, having never anticipated such a response from Konoha. Jiraiya, have you bribed this child to sing your praises? Tsunade inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. Within Konoha, who was unaware that Jiraiya was often regarded as the weakest of the Sannin, Tsunade still vividly recalled that reckless technique of his, the random throwing of shurikens. Chapter 4. Do not underestimate the youth ahem. Tsunade, this is merely the discerning eye for talent. Jiraiya coughed lightly, as the surrounding jeers reached his ears, causing him to deflate momentarily. Tsunade, I assure you, this has nothing to do with me. Had you not mentioned it, I would never have considered this ingenious method of bribery. I have heard that this boy, through Wang Luffy's storytelling, has not only captivated Konoha but has also garnered attention from other villages. If we were to utilize his talents for promotion, perhaps my paradise of affection alongside the name Jiraiya could achieve renown across the ninja world. Silence. Tsunade shot him a glare. Had it not been for the occasion, she would have already struck him. Their visit was a brief respite during their mission, spurred by the tales of Wang Luffy that had piqued their interest. However, Tsunade never anticipated that the spectacle would prove to be even more astonishing than she had imagined. Excuse me, esteemed proprietor, what nonsense are you uttering? Among the legendary three shinobi, Lord Orochimaru is a renowned genius within the ninja realm, proficient in numerous formidable jutsu, and is the most likely candidate for the next Hokage. A patron could no longer restrain himself and interjected. Moreover, Lady Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first Hokage himself. Not only excelling in medical ninjutsu, but also possessing extraordinary strength, a single blow from her could incapacitate even the most seasoned jonin. With mere fists, she could easily best two of Lord Jiraiya. How can you claim that Lord Jiraiya is the strongest among the three shinobi? Surely, your vision is clouded, and your hearing impaired, if you are unaware of the tales surrounding the legendary trio of Konoha. Upon hearing these words, the tavern erupted in a cacophony of voices. Jiraiya could only manage a wry smile. His grandiose self-image shattered, leaving him pondering whether to defend his honor and restore his reputation. Just as he deliberated, the resonant sound of the storyteller's wooden clapper resounded. Bang, bang, bang. The clapper in the hands of the storyteller, Hirohane, struck forcefully 2 or 3 times, silencing the ruckus that filled the room. In any other context, Hirohane's actions might have incited discontent among the patrons. However, they had grown accustomed to his elevated status as a storyteller over the course of time, and they collectively fell silent. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Hirohane, having been refined in the art of storytelling over the past month, was well-versed in captivating the attention of the audience. Clearing his throat in customary fashion, he spoke with a resonant voice. It is said that on the high seas, there exist the 4 emperors. The world recognizes their might, sufficient to stand against one another. Yet few know that 3 of these emperors hail from the notorious pirate crew, Rox, which was once deemed the most fearsome of all. Reflecting back several decades, Rox was heralded as the strongest entity in existence, regarded by the world government as the greatest threat. Among them, the youthful Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, and Charlotte Linlin, served as division commanders aboard Rock's ship, while Kaido was merely a novice, lagging behind. At this juncture, Hirohane paused momentarily, striking the clapper once more before continuing. Yet, with the passage of time, Kaido has managed to surpass all odds, rising to become one of the 4 emperors and standing shoulder to shoulder with Linlin and Whitebeard. Can it be that the underdog cannot rise? 30 years of change in the river S flow. Do not belittle the ambitions of the young. Indeed, do not underestimate Lord Jiraiya, who is viewed as the least among the 3 shinobi. He too may yet achieve greatness. Jiraiya exclaimed, striking the table with enthusiasm. Without hesitation, he unfastened his pouch from his waist and tossed it onto Hirohane's table. Proprietor, in light of that statement, I bestow upon you this sum of 1,000 ryo. 1,000 ryo? Hirohei nearly forgot his own blindness, his eyes widening in astonishment. The current era in Konoha is far from peaceful. The most lucrative endeavor is to become a ninja and undertake various missions. It is indeed commendable for a mere genin to earn 300 to 500 ryo within a month. An experienced jonin, should fortune favor him, might garner just over 1,000 ryo. Such rewards come at the peril of one's life. Presently, Heiyu merely opens his mouth, while Jiraiya, with a single action, commands a sum of 1,000 ryo. This wealth seems excessively easy to acquire. After all, even the legendary Konoha White Fang was rewarded only 50 ryo. Jiraiya's bounty is a staggering 20 times that amount. Jiraiya, you have gone too far. Tsunade furrowed her brow and spoke in a lowered voice. Do you not realize that this lad already harbors enough troubles? To offer a bounty of 1,000 ryo from the outset is to endanger him. Jiraiya stood frozen, quickly grasping the wisdom of discretion in financial matters. I cannot possibly demand the money back now. Fear not, I have a solution. Surely you do not genuinely believe you are the strongest among the Sannin, do you? Tsunade shot him a sidelong glance before proclaiming loudly, Innkeeper. Your earlier remark about the shifting fortunes over 30 years indeed struck a chord, should Lord Jiraiya hear it. He might be so flattered by your flattery that he loses his senses. However, if you wish to claim this 1,000 ryo solely based on that statement, it seems rather implausible. At the very least, you ought to elucidate how Lord Jiraiya could possibly be deemed the most formidable among the Sannin. Otherwise, I fear this 1,000 ryo shall have to be returned in full. With this declaration, the small tavern erupted once more. Jiraiya was indeed still reveling in the delight of being referred to as Lord by Tsunade. Yet, he found himself intrigued by her challenge. Nonetheless, an undercurrent of anxiety coursed through him. He hoped to reclaim the 1,000 ryo without causing Heiyu any further trouble, while also yearning for someone to truly recognize his exceptional qualities and quell Orochimaru's arrogance. Innkeeper, surely you can articulate your thoughts? Innkeeper, have you accepted money from Lord Jiraiya to sing his praises? Innkeeper, you must assert that Lord Jiraiya is the strongest of the Sannin. If you cannot provide justification, how can you win the crowd's approval? A chorus of onlookers began to voice their sentiments. Heiyu discreetly cast a glance at Tsunade and her companion in the corner. He almost wanted to exclaim, Jiraiya's money is right before your eyes. I did indeed receive his money to speak well of him. However, Heiyu was reluctant to tarnish his own reputation. In 2 lifetimes, this era was admittedly not the one Heiyu was most familiar with. But that did not imply ignorance on his part. The system had indeed emerged after much anticipation, yet Heiyu still required time to develop his skills cautiously. Chapter 5. Beyond the bloodline limits. With a resounding clap of the wooden block, the cacophony of voices fell silent. Observing the scene unfolding before him, Heiyu, accustomed to the sight of young ones indulging in drink, understood that what followed would likely serve as a compelling testament. Even Jiraiya and Tsunade could not help but sit up straight, eagerly awaiting the words of Konoha. Their attention was even more intense than in their childhood classrooms. Ladies and gentlemen, remember that 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. Konoha glanced at the 1,000 taels on the table and continued, Just now, I asserted that among the legendary 3 ninjas, the strongest is Lord Jiraiya. Met with skepticism from you all. However, allow me to elaborate. I possess irrefutable evidence to support my claim. In the ninja world, exceptional talents abound. Yet the bloodline limits and ocular techniques still cast a formidable shadow. Konoha, holding his wine glass, proclaimed, ordinary ninjas, when compared to those with bloodline limits, are often found wanting in both means and status. However, what many do not realize is that beyond bloodline limits and ocular techniques, there exists an even more extraordinary and elusive power, senjutsu. Senjutsu? The tavern erupted in excitement, with many hearing this term for the first time. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged astonished glances, their expressions revealing their shock. As the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, their status in the village and even in the ninja world was unparalleled. Yet their understanding of senjutsu was limited. It was astonishing to hear such a mysterious concept unveiled by one who appeared blind. Tell us, what exactly is this senjutsu? Has Lord Jiraiya mastered it? One ninja could no longer contain his curiosity. In the ninja world, the prowess of bloodline limits and ocular techniques was well known. Otherwise, the Hyuga and Uchiha clans would not be regarded as 2 of Konoha's foremost families. Now, to be told that there exists a power beyond those. Who could possibly believe it? All eyes were fixated on Konoha. With a warm smile, Konoha explained, as the name suggests, senjutsu is the art of the sages. In ancient times, before the ninja world was established, there existed 3 sacred lands of Senjutsu: Mount Myaboku, the Dragon's Cave, and the Wetbone Forest. Each of these locations is home to sages capable of wielding Senjutsu, a power known as the natural energy, referred to by the world as Senjutsu Chakra. You may still be perplexed regarding the potency of this Senjutsu, but allow me to provide 2 examples that will illustrate the might of these sages. In ancient times, the Sage of 6 Paths, revered as the forefather of the ninja world, and the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, who quelled the Warring States period and founded Konoha, were both masters of Senjutsu, embodying the essence of the sage. It is said that when Lord Jiraiya was a child, during an attempt to secretly learn the summoning technique, he inadvertently stumbled upon Mount Myaboku and had an audience with its sage, a pivotal moment that opened the door to the secrets of Senjutsu. At this point, Konoha struck the wooden block in his hand once more, his voice resonating through the tavern. Pray tell, with such fortuitous destiny in the bearing of an immortal sage, why should the esteemed Jiraiya-sama not rise as the mightiest among the legendary Sannin? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, never belittle the poverty of youth. Could it be that Lord Jiraiya is incapable of defying fate and ascending to immortality? Crash! Tsunade's wine cup shattered in her grip, liquor splashing as disbelief painted her features. Jiraiya, you're this powerful? Jiraiya himself was stunned. This was his most closely guarded secret. No, rather, he had secretly journeyed to Mount Myaboku countless times, diligently studying the Toad Sage arts of the sacred mountain. His intention had always been to master them before returning to flaunt his prowess before Orochimaru and Tsunade. Yet never had he imagined his secret would be unveiled in such a manner. But would the future him truly attain such heights? Under Tsunade's scorching gaze, Jiraiya's heart burned with fervor. Casting aside restraint, he nodded earnestly, overwhelmed by exhilaration. Indeed, the sensation of being a prodigy, damn, it felt exhilarating. Far more intoxicating than the adulation of mastering the all-out shuriken technique. For now, whether he truly possessed such power mattered little. He would embrace the moment. Ding. Congratulations, host. Donations have reached 100 Ryo, unlocking the revenue milestone and granting access to the Multiverse Lottery Emporium. Ding. Congratulations, host. Donations have surpassed 1,000 Ryo, refreshing the revenue milestone and awarding 1 complimentary lottery draw. Ding. The host may obtain lottery opportunities through storytelling rewards. The system's ethereal chimes cascaded one after another. Konoha's eyes gleamed with sudden brilliance. This gamble, staking everything on a desperate gamble, had paid off beyond measure. Not only had the system he awaited for 8 years finally arrived, but the rewards now flowed endlessly. Had he known the system was tied to storytelling, he would have dragged out his little stool the moment he learned to speak, spinning tales to captivate audiences. All those years of hardship, utterly unnecessary. Yet Konoha swiftly suppressed his excitement. The system's emergence was indeed serendipitous, but his foremost priority remained cautious growth, to cultivate true strength capable of ensuring his survival. Esteemed guests, today's tale concludes here. Should you wish to learn what unfolds next, return in 3 days for the continuation. With those words, Konoha set down the storyteller's gavel, grasped his cane, and retreated toward the rear hall. This dilapidated and had been partitioned into 2 sections, the rear originally intended as his temporary dwelling. But today's storytelling had drawn forth figures of immense stature, unexpectedly awakening the system. Konoha understood all too well. The village hidden in the leaves was not the haven of tranquility it appeared. Beneath the surface, treacherous undercurrents surged. To linger in the tavern risked meeting an untimely end before he could even decipher the system's depths. Hey, proprietor. You're cutting it short today. We still want to hear what happens in the Summit War. Indeed, you have taken a 3-day respite this time. Have you earned enough money and decided to cease your business endeavors? If you continue in this manner, we may be compelled to boycott you and refrain from visiting your establishment in the future. The audience below erupted in a frenzy. Throughout the month of Blackfeather's establishment, he had indeed taken frequent breaks, merely indulging in the purchase of beverages rather than recounting tales. However, such instances were typically brief. To now declare a 3-day hiatus is nothing short of unprecedented. Most significantly, at this juncture, the narrative of Monkey D. Luffy has reached a critical juncture. The clash between the Navy's justice and the pirates' chivalry is at hand. Chapter 6. Jiraiya's concerns confronted by an elite force of 100,000 Navy personnel. Who wouldn't wish to swiftly ascertain whether the Whitebeard pirates can rescue Port Gas Ace and uphold the virtues of the sea? Or will the Navy headquarters administer justice? Presently, Blackfeather informs them that the revelation will only come after 3 days. Has the generous reward received today led to a sense of euphoria? Paying no heed to the commotion around him, Black Feather remains unfazed. To outsiders, Luffy's tale appears to be mere fanciful entertainment. However, Black Feather is acutely aware that in this realm, unless there exists another reincarnated being of similar origin, no one can replicate his narrative. Having endured multiple ninja world wars, entertainment in the major ninja villages has dwindled significantly. Apart from rigorous training, nearly 90% of the village returns home to embrace their spouses as night falls. In this broader context, the original work featuring Jiraiya's Pleasure Paradise has surged in popularity, becoming a treasured tome among enthusiasts. The future Kakashi, often seen as evenly matched, is also captivated by it. At present, Jiraiya, the seasoned author, has yet to rise. Once Black Feather's version of Luffy's saga emerged, it not only stirred excitement in the Hidden Leaf Village but also sent ripples throughout the entire ninja world. Each time he concluded a storytelling session, publishers hastily compiled the tales into printed form for distribution across the nations. Within a mere month, Luffy's story, enriched by a novel worldview, an expansive map, and the struggles of various minor characters, rapidly became a bestseller, igniting a wave of enthusiasm across the ninja realm. Black Feather had already caught wind of these developments, but had not delved deeply into them. The primary reason being he sought to leverage external forces to promote his humble shop and establish a foothold to sustain himself. The emergence of printed materials not only enhanced the lifestyle of the ninja world, but also facilitated Black Feather's swift establishment. Nevertheless, he clearly understands that standing firm and merely surviving are two entirely distinct concepts. Without sufficient strength, one could easily meet an untimely demise, which would hardly be surprising. The young imp hurried away, leaving Jiraiya pondering why he possessed knowledge of sage arts. He could not help but murmur as he gazed at the suddenly vanished Konoha. During this time, he had secretly ventured to Mayaboka Mountain to cultivate sage techniques. According to the great Toad Sage, he might be the savior in these chaotic times. Such a remarkable responsibility was not something he wished to relinquish. However, while attempting to master the sage mode, Jiraiya realized that these arts were not easily learned. The difficulty was extraordinarily high, and there were significant side effects. For someone like Jiraiya, who prided himself on his handsome appearance, a careless mistake could result in him becoming a toad. If he claimed that he felt no resistance, it would be a falsehood. The prolonged inability to master sage mode led even the somewhat carefree Jiraiya to doubt whether he was truly suited for this path. In the eyes of outsiders, Konoha was merely an 8-year-old blind boy, lacking any remarkable traits. Yet, it was precisely this fact that allowed him to elucidate the history of sage mode. Jiraiya's intuition suggested that perhaps he could find a breakthrough through Konoha. With this thought in mind, Jiraiya turned to follow him. Jiraiya-sama, the third Hokage wishes to see you. We hope you will accompany us at once. A subtle voice suddenly broke the silence. Jiraiya and Tsunade's expressions shifted slightly. As students of the third Hokage, they were well aware of his peculiarities. His methods were far more discreet than Jiraiya's prying and voyeuristic tendencies. His signature technique, the telescope jutsu, allowed him to observe the world from afar. Not only ordinary people, but even ninjas would find themselves oblivious to its use. Jiraiya had long coveted this technique, but despite his persistent entreaties, he was always met with the third's evasive responses. Now, with Konoha having just departed, the third Hokage summoned Jiraiya with remarkable speed, clearly resuming old habits and keeping a watchful eye on the tavern's every movement. Jiraiya, Tsunade said, her lips parting slightly. With a calm demeanor, Jiraiya placed a reassuring hand on Tsunade's shoulder, saying, "Do not worry, I know what to do. I will return shortly. In the meantime, I would like you to keep an eye on that boy. I fear someone may pose a threat to him. I also wish to learn the old man's intentions." Tsunade fell silent, glancing toward the back room. Rest assured, if that boy dares to speak out at such a critical juncture, I would not wish for him to disappear so soon. Indeed, Jiraiya replied, and in the next moment, as leaves swirled around him, he vanished into thin air. Observing this, Tsunade did not linger any longer. She too utilized the body flicker technique and disappeared from sight. On the other hand, upon entering the back hall, Heiyu did not linger for a moment. He slipped out of the tavern through a prearranged exit, making his way towards the Uchiha clan's residence. Nevertheless, Heiyu maintained the guise of a blind man, leaning on his cane as he proceeded. Given that this commercial street had become largely desolate during the Second Shinobi World War, Heiyu was already well acquainted with the nearby routes. Thus, he chose to traverse less frequented paths, away from prying eyes. The current situation was delicate, compelling Heiyu to remain vigilant. Any oversight could potentially lead to dire consequences. Sensing the surroundings gradually calming, Heiyu exhaled a deep sigh, tightening his grip on his cane. With the circumstances being uncertain, he understood that each increment of strength would enhance his ability to safeguard himself. The recent activation of the storytelling system had bestowed upon him the ability to perceive the hidden, in addition to offering a free lottery draw through the rewards bestowed by Jiraiya. This serendipitous boon was indeed timely. System, what conditions are required to activate the lottery system? Ding. The host has activated the lottery mall permissions. Simply issue a mental command to proceed with the draw. The lottery comprises several tiers: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and divine. The beginner draw requires 1,000 Ryo. The intermediate draw demands 10,000 Ryo. The advanced draw necessitates 100,000 Ryo. And the divine draw calls for 1,000,000 Ryo. A series of ethereal prompts echoed in Heiyu's mind, causing his brow to arch in delight. He had initially feared that the lottery would impose stringent prerequisites. To his surprise, aside from the free draw opportunity, Jiraiya's generous reward was sufficient for a beginner draw. For Heiyu, who currently lacked means for self-preservation, this was nothing short of a blessing. Chapter 7. A miracle from a single draw system. Commenced the draw immediately. Heiyu found a relatively secluded spot and eagerly issued the command. Ding. Please hold on, host. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a card. You may also choose to fuse 10 cards into one intermediate card. The current beginner cards offered a 90% chance of receiving a beginner reward, a 5% chance of obtaining an intermediate reward, a 4% chance for an advanced reward, and a 1% chance for a divine reward. Heiyu gazed at the description, somewhat taken aback. The probability of drawing something valuable was indeed more daunting than scaling the heavens. Presently, Heiyu possessed only 2 chances to draw. One was a complimentary offer, and the other was the 1,000 Ryo earned from Jiraiya's reward. He yearned for the intermediate draw, yet it would require accumulating 10 chances to exchange for one. It was uncertain when that would come to pass. Should fortune turn against him, he might find himself out of luck entirely. Rather than waiting idly, Heiyu resolved to take a gamble. Today, not only has the long-awaited system, delayed for 8 years, finally arrived, but it has also unveiled a lottery marketplace. This must be deemed a fortuitous day. I fervently hope for a miraculous draw. System, reveal my card at once. Ding. Please hold on, host. The ethereal voice echoed once more. In the realm of consciousness, Heiyu soon beheld a cerulean card. It appeared to be the so-called basic bronze card. Exhaling a deep breath, Heiyu commanded, System, flip the card for me. Ding. Please hold on, host. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a card and received 100 points of Dao power. Dao power? Heiyu paused momentarily, sensing the surge of strength coursing through him, as if his entire being had become invigorated, brimming with inexhaustible energy. If memory serves, this Dao power derives from the power system within the world of the Sea King. According to the standards set by the world government, an ordinary adult's Dao power can only reach a maximum of 12. Upon reaching 500 points, one would be regarded as a superhuman entity. Now, while the system has indeed granted a mere 100 points of Dao power for a child just over 8 years old, it felt akin to receiving a potent enhancement. Throughout the years, Heiyu had persistently engaged in training. However, he honestly believed that prior to acquiring this 100 points of Dao power, defeating an adult was already a commendable feat, yet now, he felt confident enough to contend with a lower-ranked ninja and even hold his own against a middle-ranked one. This reward may not render Heiyu invincible instantaneously, but it is undoubtedly a timely boon. Truly, the system does not deceive. For ancient wisdom holds that products of the system are always of exceptional quality. Heiyu marveled sincerely, subconsciously glancing at the system interface, which displayed 1,050 tails. Heiyu resolutely decided. System, I wish to continue drawing basic cards. Ding. Please hold on, host. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a card. In a flash of brilliance, a card, seemingly sculpted from diamond, materialized before Heiyu, radiating a crystalline clarity. Heiyu stood frozen, gazing at the card before him, utterly disbelieving of its stark contrast to the previous one. Had he truly drawn a miracle? System, what is the meaning of this? Heiyu couldn't help but inquire. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a high-level card, which, upon activation, will yield rewards of even greater rarity. The system's ethereal voice resonated once again. A surge of elation washed over Heiyu. Indeed, a miraculous draw had occurred. For him, This was akin to a timely torrential downpour. System, reveal my card immediately. Ding. Please hold on, host. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the body of an immortal. A warm current surged within him. As this power took residence, everything within Heiyu underwent a profound transformation. What had taken 8 arduous years to barely condense into a modicum of chakra erupted in an instant, akin to a dam breaking. It transformed into a colossal whirlwind that swept through the desolate forest path. Thousands of meters away, Tsunade, having navigated for what felt like an eternity, swiftly followed the overwhelming chakra signature, her expression shifting dramatically upon sensing its magnitude. The intensity of this chakra surpassed even that of an ordinary jonin. Could it be that Danzo's root and her mentor Zumbu had intervened? Tsunade's expression tightened as she had no time for further contemplation. She pressed her feet down slightly and propelled herself off a tree trunk with tremendous force. The resounding crack of the tree breaking echoed as she launched herself like a cannonball towards the source of the chakra's expansion. Someone was approaching. Heiyu suddenly awoke, as if his perception was activated by an innate ability. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from the newcomer, he quickly deduced their identity and suppressed the joy swelling within him. He managed to restrain the immense chakra generated by his sage mode. Once he had settled, a figure akin to a meteor hurtled towards him, crashing forcefully to the ground. The ensuing shockwave, reminiscent of a hurricane, sent dust soaring into the air. Heiyu was thrust back several meters, using all his strength to maintain his footing. Through his heightened senses, he observed that Tsunade's powerful strike had created a crater over 10 meters in diameter. Had she not taken precautions, he might have been utterly obliterated by that blow. Initially, Heiyu had relished the fortunate gifts bestowed by the system. Yet it became starkly evident that compared to true powerhouses, the gap was as simple as a one-hit defeat. Heiyu, are you unharmed? Tsunade emerged from the rubble, her heart filled with astonishment. She had been concerned for his safety and had indeed held back, yet had still unleashed at least 70% of her strength. The winds generated could easily topple an adult, yet a blind child managed to withstand it. This was truly unexpected. Recognizing the shift in Tsunade's demeanor, Heiyu understood he had inadvertently revealed a weakness, yet he remained composed and shook his head. I was merely startled by you. Had I not undergone weighted training since childhood, I might have struggled to stand. But who are you? As he spoke, he tugged at his pant leg, revealing his weighted gear. I was one of the listeners earlier. Upon sensing this unusually immense chakra, I hurried here. Have you noticed any suspicious individuals? Tsunade was somewhat taken aback, never having anticipated that someone so young would engage in such rigorous training. This method would be challenging for many adults to endure. However, after surveying the surroundings, Tsunade still could not detect the presence of a second individual. Gazing at the young Konoha, who leaned on a cane, an exceedingly absurd thought surged through her mind. Could it be that the chakra from earlier emanated from him? Chapter 8. Tsunade, I believe you are correct. As this notion began to take root in her mind, Tsunade promptly dismissed it. The chakra that had erupted mere moments ago was something even an ordinary jonin could not achieve. Moreover, he was merely an 8-year-old child. Tsunade-sama, what transpired just now? 3 members of the Umbu swiftly descended, forming a defensive perimeter around them. Nothing much. Tsunade was not surprised by the Umbu's quick appearance. After casting another glance at Konoha, she waved her hand dismissively, saying, the commotion earlier was caused by my experimental jutsu going awry. This little fellow stumbled in and was affected. But he is no longer in any serious danger. You may return. The Umbu captain hesitated. Tsunade furrowed her brow in impatience. What is it? Do my words no longer hold weight? Or shall I summon my teacher to issue you a command? Tsunade-sama, that is not our intention. We merely oversee all matters within the village, and since you say there is no issue, we will return to report. The 3 Umbu exchanged glances before reluctantly withdrawing. Konoha quietly exhaled in relief, not having anticipated that Tsunade would come to his aid. The disturbance caused by the sage's chakra was too significant. Had the Umbu truly focused on him, it would have been exceedingly difficult to extricate himself from the situation. Watching the Umbu depart, Tsunade regained her composure and remarked, I am uncertain about what exactly transpired earlier, but it would be wise for you to exercise caution. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Surprised by Tsunade's brisk departure, Konoha nonetheless spoke up. Tsunade-sama, I truly believe you are correct. Your proposal that every team must be accompanied by a medical ninja is entirely justified, and I hope you pursue it steadfastly. Tsunade paused mid-stride, turning to regard the earnest Konoha. A smile escaped her lips. You little rascal, your words are truly endearing. It is no wonder Jiraiya values you so highly. However, for that statement alone, I must thank you. Convincing the village to allocate a third of its resources to train medical ninjas remains an arduous task. This is merely my one-sided aspiration. Well, it is getting late. You should return quickly. Watching Tsunade vanish in an instant, Konoha did not lower his guard. After thoroughly confirming that there were no others within a kilometer radius, he sighed in relief and hastened towards the Uchiha clan's residence. Initially, Konoha had thought that attracting the attention of the three legendary ninjas was a bad omen for the system's sake. However, upon further reflection, this twist of fate has inadvertently led to the blessing of the three legendary ninjas. Such an unexpected turn of events has inspired Heiyu to devise a new plan. Rather than remaining passive, he resolves to seize control of the situation. Concerning the earlier fluctuations in chakra, Heiyu is confident that Tsunade will harbor suspicions. Yet, the notion of an 8-year-old child possessing chakra levels rivaling that of an elite jonin is likely to be met with disbelief at first glance. Within the confines of the Hokage office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, has already retracted his telescope technique. With arms crossed, he stands before the floor-to-ceiling window, pipe in mouth. Had he witnessed the events that transpired with Heiyu, he would certainly not be so composed. At present, his only concern revolves around one matter, whether Jiraiya, his pupil whom he regards with less esteem, has truly mastered the sage mode. Master, did you call for me? A gentle breeze swirled as Jiraiya materialized in the Hokage's office. Few possess the ability to enter and exit so effortlessly. The third Hokage did not respond immediately. After taking a few deep puffs from his pipe, he exhaled a series of smoke rings and said, Jiraiya, you have always been astute. You must know why I sought you out. Jiraiya's expression shifted slightly, ultimately giving a wry smile as he replied, Master, you must have seen what transpired at the tavern. I did indeed study sage art within Mount Myaboku, but the complexities of sage techniques are formidable. I have yet to fully grasp them. I simply could not bear to lose face, and thus reluctantly admitted to it. This is the summoning contract scroll from Mount Myaboku. If I had truly learned sage art, the signatures inscribed would have altered, Jiraiya declared, unfurling the vast scroll upon the desk. The third Hokage turned to examine the names, ultimately locating those of Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze. Noticing that the signatures remained unchanged, he breathed a sigh of relief and remarked, Very well. I am not here to reprimand you. You are acutely aware that our village faces threats from all sides. In order for Konoha to endure amidst the chaos of the ninja world, we must proceed with utmost caution, he continued. As the third Hokage, my duty is to prioritize the greater good and the welfare of our village, necessitating a clear understanding of all the forces at our disposal. Only then can we effectively respond to unforeseen crises. At this juncture, the third Hokage fixed his gaze intently upon Jiraiya. With a heavy sigh, Jiraiya stowed the contract scroll away, offering a bittersweet smile as he said, Master, I comprehend your well-meaning intentions. However, I am curious to know whether you intend to take action against Heiyu. As one of the legendary three, Jiraiya is acutely aware of the depths of deception within Konoha. The events that unfolded at the tavern are now intertwined with White Fang, a situation that those with ulterior motives would undoubtedly seek to exploit. The third Hokage, pipe in mouth, inhaled deeply before responding, Jiraiya, I did not expect you to take such matters to heart. I had assumed your interests lay solely in gathering information. Gathering information? Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, then mischievously rubbed his hands together and chuckled. Master, when will you impart that jutsu to me? Do you wish to learn the telescope technique? The third Hokage replied with a questioning tone, before shaking his head with a laugh. I cannot pass on this technique to you. If you were to master it, not only would our village be thrown into chaos, but the entire ninja world would be in disarray. At that point, I would be unable to fulfill my role as a teacher. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. You must be eager to know how I plan to deal with Konoha. Chapter 9. Sarutobi, this is indeed a bold move. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya reined in his thoughts and nodded, Master. With the emergence of the storytelling tavern, Konoha's reputation has spread even to the other ninja villages. Therefore, I hope you will consider this carefully. Moreover, my intuition tells me that Konoha is a promising talent worth nurturing in our Leaf Village. Haha, Jiraiya. You are overthinking it. The third Hokage laughed heartily. Just now, I mentioned that the Leaf Village is people-oriented. Each individual is a seedling of our village, a bearer of the will of fire. How could I casually abandon any of these seedlings? In fact, after learning about Konoha, I have already begun making arrangements. The storytelling tavern can indeed provide for his family, but since Lord Tobarama established the Leaf School, it has been our hope that everyone has the opportunity for education. Thus, I plan to allow Konoha to participate in the upcoming entrance examination. Let him take the entrance exam for the ninja school? Jiraiya was utterly astonished. The original intention behind the establishment of the ninja school was indeed to cultivate talent for the Leaf Village. However, over the years, due to conflicts among the great nations, wars have frequently erupted at the borders. Many students graduate from the school only to be sent to the battlefield, and some even graduate early, becoming child soldiers. Allowing the blind Konoha to enter the ninja school seems rather inappropriate. Jiraiya, I understand your concerns. My intentions are entirely benevolent, the third Hokage said, tapping his pipe on the table. The Leaf Village may currently appear peaceful, but do not forget that the ninja world is a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong. Enabling him to join the ninja school provides him with another path to choose. Remember, becoming a ninja is the greatest honor in the ninja village. Moreover, given his special circumstances, he will receive exceptional treatment at the school. As for the tavern, once he completes his academic assessments, he will be able to return and continue managing it. Jiraiya fell silent. Indeed, the master remained as meticulous as ever, even anticipating his thoughts, rendering Jiraiya momentarily speechless. Now, Jiraiya, you are one of the legendary three ninjas. You are no longer the rash young man of the past. You must understand the essence of the village. Observing Jiraiya, who had succumbed to silence, the third Hokage spoke once more. If there are no further matters at hand, you may take your leave. I shall devise a reasonable arrangement regarding Kurohane. As Hokage, I have numerous responsibilities to attend to. Understood, Sensei, Jiraiya replied, regaining his composure. After opening his mouth to speak, he ultimately sighed, suppressing other thoughts, and turned to depart. This time, he refrained from employing the body flicker technique, instead choosing to exit through the door in a compliant manner. Once the door closed and his footsteps faded into the distance, a figure hidden in the darkness emerged slowly. Indeed, the third Hokage plays his cards of benevolence remarkably well. Danzo, half his body swathed in bandages, remarked as he stepped into the shadows, his smile devoid of warmth. I was pondering how you would resolve the predicament of this dilapidated tavern, maintaining your compassionate facade while avoiding potential pitfalls. I did not anticipate you would consider allowing him to join the Ninja Academy, setting the condition that he must complete his studies to continue operating the tavern. Although this appears quite reasonable, to expect a blind individual to learn ninjutsu, facing peers, will invariably place him at a disadvantage. Once he enters the academy, the brutal competition will serve as an intangible blow. Over time, as the gap widens, it could utterly ruin him, both mentally and physically. Sarutobi, this is a blatant scheme. Gazing at the man seated in the Hokage's position, Danzo, having competed against him for most of his life, was acutely aware that his opponent's intellect surpassed his own. Regarding Danzo's appearance, the third Hokage displayed no surprise, shaking his head with a smile. Danzo, you still enjoy treating me as a hypothetical adversary. Everything I do is out of goodwill. Do not forget, Sensei entrusted Konoha to me because he believed I could sacrifice for the village. By this measure alone, you fall short of me. Remember, as long as I remain, the village shall endure. Your failure to grasp this truth is precisely why Sensei did not choose you. Danzo's expression darkened as he gazed at Sarutobi, who turned his back and looked skyward. Had it not been for uncertainty, he would have relished the opportunity for a backstab. Yet, as that thought flickered to life, Danzo swiftly dismissed it. He understood well that Sarutobi, daring to turn his back, must have been prepared. Otherwise, he would not have remained seated in the Hokage's position for so long. Danzo, best keep your petty schemes to yourself. If there are no further matters, you may take your leave. Do not forget the purpose of Root's existence, Sarutobi declared without turning back. Danzo, regaining his focus, huffed in displeasure. Rest assured, Root's existence was established by my own hand, and I am well aware of its value. As for those trivial matters, allow me to handle them. You should focus on serving Konoha. With that, Danzo executed the body flicker technique and vanished without a trace. In the vast office of the Hokage, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Only the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, remained, hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward as he murmured to himself, "Indeed, all I have done is for the sake of Konoha. It has always been this way, irrespective of the circumstances, and it has never wavered." Concurrently, the curtain fell on the storytelling session. The immensely popular legend of Monkey D. Luffy had captivated the entire village of Konoha. instantly becoming a topic of conversation over tea and meals for many. Following the previous hiatus, numerous individuals had been eagerly awaiting the continuation. Merchants stationed in every corner of the village seized this lucrative opportunity. In their eyes, this humble tavern hidden in the back alleys was akin to a money-printing machine, with each tale echoing forth enriching their coffers. Any snippet of the narrative was worth several months' worth of income from their bookstores. Had it not been for considerations of long-term profit and the stern warnings exchanged with various publishers, many would have rushed in to pry open the mind of this blind storyteller, seeking to unravel the brilliance behind his extraordinary tales. For these merchants, time equated to wealth. They promptly transcribed the content of the storytelling into printed form, dividing it into 3 sections. The first chronicling Luffy's adventures, the second featuring dialogues between Konoha and the audience, and the final segment containing annotations by esteemed literary figures to enhance the reading experience. Remarkable, truly remarkable. I never anticipated that the storytelling this time would be so explosive that even the legendary White Fang of Konoha would attend, one exclaimed. The phrase, White Fang, you are one who would risk your life for others, seemed conversational, yet the subsequent critique stirred profound emotions. Moreover, the assertion, why is Jiraiya not the strongest of the Sannin, echoed with resounding clarity, capturing the hearts of many. Quickly, expedite the printing. I require 100,000 copies. Those literary gluttons waiting for a meal better hurry and come to write their so-called critiques. Were it not for profit, I would never allow these buffoons to tarnish the prestige of the legend of Monkey D. Luffy. Chapter 10. The Phenomenon of Monkey D. Luffy. The various publishers, clutching the manuscript, were filled with fervent excitement, hastily instructing their teams to accelerate the printing process. The manager, astonished, could not help but voice, "Boss, we typically print only 50,000 copies. Is it wise to suddenly increase to 100,000? Why not?" The boss retorted with a glare. This storytelling content is nothing short of extraordinary. The insights from White Fang and the question of why Jiraiya is not the strongest among the Sannin are bound to sell across the lands. Enough with the chatter. This Konoha is a veritable cash cow. Anyone who dares to challenge him will face my wrath. Hurry, hurry. The title of today's manuscript is singular. The trustworthy White Fang of Konoha, the mightiest of the 3 ninjas, Jiraiya. The subtitle reads, A person worth dying for, 30 years of change. Do not underestimate the young and impoverished. Alas, that group of mundane individuals, utterly oblivious to the essence of a captivating title, fails to stand out. Come, let us amend the title to the true hero, White Fang of Konoha, the genius Jiraiya. This edition is bound to be a tremendous success, truly befitting the legend of Wang Luffy. With the first draft in hand, the major publishers erupted in excitement. The ordinary critiques from previous issues had already captivated readers. Now, with the addition of 2 illustrious figures from Konoha, all publishers firmly believed this edition would spark a remarkable surge in sales. In the coming days, the names Wang Luffy, White Fang of Konoha, and Jiraiya would undoubtedly become buzzwords in conversations. As for the overwhelming promotion, how events would unfold was beyond their imagination. Their sole concern was how to leverage the legend of Wang Luffy to amass greater wealth. With the publisher's fervent support, within just 1 or 2 days, the latest chapter of Wang Luffy's legend made a seismic debut, akin to a 12-point earthquake. Eager readers from various nations, having long awaited this moment, rushed to purchase the book upon encountering a myriad of enticing titles. It could be said that every street corner was abuzz with people queuing to be the first to obtain a copy of Wang Luffy's legend. Under the publisher's momentum, it had all become a trend. Whoever held a copy of Wang Luffy's legend was undoubtedly the most radiant individual on the street. Initially, many harbored doubts about whether the subsequent chapters of Wang Luffy's legend would maintain their brilliance. Facing the perceived threats in the Navy headquarters' vigilant preparations, the predominant thought among many was the abandonment of the Fire Fist Aces storyline. However, to their astonishment, the ensuing narrative proved to be extraordinarily captivating. Wang Luffy not only defied the odds, but also drew upon the tale of the real White Fang of Konoha, embodying loyalty and the spirit of self-sacrifice. His words, 30 years of change, do not underestimate the young and impoverished, resonated deeply, serving as a clarion call for the common people. Witnessing this scene, many found themselves with tears in their eyes, a fervent flame igniting within their chests. Those typically overlooked embraced the phrase, 30 years of change. Do not underestimate the young and impoverished as their personal motto, silently motivating themselves to emulate Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, into triumph over genius. Furthermore, Ninjas from various nations undertaking missions lamented their desire to become a ninja like the White Fang of Konoha, someone worthy of entrusting their lives. If everyone could be trusted, who would hesitate to risk their life for the village? This proposition had become a significant topic of discussion in high-level meetings across numerous nations. It may be said that with the emergence of the legend of Wang Lufei, a tempest has swept across the entire ninja realm. The fervent discussions ignited within the pages of the book have seamlessly transcended into everyday life. Many individuals, upon taking a seat, eagerly inquire, "Have you seen the legend of Wang Lufei today?" They exchange views on its content and engage in deeper deliberations. Notably, Heiyu has adeptly articulated the conclusion that among the three ninjas, Jiraiya reigns supreme. This leads to further inquiries. Who among the younger generation of Konoha is the strongest? Which Hokage stands above the rest? Who among the current leaders of various nations is the mightiest? It can be asserted that this series of questions, as time unfolds, has caused the entire ninja world to reach a boiling point. Anticipation for the lecture 3 days hence has ignited a fervor, with everyone eager to hear the forthcoming tale. In the depths of the forest of fire, within a concealed cavern, Danzo, leaning on his cane, proceeds with measured steps. Beneath the pitch-black night, he appears unperturbed. After traversing approximately 100 meters, the darkness dissipates, revealing a vibrant array of lights. Various experimental vessels come into view, and a somewhat harried figure is intently focused on an infant within one of the containers, revealing a pallid visage. "Danzo, what brings you here again? You aren't planning to sell me out and lead my teacher here, are you?" Orochimaru quips, his tone laced with familiar jest. Danzo, surveying the instruments around him with a smile, responds, "However, have you not yet perfected the replication of the wood-release Kekii Genkai? Could it be that even a genius like you lacks confidence?" As the leader of the root, Danzo possesses intelligence-gathering methods that, in certain respects, surpass those of the direct Umbu under the third Hokage. After all, the very purpose of Root's existence is to employ clandestine means to address matters shrouded in secrecy. Huh. Danzo, your words are rather flippant. If I were not the genius you claim me to be, how would I dare to tamper with the genetic essence of the first Hokage? Orochimaru responds with a playful smile. Do not forget, if I cannot accomplish this task, then no one else can. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoes as a vessel shatters. A nearby glass container housing an infant experiment erupts with spiderweb-like cracks. In the next moment, the infant emits a piercing shriek, its body erupting like a sea urchin, sending branches forth that explosively burst the vessel. As the infant deflates akin to a balloon, the hastily growing branches finally cease their expansion. Bloodline backlash? Danzo furrows his brow. He has covertly supported Orochimaru in the endeavor to replicate the formidable wood-release techniques, once exclusive to the first Hokage, solely for the purpose of claiming the wood-release for himself. However, what Danzo never anticipated was that, as the experiment progressed, he would discover the difficulty of this endeavor to be akin to sinking into a quagmire. This is a perfectly understandable predicament, had it been so simple. You would not have sought my collaboration. Orochimaru, without a glance back, appeared utterly unfazed, as if he had long since grown accustomed to such matters. By the way, according to the narrative, this is indeed a fortress as impenetrable as a fortified city. Chapter 11. The Joy of Being Alive. So you have an interest in that blind storyteller. This truly comes as a surprise. Danzo chuckled with mild astonishment. Orochimaru, seemingly indifferent, remarked, I merely find that the boy's fanciful ideas are rather unexpected. Compared to genuine scientific research, such matters are merely theoretical. They fall short of the mark. You are correct. Orochimaru. In this ruthless world of survival of the fittest, absolute strength remains paramount. With a smile, Danzo produced a pristine volume of the narrative and tossed it to Orochimaru. This is the latest issue. Perhaps it will pique your interest. Orochimaru, unusually pausing his actions, accepted the book, perusing it with keen interest. To his surprise, this young lad defied convention. Monkey D. Luffy's attempt to rescue Portgas D. Ace had failed, yet he managed to breach what was touted as an impregnable fortress. Truly, this boy aligns well with my tastes. There exists no challenge in this world that cannot be surmounted. Konoha's White Fang has taken to listening to stories. Such occurrences are rare, especially when he is deemed a comrade worthy of one's life. Danzo, do your roots not concern themselves with this? Are you not apprehensive that the painstakingly cultivated situation may be jeopardized? Orochimaru, flipping through the pages, chuckled with amusement. Habitually, he turned to the last page, and his serpentine, diamond-shaped pupils slightly constricted, his motion of turning the pages abruptly frozen in place. Danzo had been keenly observing Orochimaru's changing expressions. Witnessing this scene, a smile involuntarily crept across his face. This was the very expression he had yearned to elicit. The sight of the proud, genius Orochimaru momentarily humbled. This sensation was second only to the thrill of ascending to the position of Hokage. "What is it, Orochimaru? Have you stumbled upon something intriguing?" Danzo inquired with a playful grin. As Orochimaru regained his composure, he extended his snake-like tongue and licked his parched lips before responding. "Danzo, no wonder you sought me out. It seems such an amusing event has transpired. The strongest of the Sannin, Jiraiya, you say? This indeed warrants reflection. Especially that phrase, 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Is this something an ordinary person could articulate? Even the underdog can triumph over genius. It is truly inspiring. I am genuinely curious to see who possesses the ability to express such thoughts." The words echoed hauntingly within the dimly lit laboratory, leaving an indelible impression. Danzo's expression of amusement deepened as he remarked, "Orochimaru, I knew you would find that young lad intriguing. However, Sarutobi has devised a means to enroll him in the Ninja Academy. Only by meeting the assessment requirements can the tavern be reopened. So please refrain from causing any unnecessary complications. Recently, the numerous test subjects you have acquired have drawn Sarutobi's attention, thus before the experiments conclude. I hope you will avoid any distractions." This time, Danzo indeed took the risk to visit this laboratory to evaluate the progress of the human experiments. Yet, more importantly, Danzo is concerned that Orochimaru might ruin that blind boy. This could jeopardize Sarutobi's plans and attract unwanted scrutiny. To send him to the Ninja Academy established by the second Hokage? Orochimaru paused for a moment, then quickly laughed. Indeed, as expected of a teacher, such an overt scheme is still remarkably effective. I remember this boy. He is a member of the Uchiha clan, a blind one at that, who has been mocked as worthless in the realm of ocular prowess. If he were to enter the Ninja Academy, his treatment would likely be even more dire than what Konoha's White Fang faced amidst his adversities. By the way, I recall there is still another boy at the current Konoha school, a failure in taijutsu. If not for some mental issues, he would have likely succumbed to the ridicule long ago. It seems I must hasten to meet this boy. If I delay, he might be driven to his demise by the teachers." With this thought in mind, Orochimaru closed the book in his hands. Danzo's expression grew more intriguing. Fully aware that Orochimaru was issuing a dismissal, leaning on his cane, he turned and melted back into the shadows. Observing Danzo's departure, Orochimaru did not linger either, casting his gaze toward the cave entrance, equally vacating the laboratory. The following day, the morning sunlight poured over Konoha village like shards of gold. At the residence of the Hatake clan, a dilapidated house, its walls marred with insults and graffiti, had its tightly shut doors swung open. Kakashi, slinging his bag over his shoulder, glanced back at the worn-down house, lost in contemplation. Before that incident occurred, the moment he anticipated most each day was attending school with his father. Unfortunately, who could have foreseen that within a mere 6 months, all of this would become a distant yearning? He had hoped that following the events in the tavern 2 days prior, things might change. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. "Father, I'm heading out," Kakashi announced, regaining his usual aloof demeanor as he closed the door. However, just as he turned around, he froze in place. "Kakashi, why are you just standing there? Hurry up, or you'll be late for school." White Fang chided playfully, ruffling Kakashi's hair. Kakashi abruptly snapped back to reality, gazing at his father, who was no longer reeking of alcohol and sporting a face full of stubble, now restored to his former self. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Father, you are all right? Are you coming to school with me? What if we encounter others who speak ill of you?" "Do not worry. Regardless of what we face, I will no longer shy away. I will find a way to confront and rectify the mistakes of the past," White Fang reassured, patting Kakashi's shoulder before taking the lead. After Kakashi rubbed his eyes vigorously and confirmed that he was not hallucinating, he joyfully quickened his pace to catch up. "Father, wait for me." During this period, his father had not accompanied him to school, yet he was on the verge of graduating with top honors. "Father, I heard that Kai is still fretting over whether he can graduate. He has been training relentlessly. He claims to have challenged me 88 times. Yet I have never fought back, so how could I have won 48 of those encounters?" The incessant chatter echoed in White Fang's ears. Observing Kakashi, who had shed his former aloof demeanor and was now chattering like a sparrow, White Fang smiled lightly and looked up at the sky, muttering, "It feels wonderful to be alive. What traitors, What failed missions? Let them all go to hell. Next time I attend a lecture, I shall dress appropriately. So that boy understands what it means to be the white Fang of Konoha. Chapter 12. The ineffectiveness of glaring more than 10 minutes later. In the depths of the Umbu, Danzo looked at the scroll in his hands and couldn't help but smile. Are you telling me that White Fang has regained his spirits and sent Kakashi to the Konoha Academy? I never expected that boy would inadvertently resolve his inner turmoil. However, such changes are what make things interesting. Since the White Fang of Konoha has risen, we shall continue to bring him down into despair. Just because Sarutobi cannot accomplish this, it does not mean I am powerless. This is the very purpose of our existence en route. By the way, visit the Uchiha clan's residence and have Fugaku take care of matters. Yes, Lord Danzo. The ninja of Root bowed in response and instantly vanished from sight. Leaning on his cane, Danzo gazed up at the massive trunk, his smile growing broader. White Fang of Konoha, Uchiha Kuroha. The grand feast I have arranged for you will commence soon. Killing is merely a means, but the heart to kill is an art. Sarutobi, prepare to witness the spectacle. There will surely come a day when I prove myself more suitable to be Hokage than you. At the Uchiha clan's residence, within a desolate forest, a slender figure was relentlessly swinging a wooden sword, each strike accompanied by a resounding whoosh. 997, 998, 999, 1000. Bang! The final strike fell. The wooden sword crashing down upon the trunk. Boom! The trunk, as thick as an adult's thigh, snapped in half with a resounding crack, startling a multitude of birds and beasts in the forest. The severed tree crashed heavily to the ground. Exhaling a deep breath, Kuroha looked at the wooden sword in his hands, now broken into 2 pieces, displaying a hint of helplessness. This was the 11th wooden sword he had shattered in 2 days. Initially, he had no clear understanding of the 100 points of chakra power drawn from the system. However, after contemplating these 2 days, Kuroha discovered that this 100 points of chakra power equated to an explosive strength of at least 6, 7, or even 800 pounds. Once fully unleashed, 1,000 pounds of explosive power is hardly an issue. However, in the face of Black Feather's full assault, this wooden sword is clearly unable to withstand the pressure. This inadvertently stirs within Black Feather a longing for the armament haki of the Sea King world. Imagine casually picking up a twig, and once enveloped in armament haki, it becomes as resilient as steel. Yet, he has even saved the money to purchase weapons. Is that not enticing? Nevertheless, such thoughts remain mere musings for Black Feather. To draw armament haki from the system, one must not only earn rewards through storytelling, but also gather enough funds for the lottery. Ultimately, one would likely need to draw a miracle from a single ticket to achieve it. The series of requirements seems daunting, leaving Black Feather pondering when he might ever accomplish it. Thus, enhancing his strength must come from self-reliance and diligent sustenance. The only solace for Black Feather upon returning to the Uchiha clan's encampment is the sight that meets his eyes. Hasn't he seen enough up close? Still not revealing yourself? He discards the wooden sword in his hand, retrieves the cane beside him, and turns to glance behind. At first glance, he is confronted by a sinuous, boneless figure swiftly descending from the tree trunk. The crimson tongue flickers, adding an eerily bizarre flavor to the scene. If anyone were to witness this, they would undoubtedly feel a chill of dread wash over them. What remarkable perception! It has discerned my presence, something even high-ranking ninjas cannot accomplish. Forgive my rudeness, I am Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Orochimaru licks his dry lips, revealing an expression of keen interest as he sizes up Black Feather. Black Feather's nerves are taut. At the moment the last strike fell, he sensed a faint hint of murderous intent. Unfortunately, when he activated his Sharingan to its fullest extent, intending to locate the concealed target, he found that the adversary had vanished. Such profound stealth techniques caught Black Feather off guard. He could only resort to feigning bravado, buying time to discern any weaknesses of the opponent through his Sharingan. Yet, he never anticipated that he would unearth a scientist from the ninja world. This is none other than Orochimaru, who has a penchant for conducting human experiments. Black Feather clenches the cane tightly, steadies his thoughts, and gazes in Orochimaru's direction, saying, "So, you are Orochimaru? Have you come seeking me due to my remarks at the tavern? Haha, clever boy. But you should know that those who are clever often do not live long." Orochimaru replies with a playful smile, scrutinizing Black Feather from head to toe. The outside world claims you are a blind waste, but I believe they are the ones who are blind. Such explosive martial prowess is a feat even a Chunin would find difficult, not to mention your acute perception. This is truly exceptional, surprising even. Or perhaps you have been feigning weakness from the very beginning, deliberately masquerading as a lesser opponent, feeling the gaze akin to that of a venomous serpent. Heiyu swiftly turned his head. In the presence of Orochimaru, a being of the legendary Sannin caliber, Heiyu was no match with his current abilities. It appeared that the only viable strategy was to rely on his tongue rather than his fists. Moreover, Heiyu was acutely aware of Orochimaru's true nature. With this thought, he exhaled a deep breath, releasing the tension that had gripped him, and settled onto a nearby stone, retrieving a gourd of wine to take a swig. Orochimaru, I shall drop the pretense. I am indeed a genius who has deliberately feigned incompetence. Isn't this akin to your own penchant for clandestine activities? Recently, there have been numerous reports of infants going missing in the Land of Fire. Surely, this is connected to you. I may have lost my sight. Yet I perceive your distinctiveness. Boom. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted like a tempest. The colossal wave of malice surged toward Heiyu, enveloping him in an icy grip, causing every nerve in his body to feel as though it were being pricked by 1,000 needles. This was pure, unadulterated killing intent. In the original narrative, even the formidable Erguzi had been incapacitated by a mere glance. Heiyu, feeling the bone-chilling essence, had initially contemplated testing the impact of such malevolence upon himself, questioning whether he, too, would succumb as Erguzi had. However, as the thought crossed his mind, he instinctively raised his hand. Was the glare ineffective? Heiyu was momentarily taken aback, and even the smile on Orochimaru's face froze, rendering him motionless. This was a tactic he had employed countless times. It was his favored method for gauging the strength of his adversaries. Ordinarily, a mere glance would shatter the resolve of even a Nin, let alone those Nin with weaker mental fortitude. Yet here he was, disregarded entirely by an 8-year-old blind child. Had he not witnessed it himself, Orochimaru would scarcely have believed it. Could it be that this child truly harbored remarkable depth? A ludicrous thought flickered through Orochimaru's mind, though he quickly dismissed it. He could not fathom an 8-year-old possessing such profound capabilities. As he shook off the thought and prepared to speak again, Orochimaru glanced back over his shoulder. To his surprise, he encountered that troublesome child. You are fortunate this time. Little one, I shall return to seek you out on another occasion. With that, Orochimaru turned to depart. Yet, scarcely had he taken a step when Heiyu's voice reached his ears. Lord Orochimaru, it seems I was merely deceiving you earlier, but in light of our exchange, I believe I have uncovered a most astonishing secret. Rest assured, Lord Orochimaru, everyone possesses their own secrets, just as you and I do. Chapter 13. The Black Wednesday of the Ninja World. Did you just say you were deceiving me? Orochimaru turned his head and flicked his tongue, a more pronounced smile of amusement gracing his face. He had not anticipated the presence of such an intriguing individual within the village. I have taken a liking to you. Young one, do not perish too soon, for that would leave me disappointed. With that parting remark, Orochimaru vanished completely from sight. Heiyu did not exhale in relief. Instead, he pushed his mind's eye to its utmost limits, only to discover that the range, initially capable of detecting up to a kilometer, had inexplicably expanded to 1,100 meters. This remarkable growth was a first for Heiyu. Could it be that the ominous aura emitted by Orochimaru had triggered this enhancement? Thus, he had become immune to the deadly glare? Heiyu, are you all right? A deep voice resonated from afar. Heiyu snapped back to reality, utilizing his mind's eye to instantly discern the identity of the approaching figures. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, the prodigious ninja Uchiha Shursui, and finally, the prematurely born Uchiha Itachi. Upon his reincarnation, Heiyu was astonished to find that his unexpected arrival had caused numerous butterfly effects in the original narrative. Not only had it spared Tsunade's brother, Nawaki, from death at the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War, but it had also led Uchiha Fugaku and Mikoto to conceive earlier, resulting in Itachi's birth occurring 4 years ahead of schedule. Consequently, the familiar storyline that Heiyu once knew had been utterly overturned and rewritten. Before him stood Uchiha Shursui, now of the same age as Kakashi, already 6 years old. Observing Itachi, who seemed to have distanced himself by several dozen meters yet exhibited agility surpassing that of his peers, Heiyu finally regained his composure and sighed with relief, saying, Uncle Fugaku, I am quite well. I merely encountered an enthusiastic reader here. An enthusiast? Uchiha Shursui raised an eyebrow. Not only was he acknowledged as a genius of the Uchiha clan, but he was also one of the shining stars of Konoha, renowned alongside Kakashi. Under Fugaku's diligent guidance, he had been taken to the battlefield for practical experience at an early age. He was no stranger to the sensation of murderous intent. Just moments ago, despite being a kilometer apart, he had felt as though he were plunged into an icy abyss, causing a brief pause in his reflexes. This alone suggested that the individual Heiyu had encountered was likely no ordinary admirer. Heiyu, the person you mentioned, is it Orochimaru? Uchiha Fugaku sighed softly, stating, in Konoha, the only one whose killing intent can become so palpable is Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Your admirer is indeed remarkable. Is it because of your assessment of the Sannin? Heiyu, feeling somewhat helpless, scratched his nose and nodded in agreement. Perhaps. Perhaps? Uchiha Fugaku shot him a sideways glance, then sighed once more, saying, I promised your father that I would look after you. Unfortunately, the clan has been burdened by numerous trivial matters these past years, and the elders are entangled in their own interests, preventing many policies from being implemented, which has caused you much distress. Uncle, you exaggerate. You have long warned me against opening a tavern, but I was merely obstinate, Heiyu said with a chuckle, instinctively reaching for his flask to take a sip. However, upon recalling the presence of Uchiha Fugaku, he gracefully refrained. 5 years prior, Heiyu's parents had perished while serving as Uchiha Fugaku's personal ninjas during a mission. Over the years, had it not been for Uchiha Fugaku's occasional assistance, Heiyu would likely have met his end long ago. Thus, he held a favorable impression of Uchiha Fugaku. You, young man, are just like your father. You cannot part with your bottle, Uchiha Fugaku remarked as he took a swig from Heiyu's flask. However, your homemade shochu possesses a unique flavor, quite distinct from that of sake. Each is a pinnacle in its own right. Uncle, I shall bring you 10 or 8 pounds later, rest assured. I will ensure Annie remains oblivious, Heiyu replied with a smile as he reclaimed the flask and secured it at his waist. However, your visit must pertain to some urgent matter? The smile on Uchiha Fugaku's face vanished abruptly, replaced by a grave expression. The Hokage has made an exception, allowing you to participate in the Konoha Academy examination. Regardless of your final score, you shall be granted admission to the academy. Heiyu's countenance shifted momentarily as he grasped the implications. He had anticipated that his storytelling tavern would soon attract trouble, yet he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. Uncle, surely there are additional conditions? You are as shrewd as ever, Uchiha Fugaku sighed. Indeed, there is another stipulation. The third Hokage has decreed that, in consideration of your studies, your storytelling tavern must close temporarily during your time at school and can only reopen after your evaluations are completed. During this period, you will receive some compensation for your living expenses. I have come to inform you that you must arrive at the Konoha Academy tomorrow morning to partake in the entrance assessment. Itachi will also begin his studies early, so you will have a companion. Tomorrow? Uchiha Itachi exclaimed, arriving breathlessly. Father, tomorrow is the day that Heiyu Nii has set for his storytelling. If the tavern is closed, what shall we listen to? I still wish to learn the outcome of the great ninja war. Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku shot him a glare, though he too felt a twinge of regret. Since the emergence of the storytelling tavern, the legend of Monkey D. Luffy had become a staple of family discourse. Particularly, the tale from 2 days prior, accompanied by the accolades of Konoha's White Fang and the 3 legendary ninjas, had catapulted the fervor surrounding Luffy's legend to unprecedented heights. Even during meals, Uchiha Fugaku found himself unable to resist mentioning it. After waiting for 2 days, they were now faced with an interruption just 1 day before they could finally hear the tale of Monkey D. Luffy. If this matter were to leak, it would not only evoke lamentations throughout the Hidden Leaf Village, but would also resonate across the entire shinobi world. It could very well be dubbed the Black Wednesday of the shinobi realm. Itachi, fret not. Tomorrow is merely an assessment, and I shall devise a means to swiftly rectify the narrative. Konoha gently ruffled Itachi's hair. Itachi, evidently accustomed to this gesture, leaned in closer, a look of contentment adorning his face, mindful of Konoha's blindness. Beside them, Uchiha Shursui observed this scene with a tinge of discomfort. He had always regarded Itachi as his little protege, imparting all that he knew to foster a closer bond. Alas, no matter how diligent he was, he could not surpass Konoha's verbal prowess. With a declaration of I, Monkey D. Luffy, aspire to be the Pirate King, Itachi had already settled onto a stool nearby. Chapter 14. I seem to have truly mastered it. As Konoha continued his actions without pause, Shursui could no longer contain his impatience. Konoha, this time the clan leader has brought us here not only to share this matter, but also intends for me to personally guide you. I shall impart some foundational knowledge from the Ninja Academy to ensure you are adequately prepared for the Leaf School. Thank you, Shursui, Konoha replied with a smile. fully aware that Shirsue's last statement stemmed from a desire to prevent any embarrassment. However, Konoha understood that Shirsue's nature was fundamentally benevolent. He was merely feeling envious of Itachi. Otherwise, he would not have been seen in the company of Uchiha Fugaku. In the original narrative, Shirsue was portrayed as a well-meaning individual, striving to mediate the relationship between the village and the clan. Regrettably, his misguided methods ultimately led to the loss of his own life, and his Sharingan became a tool for others. Konoha, I have prepared some books for you. Please take them. They will be beneficial. Itachi hurriedly produced a braille book with uneven pages and handed it to Konoha. Surprised, Konoha felt a sense of disbelief that the Hidden Leaf Village had created such a specialized book for him, a blind individual. This was likely Itachi's handiwork. Observing Itachi's beaming smile, Konoha decided against disclosing his own secrets for the time being and reached out to ruffle Itachi's hair once more. However, Uchiha Shirsue swiftly intervened, attempting to claim that territory for himself. Yet, as his hand descended, Itachi deftly evaded it, grumbling, "Shirsue, please refrain from touching my head. Konoha said that excessive petting will lead to baldness, and I do not wish to become unattractive prematurely. If it were just one person, I could bear it. But two is too much." Shirsue stood momentarily stunned, grappling with the glaring double standards of Uchiha Itachi, left utterly at a loss for words. Beside him, Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and remarked, "All right, time is of the essence, and I have matters to attend to. As for whether the tavern can continue its operations ahead of schedule, I shall endeavor to advocate on your behalf." "Thank you, uncle," Heiyu responded, snapping back to reality, only to find Uchiha Fugaku had vanished into thin air. Observing this, Uchiha Shirsue swiftly intercepted Itachi, warily stating, "Heiyu, due to your influence, Itachi must also partake in the entrance examination tomorrow. Itachi is renowned as a prodigy among our clan, embodying the hopes of the Uchiha. Hence I wish to assist him with further training to better prepare for the examination. As for you, fret not. I will first review the book Itachi has painstakingly crafted for me, considering there is merely a day remaining." Heiyu pulled out a gourd of liquor and eagerly took a swig of the potent brew. Shirsue, observing this scene, could not help but swallow hard, soon finding Heiyu offering the gourd to him. "Care to try?" Uchiha Shirsue was taken aback, somewhat surprised. However, realizing that even Heiyu could indulge, he was unwilling to concede defeat. He took the gourd and tilted it back. Puffed. Uchiha Shirsue coughed out the liquor, flailing his arms to cool his burning tongue. "So spicy. Heiyu, are you deliberately trying to make a fool of me? Itachi, let us depart quickly and ignore this fellow." Yet Itachi hesitated, casting a lingering glance at Heiyu. Heiyu smiled and shook his head, watching Uchiha Shirsue retreat in haste before turning his attention back to the blind man's book in his hands. This tome evidently contained detailed notes by Uchiha Itachi regarding every aspect of the Konoha Academy. Flipping to the last pages, he found not only the hand seals for the body flicker technique, but also methods for chakra manipulation, all meticulously documented. Indeed, as the cherished son trained by Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi was undoubtedly ahead of the curve, while other children might still be fretting over their entrance scores. Uchiha Itachi had likely mastered the fundamentals of the body flicker technique already. In the original narrative, he was even advancing to the study of the Great Fireball technique. This starting point was, without a doubt, a finish line for many. As Heiyu pondered this, he flipped to the final pages, and upon recognizing the contents, he was momentarily rooted in place. Initially, he presumed the book contained merely the body flicker technique and other rudimentary ninjutsu. He had not anticipated that the final pages would reveal the shadow clone technique. If Heiyu recalled correctly, the shadow clone technique was originally devised by the second Hokage. Furthermore, it mentioned the forbidden technique of multiple shadow clones. According to the original narrative, the primary reason this technique was classified as forbidden was due to its propensity to rapidly drain a significant amount of chakra from the wielder to create clones. An ordinary individual would not only struggle to endure the instantaneous consumption, but would risk being completely depleted, ultimately leading to a backlash of chakra. In the original work, it is solely Naruto who can wield the shadow clone technique as his signature skill. As for the art of shadow clones, it is not particularly unfamiliar to the ninjas of Konoha, especially for the Uchiha clan, one of the most prominent families in the village. Observing the records of the shadow clone technique, Heiyu swiftly took notes. Initially, he feigned indifference towards the tavern's temporary closure, yet his mind was already devising various strategies. He yearned to rush ahead and reopen the establishment. The storytelling tavern was not merely a means of livelihood. It was also integral to Heiyu's quest for strength. How could he stand idly by as his aspirations were stifled in their infancy? Now, confronted with Itachi's recorded shadow clone technique at the end of the book, a bold idea blossomed in Heiyu's mind. If he could master the shadow clone technique, leveraging the immense chakra advantage of his sage body, he might not reach the level of producing multiple shadow clones instantly, like 1,000 warriors, but conjuring 3 to 5 clones should not pose a significant challenge. In that scenario, he would be able to simultaneously manage the entrance examination and the tavern's operations. However, as this thought took root in his mind, Heiyu felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. The notion was enchanting, but reality was often harsh. Tomorrow marked the day for both the storytelling and the entrance examination. Could he truly master the shadow clone technique in such a short span of one day? Heiyu gazed at the technique in his hands, never having believed himself to be a prodigy. Otherwise, he would not have endured 8 arduous years, eagerly awaiting the emergence of a system. Just as this bittersweet reflection surged within him, he found himself frozen in place, an inexplicable sensation flooding his mind. It felt as though an instinct was whispering to him. Could it be that I truly have learned it? Chapter 15, Tsunade. I might just have it. Heiyu stood there, caught in bewilderment, as this absurd sensation took hold of him, becoming impossible to suppress. Eagerly, he began to weave hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Fang. A torrent of chakra surged wildly within Heiyu, and as the final hand seal fell, a vast white mist enveloped him. When the gentle breeze arrived, dispersing the fog, Heiyu found himself astounded by the sudden appearance of another self beside him. Had my genius been concealed all along? He quickly dismissed this ludicrous thought. Over the past 8 years, due to the hellish beginning of his journey with blindness, Heiyu had experimented with countless methods to enhance his strength and had secretly practiced ninjutsu. Unfortunately, he had never brushed shoulders with genius. Otherwise, he would not have spent 8 grueling years in hardship, dreaming of a brighter future. Yet now, having merely glanced at the shadow clone technique, he was able to execute it with a fluidity that felt almost effortless. The situation was undeniably perplexing, shattering Heiyu's understanding. Could it be attributed to the system? Had there been changes occurring within that I remained oblivious to? System, how is it that I can instantly master the shadow clone technique? Heiyu inquired hastily. Please hold on, host. A chime responded. Congratulations, host, for reaching the milestone of 1,000 taels in donations. Those who achieve this milestone will be rewarded by the system, and the host has the right to share. A donation milestone? Heiyu paused momentarily, only to soon behold a small, luminous tower materializing within his consciousness. It bore inscriptions marking milestones of 1,000 taels, 10,000 taels, and 100,000 taels. Notably, at the 1,000 taels mark, an additional line of text appeared. Jiraiya rewards 10 points in insight. Gazing at these simple words, Heiyu felt a wave of confusion wash over him. If everyone were assigned attribute panels, encompassing stamina, chakra, and other metrics that could be developed postnatally, then insight stood apart. It was akin to the razor-thin line separating a fool from a genius, yet the latter could never be transformed from the former. Yet here was the system, brazenly granting Jiraiya 10 points in insight. This was a clear breach of the boundary that distinguished genius from mediocrity. In the original author's narrative, Jiraiya's overall rating surpassed that of Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi. An additional 10 points in insight would likely widen that gap significantly. Taking a deep breath, Heiyu exhaled slowly. Observing Jiraiya's insight value climb to 95, a ludicrous thought surfaced. Could this slight alteration elevate Jiraiya's flawed sage techniques? After all, so many changes had transpired in just 2 days, and Jiraiya was undoubtedly intertwined with them. It could be seen as a means of indirectly repaying a debt of gratitude, courtesy of the system. Quickly, Heiyu refocused his thoughts and turned to his shadow clone. The clone had indeed mastered the technique. To avoid any errors during the evaluation process, Heiyu resolved to thoroughly assess the clone's strength, ensuring he had a clear understanding. Meanwhile, within the bustling streets of Konoha, Jiraiya lifted the curtain of a ramen shop, spotting Tsunade, who had been waiting impatiently. He plopped down beside her. However, the moment he sat, Tsunade shot him a fierce glare, exclaiming, "Jiraiya, you truly have some nerve. You dared to deceive even me. If it weren't for the teacher informing me that you haven't mastered the sage techniques of Mount Myaboku, I might still be in the dark." Jiraiya's expression stiffened as he faced Tsunade, who was cracking her knuckles menacingly. He abandoned any attempt at defense, offering a wry smile. "That teacher of ours has a loose tongue. He just had to spill the beans. Tsunade, you can't blame me for this." In that moment, Seeing you with that adorably starry-eyed expression, how could I refuse? I am a man with leverage, and I, Jiraiya, could not say no. Ugh, Tsunade scoffed, rolling her eyes dismissively. You have always been rather unreliable, but I have grown accustomed to your shortcomings. This time I have summoned you to discuss the matter concerning Uchiha Konoha. I heard from the teacher that Konoha is to be sent to the Leaf Academy tomorrow. It seems the tavern will soon cease to operate. You must be well aware of this situation. Jiraiya fell silent for a moment, after sipping a cup of sake. He nodded in agreement and said, I knew about it when the teacher summoned me, but I was preoccupied with a mission and couldn't inform you in time. I did not expect to find a pleasant way to pass the time only for it to close so soon. Tsunade, what do you think if I were to take over and share my paradise of intercourse? Would that be acceptable? Absolutely not. Tsunade rolled her eyes in response. She was well acquainted with Jiraiya's labor of love, paradise of intercourse. When the manuscript was first unveiled, Jiraiya had been quite pleased, insisting she be his first reader. In the end, he received a few well-deserved punches, after which there was no further discussion. Should Jiraiya take over the tavern? Tsunade would be the first to confront him about that lascivious book. Is it too much to ask for you to refrain from saying no? You've already stated it several times today, Jiraiya retorted, growing anxious. However, upon meeting Tsunade's piercing gaze, he instantly wilted, clearing his throat hastily to change the subject. Tsunade, you must have realized this is the teacher's grand design, right? Tsunade remained silent. Pouring herself a cup of sake, she remarked, the teacher has changed too much for the sake of the village. Time and again, he insists that everything is for the village's benefit. This time, while indeed motivated by the village's interests, the warmth and camaraderie of the past have considerably diminished. A piece of jade, no matter how resilient, will ultimately shatter when incessantly battered by the river's current. At this point, Tsunade gazed forlornly at her cup, murmuring, when my great-grandfather sought to dissolve the Senju clan, urging its members to fully integrate into the Leaf Village, I found it disagreeable. Now, without the Senju clan's oversight, the essence of the village has altered. Even the smallest of children are not spared. Jiraiya, do you truly believe Konoha is capable? Jiraiya found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Since he began gathering material for his writings, he recognized the village as a vortex of complex interpersonal relationships, akin to a vast dye vat. The fate of the Senju clan was meant to serve as an example, encouraging other clans to dissolve their familial powers and thoroughly integrate into the Leaf. Unfortunately, this plan was shelved after the demise of the second Hokage. The one responsible for its abandonment was Sarutobi Hiruzen, who, through this very method, swiftly garnered the support of various clans, ultimately securing his position as the third Hokage. Tsunade had indeed voiced her opposition at that time, but with the vast Senju clan reduced to just her words held little weight amid the prevailing silence. Ding! Congratulations on attaining 10 points of understanding. A celestial chime resonated abruptly within Jiraiya's mind. Momentarily stunned, he found himself at a loss to comprehend the unfolding events, yet a profound clarity enveloped him. The vexing dilemmas that had long plagued his thoughts seemed to illuminate with newfound lucidity. This surreal sensation left Jiraiya momentarily speechless, prompting an involuntary exclamation, "Gang gang. It seems I have succeeded once more." Chapter 16. The delight of having someone to scrub your back as the sun dipped beneath the horizon. Konoha, weary and fatigued, navigated the Uchiha compound with the aid of a cane. Throughout the day, he had become adept at utilizing the shadow clone technique. Given the vast chakra reserves of a sage body, sustaining this endeavor for a short duration was trivial. Even an extended 8-hour shift posed no significant challenge, provided no unforeseen circumstances arose. At present, his sole concern was how to manage 2 tasks concurrently the following day. His mind raced with disordered thoughts as he exhaled a deep sigh, standing before a somewhat dilapidated residence, casting a contemplative gaze upon it. After 8 years, it was perhaps the first time he truly observed the place he called home. With his mind's eye activated, he perceived everything within a radius of several hundred meters. Perhaps anticipating the necessary countermeasures, the third Hokage had already withdrawn the Umbu, who had been monitoring him. Aside from some distant neighbors, Konoha, utilizing his heightened perception, discerned another figure moving within the confines of the house. This sight did not surprise him. He was well aware of her arrival. With a gentle push, he opened the tightly shut door, and a familiar silhouette came into view. Momentarily taken aback, he found himself face to face with Uchiha Izuna, a girl of his own age, designated by the clan elders as his foster family after the untimely demise of his parents. Tragically, Izuna's own parents had also passed away 3 years prior. Subsequently, Konoha had moved out on his own, while Izuna, possessing ninja qualifications, remained with her grandparents. Nevertheless, due to their long-standing camaraderie, Uchiha Izuna would occasionally visit Konoha's dwelling to assist in tidying up. Upon spotting Konoha, she initially froze, but her eyes soon sparkled with joy as she dashed toward him. Konoha instinctively contemplated evading her embrace, yet that thought was swiftly suppressed, leaving him to accept the inevitable outcome with a wry smile. Konoha, I heard from the obnoxious Itachi earlier today that the third Hokage approved your enrollment in the Konoha Academy tomorrow. We can attend school together, Uchiha Izuna exclaimed, her face aglow with delight as she clung to him. Heavy. Izuna, have you been indulging in too much meat lately? You've put on some weight, Konoha chuckled, affectionately ruffling Uchiha Izuna's hair. Hasten your descent, so others may witness. How will you find a suitable match later? Pfft, I have no intention of doing so. I shall marry brother Konoha instead. Uchiha Izuna pouted, reluctantly landing beside Konoha. Who wouldn't vie for a partner like brother Konoha, so attentive and skilled in storytelling? Brother Konoha, you must promise me that you will marry me in the future. Observing Izuna's incessant chatter, Konoha, with a sigh of resignation, playfully flicked her forehead. Enough of this nonsense. You have school tomorrow, and I am drenched in sweat and must wash up. Humph, I knew brother Konoha would respond this way. Izuna, rubbing her forehead, shot him a glare, only to remember that Konoha couldn't see her expression and spared herself the theatrics, promptly dragging his hand toward the door. Brother Konoha, I've prepared your meal and heated the water. Go clean up, and we shall dine shortly. With that, Izuna hurried off to the kitchen. Watching her flurry of activity, Konoha chuckled and made his way to the bathroom. In this relatively peaceful Hidden Leaf village, moments like these were rare for Konoha, where he felt the warmth of home. He pushed open the bathroom door, tested the pleasantly warm water with his hand, then shed his clothes and reclined in the tub. The heat enveloped him, alleviating much of the fatigue from his rigorous training throughout the day. However, before he could fully relish the experience, the previously closed bathroom door swung open. Uchiha Izuna, already stripped bare, dove into the water with a fit of giggles. Konoha stood frozen in place. Back when his vision was impaired, Izuna occasionally played pranks, insisting on bathing together. But in those dark times, he had seen nothing. Now, with his clarity restored, everything was vividly apparent, and it felt entirely different. Konoha certainly did not possess any proclivity for pedophilia. However, the sight of her fair form before him felt rather inappropriate. Izuna, this isn't right. You should refrain from causing mischief. Pfft, brother Konoha, mischief? This is hardly our first time. Come here quickly, I'll wash your back. Izuna blinked with a mischievous smile, promptly beginning to tickle him. Initially, Konoha maintained a stern demeanor, intending to impart some wisdom, but he soon faltered. Instantly, the worn bathroom transformed into a battleground of splashes and laughter. After a considerable half-hour, Konoha lay exhausted in the tub, watching Izuna scrub his back. He had contemplated revealing that he could now see, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Konoha did not have any inappropriate inclinations, however. Having someone wash his back was undeniably delightful. The following morning, as the sealed gates of the Hidden Leaf village swung open, already stationed at the entrance, a continuous stream of merchants and travelers hurriedly poured in. Quickly, they rushed to claim their spots. The small establishment could accommodate no more than 10 patrons at a time. Only by hastening could they secure the prime positions. Having waited 3 days, I felt as though I were losing my grip on reality. The legendary tales of Wang Lufei and the thrilling moments of the battle atop the summit, how could we possibly miss them? It is said that the last hero, the White Fang of Konoha, alongside the formidable Jiraiya, engaged in profound discussions during storytelling sessions, marking an epical evaluation that left many feeling as though they had been reverberating with the echoes of those tales for days. One might ponder, how could a mere child of 8 or 9 articulate such captivating narratives? This is undeniably the mark of a contemporary literary genius. The atmosphere instantly transformed into a fervor. Observing the eager merchants and travelers flooding into the village, the Konoha ninja, Nara Taimu, stationed at the entrance, could not help but sigh. Indeed, the legend of Wang Lufei possesses immense allure. Rumor has it that the recent emergence of this legend has attracted numerous outsiders who have come to the village to hear the stories. The commercial street, which was on the brink of decline, suddenly came alive with the influx of merchants and wanderers, all drawn by the tale of Wang Lufei. Hiruzen, my son is of a similar age to that Uchiha Konoha. Why is there such a disparity between them? Chapter 17. I am also interested in that little brat. Haha. Taimu, before the storytelling began, who did not consider him a mere wastrel, remarked a middle-aged ninja with a chuckle. Within the Uchiha clan, to be blind was deemed a curse. That lad has certainly endured quite a lot. This rare opportunity to bask in the limelight of the storytelling tavern has drawn thousands to his side. However, I heard that upon learning of the situation, the Hokage could not bear the thought of such a young child bearing the weight of supporting a family, thus proposing that he participate in today's entrance examination while also aiding him with daily living expenses. With such assurances, it seems the lad declared that the storytelling tavern would be closing. When I passed by earlier, I specifically went to take a look. The tavern, which typically opened early, was now shuttered. It appears they will be left empty-handed today. No way, I was hoping to check if the latest tales were released when I handed over my shift. With this turn of events, how will I explain to that little brat? I promised him I would be the first to acquire the book, allowing him to boast in front of his friends. Nara Taimu stood frozen in place, momentarily overwhelmed by a sense of having lost his life's purpose. Were it not for the task at hand, he would have surely fled in pursuit. Not far away, atop a towering building, Danzo leaned on his cane, observing the scene before him with a satisfied smile. As a competent politician, the ability to manipulate public sentiment is absolutely indispensable, especially when witnessing those individuals transform from eager anticipation to sheer disappointment. It is an exhilarating sensation. Time is of the essence. How are the preparations at the Wind and Konoha Academy progressing? Two slender figures stood behind Danzo and immediately spoke upon hearing his words. Lord Danzo, Konoha Academy is ready. If we proceed now, we should witness an intriguing spectacle. Is that so? Danzo replied, lifting his gaze to the sky, gripping his cane tightly, and smiling. It is indeed time for that young one to experience the stark contrast between genius and mediocrity. I hope he proves to be as formidable as his words suggest. Unlike White Fang, who could hardly withstand any criticism. By the way, Wind, you and Torian are the prodigies I have my eyes on, far surpassing that young one. Let us proceed. Konoha Academy, established by the second Hokage, has since produced numerous ninjas, many of whom are exceptionally talented. It was the first among the 5 great ninja villages to implement a systematic training approach, breaking down the barriers of clan-based education and allowing many to receive comprehensive training. This enabled Konoha to cultivate a significant number of new talents in a short period, elevating the village above its peers. Upon recognizing this success, the other 4 ninja villages sought to emulate Konoha's model. For instance, the former Mist Village, devoid of the Blood Mist, the Rock Village's Trial of Will, and the Sand Village's mentorship programs all stemmed from Konoha Academy's methodologies. Due to Konoha Academy's annual enrollment, parents arrived early, accompanied by their children, eager to participate in the entrance examination. The examination consists of 3 parts: the recommendation, basic assessment, and chakra strength test. Only those who meet the standards in all 3 sections can enter the ninja school, although exceptions are occasionally made, as in the case of Might Guy. Father, do you think Blackfeather will truly show up? Uchiha Itachi inquired amidst the crowd. At just 4 years old, he appeared out of place among the 6, 7, or even 8 and 9-year-olds. However, as the surrounding adults and onlookers recognized the Uchiha clan attire he wore, along with Uchiha Fugaku at his side, any confusion dissipated instantly. Compared to the notorious moniker of Blackfeather, the presence of the Uchiha star duo, Shursui and Itachi, is equally renowned within the village and even acknowledged by other ninja villages. Thus, it is hardly surprising that Uchiha Itachi is eligible to participate in Konoha's assessment. Greetings, everyone. I extend a warm welcome to you all for today's examination of the new recruits in the Hidden Leaf Village. I am Danzo, the overseer of this assessment. Danzo's voice unexpectedly resonated, instantly captivating the attention of all present. Standing behind him, alongside his newly recruited subordinates, Yamashiro and Aburame, were 3 unanticipated figures. Heavens! The legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha are all here. It is said that since the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War, instances of their simultaneous appearance have become exceedingly rare. Indeed, the legendary 3 ninja are formidable presences in the shinobi world, each one capable of standing alone in battle. In the current landscape of the shinobi world, few could summon them to unite against a common foe, save for the legendary Hanzo of the Salamander. Yet, the appearance of all 3 at the new recruits examination raises questions. Could something monumental be on the horizon? The atmosphere erupted with excitement. The rare assembly of the 3 ninjas was undoubtedly sensational news. Many shinobi began to quietly encourage their children to showcase their talents, striving for the opportunity to catch the attention of the legendary three and become their disciples. Such an opportunity would signify a shortcut to greatness. Observing the fervor of the crowd, a broader smile crept across Danzo's face. This was precisely the outcome he desired. The higher one is elevated, the more painful the fall when they plummet. Orochimaru, I did not expect to see you here, Tsunade remarked, gazing at her old acquaintance. She vividly recalled the events of the Second Shinobi World War, when he had been a cold-hearted adversary, willing to eliminate even Jiraiya. With a sardonic grin, Orochimaru responded, Tsunade, you and Jiraiya have remained unchanged, acting without a shred of contemplation. Yet, as I mentioned earlier, I have taken an interest in that young boy. Have you truly taken an interest? Jiraiya's expression darkened, and Tsunade too felt a tension in the air. In that instant, the atmosphere among the three became remarkably delicate. Unperturbed by the shift in ambience, Orochimaru chuckled softly, it appears that you both are genuinely fond of that child. I believe he possesses the capability to excel in the entrance examination, and perhaps he might even surprise you. As he spoke, Orochimaru's mind was flooded with memories of Haku confronting his overwhelming aura of menace yesterday. The composure displayed by Haku was entirely unmatched by his peers, even by adults. To Orochimaru, he was not merely a commendable prey, he could be deemed a rare gem. The mere thought of capturing such a prize sent waves of exhilaration through him, compelling him to lick his lips in anticipation. Observing Orochimaru's serious demeanor, Tsunade and Jiraiya found themselves momentarily taken aback. They had come to the Konoha Academy together today solely out of concern that Haku might experience irreparable missteps during the assessment. They had never anticipated that Orochimaru, who should have been the most critical of Haku among the three legendary ninjas, would offer such high praise. Danzo, too, was somewhat surprised, however, recalling Orochimaru's clandestine dealings. He brushed it off with a smile while tightening his grip on his cane, saying, Haha, Orochimaru, I didn't expect you to engage in pleasantries. Yet, rest assured, today's examination is merely a formality for that boy. Regardless of his performance, according to the third Hokage's intentions, he will gain admission to the Konoha Academy. So, you need not worry. Worry? Orochimaru replied with a serpentine smile, his eyes gliding across the gathering. Rest assured, I am entirely serious. I am not jesting. Unexpectedly, a teacher had also come to join the fray. Teacher? Jiraiya and the others were momentarily stunned. Soon, a flurry of leaves swirled around as Sarutobi Hiruzen, adorned with the Hokage hat, materialized in the arena. Is it really the third Hokage? What brings him here? The crowd gasped in astonishment. It had been quite some time since the third Hokage had personally attended an entrance examination, especially after the last one 5 years ago. You have such a narrow perspective. The third Hokage's rare presence provides an excellent opportunity for performance. If he takes notice, it would be an immense honor. The expansive playground erupted in excitement once more. Standing amidst the crowd, Itachi murmured, Father, why have the three legendary ninjas and the Hokage all come? Is this truly just an ordinary assessment? It seems to have taken on a different significance. Under the guidance of Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi's maturity was well beyond his years. However, Haku's unexpected involvement had also instigated a change within him. In the presence of outsiders, Itachi appeared as a stoic young prodigy, yet before his kin, he exhibited a charmingly naive side. Itachi, rest assured, even if they hadn't appeared, you are still the top candidate among the new students. A genius of the Uchiha clan. This is not mere rhetoric. Do not forget our special training yesterday, Uchiha Shursui reassured him, extending a hand to offer a playful pat on the head. However, as he approached, Itachi quickly evaded, grumbling in protest. Observing the two individuals engaged in their playful tussle, Uchiha Fugaku remained silent. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, his perspective on matters was evidently far removed from that of these mere children. He was acutely aware that the presence of these individuals here was likely solely due to the influence of Konoha. Ah, everyone. It is a pleasure to meet you all here, the third Hokage remarked with a forced chuckle, breaking the silence. This time, I have personally come, not only to oversee the newcomers and assess the inheritors of the Will of Fire, but also for another reason. I must confess that I have set a poor example by resorting to favoritism, granting an exception for a child who would otherwise have been unable to participate in the examination. I understand that such nepotism should never be exhibited by the Hokage. However, upon hearing the legend of Monkey D. Luffy and learning of the young Uchiha Konoha, who at the tender age of 8 has established a storytelling tavern to support his family, I, as Hokage, felt compelled to make an exception. I intend to pave the way for Uchiha Konoha to attend the Konoha Academy, freeing him from the burdens of his tavern life. I bear the weight of my transgressions as Hokage. His deep voice resonated throughout the gathering. The attendees were initially taken aback, but soon erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Good heavens, is that not Uchiha Kuroha, the blind storyteller whose tavern has gained fame throughout the ninja world due to the tales of Monkey D. Luffy? He wishes to participate in the Konoha Academy's assessments, but is today not a day for storytelling? If he attends the examination, does that imply there will be no storytelling today? I promised my wife I would bring her a book. If storytelling is cancelled today, will there be none in the future? Why has this young lad suddenly decided to partake in the entrance exam, coinciding with the storytelling event? The crowd buzzed with excitement. However, amidst the discussions, the third Hokage's earlier expressions of remorse became rigid and strained. The profound self-reproach he had carefully crafted was now overshadowed by the current scene. Could it be that the tales of Monkey D. Luffy held more weight than the Hokage's own guilt? If this were the case, then his heartfelt performance had been in vain. Hokage-sama, if Uchiha Kuroha participates in the entrance examination, will storytelling still take place in the future? Is it possible to prevent Kuroha from becoming a ninja? After all, he is blind, and it seems rather inconvenient for him to join the Konoha Academy. Perhaps it would be best for him to continue storytelling, which would allow him to make a living. The voices of over 100 individuals clamored together, creating a tumultuous discussion. From the back, Danzo observed the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, grappling with the situation, a sly smile creeping onto his face. However, as the administrator of the new student's assessment, I am particularly concerned about the potential repercussions from the third Hokage. In response, Danzo swiftly stepped in to diffuse the tension. Everyone, please remain calm. The third Hokage's actions are intended to foster fairness within the village and provide Uchiha Kuroha with additional avenues for choice. The decision to participate in the new student's assessment was made unexpectedly, yet it is a commitment that Uchiha Kuroha has agreed to. As for your inquiries regarding the continuation of the legendary tale of King Luffy created by Uchiha Kuroha, I can assure you that it will indeed proceed. As long as Uchiha Kuroha meets the assessment criteria, he will be allowed to resume managing the tavern, and storytelling shall certainly not be an issue. Chapter 19. New students overcoming challenges. The previously chaotic atmosphere was swiftly quelled. A broader smile spread across Danzo's face, as witnessing the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, falter was an immensely gratifying sight. Lord Danzo, what constitutes a passing assessment? According to your assertion, when will Uchiha Kuroha be able to reopen the tavern? Could it be tomorrow? Will we be able to hear the tale of King Luffy tomorrow? Lord Danzo, could you provide us with a definitive answer? The smile that had just graced Danzo's face now faltered. Initially, he had believed he had overestimated the impact of the tale. Yet he now realized he had gravely underestimated it. The third Hokage chuckled and stepped forward, raising his hand. Fear not, everyone. I have indeed heard of the legend of King Luffy. I can say that I am a faithful listener and eagerly anticipate the continuation of the story. However, we must not allow personal preferences to strip Uchiha Kuroha of his right to learn. Therefore, in accordance with Kuroha's personal wishes, as long as he meets the academic standards within the school, he shall be permitted to reopen the tavern. I trust that Kuroha has no objections to this. All eyes followed the third Hokage's gaze, landing first on Kuroha, who stood at the school gate, leaning on a cane for support. Two figures stood behind him, Konoha's white Fang and Kakashi. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged worried glances, hesitant to voice their concerns. Had the circumstances been different, they would have gladly placed a hand on Kuroha's head, advising against it. Not only they, but even the others harbored doubts in their hearts. A blind youth, deemed worthless, able to meet the assessment criteria? Was that a jest? In an instant, all gazes converged upon Kuroha, imbued with a sense of inexplicable urgency. Thank you for your generous consideration, third Hokage. I shall strive diligently to meet the assessment standards, Kuroha responded, directing his gaze towards the platform. But may I inquire, what precisely constitutes meeting the assessment criteria? If I can ascertain this, I will certainly apply myself wholeheartedly, ensuring I do not betray the expectations of the third Hokage and the nurturing of the village. In a previous life as a beleaguered wage earner, such rhetoric was all too familiar to Kuroha. Yet, in this era, it proved unexpectedly effective. At the very least, upon hearing Kuroha's response, the third Hokage's eyes sparkled with delight. Tsunade and Jiraiya fell into a momentary silence. Behind Kuroha, Konoha's white Fang let out a quiet sigh. As the individual most likely to threaten the third Hokage's position within the Hidden Leaf Village, he possessed a keen understanding of such political maneuvers. However, Comprehension and execution are two distinct realms. Konoha's White Fang was far more suited to being a formidable weapon in the hands of a politician than to excel on the battlefield. Regrettably, the third Hokage, observing the burgeoning strength of Konoha's White Fang, felt a growing concern that he might one day be unable to control this potent blade. Thus, following Konoha's White Fang's failure on a mission, rather than clarifying the situation, he allowed Danzo to manipulate events from the shadows, casting Konoha's White Fang into a position of public scorn, achieving a result where blood need not be shed to slay. Father, is this situation not troubling? Kakashi couldn't help but lower his voice to inquire. Konoha's White Fang ruffled Kakashi's hair, lost in contemplation. The third Hokage on the high platform wore an even broader smile, proclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. I did not expect you, Konoha, to be so eager to learn. In truth, the assessment criteria are not particularly arduous. I am aware of your physical limitations regarding training, hence I have slightly lowered the standards. As long as you can surpass the threshold for passing in your upcoming studies, you will be able to manage the storytelling tavern once more. Rest assured, during this time, I will ensure your tavern does not fall into neglect. I have already arranged for someone to assist in its management. If you have no further inquiries, it is getting late, and we shall commence the evaluation. Of course, there is no need to express your gratitude. You all represent the future of Konoha. Where the leaves dance, the fire endures. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and foster new growth. I believe, Konoha, you too can achieve this." Once the third Hokage concluded his speech, the supervising teachers immediately began to rally, leaving no opportunity for others to voice their thoughts. Regarding this indoctrination, Konoha genuinely wished to pose a question. Where the leaves dance, the fire endures. Is this a call to set the mountains ablaze? Nevertheless, according to the manual Itachi provided privately, as long as one could surpass 60 points in the 3 assessments, they would be deemed competent. The first phase consisted of recommendations from Genin, Chunin, and Jonin. Achieving a Chunin recommendation would suffice for passing, making this phase the easiest to navigate. Konoha was specifically recommended by the third Hokage, and it could be said that not only would he pass, but he would likely achieve a perfect score as well. Conversely, the second phase involved physical techniques and chakra refinement. To outsiders, he was merely a boy burdened by the label of being worthless, regardless of the eloquence of his storytelling. It seems that these two hurdles posed the greatest obstacles. Nishimori Kuri received a score of 60 in recommendations, 70 in physical skills, and 60 in chakra control, resulting in an overall satisfactory score that secured his passage. The teacher's voice resonated through the air, followed by a chorus of applause. Heiyu regained his composure, observing a boy of approximately 9 years, whose face was alight with excitement as he stood behind the teacher, taking in the assessment process. A 7-year-old girl swiftly emerged from the crowd, making her way to an open area. In the center of the square stood a kunai launcher, towering like a wooden post. These kunai launchers had been specially treated. Even if struck, they would inflict no harm, leaving only marks of impact. For participants, successfully evading 60% of the kunai was deemed sufficient for qualification. The third assessment involved channeling chakra into a special pool, causing the chakra bamboo pieces within to stand upright. The greater the number of standing pieces, the higher the score attained. Yutian Chio received a score of 50 in the second assessment, which was insufficient, yet scored 70 in the third, resulting in an overall satisfactory rating and successful passage. Kurai Nishi scored 30 in the second assessment and 50 in the third, leading to a poor overall rating and failure. Suki Higashi achieved 70 in the second assessment, but 50 in the third, resulting in an overall satisfactory rating and successful passage. A rapid succession of names and scores was announced, and as the number of candidates dwindled, all eyes, whether intentionally or not, gravitated towards Heiyu and Itachi. Chapter 20. I shall escalate the difficulty tenfold. 2 members of the Uchiha clan's younger generation, one hailed as a genius and the other branded as a failure, were positioned in succession for the evaluation, an experience that must be quite extraordinary for anyone involved. It echoed the dynamic of Naruto and Sasuke in the original narrative. Had it not been for Iruka's intervention, which transformed Naruto, it is likely that Naruto would have spiraled into darkness long ago. Consider the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, a hero for sealing the Nine Tails. If he were to discover that his son was not only viewed as a pariah rather than a hero, but was also derisively referred to as the demon fox and a murderous fiend, the lid on his coffin would have surely been blown off. Such would have been his indignation. As for the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, rather than supporting Naruto, seemed to prefer peering through the lens of a telescope, claiming it was all for his protection, merely glossing over the truth. In contrast, within the hidden cloud village, the status of a Jinchuriki far surpassed that of an ordinary individual, with Jinchuriki revered as heroes. This stark disparity exemplifies the legendary notion of preferential treatment. Next, Uchiha Itachi. Heiyu snapped back to reality, observing Itachi stepping forward, and reached out to ruffle his hair affectionately. Itachi, press on. Though it may seem somewhat cliché, I have every confidence in your abilities. Rest assured, Kuroba, I shall not let you down. However, you did promise me that if I were to pass the assessment, I would indeed hear the next chapter of Wang Lufei's legendary tale today. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Itachi Uchiha spoke in a soft and endearing tone, a demeanor that he reserved solely for Kuroba. Beside them, Shursui could hardly contain his excitement. Kuroba, it is no surprise that Itachi will undoubtedly pass. Yet, your claim that Itachi will hear about Wang Lufei today seems rather dubious. Let us not forget. You just pledged to the third Hokage that storytelling would only continue upon achieving satisfactory results, which may pose a challenge for you. Kuroba? Itachi's expression faltered slightly. Kuroba did not spare Shursui a glance. He was well aware of this fellow, who even grew jealous over trivial matters, harboring no significant malice. In the presence of outsiders, he remained the composed and unyielding Shursui, a figure destined to instill fear throughout the ninja world in the years to come. Fear not, for I possess a fair degree of confidence in merely achieving a passing score. Kuroba chuckled as he patted Itachi Uchiha on the shoulder, encouraging him to ascend. Itachi nodded resolutely and leapt onto the elevated platform. His agile movements caught the attention of all present, including the supervising instructor. Begin. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, the wooden posts at the center of the square propelled 7 or 8 shurikens. Itachi's body tensed, and he darted forward like a leopard. With deft movements, he evaded the incoming shurikens, gliding past them as though he were a specter. The 50-meter distance was swiftly diminished. Observing the shuriken launchers before him, the mechanism clicked once more. Bang, 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 bang. Nearly 20 shurikens erupted forth like a cascade of flowers. Itachi Uchiha was already prepared. Unlike others, he swiftly retrieved a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and launched it with precision. Clang, 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 clang. Sparks flew as the shurikens collided, creating a void amidst the chaos. Having calculated the timing meticulously, Itachi seized the opportunity and surged through. By the time the onlookers regained their composure, Itachi had already surpassed the shuriken launchers and landed before the chakra pool. He pressed both hands down, channeling chakra with fervor. The bamboo pieces, which had been floating quietly in the water, suddenly stood upright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 pieces of bamboo instantly rose, 6 or 7 standing tall. The momentum showed no signs of abating, and the tension in the air heightened dramatically. In the next moment, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the arena. Even the supervising instructor was momentarily rendered speechless. Uchiha Fugaku displayed a smile of satisfaction. Truly, he was a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. His achievements were on par with those of Uchiha Shursui and Hatake Kakashi, showing no sign of inferiority. The third Hokage chuckled warmly. Haruai, why don't you announce the results? The proctor, Haruai, suddenly snapped back to reality and quickly declared, for the second phase, a score of 100, passing. For the third phase, a score of 100. Excellent, assessment passed. The vast training ground erupted in astonishment. A perfect score. This was the first of the day, and likely the only one. As the examination neared its conclusion, Uchiha Itachi was assigned to the penultimate position, with Kurohane being the last. In light of Uchiha Itachi's extraordinary results, who would dare believe that a blind individual could surpass such a genius? Kurohane, did I perform well? Uchiha Itachi dashed back. Kurohane smiled, ruffled Itachi's hair, and said, Of course, you did wonderfully. However, everyone is watching. You should head over and wait for me. Once I finish my assessment, you'll be able to hear the legends of Monkey D. Luffy. All right. Uchiha Itachi scampered back to stand behind the instructor. Haruai, having regained his composure under the gaze of the third Hokage, promptly announced, the final participant, Uchiha Kurohane. All eyes instantly turned to Kurohane, who emerged, leaning on a cane. Many spectators felt a pang of sympathy. The difficulty of this assessment was not particularly high. However, for a blind individual, was this not an act of cruelty? Rest assured. Everyone. Given Kurohane's unique circumstances, the speed of the kunai target practice will be adjusted, and the difficulty will be slightly decreased. Danzo suddenly stepped forward, smiling. I hope no one minds. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief, including Uchiha Itachi. Jiraiya and Tsunade were indeed unaware of Danzo's true intentions. But perhaps this offered a glimmer of hope. My apologies, and thank you for your kindness, Lord Danzo. However, I wish to increase the difficulty of the kunai target practice tenfold, Kurohane stated, leaning on his cane. His quiet voice at that moment resonated through the air like an enchanting melody, lingering in the atmosphere. The crowd regarded Kurohane with expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. Their astonishment stemmed from the belief that Kurohane, fully aware of the impossibility of passing, had deliberately chosen to self-sabotage with such a declaration. If this were indeed the case, it would surely betray the concerns everyone had just expressed for him. On the elevated platform, Tsunade and Jiraiya were momentarily frozen in disbelief, while Orochimaru wore a look of intrigue and amusement. Perhaps only such audacity could capture his interest. Chapter 21. The Paragon in the Tale of the Crane. The third Hokage was momentarily taken aback, equally unprepared for the unfolding situation. Originally, the purpose of this assessment was to undermine Uchiha Konoha, a strategy he had devised. He had never anticipated that Konoha would respond with such fervor. Nevertheless, despite the unexpected turn of events, the third Hokage quickly regained his composure and offered words of consolation. Konoha, I understand that this method of assessment may pose a challenge for you. However, there is no need for such self-deprecating remarks. If you prefer not to participate in the evaluation, I can make an exception for you this time. I believe everyone would be understanding of your decision. Observing the third Hokage's attempt at diplomacy, Konoha, leaning on his cane, shook his head and replied, No need for that, Lord Third Hokage. Since the difficulty cannot be raised, let us commence. I still wish to return to my storytelling. Teacher, may we begin? Harry stammered, momentarily taken aback. However, upon noticing Konoha had already taken the stage, he hastily declared, Begin. The simple command echoed through the air. On the high platform, Danzo's smile widened. Initially, it was merely a wooden post for shuriken throwing, but it unexpectedly split open to reveal a massive log, as thick as a bowl, before the audience. This was a level 10 log shooting challenge. Harry, serving as the proctor, felt his complexion change dramatically. This assessment tested the speed and impact of graduating genin. It was difficult for an ordinary person to evade, let alone a blind newcomer. Hadn't it been agreed to lower the difficulty? Why had it escalated instead? This is bad. It seems the log has malfunctioned. Harry, quickly intervene, Danzo urged, his expression turning anxious. Caught off guard, Harry hesitated. In his eyes, there were so many powerful individuals present, the Hokage, the legendary Sannin, and Danzo, a high-ranking advisor of Konoha. Surely, the task of saving someone could not fall upon him. Yet, with Danzo's directive, Harui found himself perplexed. However, glancing at the log that had already been released, he could not afford to hesitate any longer and prepared to leap forward to intervene. Just as he moved, a thunderous stomp resonated from the ground. Everyone's nerves tightened, and they hastily turned their attention to Konoha. In an instant, he had taken a decisive step, seemingly vanishing from sight. All that remained was a deep footprint, as he reappeared several dozen meters away, positioned directly in front of the log. Without a hint of flourish, he met it with a singular, forceful punch. Bang! The sound of fist meeting would resonated, a dull thud akin to thunderclaps. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, the log, propelled by Kuroha's punch, was sent flying. In full view of the audience, it crashed violently into the wooden post. Boom! The kunai, seemingly unable to withstand the immense force, was instantaneously pierced and shattered by the log. As fragments scattered through the air, Heiyu, like a wraith, swiftly left a trail of afterimages, gliding past the high platform and arriving at the chakra spirit pool. The dormant chakra, unique to sage bodies, surged within him like a frenzied ocean. If he was to attempt this, Heiyu had but one purpose: to astonish the world with a single, resounding proclamation. Only by becoming the center of attention could he hope to secure even the slightest chance of self-preservation in the face of overwhelming odds. Boom! The chakra, akin to an ocean, could indeed be described in tons. As the spectators regained their focus, their gazes fell upon the chakra spirit pool. 10 bamboo stalks, floating upon the water's surface, suddenly stood erect in unison. With a single breath, 10 bamboo stood tall. This spectacle caused the onlookers' pupils to constrict sharply, and they collectively gasped in astonishment. Yet, The most bewildering moment was yet to come. As the 10 bamboo rose, it was as if invisible hands stirred the very essence of the spirit pool. With a ferocity reminiscent of a flood breaking its banks, the chakra surged violently. Boom! The spirit pool shattered explosively, sending torrents of water skyward like a dragon ascending into the heavens. At heights of several dozen meters, it erupted, showering the square, which had fallen into an eerie silence, with a deluge reminiscent of a torrential downpour. This unfolding scene, though appearing intricate, transpired within mere moments. Just moments prior, they had believed Heiyu to be reckless, madly escalating the difficulty of the assessment tenfold. Yet now, this raw and overwhelming display left them questioning whether his earlier demands were truly acts of desperation or madness. At this moment, they felt as if trapped in a dream, wishing they could slap themselves awake to ascertain the reality of the situation. Could such a formidable blind man truly be the rumored waste of talent? Upon the high platform, Danzo and the third Hokage wore expressions of disbelief. They had allowed Heiyu to enter Konoha Academy as a means of psychological warfare. However, the spectacle before them felt like a silent slap that resounded harshly against their faces, a sensation that even their aged visages could scarcely endure. Observing Heiyu standing before the shattered chakra spirit pool, they suddenly realized that this so-called waste of a blind man had concealed his true abilities far too deeply. Jiraiya and Tsunade, although lacking the malicious intent of Danzo and the third Hokage, were equally taken aback. Jiraiya, seizing the moment, turned to Orochimaru, who appeared unfazed, and exclaimed, "Orochimaru, did you already know that Heiyu's strength was extraordinary?" "Huh, Jiraiya, do you truly believe I am as foolish as you?" Orochimaru licked his lips, a sly smile gracing his features as he remarked, "I have long warned you not to underestimate this little brat. If he lacked any capability, he would have perished long ago in some forgotten corner. This lad is a master of deception, playing the fool while concealing his true strength. It appears I have underestimated him after all." Tsunade's expression was one of bewilderment. In that moment, she recalled the powerful chakra that had erupted in the forest 3 days prior. Initially, she had thought such a phenomenon was impossible for an 8-year-old child, let alone a blind, so-called worthless one, as rumored in the village. She had not anticipated that her assumptions were overly simplistic. Yet, what astonished Tsunade even more was the agility of the 8-year-old Konoha, along with a chakra reserve so vast that even a Nin could not compare. Simultaneously, she pondered why, with such formidable power, he had chosen to masquerade as a weakling for the past 8 years. A torrent of thoughts raced through Tsunade's mind. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was the first to break the silence, his voice ringing with enthusiasm. "Bravo! Truly impressive, young Konoha. Time changes everything, and youth should never be scorned. Who would have thought that Konoha, burdened with the title of a waste for 8 years, would today surpass the so-called geniuses? He is indeed a paragon among the underachievers, a veritable dynamo amongst the downtrodden. As one of the legendary Sannin, I, Jiraiya, shall learn from you and strive to reclaim my glory, dethroning Orochimaru." Chapter 22. The unyielding shall prevail. The exuberant applause echoed from the high platform. Watching Jiraiya, who appeared almost foolishly exuberant, Tsunade remained lost in thought. Orochimaru, however, wore a knowing smile as he too joined in the applause. With Orochimaru's lead, the previously stunned crowd began to awaken from their shock. In an instant, the sound of clapping resonated like thunder across the heavens. What had been a silent square erupted with life. "Bravo! Truly, Uchiha Konoha is as inspiring as the legendary Monkey D. Luffy. My heavens, an 8-year-old blind child has managed to rise from the depths of obscurity, far surpassing my own son. How has he trained to become so formidable? His explosive power and chakra fluctuations are greater than even those of a genin. Do you think losing his sight allowed him to focus entirely on the darkness, thus empowering him?" The third Hokage and Danzo looked utterly stiff, witnessing Konoha's rise to prominence, a scenario that contradicted their expectations. It was as if they were on the verge of grinding their teeth in frustration. Yet, faced with the overwhelming tide of admiration, all they could do was force a semblance of a smile. The third Hokage was the first to speak. "Hee, congratulations, Konoha, on passing the entrance examination. I never imagined you had concealed your talents so deeply. Your prowess is truly astonishing, surpassing even that of the gifted. Had I known earlier, I would have ensured that you were not overlooked until now." The thunderous applause gradually subsided, and all eyes turned towards Konoha. Even Uchiha Fugaku and Shursui were no exceptions. Over the years, they had interacted with Konoha the most within the Uchiha clan, yet they remained astonished by his remarkable achievements. In the entrance examination, neither Itachi nor Uchiha Shisui could compare to Konoha's raw and unrefined prowess. The disparity was undeniably significant. Feeling the weight of the gazes upon him, Konoha retrieved the cane he had been carrying and leaned on it, deliberately expressing a hint of gratitude. I am deeply thankful for the kindness of the third Hokage. Having trained in physical techniques since childhood, my physical condition is somewhat superior to that of an ordinary person. As for the refinement of chakra, I have never been negligent. However, there remains a substantial gap compared to the results achieved through physical training. Just 3 days ago, upon hearing that the third Hokage had exceptionally allowed me to join the Ninja Academy, I was so overwhelmed with excitement that I could not sleep day or night. The next morning, my chakra became so turbulent that I have yet to find an explanation. The gathering was momentarily bewildered. Had his strength truly surged after a night's rest? What kind of logic was this? Surely, even the legendary tales of King Luffy from the 5 great ninja villages could not be this outrageous. Had he awakened the Sharingan? Uchiha Fugaku revealed a hint of surprise, but as he pondered further, a more absurd thought emerged. He was the only existing member of the Uchiha clan to possess the Meijiki Sharingan. He understood that the Sharingan did indeed elevate the Uchiha clan's strength above that of ordinary ninjas. However, for an individual's strength to undergo such a qualitative transformation, the only conceivable possibility would be the awakening of the Meijiki Sharingan. Yet, the fact that the 8-year-old Konoha not only awakened the Sharingan but also unlocked the cursed Meijiki was something even Uchiha Fugaku could hardly believe. But if not for this reason, how could one explain the changes in Konoha? Standing beside them, Shisui's expression stiffened. Not long ago, he had similarly awakened the single Tomo Sharingan. However, this was known only to Uchiha Fugaku. Even Itachi was unaware. Shisui had done this solely to reserve his strongest techniques and abilities for confronting Kakashi, who was also celebrated as one of Konoha's twin stars. Initially, Shisui had felt a sense of pride in his modest abilities, but now, in comparison to Konoha, he felt somewhat inadequate. Reflecting on the astonishing entrance examination, was this truly the blind fool that others had spoken of? In truth, Shisui harbored no resentment towards Konoha. His competitive spirit in front of Konoha was merely to excel in Itachi's presence, especially with the emergence of the legend of Wang Lufei, which has captivated the entire ninja realm. Even Itachi finds himself entranced. Uchiha Shisui, unable to contain himself, is eager to secure a place in this unfolding narrative. On the high platform, the third Hokage and Danzo are momentarily taken aback. The remarks made by Konoha were evidently unforeseen. However, at such a critical juncture, it is not the time for deep inquiries. The only course of action is to stabilize the situation temporarily. May I inquire, esteemed third Hokage? You previously stated that as long as Uchiha Konoha achieves a passing score in the entrance examination, he would be permitted to continue managing the tavern and narrating the legend of Wang Lufei. Is that still the case? One ninja could no longer restrain himself. The eyes of all gathered in the square lit up instantaneously. The third Hokage's countenance visibly shifted, betraying a hint of discomfort. He had orchestrated numerous efforts to prevent Konoha from continuing his storytelling within the tavern, believing that the entrance examination would serve as the final straw against him. He had never anticipated that events would unfold to such an extent. However, the current situation left no room for the third Hokage to ponder further. Faced with the multitude of gazes upon him, he quickly adopted a smile and addressed the crowd. Esteemed guests, I too am an ardent admirer of the legend of Wang Lufei, and am equally eager to hear it. Yet, the talent exhibited by Konoha moments ago can only be described as genius. This implies that with proper guidance, he could undoubtedly become a pillar of the Hidden Leaf Village. Therefore, for the future of our village, I implore you all to show understanding. The expressions of those present varied significantly. Indeed, a thick skin is invincible. Konoha had anticipated that the third Hokage would directly overturn his previous statements. However, he had not expected the invocation of the village's greater good as a form of pressure. If others were to hear such rhetoric regarding the village's interests, they would likely have accepted it silently. Observing the sudden stillness of the square, the third Hokage secretly exhaled a sigh of relief, his smile growing ever more radiant. The process had indeed been somewhat convoluted. But as long as the desired outcome was achieved, that sufficed. Standing nearby, Jiraiya and Tsunade's expressions had also darkened. Witnessing Konoha's remarkable performance brought them a moment of secret delight, yet facing the invocation of the village's greater good in this deadlock left them feeling utterly helpless. Everyone, hurry. Hurry. The legend of Wang Lufei is about to begin. Chapter 23. A solitary lesson, the urgent cries echoed from afar. In the silent playground, the sound was like a thunderclap, causing everyone's minds to buzz. Instinctively, all turned to look at Konoha in the square. Indeed, the storyteller was still present. With the third Hokage's earlier discourse on the village's ideals still ringing in their ears, who would dare to believe in the commencement of the legend of Wang Lufei? Pottle, what nonsense are you spouting? Heiyu is still here participating in the entrance examination. How could he possibly be telling tales in a tavern? You are spreading falsehoods. A ninja, unable to contain himself, exclaimed urgently. Could it be that you have mistaken someone for him, or is there an impostor masquerading as Uchiha Heiyu? Deceiving you all? The individuals present nodded in silent agreement, including those on the high platform. They had just witnessed a remarkable performance moments ago. Now, to suggest that Heiyu was reciting stories in a tavern was something only a fool would believe. Pottle's expression faltered as he felt the skeptical gazes around him. Unable to suppress it, he rubbed the back of his head and insisted, I indeed saw Uchiha Heiyu in the tavern. Many others witnessed it as well. There is absolutely no mistake. Furthermore, the tale of Wang Lufei that was about to be told should surely be credible. If you do not believe me, you may go and see for yourselves. He sighed, exasperated, and added, I cannot waste any more time with you. I must return, otherwise my place will be lost. Today, many merchants and travelers have arrived. With that, Pottle swiftly turned and made his way out, seemingly disregarding the presence of the third Hokage and Danzo on the high platform. His thoughts were consumed by the legend of Wang Lufei. My lord, the commercial street is swarming with numerous foreign merchants and travelers awaiting the tale of Wang Lufei. Those responsible for maintaining order there are insufficient. I hope you can reach a conclusion swiftly. An Umbu ninja reported, landing beside the third Hokage. The Hokage's heart sank. If it were only one person making such claims, it might be dismissed as a fabrication. However, for even the elite Umbu to assert the same. Could there truly be any doubt? Did you truly see Uchiha Heiyu over there? Isn't he here participating in the entrance examination? Danzo inquired in a low voice. The nearby Umbu ninja instinctively followed Danzo's gaze, but his expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily apologized. Lord Danzo, I assure you, my words bear no falsehood. Indeed, there appeared a Uchiha Heiyu at the storytelling tavern, though I do not know the reason. Danzo's countenance darkened as well. Faced with the simultaneous appearance of two Uchiha Heiyu, he was about to question further when Itachi suddenly interjected, his eyes brightening, Brother Heiyu. Did you learn the shadow clone technique yesterday? The innocent tone of his voice rang harshly in that moment, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. Many faces displayed shock, including the third Hokage and Danzo. They had contemplated whether the simultaneous appearances of two Heiyus might be related to the clone technique. However, that thought was swiftly quelled. Heiyu's performance in the entrance examination had already been nothing short of astonishing. If one has mastered the art of the shadow clone technique, what necessity remains to attend a ninja academy? Most notably, the jutsu taught at the Konoha school consists solely of the most rudimentary techniques, the clone technique, the transformation technique, and the substitution technique. Among these, the clone technique possesses negligible practical application. It is the most basic of ninjutsu, with its effectiveness diminishing significantly upon any distance traveled. The utility it provides is virtually non-existent. However, now, from the lips of Uchiha Itachi emerges the shadow clone technique, a bona fide advanced ninjutsu, only attainable by a nin. Presently, Konoha not only has mastered it, but is also employing it remotely. Were it not witnessed firsthand, who would dare to believe such a feat? Itachi, I must apologize. It seems I exerted myself too much just now, nearly depleting the chakra of this clone. Konoha chuckled as he ruffled Itachi's hair, saying, Respected third Hokage, I apologize. We shall meet again. With that, the clone dissipated in a puff of smoke, leaving no trace of Konoha behind. The pupils of all observers abruptly constricted, their expressions betraying disbelief. Speculation is one thing, but confirming such an extraordinary event is an entirely different matter. The results of the entrance examination, obliterated with a single blow, paired with a technique only nin can master, render such strength overwhelming, overshadowing even that of the genin. One might ponder, with such prowess, what compels one to attend the Konoha Academy? Is this merely a pursuit of solitude? Quickly, we must rush to witness, for the new student assessment has concluded. There is little purpose in lingering. Let us seek first-hand accounts of the legendary Monkey D. Luffy. What remarkable stories and topics of discussion might arise today? Rumor has it that some eager souls intend to form a team to debate with Konoha. Father, remember to jot down the details for me. I must hear every word without omission when school concludes tonight. Also, I desire a copy of the story. Please secure one for me, and if possible, make sure it is signed. The atmosphere erupted into fervor. Mere moments ago, they were the hopeful fathers wishing for their son's success. Yet, faced with the long-awaited legend of Monkey D. Luffy, they now seek only solitude. Observing the chaos as a throng of spectators swiftly departed the playground. The third Hokage's mood darkened considerably, his fists clenched in silent fury. Danzo, is this your meticulously arranged, fail-proof scheme for failure? Not only has it failed to deliver a crushing blow to that boy, but it has also transformed him into a stepping stone. Tomorrow, the entire ninja village, indeed the whole ninja world, will bear witness to yet another legend. If this is your capability, I truly question whether those under your command en route deserve to remain. Danzo's expression turned ashen. He had anticipated that the third Hokage would lay the blame squarely at his feet. Yet, the circumstances were beyond anyone's control. Danzo refrained from lashing out, muttering several curses under his breath before lowering his voice to respond. Sarutobi, rest assured, the current situation is indeed unforeseen. However, I had long prepared a contingency plan to address any unforeseen circumstances. Initially, I intended for him to willingly relinquish the storytelling tavern. But since he has concealed himself so thoroughly, he cannot blame me for utterly ruining his reputation, far more than simply wanting him to meet his demise like Konoha's White Fang. The chilling words echoed in the ears of the third Hokage. Danzo instinctively glanced at the departing figures of Jiraiya and Tsunade, a sinister smile deepening upon his face. As a shadowy puppeteer operating behind the scenes of the Hidden Leaf Village, Danzo possessed a certain confidence in his methods. Chapter 24. The 7 warlords of the sea joined the fray in the desolate commercial street, centered around a dilapidated tavern. Throngs of people had already gathered in layers, creating a scene that could only be described as overwhelmingly crowded. Over the course of just 3 days, spurred on by the major publishers, the latest installment of the tale had become a bestseller, sending ripples throughout the ninja world. The majority of those present were drawn by curiosity to witness the individual capable of articulating the legendary saga of the famed Monkey D. Luffy, eager to see if he truly possessed extraordinary talents. Among them were also travelers seeking to partake in the excitement, as well as envious individuals who, faced with a blind fool, could not fathom how a rundown storytelling tavern and the legend of Luffy could suddenly gain such popularity, prompting them to deliberately seek trouble. Regardless of the reasons for their gathering, the sheer number of people present could still be described as a sea of humanity, breathing new life into a commercial street that had nearly fallen into disrepair after the war. Just a single day's revenue had equaled that of their business for over half a month. One could say that if the proprietors of the commercial street had a choice, they would wish to see the tavern open daily, allowing the entire area to prosper collectively. What brings you here, Inuzuka Tetsumaki? Hiruzen inquired as he stood atop a building, gazing toward the tightly closed tavern doors. He never anticipated that this once abandoned street, which had resisted all efforts by the third Hokage to revitalize it, would erupt in fervor due to a single person. Now, the commercial street had even attracted attention from other ninja villages and great nations, a prospect previously unimaginable. Yet, if they were to learn that today, Uchiha Konoha had gone to participate in the new student assessment, resulting in the postponement of the storytelling sessions, one could only wonder what their sentiments would be. At this thought, a trace of wistfulness crossed Hiruzen's face as he shook his head, pondering. I wonder what the Hokage is thinking. Why not leverage Uchiha Konoha's fame to rejuvenate the commercial street and restore the economy of the Hidden Leaf Village? Then, everyone would no longer have to live in such tight circumstances. By the way, Tetsumaki, what are you staring at with that ghostly expression? Hiruzen followed Tetsumaki's gaze, and his pupils suddenly contracted, mirroring the same look of shock. In that moment, he finally comprehended why Inuzuka Tetsumaki bore such a countenance. How could he be here? Isn't he supposed to be participating in the freshman assessment at the Leaf Academy? I'm not certain. But his appearance might signify the commencement of the legendary tale of Wang Lufei. In a flurry, Shiranui Tetsumaki regained his composure. Regardless, this matter does not concern us. Let us first listen to the tale of Wang Lufei. Hirushi, for the first time, adeptly feigned ignorance. He was determined to hear the long-awaited story of Wang Lufei after enduring 3 arduous days of anticipation. This is utterly terrifying. There are already 400 to 500 people crammed in here. Uchiha Izuna, having been entrusted by Kurohane to oversee the tavern until his return to narrate stories. Initially harbored doubts about Kurohane's ability to return after the assessment. Thus, he did not intend to open the doors for patrons. However, upon witnessing the increasing throng of people, Uchiha Izuna realized he could no longer feign ignorance and had no choice but to open the doors. Yet, upon observing the overwhelming scene before him, which nearly consumed the entire street, Izuna felt a shiver run down his spine. "Little girl, where is that blind man Kurohane? We are merchants who have traveled from the land of lightning specifically to hear the legendary tale of Wang Lufei, so we can boast about it later. Surely he isn't hiding, fearing we might pose challenging questions that leave him speechless." A youth, with hair resembling a kaleidoscope of colors, jested as he reached out towards Uchiha Izuna. On the high balcony, Shiranui, Tetsumaki, and Hiroshi's expressions turned grim, ready to intervene. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. In the blink of an eye, a cane collided directly with the youth's chest. The tremendous force propelled him several meters away, crashing heavily onto the ground. The raucous street fell into an eerie silence. Even Shiranui, Tetsumaki, and Hiroshi were taken aback, their faces reflecting shock and disbelief. Many others in the vicinity shared the same sentiment. To casually throw a cane and send someone flying several meters away, such strength is indeed formidable. Who dares to assault your grandfather? I am a merchant from the land of lightning. Do you not fear igniting a conflict between our nations? The colorful-haired youth scrambled to his feet. What? Resorting to bringing up your background when you can't win a fight? I have heard that the land of lightning is a military powerhouse, not a weakling. You mention the land of lightning so frequently that I genuinely suspect you might be a spy from another nation, aiming to sabotage the relationship between the Hidden Leaf Village and the Cloud Village, instigating conflict. Kurohane emerged from the back room, a smile on his face. However, his steps were precise and fluid, quite unlike other blind individuals who often fumbled. His sharp words caused the eyes of all present to brighten with intrigue. A loud cheer erupted from the crowd. Well, this fellow certainly disregards the rules of the storytelling session. If you do not wish to listen, you should leave promptly, otherwise, we shall drown you in our collective spittle. Indeed, do not impede our enjoyment of the tale. If you do not want this seat, then vacate it immediately. The commercial street was suddenly abuzz with excitement. Observing the fervor of the crowd, a slender merchant sitting nearby hastily interjected, "I apologize. My son has spoken out of turn and caused displeasure among you all. However, I will discipline him properly afterward. Now, return to your seat quickly." Upon hearing the merchant's words, the unruly youth disregarded any sense of dignity and swiftly returned to his place. The crowd, initially intent on voicing their grievances, could only pause and eagerly turn their attention to Heiyu. They had endured 3 long days, waiting to discern what preparations the Navy headquarters had made to confront Whitebeard. Would Whitebeard indeed engage in battle? Sensing the sudden return of silence within the room, Heiyu could not help but smile. He was already aware of the events unfolding. Thanks to the shadow clones from Konoha, he paid little heed to how the third Hokage would proceed next. His primary focus was to ensure the storytelling for the day proceeded smoothly, hoping to seize the opportunity to further arm himself with knowledge and means. Very well, everyone. Let us resume our tale from where we left off. Previously, we spoke of Fire Fist Ace being escorted to the Navy headquarters at Marineford, while Monkey D. Luffy broke into the underwater prison to continue his rescue mission, in preparation for the imminent arrival of the Whitebeard pirates. The Navy headquarters has mobilized 100,000 elite troops to stand ready for the decisive battle. However, to ensure absolute certainty of victory, the Navy headquarters has also summoned a formidable force to oversee operations. Today, we shall discuss the participation of the 7 warlords of the sea. Chapter 25. The Empress lowers her gaze to her toes. The 7 warlords of the sea? If I recall correctly, they are 7 powerful pirates recognized by the world government. Good heavens, previously only 1 or 2 had appeared, and now all 7 are emerging together. Is Whitebeard's strength truly so terrifying that it necessitates the combined efforts of 7 great pirates? Silence. Do not interrupt the storyteller. We wish to know who the 7 warlords of the sea are. The atmosphere instantly grew electric. From their elevated vantage point, the figures of Inazuma Taimu and Harushi were equally taken aback. They had not anticipated that Heiyu would unveil such a bombshell right from the start, igniting the crowd with the mere mention of the 7 warlords of the sea. Clang. The sound of metal rang out as Heiyu sat at a table before the tavern's entrance, tossing 100 fire coins onto the table. This extravagant display of wealth caused his eyes to sparkle. The storytelling had evolved beyond merely earning a living. It was now an opportunity to exchange for greater power through the system. This was undoubtedly a promising beginning. Boss, bring me a jug of wine. And quickly continue with the tale of Monkey D. Luffy. Do not keep us in suspense any longer. A familiar voice rang out. Konoha's white Fang, evidently accompanied by Kakashi, settled at a nearby empty table. As a long-standing patron, this table had been specifically reserved by Baiyu for Uchiha Azuna, intended to underscore his esteemed status and privileges. Thank you, Senior White Fang, for your support. Rest assured, I shall attend to matters promptly upon receiving payment, Black Feather replied with a smile, emphatically slapping the wooden block in his hand down on the table. Continuing from the previous tale, it is noted that the Marine headquarters, in preparation for the execution of Fire Fist Ace, rallied an elite force of 100,000 to confront the formidable Whitebeard, the foremost among the four emperors. To ensure absolute certainty in their endeavor, the Marine headquarters issued a summons to the 7 warlords of the sea to join the fray. Among them were the captain of the thriller bark pirate crew, Gecko Moria, with a bounty of 320 million, wielding the powers of the Shadow Fruit. The former king of the Sorbet Kingdom, Bartholomew Kuma, with a bounty of 296 million, known as the Tyrant due to his possession of the Pawpaw Fruit. The former celestial dragon and current king of Dressrosa, Don Quixote da Flamingo, boasting a bounty of 340 million, a ruler of the underground market who commands the String Fruit. The renowned swordsman Dracul Mihawk, acclaimed as the world's greatest swordsman, with a staggering bounty of 930 million, wielding the supreme Black Blade, Yoru, and finally, the Empress of the Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock, the captain of the Kuja Pirates, whose unmatched beauty is celebrated as the most exquisite in the world, with a bounty of 80 million, known as the Pirate Empress. The 2 absent warlords of the sea included the traitorous Blackbeard and the noble G-Bay, who refrained from turning against Whitebeard out of loyalty. Nonetheless, the presence of these 5 warlords significantly bolstered the morale of the Marine headquarters, serving as a formidable force second only to the 4 emperors, instilling a renewed vigor within their ranks. However, amidst the 5, the most captivating presence undoubtedly belonged to the Empress Hancock, who was described as being unable to see her own toes. The prolonged discourse resonated through the commercial street, each word imbued with a powerful resonance that struck deeply within the hearts of the listeners. Faced with the introduction of the 5 warlords, particularly Black Feather's vibrant narration, it felt as though the legendary figures stood before them, exuding an imposing aura. Yet, the most astounding moment came with Black Feather's concluding remark, unable to see her own toes. Upon hearing this, the audience's eyes lit up with surprise. They had never anticipated that Black Feather could convey such a colorful descriptor with such wit and humor. His vivid words conjured an immediate image of the world's most beautiful woman, Empress Hancock, in their minds, prompting many to instinctively glance down at their own toes. Unable to see her own toes? Youngster, that remark is simply brilliant. I shall undoubtedly inscribe it in my book. Jiraiya's murky eyes suddenly sparkled with mischief as he instinctively glanced towards Tsunade beside him. When Konoha's White Fang and Kakashi arrived, they were already there as well. However, with the storytelling about to commence, they were reluctant to continue waiting idly. Observing Jiraiya's fervent expression, Tsunade could not help but shoot him a glare. Behind them, the 12 or 13-year-old Shizun furrowed her brow and lowered her gaze to her toes. Lady Tsunade, what does it mean to not see one's toes when looking down? Jiraiya struggled to suppress his laughter, feeling Tsunade's piercing gaze upon him, and quickly cleared his throat, saying, Shizun, stand tall and draw in your abdomen. Perhaps you might still have a chance to uncover the truth. Shizun, perplexed, straightened her posture but continued to glance down at her feet. Initially, everyone was entranced by the storytelling, but the atmosphere shifted abruptly and many began to wear knowing smiles. This only heightened her curiosity. Stop staring, foolish girl. Tsunade could no longer contain herself and urged her to cease. Shizun snapped back to reality, turning towards Tsunade, but was momentarily taken aback, as if jolted by electricity. She finally grasped the meaning behind it. After a brief glance at Tsunade, she looked back at herself and suddenly realized what it truly signified to not see one's toes when looking down. In Tsunade's case, she could not even see the ground, let alone her toes. Alas, in Shizun's case, she couldn't even conceal the tops of her feet. The disparity was rather pronounced. Jiraiya nearly burst into laughter. Had it not been for Tsunade's murderous glare, he would have roared with amusement. Meanwhile, on the bustling commercial street, many others began to mimic the scene. Boisterous laughter erupted in the corners around them. However, This laughter soon transformed into cries akin to the wails of a slaughtered pig. The bulge at their waists was clearly unavoidable. High above, Nara Shikamaru, slowly regaining his senses, turned to the female ninja beside him, who was also responsible for maintaining order, and remarked, "Ino, I finally understand why this kid has become so popular. His eloquence is exemplary. With just a single phrase, he can elevate his image in the minds of many. Were it not for our mission, I would surely applaud loudly." How vulgar. Ino's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot him a glare, muttering, "Not seeing one's toes is nothing but a joke. There are hardly any who can achieve that in this world." "Haha, Ino, that's nothing. Being petite has its charm too." The ever-impulsive Kirui chimed in, eager to stir the pot. "Go away." Chapter 26. The most beautiful woman in the ninja world? Go away, Ino retorted sharply. Yet before the three could continue their argument, a stir arose from within the crowd. Originally, the group of delinquents who had been taught a lesson by the Black Feather suddenly stood up. The tall and slender man at the center of the crowd became the focal point of attention. It seems that even before I needed to intervene, trouble had found its way to us. Danzo appeared behind the three individuals, accompanied by the third Hokage. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Nara Shikaku and his companions changed dramatically, and they quickly knelt on one knee, saying, "Hokage-sama, Danzo-sama, we were unaware of your arrival. It was our oversight. We hope you will not hold it against us." All three of them were, in fact, elite J-nin, as the guardians of the Hidden Leaf Village. They were certainly no ordinary individuals. However, the unexpected presence of Sarutobi Hiruzen, a high-ranking advisor of the village and a figure of Hokage stature, took them completely by surprise. They understood that if these two wished to conceal their movements, it would be beyond their detection. Nevertheless, reflecting on the earlier commotion, all they could do was accept their misfortune. "Ah, Nara Shikaku, you are being too modest," the third Hokage remarked, casting a lingering glance at the Black Feather. After taking a deep puff from his pipe, he revealed his signature warm smile and continued, "I have heard that the once desolate shopping district has become unusually lively due to the emergence of storytelling taverns. As leaders of the Hidden Leaf Village, it is only natural for Danzo and me to pay a visit. However, I am quite eager to hear your honest opinions. Is the storytelling truly captivating?" "Indeed, it is exceptionally captivating. Perhaps you did not catch it earlier, Hokage-sama, but according to legend, the world's most beautiful woman, the Empress Hancock, can elicit applause with just a single phrase. The imagery is simply vivid in my mind," Halusi responded, his face brimming with excitement and without a hint of caution. Standing beside them, Nara Shikaku quickly prodded Halusi with his hand and interjected, "Hokage-sama, Halusi is exaggerating. The storytelling is enjoyable and quite intriguing, especially for children, but for us, it merely serves as a way to pass the time. Hokage-sama, Danzo-sama, you might as well see for yourselves." "Oh, is that so?" The third Hokage's smile widened, his eyes narrowing as he peered over the crowd toward the shopping street. "However, it seems someone is about to engage in a debate." "A debate?" Halusi instinctively turned to join the excitement. Yet, as he moved, he realized the current atmosphere was not suitable for his impulsiveness, and he awkwardly scratched his head, retreating to the side. Observing the depth of curiosity within him, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in the depths of the third Hokage's eyes, and his smile grew even more radiant. Throughout this journey, the third Hokage had become acutely aware of Danzo's next move. According to Danzo's philosophy, the higher someone is elevated, the harder they fall, a lesson clearly illustrated by the fate of the leaf's white fang. Had it not been for the unforeseen intervention of the enigmatic Kuroba, the emotional turmoil of the legendary Konoha white fang would have remained unresolved. The third Hokage believed that, under such circumstances, a mere corpse would be the only remnant of the esteemed shinobi. At that point, controlling the prodigious Kakashi would have been considerably simpler. Indeed, the plans had been disrupted. However, the third Hokage now found himself more intrigued by the sight of Kuroba, who had just earlier exhibited such arrogance, now rendered helpless before Danzo, gradually being dismantled piece by piece. The thought alone caused his smile to broaden. In the bustling commercial street, the commotion drew the attention of onlookers. Jiraiya, standing not far off, felt a change in his demeanor, contemplating stepping in to intervene, only to be halted by Tsunade's outstretched hand. "Do not act impulsively, Jiraiya. Our master and Danzo are here. Intervening could escalate the situation further. Moreover, with fame comes controversy. Kuroba, due to the legendary tales surrounding Monkey D. Luffy, has garnered significant acclaim within the shinobi world. It is said that numerous publishers rushed to reprint his last tale, which remains sold out. Such circumstances are likely to incite envy among many, and it would be wiser to resolve matters swiftly before they accumulate. What was now at stake was the extent of Kuroba's crisis management abilities. I did not expect Tsunade to possess such discernment. Orochimaru appeared behind the trio like a phantom, licking his lips before remarking, "Jiraiya, you remain as foolish as ever. I truly cannot fathom how that boy could consider you the strongest among the legendary three." "Why you?" Jiraiya stammered, incensed. For ages, Orochimaru, as one of the legendary three, had been his benchmark for surpassing. Initially, he had aspired to master Sage Mode to showcase his prowess. But the thought of his mediocre grasp of Sage Mode deflated his spirits. "Enough of this banter. Let us observe what those individuals intend to do," Orochimaru stated, momentarily diverting his attention from the argument to the crowd. At last, a tall, slender merchant emerged from the throng, wearing a knowing smile. "Ah, the blind Kuroba. I must apologize for interrupting your storytelling. However, we have come not only to hear the tale of Monkey D. Luffy, but also to inquire about something else. It has come to my attention that during your last narration, you boldly proclaimed that, among the legendary three, the strongest is none other than Jiraiya. Yet we, as your brothers, seek to uncover another matter. Did you not assert that the world's most beautiful woman is the Empress Hancock? Such a claim appears to be a mere fabrication, lacking in credibility. If you ask me, the Empress Hancock pales in comparison to the most beautiful Kunoichi of the Land of Lightning, the esteemed Yumi of the Hidden Cloud Village. Why yes, brother. The most beautiful Kunoichi in the shinobi world is indeed Yumi. A nearby rogue youth eagerly echoed. Observing the fervent enthusiasm, the sycophants surrounding them burst into laughter, echoing the absurdity of the scene. This incongruous spectacle caused the numerous onlookers on the bustling commercial street to momentarily pause in bewilderment. Even Jiraiya and his companions, who were not far away, were no exception. They had heard whispers regarding the two individuals from the Land of Wood, who were renowned as Jinchuriki of the new generation hailing from the Cloud Village. Their status as Jinchuriki bestowed upon them an air of mystery and formidable strength, making them objects of admiration not only in the Cloud Village but throughout the Land of Lightning. The sudden inquiry posed by these merchants from the Land of Lightning sparked an intense curiosity, particularly with regards to how the illustrious Black Feather would respond to the title of the most beautiful woman in the ninja world. In an instant, the gaze of nearly 1,000 souls on the commercial street converged upon Black Feather. Standing beside him, Uchiha Izuna clenched her fists and bit her crimson lips. In her eyes, it was deeply unjust that Black Feather, a member of the Uchiha clan yet blind, had endured countless hardships. After establishing a modest tavern, just as it began to flourish, he found himself beset by trouble, which felt exceedingly unfair. Regrettably, in such a critical moment, Uchiha Izuna could only watch helplessly, praying that Black Feather would adeptly navigate the situation. "Do not worry, Izuna. There is no need to be anxious," Black Feather reassured as he sat in his chair, affectionately ruffling Uchiha Izuna's hair. After taking a sip from his cup, he once again struck the table with his wooden gavel. Witnessing this familiar gesture, the crowd instantly perked up, their expressions filled with eager anticipation. They understood that Black Feather was about to speak again. "Throw some money. If you wish to debate with the owner, then contribute. Merely glaring at the troublemaker accomplishes nothing. Indeed, I concur. Those who seek to create disturbances must bear the consequences." The atmosphere shifted dramatically, with the crowd's sentiments overwhelmingly against the merchants. Observing the rising tide of discontent, the merchants from the Land of Lightning turned pale. However, gritting their teeth, they tossed 2 gold coins into the mix. As the currency landed, Black Feather's satisfaction was evident in his smile, and he struck the table once more. Legend has it that in the tales of King Luffy, beauties abound, yet the Empress stands alone in her singular splendor. However, if you wish to compare the ninja world to the legend of King Luffy, such comparisons are not without merit. Yet, as for the Empress Hancock, universally acclaimed as the world's most beautiful woman, I doubt that the 2 individuals you speak of hold a similar status. Should a rouge ranking of beauties be established within the ninja world, it would be exceedingly challenging for the 2 individuals to secure a position within the top 3. As his words echoed, the crowd erupted in astonished murmurs. The 2 individuals, known as Jinchuriki, were rumored to have the capacity to masterfully control their powers. They held a certain renown within the ninja world. Nevertheless, to hear such esteemed women dismissed by Black Feather, rendering them unlikely to rank among the top 3, was nothing short of astonishing. Particularly, the list of beauties presented by Konoha was truly refreshing. Indeed, Konoha's words were astonishing, even conjuring up a list of alluring individuals. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement as he applauded loudly. Normally, while gathering material, he would secretly score the beauties he encountered in his mind. However, titles like Beauty List, Lovely List, or Exquisite List had eluded him, leaving him in a quandary to devise a name that sounded both elegant and refined. The emergence of the Rouge List evoked a sense of grace and nobility that was simply captivating. One could say that merely being included on such a list bestowed an inexplicable honor. The Rouge List, the Rouge List. Konoha truly had a way with words. Lady Tsunade, this sounds remarkably refined. Who among us girls does not adore exquisite rouge? Ino's eyes brightened. As a girl, she was utterly defenseless against the allure of fine cosmetics, particularly beautiful rouge. She feared that a significant portion of her monthly earnings would be devoted to this pursuit. Tsunade, too, was momentarily taken aback, her face a mask of astonishment. She had not anticipated that such a term could be conceived in such a short span of time, indeed lending an irrefutable charm. Compared to the banal list of certain individuals, this Rouge List was infinitely superior, as those other lists bore an unsettling resemblance to something akin to a lecherous catalog, devoid of any appreciation whatsoever. Jiraiya, I dare say you are ill-suited for authorship. Tsunade, you are being excessively harsh. Jiraiya exclaimed in a fluster, standing behind them. Orochimaru leaned against the railing, his smile growing ever more pronounced. It was as if he were gazing at a prey that was becoming increasingly perfect, instilling a delightful sense of pleasure. Truly remarkable, this Rouge List. To articulate such a phrase is splendid prey. Orochimaru chuckled with amusement. In the distance, the third Hokage and Danzo were equally taken aback. After all, the mere utterance of Rouge List undoubtedly evoked an impression of undeniable merit. A wildly absurd notion surged within their minds. Could it be that Konoha had formulated this Rouge List in advance? Excellent, splendid. Just the phrase Rouge List alone guarantees that tomorrow's tales will undoubtedly sell like hotcakes. Brother Konoha, for this 1,000 Rio, our bookstore is most certainly justified in compensation. However, you must reveal who qualifies for the Rouge List to broaden our horizons. A rotund merchant eagerly interjected, grandly producing 1,000 Rio and handing it to Uchiha Izuna. With his bold initiation, the spectators around them were similarly stirred, promptly extracting loose change and placing it upon the table. In an instant, it felt as though a rain of currency had descended upon the commercial street. Uchiha Izuna stood there, utterly dumbfounded. After some time in operation, she had indeed realized that the storytelling tavern could sustain her livelihood. However, this sudden windfall exceeded her wildest expectations. As he watched the steadily rising donations, Blackfeather nearly faltered in maintaining his disguise as a blind man. Initially, he had merely intended to engage in a minor preliminary lottery, which would have sufficed. However, he had not anticipated the arrival of such a significant surprise. He swiftly suppressed his excitement, fully aware that managing this commotion properly was crucial. Mishandling it could tarnish his reputation. Nevertheless, as a reincarnator, Blackfeather was well versed in the affairs of the ninja world, not to mention the presence of renowned beauties. Sensing the eager gazes around him, he decided against prolonging the suspense. After taking a sip of his drink, he spoke aloud, expressing his gratitude for their overwhelming support. Given their earnest enthusiasm, he boldly declared that he would rank the beauties of the ninja world today. He urged the audience not to dismiss this as trivial. After all, it is human nature for gentlemen to admire charming ladies. Addressing a guest from the Land of Lightning, who had just asserted that the two figures he mentioned were the most beautiful in the ninja world, capable of overshadowing the legendary Empress Hancock. Blackfeather was initially inclined to reject such a notion. However, the guest claimed that Hancock was merely a fictional character, unworthy of belief. Thus, Blackfeather resolved to elucidate the matter through the beauty rankings of the ninja world, revealing why the so-called first beauty could not ascend to the top 3. As Blackfeather began to speak, his words flowed smoothly, plunging the bustling commercial street into an eerie silence, even silencing the third Hokage and Danzo. Particularly, the phrase "gentlemen admire charming ladies" illuminated many eyes in the crowd. It was the first time they had heard someone articulate such a sentiment in such a refreshing manner, captivating both men and women alike. Chapter 28. The first to ascend the beauty rankings. What a splendid phrase, "gentlemen admire charming ladies," uttered with such elegance. It was truly exemplary. I felt that in future endeavors, if I could incorporate such words, it might facilitate a smoother process. Jiraiya exclaimed his approval, eager to jot down the phrase for future reference. However, as he produced his writing materials, he felt Tsunade's piercing gaze, prompting him to timidly retract them. Being one of the legendary Sannin, he was acutely aware of Tsunade's formidable strength. A single punch from her could land him in the hospital for days. Observing Jiraiya's sudden retreat, Tsunade rolled her eyes disdainfully and crossed her arms. After attending the storytelling sessions twice, this little fellow consistently manages to surprise us. He's quite impressive. However, I am also curious about the Ninja World's beauty rankings and who exactly occupies those positions. In that moment, Shizen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. As a young person, she was particularly drawn to the excitement of such events. Yet, amidst the shifting atmosphere, the merchant from the land of lightning turned an ashen shade. For he had come with the intent to demolish this popular storytelling tavern that had captivated the ninja world. Never did I anticipate that my attempt to provoke would not only fail but also allow Heiyu to shine brilliantly, eclipsing all else in the moment. The current situation is akin to an arrow drawn taut, ready to be released. The merchants of the Land of Thunder have no choice but to brace themselves. One can only hope that Heiyu falters at a critical juncture. With this thought, the merchant from the Land of Thunder clenched his fist tightly and exclaimed in anger, "Ah, what a clever little brat you are. I shall see who, in this ninja world, could possibly surpass our esteemed lords of Yumu from the Cloud Ninja Village in beauty. If you cannot provide the Land of Thunder with a satisfactory explanation today, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. It will be quite difficult for your tavern to continue operating." His harsh words nearly incited several individuals to roll up their sleeves, ready to take action. Recently, the legend of Wang Lufei has garnered immense popularity throughout the ninja realm. Should anyone dare to disrupt the gathering, many would undoubtedly voice their discontent. However, upon witnessing Heiyu, who appeared composed after taking a sip of his earthy brew, they understood that the coveted list of beauties in the ninja world was almost upon them. Presently, their greatest curiosity lay in determining who would grace this list. Heiyu, unfazed, set down his wine bowl, tightened his grip on his cane slightly, and smiled. "Rest assured, I shall make it impossible for you to take action. As I previously mentioned in the tale of Wang Lufei, the Empress Hancock is lauded as the world's most beautiful woman, yet she cannot even see her own toes when she bows. If such a figure truly exists, would she not be captivating and evoke sympathy? Given her allure, I am curious whether your esteemed lords of Yumu meet such a standard. If they cannot even achieve this benchmark, how can they claim to overshadow Empress Hancock? Of course, you might argue that this is merely fiction and should not be taken seriously. That the abilities of your two lords of Yumu are unparalleled and thus deserving of the title of the finest. However, to ensure your complete satisfaction, allow me to provide a few examples. Let us not speak of distant lands. Rather, let us consider our own fire country's Konoha village. One of the legendary three ninjas, the grandson of the sage of the ninja world, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, is none other than Lady Tsunade. Not only is her physique extraordinary, she too cannot see her own toes when she bows, but she possesses both strength and beauty, enchanting all who behold her. Even Jiraiya, another of the three ninjas, has fallen under her spell, and she is a proponent of medical ninjutsu, embodying the visage of an angel coupled with a healer's heart. Is this not enough to secure a place on the list of beauties, surpassing your lords of Yumu? I have heard that your second Raikage son, once crossed paths with Lady Tsunade on the battlefield and has since been unable to forget her, entranced by her charm. As these words lingered in the air, Heiyu lifted his gaze slightly towards the tall building not far away. At that moment, Tsunade appeared utterly stunned. As one of the legendary three ninjas, she has fought on countless battlefields and encountered a myriad of faces. She too had her own speculations regarding who might grace the list of beauties that Heiyu spoke of. Unexpectedly, Tsunade was taken aback when Konoha announced her as the first to make the list. Most astonishing was the fact that Konoha, despite being blind, could instantly discern her presence amidst the bustling crowd. Furthermore, was it true that Jiraiya harbored feelings for her? And what of the second Raikage son, Ai, who seemed utterly smitten at first sight? How could she be so oblivious to such matters? Tsunade, don't listen to Konoha's nonsense. Jiraiya's cheeks flushed crimson, his once thick facade crumbling to a paper-thin veneer, easily pierced by a mere word. Silence. Tsunade shot him a glare, momentarily flustered in the presence of Jiraiya. A rare occurrence for her. There was no need to inquire further. Just as she contemplated a retort to Konoha's audacious claims, the entire commercial street erupted in astonishment, with many applauding in admiration. At this moment, Tsunade was not yet the stunning matriarch of 50 depicted in the original tale. Approaching 30. She still possessed the allure of a youthful maiden, thanks to her medical ninjutsu. Her golden twin tails and white short top, accentuated by her arms crossed in a way that nearly burst the seams, complemented her red shorts, enhancing her vibrant youthful charm. The mere presence of Tsunade in this bustling marketplace was nothing short of explosive. If Konoha's earlier mention of the Empress Hancock was merely a fabrication, then the notion of not being able to see one's toes was clearly absurd. Yet, upon Konoha's words regarding Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, it became undeniable. She stood before them, a living testament to Konoha's remarkable description, leaving no room for rebuttal. At the very least, it was evident that she did not, in fact, see her own toes. Is this truly the legendary Lady Tsunade of the Sannin? She appears stunningly beautiful. I believe I recall AI mentioning her name, murmured a delinquent youth near a merchant from the land of lightning. However, this soon drew the merchant's murderous gaze. Alas, at that moment, he found himself rendered speechless. Confronted by the very Tsunade he could not shake from his thoughts. The woman he deemed the most beautiful in the ninja world was now standing before him, leaving him feeling overshadowed. According to Konoha's assertions, the notion of not being able to see one's toes seemed decidedly incongruent. In an instant, the merchant from the land of lightning was left utterly speechless, his expression growing increasingly grim. Chapter 29. The List of Distinguished Beauties. Lady Tsunade. I never imagined you would be the first to be listed. I always said you were worthy of recognition. Konoha has truly delivered. When it comes time for you to choose a partner, they may well be ranked as highly as those in the capital of the Land of Fire, remarked Shizune, her eyes sparkling as she cradled the small pig in her arms, unable to suppress a smirk. Certainly. On the condition that no one discovers that Lady Tsunade is a prime target, Shizune, to be silent. In an instant, Tsunade was taken aback, unable to suppress a murderous glare. As the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, the individual she most revered was indeed Hashirama himself. Regrettably, Tsunade inherited none of his admirable qualities, save for one significant flaw, her penchant for gambling. The fact that Heiyu had initially placed her on the rouge list caught her off guard. Yet, every woman possesses an innate desire for beauty, and Tsunade was no exception. Now that Heiyu had granted her a character on the rouge list, she was certainly unwilling to see it tarnished by Shizune. In no time, the bustling commercial street reverberated with praises for Tsunade. Concurrently, Heiyu's earlier remarks left no room for rebuttal. The merchants from the land of lightning, witnessing this, turned ashen and quickly gritted their teeth, declaring, "Very well. That is the first, but now you have made a claim. I cannot believe that within the ninja world there exists anyone more beautiful than the two esteemed individuals from the land of wood. The two of you must surely rank among the top 3. This frenzied outburst silenced the clamor of the marketplace. All eyes once again gravitated towards Heiyu. However, with Tsunade's powerful introduction, the crowd was now even more eager to discern who else Heiyu might unveil next. Yet, in the face of the urgent gazes surrounding him, Heiyu remained unflustered, leisurely sipping his sake, a casual demeanor that caused many to grit their teeth in frustration. This tempo, was he indeed soliciting donations? From his elevated position, Shizune observed this, her small teeth audibly clenching, swiftly retrieving her purse, prepared to contribute. However, Tsunade, standing before her, blocked Shizune's attempt and nonchalantly tossed her own wallet. Heiyu, you little rascal dared to use me as a shield. I should have delivered a punch in retaliation. Nevertheless, considering the ignorance of these ruffians from the land of lightning prancing about in Konoha, I shall let this matter slide for now. I expect you to silence these impertinent fellows. Here, take this 5,000 ryo as your reward for the task just completed. 5,000 ryo. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Heiyu was equally taken aback. His original intention had merely been to tease and entice, never anticipating that he would reel in a substantial catch. Including the previous shower of gold coins and various tips, he now had Tsunade's generous offer, possibly exceeding 10,000 ryo, which would allow him to indulge in a mid-tier lottery. However, according to the system's stipulations, should the donations reach the milestone of 10,000, Tsunade might also receive a reward. Naturally, Heiyu quickly suppressed this thought. It was imperative to first address the impending troubles and safeguard the tavern's reputation. Thank you, Lady Tsunade, Heiyu replied with a smile, as he brought down the wooden block once more. The land of fire is vast and abundant in resources. while the Hidden Leaf Village brims with exceptional talents. Naturally, Lady Tsunade is not the sole figure worthy of the Rouge list. Today, as a junior, Kiribane shall continue this discourse and enumerate further. If Lady Tsunade represents the stalwart generation of Konoha, then Lady Kushina Uzumaki, with her crimson locks and selfless sacrifice as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, undoubtedly stands as the paragon of the younger generation. The Uchiha clan's current matriarch, Lady Mikoto, also possesses exquisite beauty and serene grace. Of course, some may dismiss this as mere fabrication. Yet what follows pertains to luminaries from other hidden villages. Many among you hail from various shinobi nations. Ponder this privately, and if unconvinced, voice your dissent. Kiribane's sweeping gaze silenced the Land of Lightning merchant mid-retort. The merchant, upon hearing Kiribane's initial examples were all Konoha Nin, had sought to challenge him, deeming it opportune. In his eyes, Kiribane was but an 8-year-old blind boy, knowledgeable perhaps within Konoha's confines, yet woefully ignorant of other villages, let alone the wider shinobi world. Little did he expect Kiribane to preemptively dismantle his argument. Now, the merchant's sole recourse was to await Kiribane's faltering. Alas, no sooner had this thought surfaced than Kiribane spoke anew. From Sunagakure, elite medics Garyu and Amain, the heroine Scorch style user Pakura. From Kirigakure, the prodigious Kunoichi Maitaram. From Hoshigakure, the once-in-a-century genius Natsum. From the Tsuchigumo clan, young heir Hataru. From the Nadeshiko village, Chief Cheyenne, betrothed to Lord Jiraiya. And your very own Kumogakure, beyond Yujito Ni, does not Mabui or Samui surpass her. Even Amigakure's Conan of Akatsuki merits the Rouge list. This litany of names flowed effortlessly from Kiribane's lips. The audience stood transfixed, minds feverishly conjuring images of each mentioned beauty. Though many names were unfamiliar, when their own village's representatives were cited, their eyes ignited with pride, voices rising in fervent agreement, for in their hearts, their homeland's candidates must eclipse all others. Kiribane had not merely catalogued Konoha's flowers, but plucked every blossom across the shinobi world's gardens, leaving none unaccounted. The breadth of knowledge displayed here is utterly irrefutable, leaving no room for rebuttal. Beyond the thunderous applause, nothing else remains. What they least expected was that within the village of Yunrin, two young individuals had cast aside their prejudices against the Black Feather and were directly listed. This alone is sufficient to command admiration and respect. At the very least, it is evident that the merchants from the Land of Thunder, who struggled to find their words, had indeed encountered the likes of Mabu E and Sam E. As mentioned by the Black Feather. Chapter 30. The Interloper, Danzo in the expansive commercial street. Applause resounded like thunder, filling the atmosphere with fervor and excitement. Everyone was filled with anticipation, especially at the thought that someone from their village had managed to ascend the Yenji list. This brought immense pride, illuminating their faces and satisfying their hearts. The merchants from the Land of Thunder, who initially sought to provoke, suddenly appeared rigid, their expressions frozen. After a moment of staring at the Black Feather, they deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing into their chairs. A nearby delinquent, incensed, muttered to himself, "Boss, weren't you always proclaiming that the two Yuzuki lords are your goddesses? We said Mabu E and Sam E are equally beautiful, yet you refused to believe it. Well, now you've been publicly humiliated." He sighed, admitting, "I concede defeat. After all, my favorite is Sam E." Observing the delinquent's sudden loss of composure, the merchant from the Land of Thunder felt a surge of irritation and kicked him in frustration. He then sighed and addressed the Black Feather. "All right, esteemed Black Feather. I retract my earlier accusations. It was my narrow-mindedness that brought embarrassment to the two Yuzuki lords. However, I am curious, will the two Yuzuki lords be able to make it onto the list?" Everyone held their breath, intrigued. Many had heard of the identity and reputation of the two Yuzuki individuals. It would not bode well if this unforeseen calamity brought shame upon them. The Black Feather smiled and set down his wine bowl, stating, "The two Yuzuki lords will certainly make the list, for both strength and beauty coexist. A graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. In the eyes of a true gentleman, there is only one, without concern for rank. Thus, the Yenji list bears no hierarchy. In the eyes of all, the one they favor most is deemed first, which is a source of universal joy. Only one in the eyes of a gentleman?" The attendees' eyes brightened at this revelation. Jiraiya, standing behind Tsunade, quickly retrieved his writing materials to jot down these profound insights. It can be said that after today's events, Jiraiya resolved to spend ample time by the side of the Black Feather before seeking inspiration. Once he filled his notebook with these golden phrases, he would embark on his quest for material. Jiraiya firmly believed that with such a notebook in hand, the world would be his. Most importantly, in Jiraiya's eyes, as well as those of all present, the Black Feather's words remained unassailable. In the eyes of a gentleman, there exists only one truth, and on the Rouge list, there is no first place. This is undoubtedly a cause for collective joy. Who wouldn't be elated to find themselves on the list? The merchant from the Land of Thunder was momentarily taken aback, and in the next instant, he was overwhelmed with emotion, bursting into tears. Thank you so much, esteemed proprietor. At last, I have spared the two esteemed figures from humiliation. Otherwise, I would have returned to the Land of Thunder without any face to show. The Rouge list, indeed, is a testament to elegance and refinement. The Black Feather proprietor's storytelling is unparalleled across the realm, and I, Salamu, am the first to concede. I too am convinced. Indeed, I am wholly convinced, in both heart and soul. There is no doubt, henceforth, if anyone dares to question the Rouge list, we shall be the first to rise in indignation. The Black Feather proprietor is truly extraordinary. The atmosphere erupted with exuberance. Witnessing the overwhelming cheers, Black Feather couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that this storytelling session had, at last, passed without incident. Otherwise, the troubles that had been brewing could have shattered the tavern's reputation. It would have jeopardized Black Feather's aspirations of enhancing his strength through the system. As the situation grew increasingly animated, coupled with the substantial rewards received today, Black Feather's thoughts on the lottery ignited with fervor. He hastily raised the gavel, intending to conclude the session. However, an unexpected figure descended from the heavens. Black Feather, that storytelling session was indeed extraordinary and captivating. As a senior advisor of the Hidden Leaf Village, being able to witness such remarkable storytelling was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Danzo's arrival instantly subdued the previously fervent atmosphere. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged glances, their expressions transforming into one of disbelief. This visitor bore ill intentions. Initially, at the Hidden Leaf Academy, upon encountering the traps laid by Danzo, Jiraiya and Tsunade had believed the matter had reached a conclusion. Yet now, Danzo's sudden emergence was akin to rekindling embers. A resurgence akin to grass growing anew with the spring breeze. Most importantly, Danzo had chosen this moment of heightened tension to intervene. It seemed he was indeed well prepared. In an instant, Tsunade and Jiraiya's nerves were taut with anxiety. Meanwhile, Orochimaru chuckled in amusement, remarking, I never expected that in this rare visit I would witness such a continuous stream of excitement. However, Jiraiya, Tsunade, the young man I have my eye on is not simple. He will undoubtedly be able to resolve this crisis. Let us not forget everything that has transpired. Jiraiya and Tsunade stood frozen, utterly astonished that Orochimaru would speak in favor of Black Feather at such a critical juncture. After all, just 3 days prior, Black Feather's declaration of Jiraiya as the most formidable of the 3 ninjas had reverberated throughout the ninja world. For Orochimaru, who was perceived as a genius, this was likely the most difficult pill to swallow. However, shock and surprise were one matter. What they truly yearned to understand was the motive behind Danzo's choice to act at such a pivotal moment. In a moment of urgency, Uchiha Izuna, an advisor to Danzo, became flustered. From the shadows of the tavern, Uchiha Fugaku emerged, accompanied by Itachi and Shursui, his brow furrowed in concern. Danzo, what do you mean by this? Is there something amiss with what Heiyu just mentioned, or has he inadvertently crossed a line? If there has been an error, you may confide in me. After all, Heiyu belongs to the Uchiha clan, and I shall discipline him accordingly. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku understood all too well the tenacity of the ancient figure before him. Indeed, the Uchiha had long faced ostracism from the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Yet, no matter Tobirama's actions, he would still consider the face of the first Hokage, thus refraining from pushing matters to an extreme. However, ever since the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Danzo took the reins of the Hidden Leaf Village, schemes proliferated. What troubled Fugaku even more than these machinations were the overt manipulations at play. Particularly distressing was witnessing the so-called hero, the Leaf's white Fang, nearly succumb to exhaustion under such blatant stratagems. This reality heightened Fugaku's anxiety. Upon learning that the third Hokage had permitted Heiyu, a rare exception, to enter the Leaf Academy, Fugaku realized that the village's upper echelons would go so far as to involve even children for the sake of stability. With Heiyu now under scrutiny, Fugaku contemplated intervening to protect him. Thus, he, alongside Itachi and Shursui, presented Heiyu with a specially prepared blind version of the enrollment manual, crafted by Itachi and himself. Initially, Fugaku had hoped this would merely help Heiyu navigate the enrollment process. To his astonishment, Heiyu displayed an extraordinary talent. Regrettably, just as Fugaku exhaled in relief, Danzo reemerged, exacerbating the tension. The atmosphere in the tavern shifted palpably, becoming charged with hostility at Fugaku's arrival. Jiraiya and Tsunade felt their nerves tighten. Had Danzo truly pressed charges, and should Heiyu be unable to rectify the situation, the two could have feigned innocence, claiming it was merely childish mischief. Perhaps even managing to smooth things over. They could have suggested closing the tavern for good. Given Heiyu's performance in the entrance examination, he might still find safety within the confines of the Hidden Leaf Village. However, with Fugaku now intervening, the stakes were raised. Should the situation spiral out of control, it could ignite a conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan. After all, the relationship between the Uchiha and the village had already reached a point of irreconcilable discord under the leadership of the third Hokage and Danzo. The last thing they wished to witness was Heiyu's predicament, serving as a catalyst for further strife. "Oh, I did not expect you, Fugikage, to be here as well." Danzo's face was etched with regret as he shook his head. "You just mentioned that if any issues arose, you would discipline Konoha? If you, the leader of the Uchiha clan, could truly take care of him, he would not have to resort to running a tavern and telling stories at the tender age of 8 just to make ends meet. This situation has squandered the time of a prodigy for our Konoha village. My appearance here today is, in fact, a last resort. Were it merely a matter of storytelling, I would not wish to interrupt." Danzo tightened his grip on his cane, casting a cold glance at Konoha. "However, Konoha, you are still too young to grasp the truth behind the saying that calamity often comes from careless words. Yet, for the sake of Jiraiya's safety, I must speak. What you declared 3 days ago, that Jiraiya is the strongest of the legendary three, stems from your belief that he possesses the sage arts of Miyaboku Mountain. Regrettably, I must inform you that Jiraiya has not mastered any sage techniques. By misrepresenting the facts, you risk leading the entire ninja world to believe that Jiraiya is proficient in sage arts. Once he steps onto the battlefield, he will face an overwhelming force far beyond what is customary. At that point, Jiraiya, lacking knowledge of sage techniques, may find himself on a path to certain death. You would then be the catalyst for his demise. Thus, in order to prevent such an occurrence from transpiring due to your remarks, this storytelling tavern will, starting today, be unable to continue its operations. Simultaneously, to ensure your livelihood, the Konoha support unit will personally oversee your care." Danzo's words echoed throughout the bustling commercial street. The expressions of all present shifted dramatically in response. They had never anticipated that Danzo's arrival would herald the closure of the tavern. Over the past month, the tavern had become a sensation, with the tales of Wang Lufei captivating the entire ninja world. It had seamlessly woven itself into the fabric of everyone's lives, particularly after they had just experienced such an exhilarating story in the commentary on the coveted rankings. Everyone was riding the crest of enthusiasm, and the abrupt announcement of the tavern's closure was simply unacceptable. Jiraiya found himself momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that he would become the catalyst in Danzo's hand. He hastily spoke up. "Danzo, Jiraiya, silence yourself." Danzo coldly retorted. "I understand your deep attachment to the tavern's existence. However, when even Jiraiya, who does not comprehend sage mode, spouts absurdities about being the strongest among the legendary three, such claims become utterly unreliable. Do you truly believe other statements hold any credibility? Do not forget, he is merely an 8-year-old child, blind and vulnerable. Do not allow a single story to deify him in your hearts. This is a decision made by the higher-ups of Konoha, and the outcome will not change. Jiraiya, do not forget your own identity." His frigid words carried an air of undeniable authority. In the preceding moment, that insincere warmth of human sentiment was evidently overshadowed by impatience. Jiraiya's countenance turned ashen, instinctively glancing towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi merely stood atop the building, puffing on his pipe, smiling silently. Observing his mentor's inaction, Jiraiya's heart sank completely. He never anticipated that he would become the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back in the storytelling tavern. Danzo, Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened significantly, having witnessed Kuroha's talent firsthand. He had contemplated nurturing Konoha himself. However, he had not expected Danzo's machinations to unfold so swiftly, especially concerning the so-called Konoha orphanage group. Fugaku was acutely aware that it served as a breeding ground for talents destined for the Umbu, an organization established solely by Danzo. Should Konoha be consigned to the Konoha orphanage group, it would likely be a fate worse than death, transforming him into a blade against the Hidden Leaf Village. Yet, before Fugaku could voice another word, Konoha, seated and leaning on his cane, smiled as he raised a hand to halt him. Clan leader, this matter originated with me, so permit me to resolve it. As Konoha stood, the attendees were rendered momentarily speechless, Danzo included. In their eyes, Danzo's presence signified an impending slaughter. Did Konoha truly possess a method to counter this? Konoha, you needn't quibble, simply accompany me. I shall impart greater jutsu upon you, Danzo chuckled. Konoha shook his head and replied, Lord Danzo, you overestimate your assumptions. You just claimed that Lord Jiraiya is ignorant of sage techniques, and that everything I said was mere fabrication, which led to the closure of the storytelling tavern. However, if Lord Jiraiya truly comprehends sage mode, would it not allow the tavern to reopen? Indeed, as long as it can be proven that the proprietor, Konoha, did not lie. And if he genuinely possesses the means to keep the tavern operational. You merely asserted that Konoha was fabricating tales. What if it were true? The atmosphere among the gathered individuals erupted with excitement. In close proximity to the third Hokage, Narashikaku and Irika nearly shouted in support. Had it not been for the presence of the third Hokage, they would have instantly rallied behind Konoha. Nevertheless, they discreetly glanced at the third Hokage, eager to discern his expression. Upon seeing the broad smile upon the third Hokage's face, their hearts involuntarily skipped a beat. In the next moment, the third Hokage, who had previously remained aloof, finally stepped forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, the current Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. I have come here upon hearing of a storytelling tavern that has captured the attention of the shinobi world, though I did not anticipate that matters would escalate to this extent. Chapter 32. What if you truly can? As for the legend of Wang Lufei, I, as Hokage, must admit, I too am quite fond of listening. However, Danzo was not entirely incorrect, as the third Hokage witnessing such disputes was indeed disheartening, prompting him to devise a compromise. At this juncture, the third Hokage turned his gaze toward Jiraiya, a broader smile gracing his features, with Jiraiya fortuitously present. Resolving this matter became exceedingly simple. It sufficed to ascertain whether he had mastered the sage mode. I have learned from ancient texts and from the words of the esteemed Hashirama that once one has acquired sage mode, the names inscribed in the contract scroll will undergo a transformation. All that is required is for Jiraiya to retrieve the scroll and take a look. As these words fell, all eyes in the room swiftly converged upon Jiraiya. To those outside, this indeed appeared to be a commendable compromise. However, for Jiraiya and Tsunade, who were already privy to the outcome, this felt akin to a death sentence. Jiraiya, Tsunade exclaimed, her alarm palpable. It was evident she had not anticipated such a dire result. Jiraiya, equally wearied, felt the urgent gazes of those around him and let out a deep sigh. He reached for the contract scroll at his waist and leaped to Blackfeather's side. Kid, I apologize. I initially intended to celebrate with you after your flattering praise, never anticipating matters would deteriorate to this extent. It is my inadequacy that has implicated you. Lord Jiraiya, you are too modest, Blackfeather replied with a smile, adjusting his cane. You have yet to open it. How can you be certain it is not successful? Should you indeed have succeeded, I would owe you my gratitude. Jiraiya stood momentarily stunned, entirely unprepared for Blackfeather's resolute confidence at such a critical juncture. Was this a manifestation of blind faith? Or was he oblivious to the formidable challenges of mastering sage arts? Meanwhile, Danzo's grin widened as he remarked, Jiraiya, since Blackfeather has such unwavering faith in you, in the interest of clarity and to avoid any potential injustice, why not demonstrate to everyone whether you have truly mastered the legendary sage arts of Myaboka Mountain? Or are you perhaps feeling apprehensive? Jiraiya's expression stiffened. Under ordinary circumstances, Danzo's demeanor would have incited his ire, yet this time, having inadvertently implicated Blackfeather, Jiraiya had no choice but to acquiesce. Gritting his teeth, he unfurled the scroll in his hands. Buzz! A subtle hum resonated as the scroll unfolded. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of chakra radiance burst forth, swirling rapidly above Jiraiya's name. The dazzling light rendered it difficult for everyone present to keep their eyes open. However, this extraordinary phenomenon lasted but a few fleeting seconds. Once the spectators regained their senses, the resplendent glow had vanished. Next to Jiraiya's name on the scroll, a vibrant seven-colored toad emblem had clearly appeared. The toad depicted on the emblem leaned upon a cane, emanating an aura of ethereal grace and valor. Jiraiya found himself momentarily bewildered, his pupils narrowing to an extreme. He quickly recalled everything related to Sage Mode. Over the years of clandestine cultivation, the bottlenecks and uncertainties he had encountered were, at this instant, as fragile as paper, easily pierced through. Everything flowed seamlessly, reverberating in his mind like a resounding thunderclap. Enlightening him as if he had received a divine revelation, his thoughts became remarkably lucid. In that moment, Jiraiya suddenly remembered the peculiar sensation he experienced the previous night while drinking with Tsunade at the ramen shop. If he had not been jesting, perhaps he had genuinely mastered Sage Mode. However, at this juncture, he remained perplexed as to why he had suddenly grasped this formidable technique. Simultaneously, his intellect sharpened, as if the pathways of his energy had been unblocked. Danzo and the third Hokage's smiles instantly stiffened. 3 days prior, when Konoha had declared Jiraiya the strongest of the legendary Sannin, they had orchestrated a scenario in the Hokage office to compel Jiraiya to prove his ignorance of the sage arts of Miyaboku Mountain. It was precisely this belief that had led them to fervently arrange a grand revelation of lies, intending for Konoha to rise high only to fall harder. Yet, the outcomes laid before them not only shattered their perceptions but also inflicted a blow upon themselves. Was it not they who had stumbled? This vibrant little green frog, with its striking appearance, what did it signify? Could it be the mark of one who understood Sage Mode? Good heavens, Lord Jiraiya has indeed mastered the fabled Sage Mode. It is rumored to be a rare skill possessed by only a select few. Konoha had mentioned that aside from Jiraiya, the first Hokage and the Sage of Six Paths also possessed it. Could this indeed be true? If so, did this imply that Lord Jiraiya had acquired the formidable strength to become Hokage? Truly, Konoha, the strongest of the Sannin, this is indeed real. The storytelling tavern need not close its doors. The atmosphere erupted with excitement, while the expression on Danzo's face turned as sour as if he had consumed excrement. Even the staff he clutched tightly cracked under the pressure of his grip. The third Hokage's smile also grew strained. Had he not fabricated a persona of mediation from the outset, he would have found it impossible to maintain a facade of composure here now. Jiraiya, you haven't secretly manipulated anything, have you? Danzo suddenly interjected coldly. Jiraiya's expression shifted. He had not anticipated Danzo would press the issue at such a critical moment. Initially, Jiraiya believed that the mere alteration of the signature on the contract scroll would dissuade Danzo entirely. It now appeared he had been woefully naive. Tuanzong, you have gone too far. Indeed, you hold a high position in Konoha, but do not forget, I am not your subordinate. Jiraiya's face turned a deep shade of gray as he tightly clenched the scroll and exclaimed urgently, this contract scroll is not something that can be casually revealed. I have only made an exception this time because of your request. If you continue to push your luck, do not blame me for being unyielding. His stern words echoed through the bustling marketplace. The crowd of thousands instantly erupted into a chorus of jeers. Tuanzang's expression darkened to an extreme, and the root ninjas lurking in the shadows began to emerge. Upon witnessing this scene, Tsunade's nerves tightened. She understood all too well that the members of Root, cultivated solely by Tuanzang, were devoid of emotions, mere tools. At a single command from Tuanzang, Jiraiya would likely face a merciless ambush. Chapter 33. The perfect Sage Mode. As more than a dozen members of Root stepped out, the vast marketplace became imbued with an inexplicable sense of oppression. Jiraiya's complexion soured. Are you truly about to come to blows in front of all these people? The third Hokage appeared like a specter, placing himself between the two. After taking a deep drag from his pipe, he remarked, this matter can actually be resolved quite simply. Jiraiya, Tuanzang is also eager for the truth, after all. He is concerned for your safety on the battlefield. I believe you too wish to testify for Konoha, to prove he has not spoken falsely, thereby earning everyone's complete trust. Jiraiya momentarily faltered. He had intended to explain, but found himself silenced by the third Hokage's words. With a deep sigh, he swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Very well, since my teacher has spoken, I shall attempt to demonstrate publicly. However, my sage technique is not yet perfected, and I fear I will require the assistance of the two sages from Miyaboku Mountain. Tsunade remained silent beside him. Indeed, in the current Konoha, Tuanzang and the third Hokage had formed an alliance, with one operating in the light and the other in the shadows, creating a complex web of overt and covert maneuvers that was nearly impossible to defend against. It was a pity that many of the once great Senju clan, filled with exceptional talents, had long since perished in battle. The remaining members, lacking in strength, had succumbed to the policies of assimilation championed by Shinju Tobarama, ultimately leading to a disintegration of their unity, coupled with the years of manipulation by the third Hokage and Tuanzang. The Shinju clan had long ceased to be a formidable force. Otherwise, Tsunade would not have stood by idly while the village, founded by her own clan, fell into disarray. Indeed, her great-grandfather had departed too soon. Jiraiya, rest assured, I shall provide an explanation to the two sages. The third Hokage's eyes gleamed with sudden clarity. He had not anticipated receiving such crucial intelligence regarding Myaboku Mountain from Jiraiya. Jiraiya silently stowed away the scroll, preparing to bite his fingertip to perform the summoning technique, but was halted by Kuroha's swift intervention. Lord Jiraiya, I have utmost faith that you can manifest the complete sage mode without the aid of the two great sages. If you do not mind, you may as well give it a try. Jiraiya was taken aback, gazing at the smiling and fervently confident Konoha, who was sipping on some sake. He truly questioned whether it was he who understood sage mode or Konoha. Why did Konoha seem to possess more confidence than himself? However, recalling the peculiar sensation from the previous night, coupled with the enlightening illusion he had just experienced, Jiraiya steeled himself and resolutely bit down. Very well. I shall trust you this once. Sage mode. Bang. Jiraiya suddenly clasped his hands together. All knowledge of sage mode swirled in his mind like a tempest. The once incomprehensible challenges of the past were, at this moment, easily shattered like paper as Jiraiya surged forth with determination. An indescribable aura rapidly emerged from within him. All surrounding flora and fauna, as if stirred by an invisible hand, were swiftly agitated by the natural forces at play. In the next instant, Jiraiya's body transformed into a colossal black hole, irresistibly drawing in all this power. Boom! The immense momentum surged within Jiraiya, creating a whirlwind around him that felt akin to a storm, toppling those who were slightly weaker in an instant. Even the faces of the third Hokage and Danzo changed drastically. However, this grand display only lasted for a mere 2 or 3 breaths. Jiraiya quickly grasped the key to control, suppressing the surging natural energy within him. It could be said that his inability to master sage mode over the years at Mount Myaboku stemmed entirely from the challenge of managing this sudden influx of power. Should this power spiral out of control, the practitioner would risk becoming akin to a mere frog. This was precisely why, in the original narrative, Jiraiya required the assistance of 2 sages when entering sage mode, one to help absorb natural chakra and another to aid in suppression. Yet, having received the system's gift of 10 points in comprehension, Jiraiya's understanding approached perfection. Under these circumstances, he clearly achieved what had once been impossible, multitasking to a remarkable degree. As the tempestuous winds and swirling dust settled, the Jiraiya that re-emerged before the onlookers had undergone a profound transformation. Not only did colorful rings appear around his eyes, but his pupils had also morphed into golden slits. The aura he radiated imbued him with an ethereal presence, as if he were merging seamlessly with the very environment around him. Most importantly, even perceptive techniques such as chakra seemed to falter at this moment. Had it not been for the sight before his very eyes, Jiraiya's presence might have gone unnoticed. Is this the sage mode? I feel as though I possess an inexhaustible supply of chakra, and the forces surrounding me are at my command. Jiraiya stood astonished, and had he not experienced it firsthand, he would have never believed in his own success. Tsunade, too, wore a look of disbelief as she watched the once unremarkable figure suddenly surpass her. In an instant, he exuded an air of grandeur. However, as her gaze fell upon the book Ika Ika Paradise at Jiraiya's waist, that feeling of magnificence collapsed instantaneously. She rolled her eyes and kicked him squarely on the backside, exclaiming, "Hurry and dispel sage mode. What are you showing off for?" Jiraiya, shaken from his reverie, found his sensory abilities greatly enhanced in sage mode. In this state, evading Tsunade's attack was not impossible. Yet, considering the current heated situation, breaking the deadlock with this opportunity seemed prudent. Just as this thought took root, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged from behind the third Hokage. Jiraiya, I must test the authenticity of your sage mode. Wind release, great breakthrough. Danzo seized the moment, bypassing the third Hokage and positioning himself several meters away from Jiraiya. As he swiftly formed the hand seals for the wind release technique, a massive amount of chakra coalesced in his mouth. In the next instant, it erupted forth. In a heartbeat, a tempest of wind, sharp as countless blades, surged toward Jiraiya with a deafening roar. Witnessing the imminent onslaught, Jiraiya's expression shifted. Had this been before he entered sage mode, reacting in time would have been nearly impossible. However, the circumstances were now different. Senjutsu, Super Big Ball Rasengan. Jiraiya bellowed. As his right hand gathered the Rasengan, the sage chakra within him and the ambient energy surged to their zenith. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to a size of 7 or 8 meters, astonishing even Jiraiya himself. Yet with no choice but to act, he propelled it directly toward Danzo. Danzo's pupils constricted sharply. With a thunderous crash, the colossal Rasengan collided with the incoming Great Breakthrough. The Rasengan, infused with Sage Chakra, unleashed a force akin to a volcanic eruption, obliterating the raging storm in an instant. The explosive shockwaves swept through the entire commercial district like a hurricane, while the residual might of the Rasengan surged relentlessly toward Danzo. After the explosive storm unleashed by Danzo, he staggered and struggled to regain his footing. Once he surveyed the scene before him, a wave of regret washed over him as he questioned why he had not simply succumbed to the impact and been propelled backward. Such an action would have at least afforded him a momentary respite. Yet, at that very moment, regret proved futile. All Danzo could do was watch, helplessly, as the colossal Rasengan magnified rapidly within his gaze. With a thunderous crash, the earth split apart as the earth release, Mud Dragon collided with him. The immense force sent Danzo hurtling through the air like a cannonball. In the next instant, the Rasengan detonated where he had once stood, shattering the rocky Mud Dragon upon impact. The ground erupted violently, and a massive wave of explosive force swept through the commercial district like a tempest. Seizing this fleeting opportunity to catch his breath, Jiraiya hastily retracted much of the Rasengan's power. As the clouds of dust settled and the rumbling subsided, the onlookers who had retreated to a safe distance regained their composure and turned their attention to the epicenter of the clash. Their eyes were immediately drawn to a vast crater, measuring over 10 meters in diameter. The once abandoned buildings and trees surrounding the area had been mercilessly obliterated by the overwhelming force. Observing the devastation laid bare before them, a chill crept down the spines of those present. Their gazes toward Jiraiya were filled with astonishment. Truly, the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, had unleashed a technique so potent that it required no hand signs, showcasing an extraordinary level of power. Had any of them been in his stead, they would scarcely have withstood even a fraction of it. A fraction? You overestimate yourself. Did you not see the old man, who claimed to be a senior advisor of Konoha, suddenly intervene? If not for that white-haired savior, he would have been reduced to mere rubble, someone whispered. If you had taken his place, there would be nothing left of you. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. Had Jiraiya not judiciously dissipated much of his power, the resulting explosion might have devastated half the street, leaving them unable to stand here at all. The atmosphere grew electrified with excitement. If, just moments ago, there had been even a hint of skepticism regarding Konoha's capabilities, witnessing such a formidable strike obliterated any lingering doubts. The might of Jiraiya, the strongest of the Sannin, had firmly established itself in their minds. Particularly striking was the sight of the legendary Sage Mode, which elevated Jiraiya's stature to unprecedented heights. Jiraiya, I merely intended to test the authenticity of your Sage Mode, but do you mean to eliminate me? Danzo's expression darkened as he emerged, disheveled, from the rubble, accompanied by a dozen members of the Umbu route. Initially, Danzo had intended to retaliate fiercely, seeking to humiliate Jiraiya in the process. Never did he anticipate that such a fate would befall him. However, this incident completely obliterated the dignity he had painstakingly built over the years, particularly before the eyes of thousands from the entire ninja world. If there were a hole nearby, Danzo would have gladly burrowed into it. Jiraiya, momentarily lost in joy, regained his composure as he beheld the menacing Danzo, preparing to speak. Lord Danzo, this was merely an accident, after all. Lord Jiraiya did not foresee that you would resort to a surprise attack without provocation. Konoha chuckled, leaning on his cane as he stepped forward. Moreover, the might of the sage, which Lord Jiraiya has only recently begun to master, is no easy feat to command. It is commendable that he did not inadvertently injure or kill Lord Danzo during your trial. Besides, I firmly believe that Lord Danzo's decision to engage must stem from a substantial confidence in his own abilities, with such prowess. How could he possibly be harmed by Lord Jiraiya? Danzo was momentarily rendered speechless, his anger flaring. Was he being accused of inadequacy, as if his demise would be well-deserved? He had already suffered a significant loss of face in front of everyone. If he were to publicly acknowledge his shortcomings now, it would likely become a source of ridicule throughout the ninja world. Enough, Danzo, there is no need to conceal your shortcomings any longer. Your experiments have been sufficiently tested. The third Hokage interjected, emerging at an opportune moment, casting a meaningful glance at Konoha before puffing on his pipe with a smile. However, it brings me great joy as a mentor to see that Jiraiya has mastered the legendary sage techniques of Mount Myaboku. To witness the strongest of the three ninjas, Jiraiya, rise from being the underdog is a promising sign for the future of Konoha. With stalwart individuals like you among us, our village shall undoubtedly flourish and grow stronger in the days to come. I am resolute in my belief that as long as you are here, where the leaves flutter, the fire shall continue to burn bright, illuminating the village and nurturing the new growth of leaves. As he observed the sudden awkwardness and the third Hokage's seemingly brainwashing rhetoric, Konoha helplessly took out a flask of shochu from his waist and took a sip to steady his nerves. The villagers and ninjas surrounding them erupted into enthusiastic applause in response to these words. The only silver lining for Konoha was that the previously tense atmosphere had eased somewhat amidst the commotion. In the distance, Danzo's face was a mask of fury, his grip on his cane tightening and relaxing repeatedly, struggling to suppress his resentment and anger after several attempts. Yet, before he could voice his frustration again, a commotion quickly erupted in the marketplace. Make way, let me die. I am but a sinner, the greatest sinner of Konoha. If it were not for me, the village would not have suffered defeat in negotiations with the Cloud Village. Do not hinder me. I wish to perish. A figure surged through the crowd, momentarily taken aback by the chaotic scene in the marketplace. However, he quickly regained his composure and scanned the crowd. Chapter 35, Deceived by a Little Ghost. It was S.F. Rit. How did he end up here? Just yesterday, I had seen him indulging in a feast at the barbecue restaurant. And now he seemed to be courting death. Ah, you are unaware of who S.F. Rit is? He is the one saved by the White Fang. As the figure suddenly materialized, everyone snapped back to reality. The third Hokage furrowed his brow, instinctively glancing at Danzo beside him. Upon their arrival, Danzo had already briefed him on the general plan, besides taking advantage of this storytelling opportunity to dethrone the Black Feather. He had set a secondary trap to further undermine the newly revived Konoha White Fang. Unfortunately, the first step faltered as Jiraiya's Sage Mode caught them off guard. By the time they regained their senses, the next phase had already commenced. The prearranged S.F. Rit charged forward. However, upon witnessing the plan that Danzo had assured would work, the third Hokage's heart skipped a beat at the sudden appearance of S.F. Rit. A palpable unease creeping in as he instinctively glanced towards the Black Feather. Danzo shared this unsettling feeling, particularly after their recent setback, feeling as if he were being led by the nose. For someone who had been the shadow of Konoha for decades, this was a first. Yet, with the arrow knocked, it had to be released. Observing S.F. Rit arrive punctually, Danzo could only steel himself and speak. S.F. Rit, do not act impulsively. The village's interests being compromised do not concern you. You were merely saved, an occurrence beyond your control. Does this not concern me? S.F. Rit momentarily dazed, then suddenly knelt and began to weep uncontrollably. Shikomo, why did you save me? Could you not have let me die? Had you not rescued me, the village's interests would not have suffered. You should have killed me instead. No, living makes me a sinner to the village. I refuse to live a life burdened by guilt. Allow me to atone. As he spoke, S.F. Rit hastily produced a pre-prepared bottle of liquor and poured its contents over himself. He then drew a match and brandished it before the onlookers. The White Fang's expression darkened slightly. He had anticipated that events might take an unexpected turn. However, he never imagined it would unfold so swiftly. Observing his former comrade in despair, the White Fang no longer felt lost nor despondent as he once had. Yet, faced with S.F. Rit's cries for life and death, he found himself momentarily at a loss for a solution. Noticing the hesitation in Konoha's White Fang, a glimmer of insight flickered in the depths of the third Hokage and Danzo's eyes. Just moments ago, they had worried that their final stratagem might not be utilized. Now it seems that there might indeed be a so-called miraculous effect. Do you wish to end your life in atonement? Such a spirit is truly worthy of respect. As a junior, allow me to escort this hero on his journey. Heiyu suddenly spoke with a smile. Everyone's nerves tensed up instantaneously, just as they grasped the situation. A shuriken had already left Heiyu's hand, with an explosive tag igniting in response. The distance between both parties was merely a few short meters. The sudden turn of events was unexpected. Heiyu acted without provocation, leaving no room for them to react. By the time they regained their senses, the shuriken had already struck Zwafong Lido. No, please, Lord Danzo, I do not wish to die. Quickly save me. You promised you would never let me die. Fang Lido screamed in despair, disregarding all semblance of dignity as he rolled frantically on the ground, attempting to extinguish the explosive tag on his body. However, as time passed, the awaited explosion did not occur. Fang Lido began to notice the atmosphere around them gradually shifting, and a chilling thought struck him. He had been deceived by a mere child. He quickly looked down at the shuriken lodged in his chest. Not only was it dull and incapable of inflicting any harm, but the explosive tag was merely a ruse. Remembering the words he had uttered in what he believed to be a moment of life and death, Fang Lido hastily raised his head. You insolent wretch! How dare you spread falsehoods here and sully my name? This is utterly intolerable. I suspect you have been bribed by a foreign nation. Danzo appeared like a specter, swiftly materializing before Fang Lido. In the instant he lifted his head, a knife hand strike, accompanied by a sharp whoosh, descended directly upon Fang Lido's neck. Bang! Fang Lido's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The audience gasped at Danzo's ruthlessness, the air thick with astonishment. Heiyu was taken aback by Danzo's mercilessness. However, considering the events of the day, it was clear that Danzo, this old fox, had long been simmering with pent-up frustration, prompting a wry smile from Heiyu. The only regret Heiyu felt was that throughout it all, the third Hokage had played the role of the benevolent figure. Shattering his facade of hypocrisy would evidently not be an easy task. Once this day had passed, Heiyu believed that the schemes devised by the third Hokage would likely multiply. It appeared that enhancing his own strength through the system was an urgent necessity. The third Hokage cast a glance at Heiyu, observing the chaotic scene once again, clearly unwilling to let it unfold any further. Today, Danzo had indeed displayed a plethora of disgraceful antics, yet they remained old partners in collaboration. The third Hokage, deeply concerned, lamented the possibility of losing a figure who navigated the shadows as a mere jester at such a critical juncture. My esteemed colleagues, we have just witnessed a farce. We have been closely monitoring the situation regarding Kazakazi Rito and his psychological fluctuations. However, we never anticipated that he would make such a sudden move today, catching us entirely off guard. Had it not been for Uchiha Kuroha's insight into Rito's feigned suicide, we might have remained oblivious to his masquerade as a victim, all the while subtly steering public opinion to malign Sarutobi. This period has indeed been arduous for Sarutobi. Should any unforeseen calamity occur, as the third Hokage, I would bear significant responsibility. Rest assured, once it is confirmed that Kazakazi Rito has been manipulated by the enemy to slander us, I shall rectify the narrative post-haste. As the leader of Konoha, it is my duty to safeguard each of you, just as Uchiha Kuroha expressed 3 days prior. I aspire for Konoha to become a village where you are worthy of sacrifice, fighting for our village in the land of fire. Chapter 36. The third Hokage's grand promises. His deep voice, interspersed with resonant and powerful rhetoric, transformed the third Hokage's words into an impassioned address. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen, who resembled a charismatic leader rallying his followers, Kuroha felt a sense of resignation yet relief. The emergence of Kazakazi Rito, coupled with Danzo's failed scheming, compelled the third Hokage, who initially considered remaining a bystander as Konoha White Fang crumbled, to step forth and publicly support him. As the resonant and persuasive rhetoric faded, the commercial district, which had briefly fallen into silence, erupted once more with fervor. This is truly remarkable. Just 3 days ago, after hearing the tales of Warlord Luffy and reading the dialogues and the scripts, I suspected a premeditated conspiracy against Lord White Fang. It appears I was correct. Dear father, I have always asserted that Kuroha, the one who recognizes true heroes, is indeed a visionary. A person willing to risk everything for their comrades cannot be a villain. Why must you continue to malign Lord White Fang? This is merely jealousy from other ninja villages, seeking to tarnish his reputation. Oh, how terrifying such psychological manipulation is. I, too, was once deceived, uttering words that harmed Lord White Fang. Fortunately, with Kuroha's presence, we have uncovered this ruse. Truly, he is remarkable. Without him, Konoha might have lost a great champion. Lord White Fang is the true hero of our village, and in the upcoming Hokage election, we shall undoubtedly cast our votes for him. Indeed, Lord White Fang's noble character is on par with that of the Hokage. We must support him. The voices of the crowd in the commercial district surged with enthusiasm, echoing their unwavering support. As Heiyu swallowed a mouthful of the earthy brew, he nearly choked. Listening to the final flattery-laden remarks, he instantly comprehended that troubles were far from resolved. Initially, the third Hokage and Danzo had conspired seamlessly, leveraging public opinion to drive the Leaf's White Fang into a mental breakdown that ultimately led to his demise. This was entirely due to the fact that, following the conclusion of the First and Second Shinobi Wars, White Fang's reputation overshadowed even the legendary Sannin, whom the third Hokage had painstakingly nurtured. His prominence posed a significant threat to Sarutobi Hiruzen's position as Hokage. To secure his own authority and prevent the emergence of a formidable rival in the next Hokage election, Danzo turned a blind eye to the manipulations behind the scenes orchestrated by the third Hokage. However, this overt conspiracy not only faltered but also inadvertently crafted a persona for White Fang as someone deeply honorable and trustworthy. Undoubtedly, this escalated the threat tenfold. If Heiyu recalled correctly, within the original narrative, White Fang's suicide precipitated the onset of the Third Shinobi War. Uchiha Shursui had already been brainwashed, becoming a mere pawn in the hands of the third Hokage. Meanwhile, the future fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was chosen directly by the third Hokage, bypassing the Sannin he had trained as the next candidate for Hokage. This sequence of events drove Orochimaru to a mental collapse, leading him to ally with Danzo in scientific pursuits. What should have been a retreat into the shadows for the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, turned into a public declaration of Minato's youth after the latter assumed the Hokage position. Hiruzen personally took on the role of a high-level advisor in Konoha, manipulating affairs from behind the curtain. Ultimately, during the Nine Tails crisis, he arrived belatedly to witness Minato seal the Nine Tails and perish. By the time Minato had teleported away the beast, the village had already been spared from external threats. Yet it took him a considerable amount of time to locate the battlefield. Heiyu found himself questioning the efficacy of the Umbu. Could not the third Hokage have dispatched Minato's Flying Thunder God team directly to the battlefield? It could be articulated that everything was meticulously orchestrated. Only by allowing Minato to perish while sealing the Nine Tails could Sarutobi Hiruzen regain his foothold as Hokage. By suppressing Naruto's identity as the son of a hero, he merely left chaos in the wake of the fox and the infamy of having caused the fourth Hokage's demise. This inevitably reminded Heiyu of the moment when Sarutobi Hiruzen fell to Orochimaru's treachery. Danzo indeed stood idly by, waiting for the opportune moment to inherit the Hokage position. Did Jiraiya, upon his return, possess too much knowledge of the underlying truths and thus chose to overlook them? As for Sarutobi Hiruzen's ultimate sacrifice for the village, it could be argued he died justly, for all was purportedly for the village's greater good, leaving him with a clear conscience as he fulfilled his duty as Hokage. A cascade of thoughts swirled in Heiyu's mind, and he realized he had unconsciously drained his cup of the earthy brew. Gazing at the third Hokage, who stood with his back turned, one might ponder whether Senju Tobarama anticipated that time and power could lead a person to such profound disorientation. Well, this matter has reached a conclusion for now. I have other affairs to attend to, the third Hokage remarked, his smile as warm as a spring day. Turning to face Konoha, he expressed his heartfelt appreciation. Konoha, your rendition of the tale of Monkey D. Luffy today was, as always, extraordinary. The emergence of such a remarkable talent as you in Konoha brings me great solace. It affirms that our path toward peace is indeed correct, and we must steadfastly continue on this journey. However, no matter how commendable your storytelling may be, do not lose yourself amidst the accolades and renown. You are a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, and the future seed of our village. I hope you will flourish like a mighty tree and strive to become the Hokage who leads Konoha, irrespective of which generation it may be. Never relinquish that dream. His deep voice was imbued with an unparalleled charisma. Observing the third Hokage as he began to spin grandiose visions, Konoha nearly spat out his drink. Yet, confronted with the eager gazes surrounding him, he sighed inwardly and mustered a face of excitement. Thank you, esteemed third Hokage, for your guidance. I shall certainly keep your words close to my heart. However, I am self-aware. Furthermore, within the village, there are esteemed figures such as Danzo, White Fang, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Minato, Tsunade, and our clan leader Fugaku, all of whom possess more than enough qualifications for the position of Hokage. It is hardly my place. As a mere boy with impaired vision, for now, being able to tell a good story and earn a modest meal is already quite commendable. The smile of the third Hokage faltered slightly. He had merely intended to inspire Konoha, but had not anticipated that he would immediately enumerate a myriad of names. Was he implying that there were several others more deserving of the Hokage title? Chapter 37. Can one open the Mangeki Sharingan at 8? The thunderous applause reverberated throughout the commercial street. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged glances, a hint of exasperation evident between them. To openly utter such audacious words and garner encouragement from the audience was indeed a rarity. However, they both understood that following this incident, the special treatment from the third Hokage would likely become even more stringent. For Konoha, this would render his path increasingly arduous. Reflecting on the day's events, they appeared to be merely a series of fortunate coincidences. Yet, upon deeper contemplation, was everything truly that simple? Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, the third Hokage inhaled deeply, suppressing all thoughts, and maintained his warm smile. Kurohane, your words resonate deeply. I truly hope the Hidden Leaf Village can flourish as you envision, where every individual is worthy of becoming Hokage. Then this old man may depart this world without regrets, having honored the legacy of the first and second Hokage. Now, I shall take my leave. May everyone enjoy the storytelling session. But Kurohane, do not forget to attend your classes at the academy. Farewell. With these parting words, the third Hokage made it clear he had no intention of lingering. For the first time, he realized even his seasoned composure had its limits. Lingering further risked shattering the mask he had worn for decades. Watching the third vanish with his signature ghostly swiftness, Kurohane exhaled in quiet relief. Confrontation, it seemed, had been the most fitting conclusion. The repercussions of today's events were beyond his immediate concern. What mattered now was seizing every fleeting moment to grow stronger. Only with sufficient power could he secure his survival. Let us depart, Dan commanded coldly, his voice sharp as steel. Yet before leaving, his icy gaze lingered on Kurohane, heavy with unspoken implications. With a sweep of his robes, he led his root operatives away. The unconscious SF Retsa dragged unceremoniously in their wake. Today's humiliations had piled high enough, allowing the disgraced shinobi to remain risked exposing further damning truths. Whatever remained of Dan's standing in Konoha would crumble entirely. The title of Hokage? A distant dream. Even his advisory position might slip through his fingers. He harbored no illusions. Sarutobi Hiruzen, his rival of decades, would seize any chance to dismantle him. Orochimaru stretched languidly, a smirk playing on his lips. Ah, what an entertaining finale. Who knew a simple storytelling session could unravel such delightful chaos? Truly, that boy never disappoints. He turned to leave, only for Tsunade to block his path, her expression dark. Orochimaru, she warned, what schemes are you concocting now? His golden eyes glinted with amusement. Schemes? Tsunade, such a promising youth deserves admiration. If I do have plans for him, rest assured they're beneficial. His tone dripped with mock sincerity. Besides, rather than meddling, perhaps you should focus on advancing your medical corps. The shinobi world teeters on the brink, the third great war looms. Surely you'd prefer fewer lives lost due to inadequate care? Tsunade's fist clenched, her retort stifled. She could only watch as Orochimaru melted into the shadows. Jiraiya laid a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Don't fret, Tsunade. Next council meeting, I'll back your proposal. The old man will come around. A wry smile tugged at her lips. Jiraiya, thank you. Indeed, just now, when Konoha was commenting on the Rouge list, he seemed to mention a woman named Yuki Natsuko, renowned as a great beauty of the Rouge list. How could she possibly have a betrothal with you? You haven't bribed Konoha to assist you in fabricating this, have you? Ah, Jiraiya suddenly snapped back to reality. Having been so engrossed in the shock of the Rouge list's emergence and the need to deal with Danzo's troublesome maneuvers that he completely forgot about this matter. Only when Tsunade pointed it out did he realize the terrifying implications of this situation. The betrothal with Yuki Natsuko, the village chief of Natsukoshi village, was a wager established not long ago when Jiraiya visited the village for research and was unexpectedly confronted by Yuki Natsuko. At that time, Jiraiya emerged victorious from the wager, ostensibly concluding the betrothal. However, he had inadvertently sold his future disciple, calculating that the benefits should remain within his own circle. Thus, he established a childhood engagement for his disciple with Yuki Natsuko. This matter was conducted with utmost secrecy between the two parties, known only to them, without a whisper reaching a third party. Moreover, given that Natsukoshi village exists like a hidden realm within the ninja world, the number of individuals privy to this information is exceedingly small. Had Jiraiya not fortuitously learned of it by following a merchant caravan to Natsukoshi, he would have never discovered it. Now, with Konoha's sudden revelation, even their betrothal is known. Is he a parasite within my thoughts? Jiraiya, what expression is that? Tsunade paused, unable to suppress her curiosity, asking, could it be that you did not inform Konoha about these matters? How could he possibly know? Jiraiya, with a grave expression, shook his head, stating, I am uncertain. If Konoha does not possess a formidable intelligence network, he must be concealing an unknown ability. Ability? Tsunade's expression faltered, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features as she replied, Jiraiya, I once heard my granduncle mention that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan exists in 3 forms, the single tomo, double tomo, and the legendary 3 tomo. Ordinary members of the Uchiha clan can achieve a maximum of 3 tomo Sharingan. Only a select few exceptional individuals can attain the fabled and cursed Mangeki Sharingan. My granduncle once told me that the possessor of the Mangeki Sharingan can easily rival dozens of ordinary Sharingan users. The primary reason is that those who awaken the Mangeki Sharingan gain one or several unknown special ocular techniques. According to my granduncle, Uchiha Madara was one such individual possessing the Mangeki Sharingan. The Mangeki Sharingan? Jiraiya's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, Tsunade, are you implying that Konoha awakened the legendary Mangeki Sharingan at the tender age of 8? Are you jesting? His knowledge of my betrothal with Yuki Natsuko should have no bearing on whether he possesses the Mangeki Sharingan, right? Are you perhaps overthinking this? Jiraiya fixed his gaze intently upon Tsunade. However, in the end, it deflated like a balloon. Chapter 38, The Secret of Uchiha Itachi. Tsunade fell silent, equally incredulous about this speculation. Yet, if it were not understood in this way, it would be challenging to explain all that had just transpired. But to awaken the legendary Mangeki Sharingan at the tender age of 8, such a notion is indeed terrifying, isn't it? Tsunade, it is unwise for us to indulge in guesses here. We should inquire with Konoha. Perhaps he holds the key to the answers we seek. Jiraiya suggested as he regained his focus. If he truly possesses the Mangeki Sharingan, his situation will become even more perilous. Tsunade's expression grew serious as she turned her gaze towards the commercial street, only to suddenly realize that Konoha was no longer among the crowd. Shizen, where has Konoha gone? Lady Tsunade, the boss Konoha has left. He mentioned that the next storytelling session will be scheduled 5 days later due to the damage inflicted upon the commercial street, which affected the store, Shizen said, hurrying over while cradling Tun-Tun, her face marked with regret. It is a rare delight to hear such an exciting tale, and now we must wait another 5 days. Konoha truly has a penchant for tantalizing his audience. However, this latest version of the lipstick ranking is even more explosive than the previous one featuring the legendary Sannin, with Lady Tsunade herself making the list. Who would dare to label her as a freakishly strong woman unworthy of marriage now? He has left? Tsunade momentarily froze before quickly regaining her composure, twisting Shizen's ear as she exclaimed through gritted teeth, Shizen, what nonsense are you spouting? Who is a freakishly strong woman? You're not worried about not getting married, are you? Is that why you can't master this strength technique? In the future, you must train twice as hard for me. Otherwise, do not blame me for being harsh. Ouch, Lady Tsunade, I didn't mean it. I truly can't. Observing the playful scuffle between the two, Jiraiya sighed helplessly and diverted his gaze. He was not unfamiliar with the Mangeki Sharingan. During his time at my Bokuzen, he had heard about it from the great sage Toad. Unfortunately, he had never taken it to heart until now. If Tsunade's assertions were correct, everything that had just occurred might indeed be linked to Konoha's Mangeki Sharingan. This Mangeki Sharingan is terrifying, to say the least. Moreover, recalling the series of names that had just appeared on the lipstick ranking, Jiraiya was struck by one name in particular, Conan from the Rain Village. Was this the same Conan he knew? Or was there another individual with the same name and surname from the Rain Village? Is Tsunade beautiful while bathing in the snow? Indeed, she is exceedingly beautiful. She would undoubtedly make the lipstick ranking. Jiraiya responded reflexively with a smile. However, he quickly sensed something amiss and turned just in time to see a massive fist hurtling towards him with a whoosh. A dog will never change its ways. Your sage mode was undeniably impressive earlier. Bang. With a powerful punch, Tsunade sent Jiraiya flying. Watching as the traveler who had just finished recounting his tale departed with a lingering sense of reluctance, Tsunade did not linger either, turning away to leave as well. As for Jiraiya, who had been sent sprawling, Tsunade was well aware of the extent of her strength. After all, he never truly faced death. Accompanied by her departure alongside Shizen, a barely perceptible snake emerged from the earth, swiftly slithering into the shadows. Orochimaru, who had initially retreated, gradually became discernible in the darkness, a devilish smirk forming on his pale visage. After moistening his dry lips, he murmured, I never anticipated that events would take such an intriguing turn. Fortunately, I kept a contingency plan and did not hastily flee. I had assumed that the Uchiha clan had devolved into a mere shadow of its former glory, incapable of awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan after Uchiha Madara. It seems I underestimated the situation. An 8-year-old awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan. If this is true, the Uchiha clan would indeed be a formidable entity. This revelation could explain why my murderous intent was ineffective during our last encounter. Perhaps the identity of the so-called useless individual, labeled as such for 8 years, was merely a fade to conceal all of this. If this is indeed the case, his remarkable resilience and temperament evoke a nightmarish sensation. He is truly a fearsome being. It appears that events are becoming increasingly captivating. Orochimaru's gaze followed the direction of Kuroha's departure, his eyes sparkling with mischief and intrigue. However, he did not pursue immediately. Instead, he chose to turn in another direction. At such a critical juncture, Orochimaru believed that many eyes would be watching Kuroha. It was better to remain concealed in the shadows as a hunter than to expose himself to the public gaze and jeopardize his human experimentation. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, a teacup was shattered in the grip of the third Hokage, who glared at the village visible through the glass, a shadow of gloom crossing his face. Well, what a little rascal. I never expected Sarutobi Hiruzen to stumble like this. And how did Jiraiya suddenly master Sage Mode? Could it be that he and that little brat conspired against me? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in anger. Observers would have been astonished to witness such a stark contrast in demeanor from the usually composed third Hokage, suspecting the presence of an impostor. However, at this moment in the Hokage's office, aside from Hiruzen, even the elite Umbu had been ordered to withdraw. The area was enveloped in a silence barrier. Otherwise, the third Hokage would not have removed his mask to reveal his true self. At this moment, apart from Hiruzen, there was another individual privy to his greatest secret, the contracted summoning beast of the Sarutobi clan, the legendary Monkey King from the Flower Fruit Mountain. Hailed as the strongest among the Monkey clan and summoning beasts alike. Observing the contorted visage of Sarutobi Hiruzen, a man transformed beyond recognition, the Monkey King fell into a profound silence, ultimately exhaling a wistful sigh. Hiruzen, on that day when you summoned Jiraiya for verification, I was present as well. Jiraiya's ability to produce the summoning contract scroll was a testament to the respect he holds for you as his mentor. Furthermore, this summoning scroll serves as irrefutable evidence of the bond between our summoned beasts and humanity. It is beyond fabrication, even for us. Hence, Jiraiya did not deceive you that day. The senjutsu of Mount Myaboku he wields may indeed have been acquired only recently. The summoned Monkey King approached the side of the third Hokage, contemplating the silhouette of this old companion, now almost unrecognizable. A wave of melancholy washed over him. For among all in the ninja world, he alone knew the secret behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's descent into darkness. Chapter 39. The Dark Persona of the Demon Mode Monkey King. Are you suggesting that Jiraiya only mastered Sage Mode within these past 3 days? Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly turned, the shadow of doubt still clouding his expression. When he activated Sage Mode earlier, I sensed the astonishment on his face was genuine, not a fade. It appears the alterations in the scroll exceeded his expectations. Could it be that his mastery of Sage Mode was an inadvertent breakthrough after prolonged effort? Monkey King, do you believe I could also attain mastery over that technique? That technique? The Monkey King paused, fully aware of the significance behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiry. Indeed, this was one of the principal reasons for Hiruzen's dark transformation. During the Second Great Ninja War, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, along with others, accompanied the second Hokage to negotiations outside the neutral village. The chaos unleashed by the brothers Kin and Jin led to the immediate demise of the Raikage present at the meeting, while other village leaders were swiftly eradicated. Only the second Hokage, with unparalleled strength, managed to lead the remaining forces to safety. Unfortunately, Kin and Jin had anticipated their arrival, encircling the venue with an army of nearly 1,000. Following the selection of Sarutobi Hiruzen as the third Hokage, the second Hokage fell in battle. Ultimately, the 6-member team, including Akimichi Choza and Uchiha Kagami, perished in their valiant efforts. Consequently, upon his arduous return to Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself unable to ascend to the Hokage position solely on the words of Danzo and Tsunade. To fulfill the second Hokage's wishes and stabilize the village amidst the chaos of the other ninja villages, Hiruzen took the bold step of attempting to master the forbidden techniques he had unexpectedly acquired within his clan. The Demon Mode. Revered as the pinnacle of the Monkey King's legacy from Flower Fruit Mountain, surpassed even the three great sanctuaries of ninjutsu, serving as the strongest summoning technique. If Sage Mode harnessed the formidable power of natural chakra, then the Demon Mode was an embodiment of the mastery over human emotions intertwined with natural chakra, forming a means of potent transformation. Once the achievement of the Demon Mode is attained, one not only gains the formidable natural chakra akin to that of the Sage Mode, but also attains a state impervious to blades and flames. Among those who have passed the trials of Demon Mode, the Monkey Sage exemplifies this mastery, maintaining his true essence while achieving invulnerability. In the realm, only the Kusanagi sword, wielded by Orochimaru, possesses the ability to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. It is precisely due to the terrifying power of Demon Mode that the trials required for its cultivation are far more stringent than those of the three great sanctuaries. The mere absorption of natural chakra, if unsuccessful, risks transforming one into a stone statue of a monkey. Furthermore, the negative emotions within the natural chakra pose a grave threat. Should one fail to maintain their true self, they may entirely lose their sanity and become a demon driven solely by slaughter. On that fateful day, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in his eagerness to gain the approval of the Konoha leadership and the daimyo of the Land of Fire, disregarded the Monkey Sage's warnings and chose to cultivate the Demon Mode. Ultimately, due to his impatient mindset, he was unable to suppress the negative emotions within the natural chakra and nearly succumbed to demonization. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Monkey Sage, it is plausible that the third Hokage today would not be Hiruzen Sarutobi, but rather Danzo Shimura. However, from that moment onward, Hiruzen's humanity was evidently tainted, plunging him into a state of semi-darkness, prioritizing the village's interests above all else. Though he maintained a facade of amiability and approachability in public, he transformed into a different person behind closed doors. Little did the Monkey Sage anticipate that this time, Hiruzen would completely unleash the suppressed dark persona within him, a phenomenon never before witnessed. According to Hiruzen, even if he were to perish in battle, he would choose to embrace the light, fervently refusing to tarnish the image and reputation he had built over decades. Monkey Sage, I implore you. Do I still have a chance to master that technique? Hiruzen inquired with a deep urgency. The Monkey Sage, regaining his composure, gazed at Hiruzen's earnest face and shook his head with a sigh. Hiruzen, you should be well aware that the difficulty of Demon Mode surpasses even that of Sage Mode. This is precisely why Shinja Hashirama, despite knowing the superiority of Demon Mode, chose not to cultivate it. The risk of losing one's inherent personality upon failure is too great. I must also bear some blame for not having dissuaded you more effectively back in the day. Silence. Hiruzen's countenance darkened as he retorted sharply. Indeed, I have failed. Yet Demon Mode has nevertheless increased the quantity of chakra within me, and I have mastered the 5 elemental chakra natures. With these accomplishments, I still stand undaunted. However, today, I find it utterly unexpected that I would stumble at the hands of an 8-year-old brat. Truly, Danzo proves to be more a source of trouble than a facilitator of success. Observing the irate and familiar visage of his old comrade, the Monkey Sage fell into a contemplative silence, refraining from further comment. The sound of knocking from outside brought a sense of relief to Sarutobi. Sarutobi, it is Danzo. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's fierce visage instantly reverted to calm, a gentle smile graced his face, and the darker aspects of his persona were swiftly suppressed. After taking a deep drag from the pipe in his hand, he said, Suru, you may return now. You have worked hard this time as well. Yes, do take care, Saru replied. Observing the seamless shift in Sarutobi's personality, Saru chose not to linger any longer, promptly dispelling the summoning technique and vanishing from sight. Once the final traces of chakra dissipated, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a seat and spoke. Danzo, please enter. The tightly shut door swung open, and the previously dismissed Umbu swiftly returned to their concealed positions for protection. Danzo entered briskly, leaning on his cane, and glanced at the shattered teacup on the floor. Sarutobi, I did not expect you to lose your composure. It seems that this defeat was unforeseen even for you. Noticing the slight smirk on Danzo's face, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke and shook his head. Danzo, you are overthinking this. That teacup merely shattered when I was lost in thought. However, your haste in seeking me, rather than tending to your meticulously crafted plans, suggests there must be something urgent at hand. Danzo's smile gradually faded as the third Hokage's incisive remark extinguished any light-hearted banter. He retrieved an ancient tome from his possession and flung it onto the desk of the third Hokage. The cover bore a vividly engraved Sharingan, captivating in its essence. "This is the war manual of our teacher. How did it come to be in your possession?" The third Hokage was momentarily taken aback, his expression swiftly darkening. Possessing the intellect befitting a Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen was far from ordinary. Moreover, under the influence of his darker persona, his strategies and cunning had become even more pronounced. In an instant, he deduced the purpose behind Danzo's visit. "Danzo, do you suspect that the young boy has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan?" As these words escaped his lips, the third Hokage found the notion utterly absurd. Nevertheless, reflecting on the recent events, he could not conceive an alternative explanation. Awakening the Manjiki Sharingan at the tender age of 8. Was that truly plausible? "I thought I was merely overthinking, yet it seems you share my concerns, Sarutobi," Danzo sneered. "Do not forget, the last person from the Uchiha clan to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan was Uchiha Madara. For the past 2 decades, according to our teacher's predictions, the individual most likely to awaken it was Uchiha Kagami. Unfortunately, he perished while sacrificing himself to fend off the attacks of Kin and Jin. Had he awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, taking over Uchiha Fugaku's position as the clan's leader, assimilating the Uchiha clan into the Hidden Leaf Village would have been a mere formality. Regrettably, Mirror met an untimely demise. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan would have long since become a mere possession of our Konoha village. If that young boy truly awakens the Manjiki Sharingan and we neglect this matter, it could lead to dire consequences." The third Hokage did not respond immediately. After taking a few deep puffs from his pipe, he finally spoke. "Danzo, are you suggesting we eliminate that boy?" As an old rival and a collaborator with a significant understanding of each other's methods, the third Hokage was well aware of Danzo's approach. He favored conciliatory tactics and strategic public maneuvers, while Danzo thrived in the shadows, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his goals, including taking lives as a commonplace occurrence. This complementary dynamic allowed the third Hokage to turn a blind eye to the foundation Danzo had established. He also chose to overlook the matter of Danzo's attempts on his life. The primary reason for this was to regard Danzo as a sword in his hand, capable of addressing matters he could not directly confront. "No, that boy indeed poses a threat. However, Sarutobi, we should seize this opportunity to fulfill our teacher's last wishes." Danzo spoke in a low voice. Sarutobi's expression momentarily faltered, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. In his view, Danzo's methods leaned towards the philosophy of preferring to err on the side of lethal caution rather than risk allowing a potential threat to remain. Sarutobi believed that if given the chance, Danzo would not hesitate to eliminate anyone who posed a threat to his ascension as Hokage. Danzo's sudden display of benevolence caught Sarutobi off guard. "Danzo, I did not expect you to harbor such thoughts. It truly surprises me. I thought your blade was solely for the purpose of killing." The third Hokage tapped his pipe thoughtfully, smiling with intrigue. "In truth, I have had this intention from the very beginning. Initially, the individual I had in mind was Uchiha Shursui, who has recently been praised as one of Konoha's twin stars. However, I did not anticipate the emergence of Uchiha Kuroha along the way." The third Hokage was not speaking falsely. Faced with the immense power of the Uchiha clan, which could easily overshadow even the Nara clan, he would never idly watch as the Uchiha slipped from control. The assimilation plan proposed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had long been on his mind. However, it was exceedingly challenging to find someone capable of shouldering this grave responsibility while also earning the Uchiha's trust. This task was evidently more complex than annihilating the Uchiha clan itself. After a lengthy period, the third Hokage finally identified a suitable candidate, Uchiha Shursui, renowned as one of Konoha's twin stars. In the original narrative, after graduating from the academy, Uchiha Shursui was recruited by the third Hokage into the direct AMBU as a captain. It was for this reason that Danzo's eyes glimmered with a hint of cunning as he tightened his grip on his cane and stated, "Sarutobi, I did not expect you to be more astute than I had anticipated. However, is this truly without issue? Uchiha Fugaku holds Uchiha Shursui in extremely high regard. Rest assured." According to Uchiha Shursui himself, Uchiha Fugaku also hopes to utilize Shursui to ease tensions between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. The third Hokage explained, puffing on his pipe. "Since we are already targeting Uchiha Shursui, we might as well brainwash Uchiha Kurobane along the way, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Do not forget, This boy has gained immense fame across the shinobi world through his storytelling tavern and the legend of Monkey D. Luffy. If we can control him and harness the popularity of the Monkey D. Luffy tale, it would be a tremendous advantage for Konoha. The lengthy discourse echoed through the office. Danzo's eyes gleamed with calculation. After several seconds of silence, he finally spoke. Since you, Saratobi, have already prepared to claim Uchiha Shursui as your own, why not hand Uchiha Kurobane over to me? That boy is far too cunning, perfect for the darkness of root. Within Konoha, the ANBU is divided into the Hokage's direct ANBU and the ANBU root. However, compared to the Hokage's ANBU, Danzo's root leans more toward ruthless darkness. The foundation of their training is the eradication of emotion, leaving only the relentless drive to complete missions at any cost and absolute obedience to orders. The final test for a root operative's graduation is to kill their closest comrade, a measure of their worth. It is a darkness that extinguishes humanity. Far more brutal than the Hokage's ANBU. You want that boy? The third Hokage showed no surprise. He took a deep drag from his cigarette before shaking his head. No. You cannot have him. As I said earlier, nurturing them is to fulfill our teacher's final wish. Once someone enters your root, they are condemned to eternal darkness. That will not help us control the Uchiha clan. Only by walking in the light can these two shoulder the responsibility of assimilating the Uchiha. I hope you understand. Danzo fell silent, his expression briefly hardening before smoothing over. Gripping his cane, he turned to leave. Very well, Saratobi. If you insist, then the boy remains yours. May your plans proceed smoothly. One more thing, do not forget to find a way to delay the conflicts among the 5 great nations. The time is not yet ripe for the Third Shinobi World War. If possible, buy us more time to strengthen Konoha's defenses. Only then can we ensure a decisive advantage. With those final words, Danzo departed without another glance. Once the door closed, the third Hokage exhaled a slow stream of smoke, lost in thought. After a long pause, he chuckled to himself. Danzo, you still underestimate me. It seems Orochimaru's human experiments have yielded substantial results. Chapter 41. The Coveted One in Everyone's Eyes. Meanwhile, after leaving the Hokage's office, Danzo made his way straight to the root headquarters. As they stepped into the shadows, the wind in the mountains and the oil woman, Torian, had already emerged from the darkness. Danzo-sama, has everything been arranged? She inquired. Has the third Hokage postponed the handling of Uchiha Heiyu? However, Torian could not fathom why Danzo would seek to grant Uchiha Heiyu additional time. Initially, upon witnessing Danzo's humiliation in the commercial district, the two had anxiously awaited his command. Once they received the order, they would strike decisively. To them, dealing with a mere child was a trivial matter. Yet, they never anticipated that Danzo would behave so unusually. Observing the perplexed expression on Torian's face, Danzo chuckled lightly. Perhaps you could enlighten Torian on my motives. As Danzo's right-hand man and a person of exceptional intellect, had already discerned the underlying intentions. Danzo-sama, are you captivated by Uchiha Heiyu's eyes? He speculated. Not long ago, you mentioned Orochimaru's human experiments, which have begun to yield results. The first Hokages would release cells are becoming stable. Are you planning to extend the boy's life only to later transplant the first Hokage's cells and ultimately seize his eyes? Torian's face was etched with shock. The prowess of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan was well known, not just within Konoha but throughout the entire ninja world. The existence of the Sharingan was coveted by many, and various factions, including the root under Danzo's command, had attempted to lay claim to it. Unfortunately, the Sharingan, often referred to as the Cursed Eye, was beyond the control of ordinary individuals. Especially when transplanted, the incessant consumption of chakra was unbearable. Not to mention, the legendary Mangekyou Sharingan. To address this issue, Danzo had aligned himself with Orochimaru's experiments, intending to enhance control over the Mangekyou Sharingan through the transplantation of would-release cells. Danzo-sama, does Orochimaru truly have the confidence to succeed? Torian could not help but question. He understood that if they were indeed successful, the overall strength of their root would undoubtedly soar, enabling them to contend with the Hokage's direct umbu. However, as those words left his lips, a bone-chilling cold crept up from behind. Torian's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment to ponder, she swiftly performed the body replacement technique. Bang! 7 or 8 venomous snakes burst forth from the ground, lunging toward Torian with astonishing speed, leaving one breathless. Seeing this, F acted swiftly, joining his hands in a prayer position to activate the heart-turning technique. Bang! The assault of the venomous snakes that had emerged momentarily halted. As they regained their momentum, they struck at Toryun in an instant. The oil girl, taking root, had transformed into a mere stump. As the smoke dissipated, she reappeared several meters away, swiftly removing her gloves in preparation for battle. Kakeru, cease your actions. Danzo interjected at an opportune moment. If Orochimaru has arrived, you might as well show yourself. I have no intention of playing games with you. Both the oil girl and Yamashiro immediately halted. Soon, a figure, as sinuous as a serpent, emerged from the shadows. Upon witnessing the snake-like Orochimaru, both and the oil girl could not suppress a shiver. They had never anticipated that a person could transform themselves so grotesquely. Danzo. You never fail to amuse, Orochimaru remarked, halting a few meters away, his voice dripping with a sinister charm as he surveyed and the oil girl. I did not expect you to successfully snatch these two from your teacher. However, I am curious. Are you truly planning to make a move against that little brat? He is also a target I have my eye on. Your target? Danzo's expression grew frigid. Do not forget, you were able to conduct human experiments under Sarutobi's watchful gaze. Thanks to the cover I provided. Without my assistance, you would not have acquired so many subjects. If you expect me to abandon my intentions towards that brat, you are sorely mistaken, unless you are prepared to sever ties with me. Danzo, it seems you hold that little brat in high regard. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Rest assured. As an adept hunter, having numerous competitors is merely part of the thrill. Only when a prey attracts the attention of many does the satisfaction of the hunt truly manifest. As for that brat, let us see who can claim him first. I require 30 subjects at the very least. Do not attempt to haggle with me. With that, Orochimaru's serpentine form slithered into the ground, vanishing from sight, leaving and the oil girl exchanging glances, bewildered. Once Orochimaru had completely disappeared, Danzo regained his focus, tightening his grip on his cane as he ventured deeper into the roots. Truly, he was a coveted prize, drawing many eager to seize him. One wonders, if that little brat were aware of his predicament, would he not be terrified enough to willingly offer his eyes, weeping in surrender? I am genuinely curious when that moment arrives. Will he still be able to smile as he did today? Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan's quarters, Konoha had hurried home after departing from the commercial street. Given the deteriorating relations between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, this place had ironically become the safest haven. Reflecting on the events that had transpired, Konoha still felt a lingering dread. The only solace was that the third Hokage and Danzo had not succumbed to rage and acted violently. Otherwise, escaping unscathed today would have been a Herculean task, should the third Hokage and Danzo insist on taking action. Heiyu was uncertain about how many individuals would rise to the occasion with honor, for in the vast landscape of the ninja world, the Hidden Leaf Village stood as a formidable giant. It appeared that truly grasping one's fate in one's own hands was the righteous path. With this thought, Heiyu suppressed all distractions, closed the door to his room, and ventured into the basement. In light of the third Hokage's voyeuristic tendencies, Heiyu decided to remain vigilant. If the secret of the system were to be revealed, it would not be long before the Hokage came knocking at his door. After utilizing his keen perception to confirm the absence of any threats, Heiyu eagerly inquired, System, what is my current amount of rewards? Ding. Please hold on, host. Ding. Congratulations. Host, your current reward amount is. Chapter 42. Guaranteed 10 consecutive draws. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your current reward amount is 10,060 Ryo. The ethereal voice of the system echoed in his mind. As he beheld the figures manifesting within his consciousness, Heiyu's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, with Tsunade's generous support of 5,000 Ryo, the reward amount had surpassed 10,000. Regrettably, the last-minute interruption by Danzo and the emergence of Kazekage made Heiyu's plan to seize another wave of benefits fall through. Nevertheless, regret was one thing. The paramount concern was to return alive. For now, it was imperative to contemplate how to maximize the gains from this storytelling venture. System. What types of draws can I currently perform? Heiyu posed the question once more. Ding. The host currently possesses a reward amount of 10,060 Ryo, allowing for one intermediate draw or 10 basic draws. The intermediate draw presents a 10% chance of obtaining a rare reward, a 30% chance for a medium reward, and a 60% chance for a basic reward. The basic draw offers a 3% chance for a rare reward, a 10% chance for a medium reward, and an 80% chance for a basic reward. Please choose wisely. Listening to the detailed explanation, a flicker of hesitation crossed Heiyu's face. Having finally amassed 10,000 Ryo, His initial ambition was undoubtedly aimed at the intermediate draw. To strengthen himself swiftly, it was essential to acquire rewards of greater rarity, which would undoubtedly serve as a shortcut. However, after reviewing the series of explanations, Heiyu found himself wavering. 1 draw versus 10 draws, both options hinged on luck, which undeniably sowed seeds of doubt within him. Due to the impact of the Senjutsu Rasengan on the commercial street, the storytelling tavern had sustained considerable damage, necessitating time for repairs. Most importantly, the legend of Monkey D. Luffy had ignited a tremendous fervor. Yet, drawing from the update methods of his previous life, Heiyu understood the value of rarity. Only by tantalizing everyone's appetite could he maximize his interests. During the next storytelling session, the opportunity to reap a bountiful harvest will finally arise. This implies that if the intermediate lottery were to fail, then Heiyu would not receive a second chance at the lottery. The only recourse would be to eagerly await 5 days until the next storytelling, in order to gather enough rewards for another lottery attempt. The thought of such an outcome clearly disheartened Heiyu. In this merciless world, 5 days could lead to countless demises for any individual. Rather than hanging in suspense by a single thread, Heiyu resolved to take a leap of faith with 10 threads, daring to gamble. A single draw could yield miracles. 10 draws are guaranteed. This is an undeniable ploy of the Penguin Factory. System, grant me 10 opportunities for the basic lottery. Ding. Please wait a moment, host. Ding. A deduction of 10,000 taels from the reward amount has been made, granting the host 10 chances to reveal bronze cards. An ethereal voice resonated as 10 bronze cards swiftly manifested in Heiyu's conscious space. Gazing at the cards suspended in midair, Heiyu took a deep breath, retrieved a flask of local brew from his waist to steady his nerves, and solemnly declared, System, let us reveal the cards. Ding. Please wait a moment, host. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have successfully revealed a card. A dazzling azure light instantly enveloped the entire conscious space. The grandeur of this spectacle nearly overwhelmed Heiyu. Yet, amidst the brilliance, he felt not a hint of panic, but rather a surge of eagerness. As the resplendent light gradually dissipated, a series of system notifications appeared within his consciousness. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have successfully revealed a card and received a bottle of Airwotu. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully revealed a card and obtained the recipe for flying mitai. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully revealed a card and received a copy of the Chef God's cookbook. A continuous stream of notifications left Heiyu utterly dumbfounded. Observing the rewards that had materialized, he pondered whether he had become a fortunate sovereign or rather, a victim of misfortune. Is this not rather absurd? What happened to the Penguin Factory's law of guaranteed rewards with 10 draws? Looking at the 8th revealed reward, a powered toothbrush, Heiyu could hardly contain his exasperation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully revealed a card and obtained the Navy's 6 styles, shave. Shave. Heiyu was momentarily taken aback, but soon a glimmer of excitement emerged. Although the 6 styles, shave fell short of the anticipated rewards, it was undeniably superior to a powered toothbrush. At the very least, within the world of One Piece. The Navy's 6 styles symbolize one of the strongholds of the Navy headquarters. For Heiyu, who currently lacked combat skills, this was a timely boon. It was far better than an empty draw. Amidst the whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind, Heiyu quickly regained focus and recalled that this was merely the 9th revealed reward. There was still one more to unveil. With this thought in mind, he once again turned his gaze to the system screen. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully revealed a card and received the rare reward, a random summon card for the Empress Hancock. Heiyu was left utterly bewildered. A resounding boom echoed in his mind, leaving him in a state of blankness, rooted to the spot, unable to react. Staring at the golden characters displayed on the system screen, it took Heiyu more than a dozen blinks to regain his senses. Upon reading the grand proclamation, an uncontrollable wave of ecstasy washed over him. Truly, the ancients did not deceive. The lottery was indeed bound by the law of guaranteed rewards from Penguin Factory after 10 draws. Gazing at the rewards before him, he could hardly contain his delight. Heiyu had never anticipated that the world-renowned beauty, Boa Hancock, would emerge from his 10 consecutive draws. If another person were present, Heiyu would have wished for them to slap him 10 or 8 times, just to confirm that he was not dreaming. After a full 2 to 3 minutes of absorbing the series of rewards, Heiyu finally managed to calm his racing heart. Finishing the last of his ceramic clay tea before speaking again. System, what does it mean to have a random summoning card for the Empress Hancock? This time, The guaranteed draw yielded a bombshell reward, a timely boon for Heiyu. After all, in the original tale, the Empress Hancock was not to be underestimated. Paired with the formidable attributes of the Devil Fruit, she could undoubtedly serve as a powerhouse of shadow-level combat. For Heiyu, who lacked the assurance of self-preservation, this was akin to acquiring a life-saving trump card. If employed wisely, it could even turn the tide against enemies. At that moment, even when faced with the likes of the third Hokage and Danzo, Heiyu would possess a newfound confidence. Yet, upon beholding the random nature of this Empress Hancock summoning card, a twinge of apprehension stirred within him, as if foreboding misfortune. He certainly did not wish for a duck he had grasped to fly away unexpectedly. As the storytelling that had been awaited for 3 days concluded, merchants and travelers flooded out of Konoha village like a receding tide. The tales of the storytelling quickly spread throughout the ninja world with their departure, sending those who had waited anxiously for 3 days into a frenzy once more. Chapter 43, Lady Kushina, may I have your autograph? Book merchants proclaimed that 100,000 volumes sold out on the very day of release. Some even worked overnight to print more copies, aiming to maximize profits during the 5-day hiatus. Initially, many felt disgruntled over Heiyu's 5-day pause. However, as time passed, they unexpectedly realized that this was indeed a perfect strategy for maximizing benefits. Others marveled at Heiyu's profound insight, considering him merely 8 years old. The label of waste had been thoroughly dispelled. Most importantly, once the tales were published, the beauty rankings within the ninja world were utterly astounded. The phrase, bowing one's head, not seeing one's toes, became a sensational declaration, igniting excitement across the entire ninja realm. Many began to emulate this, lowering their heads to glance at their toes. Suddenly, the act of bowing one's head became a criterion for beauty. Simultaneously, the rankings of the Rouge list have captivated the entire ninja world, resonating across the great nations. Those fortunate enough to have crossed paths with the individuals on the list have taken to boasting about it as a point of pride in casual conversations. For those who have yet to witness the listed individuals firsthand, the mere thought of gathering all those featured on the Rouge list has become a matter of utmost importance. In an instant, the revelation of this list has left the entire ninja realm in a state of astonishment, including the higher echelons of various ninja villages, who, unlike the ordinary populace, perceive deeper implications. At the entrance of the Konoha village, a woman with flowing crimson hair, accompanied by 3 lower-ranking ninjas, swiftly approached and came to a halt before the sealed gates. The sentinels stationed there, Nara Shikaku and Haruno Sakura, immediately brightened at the sight, their excitement palpable. According to the regulations of Konoha, it is customary for those on guard to verify the identities of anyone approaching the sealed gates. This is an unwavering duty. Unfortunately, confronted with this routine task, Nara Shikaku and Haruno Sakura found themselves momentarily paralyzed by their exhilaration. As the woman, Uzumaki Kushina, noticed the flustered demeanor of the 2 guards, she furrowed her brow slightly in irritation, gesturing dismissively. I see. You 2 do not favor me as the Jinchuriki. Are you searching for an excuse today to impede my entry? I am merely leading a team to the villages of the Land of Fire to carry out a mission to disperse wild beasts. Please do not concoct any excuses to report me or withhold my remuneration. As a Jinchuriki of Konoha, apart from the first generation, Uzumaki Mido, being the wife of the first Hokage, Shinja Hashirama, and having earned the village's respect through her numerous contributions during the Warring States period, Kushina and her successor, Uzumaki Naruto, have consistently faced disdain, regarded as monstrous entities. It can be said that had Kushina not encountered Namikaze Minato in her youth, and had Naruto not met Iruka, becoming a beacon of hope in their lives, they might have succumbed to darkness. Meanwhile, the third Hokage has remained passive regarding these matters, choosing instead to promote his own rhetoric about the glory of flames, which over time has led to the Jinchuriki being viewed as a calamity within Konoha. And they have faced significant ostracism. Hey, our teacher is simply taking us on a mission. Must we really wait for a definitive response from those inside before we can proceed? Why does this never happen to others? Exclaimed a young shinobi with golden hair, urgently interjecting. As a member of the Namikaze clan, he indeed ranked in the lower tier among his peers, often subjected to scorn and viewed as the least likely to pass the Chunin exams. However, the appearance of Kushina Izumaki, who tirelessly guided the 3 of them through mundane, low-level tasks, revitalized Nara's spirit. The others, a boy named Aoi Inoue and a girl named Momoko Hata, similarly struggled academically. Under Kushina's nurturing, they gradually found their footing. Despite their teacher's persistent mistreatment, they harbored a sense of discontent. Just as frustration began to bubble within, An unexpected scene unfolded before their eyes, leaving them momentarily stunned. "Lady Kushina, may I request your autograph?" Inazuka Tetsuki exclaimed, pulling out a book with palpable excitement. Beside him, Hirushi was unwilling to be outdone and quickly shoved past Tetsuki, urgently declaring, "Lady Kushina, sign mine first. I must be the first to have your signature." "Hey, Hirushi, that's outrageous. I was first. You can only be second," Tetsuki retorted. "Dare to kick me? I challenge you. The winner gets the first autograph." The atmosphere erupted in chaos. Kushina and her three companions watched in disbelief as the two confronted each other, weapons drawn. However, upon noticing the book that had fallen to the ground, Neru's eyes lit up with excitement. "It's the latest chapter of the legend of Monkey D. Luffy. I intended to complete my mission first and then rush to buy it, but I never expected to see it here." "Neru, stop hesitating and open it quickly," urged Momoko, her anticipation palpable. Seeing the eagerness on the faces of the three children, Kushina could only exercise patience and join them in flipping through the pages. She had heard of this tale, but her fascination paled in comparison to theirs. Yet, as she delved deeper into the narrative, the formidable presence of the seven warlords emanated from the text, causing her nerves to tighten. In any realm, the existence of a strong adversary commands respect and caution. Particularly striking was the revelation that the final member of the seven warlords was a woman. As a fellow woman, Kushina felt a surge of superiority. Who wouldn't desire to stand out amidst a sea of men, to be regarded as an equal among equals? The descriptions of the Empress Hancock, with her proud demeanor, elicited a sense of vindication within Kushina. As she absorbed the words, it was evident that Kushina was gradually developing an affinity for this tale of Monkey D. Luffy. Her interest in the storytelling Uchiha clan member, who was visually impaired, also began to peak. Unbeknownst to herself, she was eagerly anticipating the completion of the remaining half of the book. The Empress Hancock, unable to see her toes? What could that mean, teacher? An OASU furrowed her brow, unable to resist mimicking the gesture. Chapter 44, The National Goddess of the Land of Lightning. The Empress Hancock, unable to see her toes? Uzumaki Kushina was similarly taken aback, glancing down at her feet, and soon raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "Indeed, one cannot see their toes. Is there anything peculiar about that? Su, did you notice?" As she spoke, Uzumaki Kushina glanced at Inoue Su, quickly realizing something, her cheeks turning a deep crimson. When Paten Hayakataka turned the page, the three little imps finally discerned the annotations at the back. "Scoundrel!" Inoue Su felt the penetrating gazes of Paten Hayakataka and the others, and promptly slapped them both on the head. Caught off guard, Paten Hayakataka was instantly sent flying. The book in their hands tumbled to the ground. And just as Uzumaki Kushina bent down to retrieve it, her mind suddenly reverberated, rendering her blank. "Teacher, why is your name appearing in the book?" "Oh my. The Ninja World Rouge list. It states that you are among the most outstanding women ninja, comparable to the Empress Hancock." Inoue Su's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed. Most of the names listed were unfamiliar to her. Yet, to see her teacher, who had always been overlooked in the Hidden Leaf Village, ascend to the Ninja World Rouge list was nothing short of boastful capital for casual conversations. "Kushina, you have finally returned. The village is rather lively now. Let us find a place to hide together for the time being." A figure, almost ghostly in appearance, suddenly materialized before the ceiling gate. Upon seeing the arrival of Minato Namikaze, Noera Tetsuki and Hirushi felt a jolt of unease surge within them. They had intended to set aside their prejudices, acquire an autograph, and then settle their scores. However, in the blink of an eye, Minato Namikaze and Uzumaki Kushina had vanished without a trace. In an instant, Noera Tetsuki and Hirushi let out wails akin to that of slaughtered pigs. They had been steadfastly guarding this spot today, eager to be the first to obtain an autograph from Uzumaki Kushina on the Rouge list, hoping to return home and boast about it. Now, it seemed, they had let the prized signature slip away. To catch up with Minato Namikaze, who possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, was utterly absurd. "What has happened to Minato? I have yet to complete my village entry report. If Danzo and the third Hokage find out, I fear a scolding awaits. If others in the village learn of this, it could very well ignite a storm of criticism directed at me." Uzumaki Kushina scrunched her nose, unable to suppress her thoughts. Minato, hearing this, paused atop the tallest building, offering a helpless smile as he replied, "Kushina, you are overthinking this time. I urged you to accompany me, for I feared you might find yourself unable to depart after a brief moment. Your current popularity rivals that of the renowned songstress of the capital. Such matters cannot be easily articulated. It is better for you to witness it yourself. Uzumaki Kushina stood in a state of bewilderment, following the gaze of Namikaze Minato. The first scene that caught her eye caused her pupils to constrict, revealing an expression of disbelief. Her dormitory building was already surrounded by throngs, with voices echoing through several streets. Lady Kushina, are you there? If so, please bestow upon us your autograph. Lady Kushina, could you come out and meet us? Lady Kushina, I know you are out on a mission. We shall await your return. The atmosphere became fervent. Observing the frenzied crowd, Uzumaki Kushina could not help but glance back at Minato. Minato, am I dreaming? Would you be so kind as to slap me awake? Meanwhile, in the land of lightning, within a forbidden area brimming with jagged peaks, a deep, resonant roar echoed through the skies. A colossal feline demon, engulfed in pale blue flames and adorned with dark, curse-like patterns, charged towards the cliffs like a cannonball. The impact sent debris flying, shaking the surrounding mountains. Two figures, having evaded the onslaught, gazed upon the two-tailed feline demon with expressions of delight. Esteemed wood-release masters, you have successfully harnessed the power of the two tails, achieving complete tailed beast transformation, exclaimed one ninja, breathless with excitement. Lord Tsuchikage, the two wood-release masters shall undoubtedly become the mightiest Jinchuriki, following Lord Killer Bee. The two figures descended amidst the ruins, and Tsuchikage, the highest advisor of Cloud Ninja Village, regarded the successfully transformed and initially controlled duo with a look of satisfaction. Faced with the increasingly severe situation among the five great nations, Tsuchikage understood that Cloud Ninja Village must seize the initiative in the impending Third Great Ninja War. It was imperative to swiftly master the power of the tailed beasts. The perfect synergy between Killer Bee and the Eight Tails not only astonished the entire Cloud Ninja Village, but also provided the two would-release masters with a breakthrough. Once both tailed beasts were completely controlled, Tsuchikage believed that Cloud Ninja Village would stand invincible. Lord Tsuchikage, I must thank you for assisting in suppressing the tailed beast's power. The enormous two-tails cat intoned with a low voice. However, under the control of the two would-release masters, the complete tailed beast transformation was quickly undone. As the malevolent chakra dissipated, revealing the figure of a girl, no older than 16 or 17, with long black hair, the essence of the two would-release masters emerged. In contrast to their original portrayal, they now exuded a youthful vibrancy, their beautiful eyes shimmering with life. The two Yumu individuals, imbued with a hint of haughty self-satisfaction in the original text, are markedly different. Observing this scene, Narusa, standing beside the earthen platform, brightened with excitement and exclaimed, "Truly, the two Yumu ladies are a paragon of beauty and strength. I firmly believe that their mere appearance will undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the entire ninja realm. To call them the foremost beauties of the ninja world would garner no dissent." In the land of lightning, within the Cloud Ninja Village, the status of the Jinchuriki has risen significantly under the ideology of the Reikage, which venerates martial prowess. Particularly, the selection of the Jinchuriki has become a paramount concern within the village. The two Yumu ladies, as women, have excelled in this selection process and have successfully mastered the art of complete tailed beast transformation. Such an accomplishment elevates them to a divine status within the Cloud Ninja Village, where strength and beauty coexist. It can be asserted that their current prestige and acclaim in the village rival that of the Reikage, rendering them akin to national goddesses in the land of lightning. Chapter 45. The sensational black feather feeling Narusa's fervent gaze, the two Yumu ladies showed no signs of discomfort. Within the Cloud Ninja Village, where the principle of might prevails, they found a certain enjoyment in their status. The notion of being both powerful and beautiful particularly buoyed their spirits. This very reason contributed to their overconfidence when confronted by the immortal duo of the Akatsuki in the original narrative, ultimately leading to their peril. "Narusa, your words are somewhat excessive," the earthen platform remarked, furrowing his brow. As the highest advisor of the Cloud Ninja Village and the future teacher of the Reikage AI and B, he certainly perceived the psychological shifts in the two Yumu ladies. Gaining recognition and admiration in the predatory environment of the Cloud Ninja Village is commendable. Yet losing oneself amidst such praise and failing to find a true sense of identity could become a fatal weakness. This was precisely why the two Yumu ladies could not compare to Karabi in terms of tailed beast transformation. "Lord Tutai, your disinterest in external matters has left you unaware that the two Yumu ladies have always been our national goddesses. If we were to truly determine who the most beautiful in the ninja realm is, it would undoubtedly be the two Yumu ladies. This is our consensus. And you simply do not comprehend, Narusa retorted persistently. Facing his teacher, this was the sole issue he dared to counter. Seeing the disdainful expression on his student's face, Tutai felt a twinge of helplessness, especially upon noticing the shifting expressions of the two Yumu ladies. Tutai understood that no amount of discussion could alter this perception. The smiles on the faces of the two Yumu ladies only broadened. Indeed, they held a position in the Cloud Ninja Village second only to the Raikage as Jinchuriki. However, they were still naive young women, and such adulations were undeniably appealing, especially when even the esteemed advisor Tutai found himself at a loss for words. This only deepened the joy in Yujito Ni's heart. She was convinced that by unleashing the full might of the two tails, Matatabi, in the upcoming great battle, she would astonish the entire shinobi world through complete tailed beast transformation. Her name would resound across the lands, and no other woman would ever overshadow her brilliance. A flurry of thoughts raced through Yujito's mind before she composed herself, her smile fading as she turned to her companion. By the way, Nri, I heard some merchants recently tried to cause trouble at the storytelling tavern in Konoha. Did you stop them? Having been secluded in the sacred grounds to master her tailed beast transformation, Yujito had little time to concern herself with external affairs. Nurui, her sparring partner, was no exception. Nurui hesitated briefly before offering an awkward chuckle. Lady Yujito, I did attempt to intervene, but they insisted their intention was to spread tales of your beauty through this storytelling session. So, I let them proceed. Yujito was momentarily speechless before sighing and waving her hand dismissively. Never mind. Scolding you now is pointless. By now, the latest installment of the Tales of Monkey D. Luffy should be out. Did you manage to get a copy? Though she had only heard rumors of the Tales of Monkey D. Luffy sweeping through the shinobi world, Yujito couldn't deny her curiosity. And now, learning that those merchants had acted in her name only heightened her interest. What exactly had they written about her in this new volume? The new Tales of Monkey D. Luffy has arrived. I didn't expect you to be interested in it too, Yujito. Two figures swiftly approached from the distance, landing gracefully before the trio. Lord A, Lord B, what brings you here? Yujito feigned indifference, though surprise flickered across her face. To be honest, I'm not particularly invested in the Tales of Monkey D. Luffy, most of it is just hearsay. Though she was the two tails Jinchuriki, compared to the future Raikage, A, and his brother Killer B, she was still very much a junior. I chuckled. Whether you're interested or not is beside the point. We came for two reasons. First, to congratulate you on mastering full-tailed beast transformation. His expression then turned serious. The second matter concerns the latest installment of the Tales. Concerning the Tales? Yujito blinked, recalling Nurui's earlier mention of the merchants. Could this be about my fame spreading across the shinobi world? Her gaze instinctively shifted to Nurui. Normally, he would have presented her with the book immediately upon acquiring it, analyzing its contents in detail, always with her at the center of attention. Yet now, not only was Nurui engrossed in the volume, but even Tsuchi, who had always claimed disinterest in such tales, was utterly captivated. Most unsettling of all, their ever-shifting expressions left Yujito's heart itching with anticipation, burning with curiosity about the contents of this installment. The two wooden figures could no longer restrain themselves and eagerly inquired, Narusa, is there any issue with this episode? An issue? Narusa snapped back to reality, his face twisting with hesitation as he gritted his teeth. The content of the legend of Wang Lufei isn't exactly wrong, but that blind fool Kiribane has spouted some truly arrogant nonsense. Arrogant nonsense? What kind of insolent words? Tell me, could it be because of those merchants from the Land of Lightning who sought me out, provoking that man's anger? The two wooden figures pressed further, craning their necks to peer at the manuscript. Narusa panicked, wanting to slam the book shut. But the overwhelming popularity of the legend of Wang Lufei and its wildfire spread across the shinobi world made concealment futile. Sooner or later, the two wooden figures would find out. Swallowing his apprehension, Narusa forced himself to speak. Lady Two Wooden Figures, that blind Kiribane is nothing but a sensationalist, spewing outrageous claims. Sachida-sama, you agree, don't you? Ahem. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Sachida coughed awkwardly, his expression strained. Kiribane is likely just fabricating tales for fame. It's best you don't read it. As he spoke, Sachida shot urgent glances at Narusa. The two wooden figures' expressions darkened, snatching the manuscript. They flipped through the pages with frantic speed, only for their movements to freeze mid-air, their pupils contracting sharply. A tearing sound echoed as the page ripped under their excessive force. Any lingering pride or dreams of fame within the shinobi world evaporated instantly, especially upon seeing the so-called shinobi world beauty ranking. The final line, of course. The two wooden figures could also make the list, though seemingly in honor, now felt like an invisible slap across their face, leaving a stinging humiliation. Chapter 46. The Goddess of the Older Generation. Lady, two wooden figures, please don't take it to heart. That blind fool from the Uchiha clan was just spouting nonsense. None of it holds any weight, Nirusa hurriedly consoled. The two wooden figures suppressed their swirling emotions, forcing a stiff smile. It's just the ramblings of a blind storyteller. Why would I take it seriously? His words are merely a cheap ploy for attention. Besides, that man has never even laid eyes on me. How would he know what I look like? Perhaps anyone with a shred of intelligence would instantly recognize this so-called beauty ranking as nothing but a farce. With that, the suffocating resentment in their chest eased slightly. Particularly, gazing at the list of the renowned, the majority of names were unfamiliar even to myself, which lent a sense of self-satisfaction to my assertion. At this, Nirusa quickly regained her composure and smiled apologetically, saying, "Esteemed lords of the Wooden Clan, you speak true. The individuals on this list are not entirely known to me, nor have I witnessed them firsthand. How could I possibly discern who deserves to grace this esteemed list? Such claims of authority are merely jest in the eyes of the astute. I, Nirusa, am the first to doubt their ability to stand alongside you, revered lords." Observing Nirusa's earnest declaration, her demeanor resolute, but Tsuchikage furrowed his brows and continued to scrutinize the names on the list. As a senior advisor of the Yunin village and a strategist beside the Reikage, his insights surpassed those of the average individual. Astonishingly, the list, which had been dismissed by Nirusa and the esteemed lords, revealed itself to be increasingly remarkable. Most of the names were indeed new to him, however. Several had crossed his path within the intelligence networks of the Umbu. Among them was Tsunade Senju, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, with whom he had engaged in battle, albeit a battle that ended in utter humiliation for him. The memory of her beauty was indelibly etched in his mind. Were he to conjure a description or term for her, Tsunade's unparalleled beauty would undoubtedly leave him utterly defeated in a contest of aesthetics. Yet, upon seeing the notation regarding Tsunade on the list, he was struck with a profound shock, exclaiming, "AI, are you aware that Tsunade has ascended the ranks of this illustrious list? It even states that you harbor a secret affection for her. Surely this cannot be true." Both esteemed lords of the Wooden Clan and Nirusa were momentarily taken aback, swiftly turning their gaze toward AI. Hearing this, Killer Bee poked AI in the side and chimed. AI, love, you like Tsunade, don't you? I even heard you say you love her in the dead of night. This is true, isn't it? Be quiet," AI exclaimed, sending Killer Bee flying with a punch, yet with no intention of concealing his mirth. He laughed heartily. Tsuchikage, is this not entirely normal? In our youth, we were but fledglings. When we encountered Tsunade, not only did we receive a sound thrashing, but we also referred to her as a goddess afterward. If we were to speak honestly, she is indeed the goddess of our era. Just a moment ago, I retrieved an old photograph. I was astonished to see that even as she approaches 30, she remains unchanged, perhaps even more radiant. Alas, with my fierce wife keeping watch, I would have loved to gather some intelligence on this list, to see who could possibly rival our era's goddess, Tsunade. His boisterous laughter resonated like an enchanting melody, lingering in the air long after. Faced with AI's repeated declarations of Tsunade as the goddess of their generation, the esteemed lords of the Wooden Clan were left utterly bewildered. It was her first time witnessing this side of AI, typically composed, serious, and regarded as the next generation's Reikage. Most astonishingly, amidst the ruins, the rhythmic verses of Kirabi, and the stubborn demeanor of Tsuchikage, there was no hint of contradiction to AI's remarks. The expression on Tsuchikage's face suggested he was lost in nostalgic reverie. This revelation was nothing short of extraordinary. Nirusa, standing beside, was equally taken aback. Upon glancing at the list above, his eyes widened, pupils narrowing dramatically, as he urgently inquired, "Tsuchikage, please look at the next page of the list. It seems there are two individuals from our village of clouds." "Two from our village of clouds?" Tsuchikage was momentarily stunned, hastily flipping through the pages of the manuscript. Just moments ago, reminiscing about the goddess of this era, Tsunade, had already allowed Tsuchikage to appreciate the manuscript's value. Particularly, in comparison with the two Wainin, the superiority of Tsunade became immediately apparent to Tsuchikage. He had presumed that the recent provocations by the merchants of the village of Clouds at the storytelling tavern would lead to biased treatment from the blind Black Feather, ensuring that none from their village would be listed. To have the two Wyneen recognized instead seemed like an insult meant to avoid offending the village of Clouds. However, upon seeing the last two names on the list, Suchikage froze in place. These names were not unfamiliar to him. They were individuals he had personally assessed not long ago while serving as a CHNeen examiner. Mabui and Samui. Suchikage, are these truly members of our village of Clouds? I had not heard of them. Nalusa queried in confusion. Could they be mere fabrications by Black Feather? The two Wyneen also exhibited a hint of urgency regarding this matter. Just a moment ago, Tsunade had been hailed by AI and Suchikage as the goddess of the era, leaving the Wyneen feeling somewhat overshadowed. Yet, they could still console themselves with the notion of differing tastes attributed to age. Now, the sudden emergence of two potential ninjas from the village of Clouds changed the significance of the situation entirely. Indeed, these two are our newly appointed CHNeen from the village of Clouds. I oversaw their assessment not long ago. Suchikage finally spoke. Nalusa was taken aback at first, then quickly pressed on. Suchikage, is this true? Are there truly 3 individuals from our village of Clouds on the list? Could Mabui and Samui genuinely compare to the two Wyneen? The two Wyneen momentarily faltered, their dissatisfaction palpable at Nalusa's blatant comparison. However, in the interest of swiftly obtaining an answer from Suchikage, they forced smiles and held their breath, awaiting his response. They found it hard to believe that anyone from the village of Clouds could stand alongside these two newcomers. In an instant, the vast forbidden area fell into an inexplicable silence, with all eyes fixated upon the figure of the Earth platform, a glimmer of urgency flickering in their gazes. Chapter 47. Are you equally impressive? The expansive forbidden ground was suddenly engulfed in silence. Feeling the weight of the intense stares surrounding him, the Earth platform managed a wry smile and sighed. Half a month ago, I was responsible for evaluating the Chunin exams, during which two newcomers truly captivated my attention. Their talents in ninjutsu, along with their striking appearances and charisma, were indeed remarkable. At that time, it seemed that nearly 90% of the candidates viewed Mabui and Sam-e as their dream goddesses. I even jested with others that if we were a decade younger, we too might have been enamored by them. After this incident, I advised the Umbu to keep a closer watch, intending to report to Lord Rakage when the opportunity arose. However, I later forgot this matter while assisting the two with their complete bijou transformation. To my astonishment, Mabui and Sam-e were actually listed on the glamour ranking. The weight of those words left everyone in the venue momentarily dazed. Upon receiving the script and seeing the names of Mabui and Sam-e from the Cloud Ninja Village on the glamour ranking, both AI and Killer Bee hesitated to confirm whether these were indeed the figures from the Cloud Ninja Village or mere fabrications by a blind member of the Uchiha clan. Thus, they hurriedly arrived to inquire the Earth Platform, a senior figure from the Cloud Ninja Village. At this moment, the Earth Platform decisively affirmed their identities, undoubtedly shattering their previous perceptions. Lord Earth Platform, how do Mabui and Sam-e compare to the two from the Wood clan in terms of deserving their ranking on the glamour ranking? Narusa eagerly pressed for an answer. The nerves of the two from the Wood clan were taut with anticipation. As this was undoubtedly the question she yearned to know most, her final thread of hope. Even AI and Killer Bee could not suppress their curiosity, revealing a hint of urgency. The Earth Platform hesitated, casting a glance at the glamour ranking in his hand before falling into a contemplative silence. After looking at the two from the Wood clan once more, he hesitantly replied, in terms of appearance, Mabui and Sam-e. Compared to the two from the Wood clan, each possessed their own unique charms. Their temperaments and styles differ, yet there is no conflict between them. If one were to truly assess, it would be fair to say that their beauty could captivate any heart. Even as an advisor from the Cloud Ninja Village, I find it difficult to draw a comparison. What? Narusa exclaimed in shock. In his eyes, the two from the Wood clan were the only great beauties in the ninja world, akin to goddesses. Now, the Earth Platform revealed that the Cloud Ninja Village also harbored two such extraordinary beauties, each possessing their own captivating allure. This was indeed astonishing. Most importantly, if Mabui and Sam-e, who had ascended to the glamour ranking, could genuinely hold their own against the two from the Wood clan, including the goddess Tsunade from another era, she occupies nearly half of the list of beauty rankings. The individuals they are familiar with possess an undeniable beauty that leaves no room for critique on the list. Does this imply that the other honorees, whom they dismiss as mere fabrications, are equally breathtaking? Alongside the two wooden figures, Mabu E and Sam E, they share the spotlight. The expressions of the two wooden figures darkened in dismay, their clenched fists revealing pronounced veins. In her perspective, she had anticipated that the evaluation from the platform would favor her, at least allowing her to overshadow her two juniors. Yet, the phrase divided equally seemed to carry no loss whatsoever. However, the two wooden figures felt as if they were suffering more intensely than death itself. The expression of the platform also shifted slightly, having detected the change in the two wooden figures' demeanor and recognizing the discomfort. She promptly interjected, "Hee. In truth, Mabu E and Sam E are merely fledgling newcomers. Their prowess is indeed commendable. Yet when compared to the two wooden figures who possess the two-tailed cat and have successfully mastered complete beast transformation, there exists a considerable gap." Following the words of Lord Rakage, a woman must not only possess an exquisite appearance but also exhibit absolute strength to be truly beautiful and command respect. This statement eased the somewhat peculiar atmosphere in the room. Narusa quickly chimed in, echoing the sentiment. However, the initial doubts regarding the beauty rankings had long dissipated. Even Narusa was no exception. A singular obsession for an individual can border on the pathological. However, when second, third, or even more equally impressive figures emerge in one's worldview, the intensity of that obsession diminishes. Observing the agreement on the faces of the crowd, the smile of the two wooden figures reappeared, yet their inner fury only intensified. Unable to contain herself, she spoke up, "Esteemed ones, I am somewhat weary from training in beast transformation and wish to take a brief respite. I shall excuse myself." With that, the two wooden figures turned to leave. "Wait, you two wooden figures, do not depart just yet. We have other matters that require your attention. And you may even need to personally visit the Hidden Leaf Village," AI suddenly interjected. The two wooden figures momentarily paused, a flicker of fierce joy and surprise crossing their eyes. As a Jinchuriki, leaving the Cloud Village had always been a daunting task. However, having successfully mastered complete beast transformation, she now had the opportunity to leave the village for missions. Yet, the prospect of freely moving about was still far from attainable, let alone seeking retribution in the Hidden Leaf Village. AI's words now presented her with the chance to visit the Hidden Leaf Village, which meant she could finally confront that blind man. At this thought, Niyujido could barely contain her eagerness. "Lord A, what task requires the service of us, Niyujido? We shall stake the honor of Kumogakure upon it and ensure its completion." Suppressing the excitement in her heart, she responded in a measured tone. Dodai frowned. The sudden emergence of this mission, coupled with the decision to dispatch Niyujito personally, defied his expectations. As his gaze swept over the names listed on the Rouge ranking, his expression abruptly shifted, his eyes widening in shock. As Kumogakure's chief strategist, his attention had initially been wholly captivated by the individuals on the list. Only after calming his mind did he discern the deeper implications, an issue so grave that it could threaten the very safety of Kumogakure and potentially alter the outcome of the impending Third Shinobi World War. Noticing Dodai's reaction, he flipped open the booklet in his hand and spoke gravely. "Dodai, I had feared age had dulled your perception. It seems my father was right to place his trust in you. This matter indeed concerns the survival of our village." Chapter 48. The Hidden Secret of the Rouge Ranking. A threat to Kumogakure's existence? Niyujito and Darui stood frozen in place, their eyes darting over the Rouge ranking in confusion. Despite their earlier debates and verifications confirming the list's authenticity, they could discern no hidden clues. Was there truly some concealed secret beyond their understanding? "Dodai-sama, what is the meaning of this? You and Lord A speak in riddles," Darui pressed, unable to suppress his curiosity. Dodai exhaled slowly, his voice tinged with weariness. "Darui, your youth excuses your oversight. Had Lord A not intervened, even I might have taken much longer to grasp the gravity of the situation. To the untrained eye, the Rouge ranking appears as nothing short of a divine masterpiece. Yet, after our earlier scrutiny, you must acknowledge that the names listed are no fabrication." His expression darkened as he continued. "But have you considered this? Samui and Mabui, both ranked here, are unknown even to you, fellow shinobi of Kumogakure, let alone outsiders. This Uchiha Koragetsu not only knows of Samui and Mabui's existence, but also recognizes their beauty as worthy of the Rouge ranking. While Niyujido's inclusion can be explained by her battlefield reputation, Samui and Mabui are newcomers to our village. Their presence on this list suggests one of two things. Either the compiler possesses an intelligence network far surpassing our expectations. Secondly, an insidious traitor has emerged within our Union village, revealing both grand and minor secrets. If this is indeed true, It may render our village's internal sanctity utterly meaningless in the eyes of certain individuals. Should a third ninja world war erupt, our Yanin village might face swift annihilation. By then, we may realize the gravity of our situation, but it could be far too late. As these ominous words fell, the expressions of Narusa and the two Wymurin shifted dramatically. Such a revelation, had it not been disclosed by the two Chai, would have been inconceivable to them, and they would scarcely dare to believe it was real. Even they were unaware that Samui and Mabui existed within Yunin village, now known to outsiders. The ability to discern their appearances and compare them amongst themselves was indeed not a skill possessed by ordinary individuals. Lord Ei, do you intend for me to journey to Konoha to investigate this matter? The two Wymurin's eyes glimmered with a flicker of wild delight. If this were merely a personal vendetta, they might find themselves restrained within the confines of Konoha. However, bearing the name of Yunin village as their banner would lend an entirely different significance to their mission. Perhaps they could seize this opportunity to teach the Uchiha clan a lesson. Indeed, I have come to learn that you have fully mastered the tailed beast transformation. Hence I wish for you to personally visit Konoha and discreetly investigate this issue, Ei affirmed solemnly. As for the second matter, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is planning to ease relations among the major ninja villages by holding a Nin exam at Konoha on a date yet to be determined. Initially, I had no intention of participating in such trivial affairs, but since the emergence of a new ranking board, it presents a legitimate excuse to visit Konoha. You shall lead a team to partake in the exam, allowing them to witness the prowess of our Yunin village, thus dampening their morale ahead of the upcoming war. The Nin exam? The expression of Tu Chai faltered momentarily as he inquired, Lord Ei, do you have candidates in mind? Rest assured, I already have selected individuals. Ei responded with a nod. However, we must also include Samui and Mabui, since they have successfully passed the Nin assessments and are regarded as elite trainees. They will serve to bolster our Yunin village's reputation. My esteemed Wymurin, I urge you to set aside all biases during this endeavor. Let the interests of our Yunin village take precedence above all else. Do not let us down. As a candidate for the next rakage, Ei's wisdom and discernment were not to be underestimated. The shifting expressions of the two Wymurin did not escape his notice. The sudden emergence of two candidates capable of standing alongside him would naturally stir dissatisfaction. The two Wymurin exchanged glances, their expressions momentarily altered. Yet they quickly regained their composure and replied solemnly, Lord Ei, you may rest assured. We Wymurin are fully aware of what is at stake and will not allow personal matters to interfere with our duties. This time, we are wagering the honor of Yunin. Listening to the resonant speech, Ei's previously stern demeanor softened slightly as he patted the shoulder of the wooden figure and remarked, Well, with your words, I feel reassured. However, I must reiterate the importance of caution. After all, you are the Jinchuriki of our Yunin village. You should not act recklessly and tarnish our village's reputation. Yet, remain vigilant to avoid pitfalls. If there is nothing further, please proceed with your preparations. Narusa, you should accompany them as well. Do not bring shame upon our Yunin. Thank you, Lord Ei. I shall not disappoint your high expectations. Narusa exclaimed with excitement. Setting aside the emergence of the Yinji list, the tale of Wang Lufei had already captivated the entire ninja realm due to the existence of the narrative. Narusa had longed to explore the storytelling taverns. With such an opportunity presenting itself, how could one resist? As their voices faded, the Earth platform spoke again. Lord Ei. Was this matter suggested by Lord Rakage? Could it be that he fears this is a trap set by Konoha? Ei nodded. Indeed, that is my belief as well. Otherwise, relying solely on a blind member of the Uchiha clan, no matter how skilled, it would be quite difficult for him to uncover the secrets of the major ninja villages. Now, with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, suddenly proposing a so-called Chunin exam to showcase his so-called power, I am curious to know what ulterior motives he harbors. The Earth platform paused. So, Lord Ei, you have tasked the two wooden figures to lead the team as a means to lure out the hidden intentions of Konoha? Precisely. Ei responded. With the emergence of the Yinji list, I believe that anyone with a modicum of sense can discern the underlying implications. Faced with the secrets concealed within, I am certain that all major ninja villages will participate. When that time comes, should Konoha decide to take action, I trust that other ninja villages will eagerly seek an excuse to engage in conflict with the Land of Fire. Chapter 49. The third Kazekage's decision amidst the legend of Wang Lufei. Fueled by the efforts of various publishers, the Yinji list became a hot topic, igniting explosive discourse. Each individual held a copy of the tale, engrossed in its narrative. This phenomenon quickly became a trend, with fervent debates arising over the names listed on the Yinji list. Who could resist the allure of the so-called goddesses? In an instant, the already popular legend of Wang Lufei, under the impetus of the Yinji list, erupted like a volcano, reaching unprecedented heights of fame. In the Wind Country, within the office of the Kazakage and Sunagakure, Raza sat in silence, contemplating the narrative in his hands. After a gentle tap on the table for nearly half a minute, he finally opened his eyes and spoke. Maki, Rasha, you must have finished reading the contents of this book as well. The tale of Wang Lufei is not only intriguing but also features sharp critiques. Initially, I believed that Konoha's White Fang was a hero and that the legendary Jiraiya, one of the three Sannin, was the strongest. I thought such commentary would only circulate within the confines of the Hidden Leaf Village, limited to the Land of Fire. However, this edition of the book introduces a rouge list, showcasing not only ninjas from Konoha, but also from other great nations and villages. Notably, 3 individuals from the Cloud Ninja Village have made the list, specifically the 2 Jinchuriki, Maki, and Samui. The former 2 are known to have appeared on the battlefield, and there are mentions of them in the intelligence reports from the Umbu. However, the latter 2, Maki and Samui, have eluded even the Umbu's scrutiny. Following the emergence of the Rouge list, and after investigating the Cloud Ninja Village's reactions, it seems that Maki and Samui indeed exist, and their appearances may have captivated everyone. As for the 3 from our Sand Ninja Village on the list, I trust there are no objections. At this point, the 3rd Kazakage glanced at Rasha beside him. The first on the list, Yekong, is already a celebrated hero of the Sand Ninja Village. As for Galiro and Yukino, their renown does not compare to Yekong's. Yet, one is Rasha's betrothed, while the other is a medical ninja trained personally by Chiyo, and their recognition within the Sand Ninja Village is limited, let alone in other villages. Regarding the other figures on the list, Rasha has employed various means to investigate them afterward, but the results yielded vague information. If they could indeed be found, it would amount to just a few words. Whether they qualify for the Rouge list remains uncertain. Both Rasha and Maki fell silent. They certainly knew the 3 individuals on the list. Faced with the 3rd Kazakage's inquiry, they had initially intended to rebut and question the validity of the Rouge list. However, upon reflection, they found themselves rendered speechless, unable to counter. Lord Kazakage, Yekong has arrived, announced a member of the Umbu, emerging from the shadows. Please enter. The 3rd Kazakage shifted his gaze back to the closed office door. The door swung open, revealing the striking figure of Yekong. Often hailed as the hero of the Sand Ninja Village, followed closely by 2 women, the shy Galiro and the ever-curious Yukino, who gazed around with wide eyes. Upon noticing the 3rd Kazakage, Yukino quickly composed her expression, striving to maintain an air of seriousness. Yet, her youthful features and notably impressive stature made her earnest demeanor seem somewhat incongruous. The 3rd Kazakage remained silent, as did Rasha and Maki. Moments ago, they clung to a glimmer of hope, seeking a possibility to overturn the rankings of the Rouge list. Alas, that hope has now been utterly shattered. Lord 3rd Kazakage, did you summon us due to the Rouge list? Yitsong inquired, furrowing his brow. As a hero of Sunagakure, Yitsong was accustomed to being the center of attention. However, standing alongside 2 juniors felt decidedly unfamiliar, especially in light of the comparisons arising from the Rouge list. The 3rd Kazakage, recognizing his own lapse, cleared his throat and stated, Yitsong, you have finally arrived. The primary reason for your summons is twofold. First, are you familiar with Uchiha Kuroha? Uchiha Kuroha? Yukino paused, blinking in surprise. Of course, I know him. Isn't he the creator of the legendary Wang Lufei? He's quite famous. However, as soon as she spoke, Yukino sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere of the office. Galuro, standing nearby, promptly tugged at her sleeve, shaking his head. Lord 3rd Kazakage is asking if we have met him in person. Have you encountered him? Of course not. Yukino vehemently shook her head, resembling a bobblehead. Her somewhat naive demeanor caused the 3rd Kazakage's eye to twitch, and he appeared deflated, questioning whether his earlier decision had been a miscalculation. Yitsong regained his focus and addressed the matter directly. Lord Kazakage, none of us have met Uchiha Kuroha. We have heard he is blind. So even if we did encounter him, he would likely not discern our identities. As for why he ranked us on the Rouge list, we are just as perplexed. Initially, Yitsong expected many to voice objections, yet the outcome was rather contrary. Upon the emergence of the Rouge list, Yitsong received the news immediately. though he felt a twinge of resentment towards Galuro and Yukino, who were also on the list. That feeling dissipated upon seeing them. At the very least, based solely on their appearances, Itsong found no grounds for critique. One could only blame Konoha for meddling and creating this so-called Rouge List. You are not mistaken. Itsong, I initially thought the Rouge List was merely a whimsical creation by Uchiha Konoha, Galuro interjected suddenly. However, the intelligence relayed by the Umbu confirms the existence of individuals from various nations on the list, and they are indeed unimpeachable. In an instant, the Rouge List, once questioned, transformed into a credible entity of true merit. Yet, the rationale behind Uchiha Konoha's selection of relatively obscure individuals from various nations for the list remains a mystery to us. Thus, Lord Kazakage's second objective is for you to lead a team to Konohagakure to participate in the Chunin exams, while also investigating this matter. The Chunin exams? Yitsong's brow furrowed in disbelief, clearly taken aback that such a task would fall upon her, the hero of Sunigakure. However, when contemplating the legendary figure of Luffy, who has captivated the ninja world, as well as the so-called Rouge List, Yejo made the decision to embark on a personal journey. Chapter 50. The product of the blood mist. Meanwhile, within the hidden mist village of the Land of Water, Terumi Mei, a prominent figure on the list, found herself unexpectedly in the Mizuki's office. Following the mysterious disappearance of the third Mizuki, whose fate remains uncertain, Kirigane Yejo ascended to the position of fourth Mizuki, propelled by the endorsements of numerous high-ranking officials and feudal lords. However, Yejo's emergence was driven by a desire to elevate the strength of the Mist Ninja Village above the other four great ninja villages at an accelerated pace. His first decree was to transform the second Mizuki school, modeled after Konoha's academy, into the Blood Mist, a place of slaughter. Though the Blood Mist had already existed during the reign of the third Mizuki, it was previously a venue for determining victory rather than life and death. Particularly alarming was the most recent graduation, which produced the notorious Zabuza Momochi, who had ruthlessly eliminated all his peers, leaving behind nothing but a chilling legacy. This indeed tapped into the latent potential of the successors of the Sword of the Ninja. Yet, it also obliterated numerous promising talents. For Terumi Mei, this was a double-edged sword. Mizuki, must the Blood Mist truly operate in such a manner? While it may yield numerous elite ninjas for our village, the toll it takes on the overall strength and morale of the Mist Ninja Village is far too great, she urged, gazing at Kirigane Yejo, seated before her. As a member of the new generation of the Mist Ninja Village and a descendant of the first and third Mizuki, Terumi Mei's demonstrated talent and strength in ninjutsu were sufficient to command respect in a village governed by the philosophy of survival of the fittest. Most importantly, she had been groomed to be the next Mizuki. Unfortunately, the sudden disappearance of the third Mizuki left the Mist Ninja Village leaderless, and due to Terumi Mei's youth, Kirigane Yejo, backed by the 7 ninja swordsmen and the feudal lords, had assumed the mantle of the fourth Mizuki. Without this connection, Terumi Mei might not have had the audacity to question Yejo's policies regarding the enhancement of the Blood Mist directly in the Hokage's office. Just as Yejo was about to respond, the imposing figure of Kisame Hashigaki, akin to a small mountain, interjected with a smile, "Lady Terumi Mei, your words may undermine the efforts of the fourth Mizuki. Thanks to the enhancement plan for the Blood Mist, our Mist Ninja Village has produced a plethora of super geniuses recently. Just look at the likes of Hozuki Mangetsu, Zabuza Momochi, and Kisame himself. Each one is a formidable elite capable of taking on 100 foes, excelling on the battlefield, and effortlessly wielding the sword of the ninja, ready to become an indomitable force." The remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen stood nearby, their faces twisted into menacing smiles. This formidable group was originally founded by the first Mizuki, Hakuin, but under the third Mizuki's Blood Mist plan, their essence was fundamentally altered. Once revered as heroes by the village hidden in the mist, the swordsmen had devolved into ruthless killers, self-serving in their pursuit of missions. This transformation, coupled with the reinforcement of the Blood Mist plan under the new fourth Mizuki, Terumi Mei, led her to perceive the village as a dangerously compressed powder keg, poised to explode at any moment. Observing the indifferent demeanor of the swordsman, Terumi Mei's face contorted with anger as she prepared to voice her objections once more. At that moment, the Mizuki, Kagaya Yagura, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "Terumi Mei, I am aware that our philosophies diverge, but do not forget that I am the Mizuki. As for your ideals regarding village management, we can discuss them once you have succeeded me. Should you continue to harbor doubts, let me reiterate, everything I do is for the benefit of the village. We are witnessing an escalation of conflicts among the nations, and the Third Great Ninja War could ignite at any moment. The enhancement of the blood mist will allow us to swiftly identify the elite among the younger generation, thereby strengthening the Mist Village in the coming times. This is advantageous for us, and I hope, as a descendant of the first Mizukage, you can appreciate my sincere intentions. Having said this, Kagaya Yagura fell silent. Terumi Mei's expression darkened, her gaze fixed on Kagaya Yagura and the swordsman. She understood well that these so-called elite forces had already aligned themselves with a singular agenda. Changing the status quo under the current circumstances seemed utterly impossible. Deflated like a punctured balloon, she spoke in a subdued tone. Then, esteemed Mizukage, if you disregard my counsel, what, pray tell, was the purpose of summoning me? With a thud, Suigetsu of the Watermelon Mountain cast a scroll onto the table, stating, Lady Terumi Mei, you must have noticed the contents of that scroll. You have indeed made it onto the list of the blind man's coveted rankings. However, upon investigating the others who appeared on the list, our hidden mist Umbu discovered that other ninja villages are in shock at the precision of the intelligence regarding the rankings. To avoid falling victim to the cunning schemes of the old fox, Saratobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konoha, we plan to send you to participate in the Chunin exams proposed by the village hidden in the leaves. As for those you will bring with you, it will serve as an excellent opportunity to showcase the terrifying power that the fourth Mizukage has instilled in the blood mist. Zabuza Momochi, Hozuki Mangetsu, and Kisame Hashigaki are all candidates for this mission, along with other supporting members. The suggestion of sending those three caused Terumi Mei's expression to shift uneasily. They were all products of the reinforced blood mist. Among them, the enigmatic figure of No More Slaughter stands out as a peculiar anomaly. While others can secure their ascendance by eliminating all members of their own team, he has mercilessly slaughtered every contender of his cohort. It is fair to say that this is not merely an opportunity for Kagaya Mei to participate in the CHNIN exams. It is akin to leading a legion of phantoms to claim lives. Lady Kagaya Mei, do you harbor any dissent? The Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon could not help but let out a mocking laugh. This is the fresh blood of our Mist Village. Since you have been deemed the foremost of the new generation, you must shoulder this heavy responsibility. Do not forget, if you can tame them, attaining the position of Mizukage in the future should pose no challenge, right? Kagaya Mei was momentarily rendered speechless, casting a glance at the manuscript on the table. She ultimately huffed in frustration, seized the mission scroll, and turned to leave. As for Kaori Yagura, he paid no heed to the audacious remarks of the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon. Watching Kagaya Mei walk away, he waved his hand dismissively and said, All right. The troublesome girl has finally departed. You may leave as well. I have an important guest to meet. Chapter 51. The Hidden Hand Behind the Scenes. A guest? The Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure, smiling as he replied, Lord Fourth Mizukage, we shall take our leave. Rest assured. Once you entrust us with the powers of the Umbu, we will serve you diligently. Very well, you may withdraw. Kaori Yagura gestured again, indicating his impatience. The Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon and his companions paid no mind to the evident irritation of the fourth Mizukage. In their eyes, nothing surpassed the maximization of their own interests. Otherwise, they would not have so readily agreed when Kaori Yagura sought their staunch support to ascend to the position of fourth Mizukage. With that, the seven of them executed the body flicker technique, vanishing from sight. The expansive Mizukage office fell into a brief silence and darkness. Regrettably, this fleeting stillness lasted merely a few seconds. The elongated shadow behind Kaori Yagura seemed to animate, revealing a figure entwined in foliage. A single crimson Sharingan stood out starkly against the withered visage. Previously seated, Kaori Yagura appeared entranced, his eyes reflecting the kaleidoscopic pattern of the Sharingan, his expression vacant. Lord Madara, your kaleidoscopic Sharingan Jinjutsu is truly masterful, able to silently support the next Mizukage in the Mist Village. The voice of Black Zetsu emanated from the other half of Madara's form. Ever since being crushed by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, in the Valley of the End over a decade ago, and utilizing the forbidden technique of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan Izanagi to feign death and be reborn within a dream, Uchiha Madara had completely concealed himself. Especially after the cellular absorption of Hashirama Senju, Uchiha Madara's strength was significantly diminished during its peak. Faced with his defeat at the hands of the first Hokage, Madara rarely had the opportunity to see Hashirama perish. Following the death of Tobarama Senju at the hands of the formidable duo, Kinjay and Jinjay, Madara finally glimpsed a ray of hope. He could now seek the chance to annihilate the Hidden Leaf Village. Over the years, Madara had indeed lingered in the shadows. However, the successive Great Wars were instigated by him in collaboration with his willful embodiment, Kaguya. The Hidden Mist Village, which typically remained isolated and averse to external interaction, became an important puppet for Madara. The third Mizukage, in particular, was Madara's collaborator. The emergence of the Blood Mist was also a proposal from Madara, as he aspired to create a cradle of elite shinobi far more commendable than that of the Hidden Leaf. He wished to illustrate to Tobirama who was truly fit to lead the Hidden Leaf Village. Unfortunately, not long ago, the third Mizukage grew dissatisfied with Madara's interference, leading to a divergence between the two. Yet, despite Madara's age, it did not imply that any shadow-level ninja could simply challenge him. Ultimately, the third Mizukage vanished without a trace. Madara had always regarded him as a contingency and had covertly utilized his Sharingan to leave a profound hypnotic imprint on the psyche of Kaguya Otsutsuki, who was now ready to take the stage. The enhanced version of the Blood Mist, in conjunction with the 7 ninja swordsmen, made its appearance at this juncture. In the original narrative, Zabuza and Kakashi were of similar ages, with Zabuza being slightly older, and their graduation times were also quite close. This serves as substantial evidence that the Blood Mist had already taken shape before Obito's emergence. As the instigator, Madara had long remained hidden behind the scenes. After his death, Obito, who had only recently grasped the powers of the Sharingan, was incapable of exerting complete control over Kaguya. It could be said that Obito merely activated the hypnotic mental imprint left by Madara on Kaguya under Kaguya's guidance, thereby achieving the goal of manipulating the Blood Mist. Madara's rare appearance was entirely due to his intrigue upon discovering this fascinating tale. Lord Madara, the emergence of this legendary figure, Monkey D. Luffy, has surpassed all expectations. However, the information regarding this demon list is indeed astonishing, as even we are unable to probe such detailed intelligence. Kaguya, having differentiated from Madara, picked up the tale on the table and began to peruse it. Over the years, Kaguya and Madara had already employed the existence of White Zetsu to embed numerous spies within various shinobi villages. However, upon seeing the demon list, their initial reaction was one of confusion. After relentless inquiries, they discovered that the individual capable of creating the demon list possessed intelligence capabilities far surpassing their expectations. Lord Madara, do you intend to investigate this Uchiha Kuroha? Heijue closed the script after perusing it 8 or 10 times, unable to suppress his curiosity. Over the years, Uchiha Madara's condition had gradually deteriorated. The toll of prolonged warfare had left him in a state of frailty. In his quest to perpetuate his schemes and ambitions, Madara had been vigilant for any potential candidates within the Uchiha clan. After decades of anticipation, he indeed discerned the existence of Uchiha Fugaku. Moreover, he had left contingencies inscribed within the clan's ancestral tablet. Regrettably, Fugaku's indifference over the years extinguished any thoughts of collaboration in Madara's mind. He could only continue to lurk in the shadows, awaiting the emergence of the next individual. The arrival of Uchiha Kuroha now undeniably illuminated a glimmer of hope for Madara. Heijue, you truly are my spiritual manifestation, capable of perceiving my thoughts, intoned Madara with a voice aged by time. This young boy, rumored to be a worthless member of the Uchiha clan, was born blind and had endured the burdens of the Byakugan. However, the recent attention drawn by Monkey D. Luffy into the 5 great nations was an unexpected turn of events. Yet, I must ascertain whether his heart is entirely shrouded in darkness and if the formidable means to gather the rankings of the powerful stem from that monkey-esque machinations. If he is indeed orchestrating something, I am curious to know what schemes he harbors. Whether he is audacious enough to believe he can confront the 4 great shinobi villages head-on. Initially, I thought the final years of the ninja world would be dull, merely culminating in one last great ninja war. I did not anticipate such delightful occurrences. Truly, the Uchiha clan remains remarkable. Ah, Lord Madara. It is said that aside from Uchiha Kuroha, there are 2 other promising talents within the Uchiha clan. Shall we pay them a visit? Heijue's eyes sparkled with mischief. Madara, noticing the change in Heijue's demeanor, couldn't help but smile with intrigue. The sensation of commanding the overarching narrative was undeniably exhilarating. Indeed, the absence of Senju Hashirama rendered the ninja world rather mundane, simultaneously providing him an unparalleled sense of supremacy and control. Akin to the very Heijue he regarded as the embodiment of his will. Everything was meticulously orchestrated for his rebirth. The thought of resurrecting and witnessing the expressions of those younger generations filled Madara with even greater delight. Chapter 52. A member of the Kamizuru clan can slay the rankings of the powerful. In the land of Earth, within the Rock Ninja Village. Inside the Tsuchikage's office. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, feverishly flipped through the script as if it were a wheel. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 5 times, and even 10 times. The rare script he held had been torn through several pages, yet he still failed to uncover the information he yearned for. Chaos, utter chaos. What a ridiculous ranking of beauties. This must be the work of that insufferable monkey from Konoha, intended solely to vex me. The notion of unparalleled beauty within this ranking is utterly nonsensical. In a fit of rage, Inoki of the Two Tails erupted, his formidable chakra fluctuating like a tempest, unleashing a whirlwind that surged outward. Those present in the office were instantly engulfed by an inexplicable sense of suffocation. Their gazes toward Inoki now brimmed with a tinge of reverence. In their eyes, Inoki was a seasoned shadow-level powerhouse, the longest-serving leader among the 5 great ninja villages, possessing strength that transcended even that of a Kage. Most notably, he had faced the legendary Uchiha Madara. However, were they to learn that this confrontation had merely left him quaking in his boots under Madara's piercing gaze, their expressions would be rather amusing. Quickly, give me back that book. Inoki soon calmed his turbulent chakra and urgently gestured for the earth user, Akatsuchi, to return the tome he had seized. Had it not been for Akatsuchi's quick reflexes in snatching the book from Inoki's grasp, it would undoubtedly have been reduced to ruins by the furious Tsuchikage. My lord Tsuchikage, that book is exceedingly rare outside, and I need to take it home for them to see. If you destroy it, I will be unable to account for it. Akatsuchi replied in a gruff voice. The tale of Monkey D. Luffy had become an essential reading for every household, a vital source of entertainment in these desolate times. Upon learning of the latest installment and the availability of the new volume, the most pressing concern for families was not indulging in lavish feasts, but rather whether their fathers had successfully procured the latest chapter of Luffy's saga. Once the book was secured, the fathers basked in glory, and it became a standard for children to compete over whose father was stronger and more capable. Thus, while Inoki was indeed the father of Akatsuchi, the latter could not allow himself to lose face at home. You little rascal, are you deliberately trying to infuriate me? Inoki fumed, only to quickly deflate like a punctured balloon, slumping back into his chair in discontent. That Uchiha clan member is truly blind. There are so many on the beauty ranking from other villages, even lesser-known ones, yet our IWA village boasts none. If this isn't an intentional slight against us, then what is it? Upon hearing of the warlord's appearance in the tale, Inoki had initially marveled at their might, believing that with the warlord's assistance, IWA village could surely conquer the other 4 great ninja villages and unify the shinobi world without exception. Particularly noteworthy is the mention of the Empress Hancock, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the world among the 7 warlords of the sea. The esteemed Noki, having not witnessed such a spectacle for ages, gazed in astonishment. This reaction intensified upon hearing the legendary debate concerning Monkey D. Luffy, where a comparison was made between the 2 figures, the wooden man and the world's most beautiful empress. Uchiha Kuroha vehemently proposed a beauty ranking within the ninja realm, subsequently listing a multitude of illustrious women. In that moment, even Noki found himself applauding in fervor, his blood surging with excitement, especially while perusing the pages filled with names, many of which were ominously marked. Nevertheless, Noki remained fervently eager to discover who from the IWA Ninja Village had made the list. Unfortunately, as he turned to the final pages, he stood frozen in disbelief. Initially suspecting that pages were missing, he flipped through the book multiple times, only to arrive at the disheartening conclusion that, to his utter dismay, no one from the IWA Ninja Village had made the cut. Observing the frustrated Noki, the assembled ninjas present could only express their own bitter disappointment. It was only Huang Tu, the son of Noki, who dared to speak up, stating in a measured tone, Lord Tsuchikage, it is unfair to place blame on Uchiha Kuroha. According to intelligence, those from other villages who made the list, regardless of their fame, were subsequently identified. Initially, many had doubts regarding the credibility of this beauty ranking proposed by Uchiha Kuroha, but upon witnessing the names, their skepticism evaporated instantly. Old man, you must have encountered the likes of Yakura from the Sand Village, Terumi Mei from the Mist Village, Tsunade from the Leaf Village, and even the 2 wooden men from the Cloud Village, each a remarkable individual in their own right. Now, take a look at our own ranks. Huangtu's words. As solid as the earth itself, slipped out without consideration for potential offense, yet they were undeniably valid. At the very least, among the elite of the IWA ninja hierarchy, none could truly be deemed outstanding. In a moment of exasperation, Noki felt nearly overwhelmed. Lord Suchikage, please do not despair. There is one from the Kamikaze clan who can make an impact on the beauty ranking, interjected a bespectacled Jonin. Are you referring to the Earth Bee? Noki inquired, momentarily taken aback, then revitalized with hope. Did you just assert that someone from the Kamikaze clan can surpass the beauty ranking? Is that true? The atmosphere invigorated as the assembled members, all belonging to the IWA Ninja Village, felt the weight of their exclusion from the ranking while others basked in recognition. To claim that they were not aggrieved would be sheer falsehood. At present, the Crane clan is eager to engage in battle, asserting that one among them has the potential to ascend the Rouge list and even dominate it. How could such fervent declarations not stir excitement among the esteemed gentlemen present? Sensing the intense gazes directed toward him, Fang's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of ecstasy. The continuous series of battles had dealt a devastating blow to the Crane clan, who were once renowned for their ability to stand toe-to-toe with the Yin clan of the Hidden Leaf Village, now feeling as if they were fading into obscurity. Within the Rock Village, they had gradually become nearly invisible. Initially, Fang was contemplating ways to reverse this disadvantage until the emergence of the Rouge list illuminated a flicker of hope. The sensation of being the center of attention, akin to being elevated on a pedestal, further broadened Fang's smile. He understood that if he could seize this opportunity and allow Fang to appear on the illustrious Rouge list, she would undoubtedly become the most noteworthy figure in the Rock Village and even among the 5 great shinobi villages. Hence, the Crane clan might receive a significant influx of resources for development from the Rock Village. Would it not then be a mere question of time before the Crane clan rose once more? With such thoughts in mind, Fang could scarcely contain his excitement and hurriedly approached. Lord Suchikage, you may not be aware, but our young clan leader, Fang, has been diligently honing her ninjutsu and mastering our clan's most potent secret techniques, which is why she has remained hidden from the public eye. She is now 16, possessing grace and beauty, regarded as a goddess by many of our clan's youth. I firmly believe that once she is revealed to the world, she will surely secure a place on the Rouge list, eclipsing all the mediocre contenders. His resolute words resonated within the office, lingering in the air with a profound impact. Observing Fang's unwavering confidence, the eyes of everyone present glimmered with anticipation. The absence of any rock ninja on the Rouge list was, for them, a tremendous disgrace. Had it not been for Huang Tu's assertions, they would have had no grounds for rebuttal, and they would have already rushed to the Hidden Leaf Village to voice their grievances. Now, with the Crane clan stepping forth in defiance, the possibility of ascending the Rouge list could bring pride back to the Rock Village. The murky old eyes of Oenoki, the Suchikage, brightened as he abruptly stood, exclaiming, Fang, where is this Fang you speak of? Lead us to her at once. If any member of your Crane clan can indeed make the list, we shall triple the cultivation resources for the next 3 years. Triple? Fang momentarily stood in stunned silence, before a look of unrestrained joy spread across his face. Such a lavish offer suggested that the Crane clan could not only increase their birth rate, but also allocate additional resources to nurture their elite. It could be likened to a lifeline. My esteemed Suchikage, rest assured that for the safety of the Swallow Bee, it takes merely 10 minutes to reach the outpost at the village's edge, the Earth Bee promptly responded. Upon hearing this, the formidable Oenoki did not hesitate for a moment. His body ascended like a balloon and, in the next instant, he surged swiftly out the window. None of the assembled ninjas wished to miss such a momentous occasion, and they hurriedly followed suit, eager to witness who among them from a Wagakure would ascend the ranks. Observing the sudden flurry of activity akin to a hive disturbed, the Earth Bee's face radiated uncontainable joy, his mouth stretching into a wide grin as he eagerly trailed behind. A few miles from a Wagakure lay the domain of the Kamikage clan, nestled amidst dense forests and trees, with several wooden houses constructed near a waterfall. As a once great clan within a Wagakure, the Kamikage had established residence there. Alas, years of war and their confrontations with Konoha had led to their near annihilation at the hands of the Yamanaka clan, resulting in heavy casualties. To ensure the Kamikage revival, the elders had reluctantly sold most of their holdings to gather resources for recuperation. Moreover, due to their affinity with poisonous bees, they sought proximity to nature, thus designating this area as their sacred ground. Swallow Bee, I have just received word that Suchikage and the other high-ranking officials are on their way here to see you in person, an elderly figure, leaning on a cane, exclaimed with unrestrained delight as he accepted a buzzing bee. The Tsuchikage has just pledged that if you can indeed secure a spot on the Rouge list, our Kamakage clan will receive preferential resources from the village for the next 3 years. This is a monumental achievement. As these words echoed, the gathered members of the Kamakage clan erupted in ecstatic jubilation. The girl at the center of their attention soon came into view, a young maiden clad in a blue-patterned skirt, with shoulder-length hair and a strikingly fair complexion. Her high-arching phoenix eyes exuded an air of deep-rooted pride and disdain. Faced with the fervent gazes surrounding her, the swallow bee suddenly unfurled her folding fan, partially concealing her face, and disdainfully remarked, "Elder bee, was this not to be expected? There is no need for such fuss. I know not what the individuals on the Rouge list appear like, but I dare say they will be no match for me." As she spoke, the radiance of her smile intensified. Only the high-ranking officials of the various villages possessed the intelligence to discern the authenticity of the Rouge list and the appearances of those included therein. As for others, aside from the familiar faces within their own village and those who had participated in past battles and been noted by others, they remained in the dark. For the other individuals on the list, there was an utter lack of knowledge, by merely comparing them to those already known. The initial impression was that they must also be quite remarkable. It is precisely for this reason that the Rouge list holds no significance for an individual from the Rock Shinobi village, as there are no benchmarks for comparison. It is akin to being visually impaired. Ordinary people simply cannot discern authenticity. The only recourse is to hope that the next narrative will provide clarity. One could say that for the current Crane clan, it is reminiscent of arrogance born from ignorance. I possess the capability to dominate the rankings, especially considering that merely attaining a spot on the list would garner the village's attention. Even the esteemed Tsuchikage personally came to acknowledge this fact, further inflating their confidence. Juefeng, you are absolutely right. This time we must ensure that the outside world recognizes that our Crane clan is not to be underestimated, declared the elder, leaning heavily on her cane. However, upon encountering the Tsuchikage, she would need to maintain her poise as a lady, lest she tarnish the first impression. Well then, considering the time, the Tsuchikage should be arriving shortly. Let us go greet him. With these words, the elder, relying on her cane, intended to lead the way. Yet, as she turned, her gaze was immediately drawn to a figure adorned in a black cloak, whose alluring curves were unmistakable. The elongated form accentuated an astonishingly perfect golden ratio, leaving the elder momentarily stunned. In that fleeting instant, just the silhouette of the black robe, coupled with an extraordinary height and long legs, evoked a singular thought among all present. This is an extraordinary beauty. Simply put, her legs were captivating. Chapter 54. Misunderstanding. Due to beauty, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The pupils of everyone present constricted to the utmost, their eyes nearly bursting with disbelief. Gazing at the cloaked figure before them, they felt an overwhelming sensation as if their minds were about to explode. Instinctively, they glanced back at Juefeng, who had just been placed upon a pedestal moments earlier. Her previously commendable height of around 5 feet 6 now seemed utterly diminished. In comparison, it felt as though those legs had utterly eclipsed her. Is this truly a human, or merely an illusion fostered by the Rouge list? Many instinctively rubbed their eyes, their eyelids turning crimson from the effort. Alas, no matter how they rubbed, the figure before them remained stubbornly vivid. The sight of her figure, undulating like a hill, sculpted as if from gold, ignited a fervor within them. An absurd thought began to take root in their minds. Is this still a human? If she is indeed human, then not only Juefeng, but even those on the Rouge list would find it exceedingly difficult to surpass her. Is this not the Hidden Leaf Village? Where exactly are we? The voice, cold and aloof, resonated like that of a lark, yet it carried an unmistakable chill that repelled all who heard it. Nevertheless, when it reached their ears, it evoked a sensation akin to enchantment, as if their very souls were on the verge of being summoned forth, slipping beyond their control. Such a startling spectacle left even the elderly matron trembling, her grip tightening around her cane as she exclaimed, "Who are you?" "This is the domain of the Crane clan of Rock Ninja Village. If you are lost, we would be honored to host you, but may I boldly inquire, miss, might we have the privilege of seeing your face?" As these words escaped her lips, her heart raced with trepidation. She could not fathom why. In the presence of an enigmatic woman, her instinct was not one of wariness, but rather of an inexplicable desire to behold her. Intuition whispered to her that if she did not lay eyes upon the girl cloaked in shadow, she would regret it profoundly. Upon hearing her words, The others displayed expressions of eager anticipation. Yet, standing behind the crowd, the figure known as Kfong wore an expression of utter dismay. Just moments ago, she had basked in the glow of attention, akin to a star amidst a constellation, but now, her brilliance was eclipsed by this mysterious woman draped in a black cloak. Such a transgression was intolerable to Kfong. Moreover, that Tsuchikage, the formidable Yuki, would soon arrive. If he were to witness this scene, everything she had aspired to would dissolve into oblivion, akin to a duck slipping from her grasp. A flash of fierce resolve ignited within Xuefeng's eyes as she sprang into action. Everyone, do not be deceived by her illusions. Let us not forget our purpose, to elevate the Crane clan. If we allow her to remain, and that Tsuchikage sees her, our hopes will be utterly extinguished. Act now and eliminate her. With that, Kfong launched herself forward, unleashing a flurry of shuriken that soared like a torrential downpour. The speed at which they traveled was astonishing, closing the distance of several meters in the blink of an eye. The onlookers gasped, their faces paling in shock. Yet, before they could react, a sudden exclamation broke through the tension. What long legs! The tall woman beneath the cloak let out a disdainful snort, her elegant legs emerging from the shadow of her robe, slicing through the air with an authoritative whoosh, sending the incoming shuriken spiraling away. At that moment, her previously obscured visage revealed a glimpse of its icy beauty. The members of the Crane clan, who had just regained their composure, were momentarily stunned, contemplating whether to act as Kfong had. However, they were once again rendered speechless, their minds blank as they beheld the striking features that graced the surface of the ice. Their only lingering thought was one of awe. In this world, could there truly exist such a beauty? The wasp, momentarily entranced, found herself lost in thought. All along, she had considered herself the foremost beauty in the Rock Ninja Village, indifferent to the so-called Rouge rankings. Otherwise, today's events would not have transpired. Regrettably, as she beheld this unexpected visitor, the last vestiges of her defenses crumbled instantaneously, shattered with ease. Before a woman who merely revealed the slightest hint of her stunning visage, her sense of superiority was obliterated. The wasp understood clearly that this person must not be allowed to remain. Summoning the art of summoning, she bit her fingertip and clasped her hands together with fervor. With a reckless surge of chakra pouring forth from within her, in the next instant, the venomous beast she had nurtured surged forth like a relentless tide. In the wasp's eyes, regardless of the strength of her opponent, facing an overwhelming swarm of poisonous bees meant certain death with even a single sting. This was also the reason why, during battles within the clan's forbidden grounds, the Shink clan could unleash their power at a staggering 120%. As long as the woman before her was reduced to a state unrecognizable as human by the venomous bees, the wasp believed she would emerge as the most beautiful in the Rock Ninja Village. However, as this thought took root, figures rapidly approached from the distance, led by none other than the formidable Yuki Tsutetsu. In that moment, Yuki Tsutetsu descended with reckless abandon, his life hanging in the balance. How dare that scoundrel commit such a heinous act in our Rock Ninja Village? Does he truly disregard me, Yuki Tsutetsu, to such an extent? Wasp? That Tsuchikage comes to your aid. The wasp was momentarily taken aback, a sudden wave of inexplicable unease washing over her. It was the black-clad woman who was in danger. Yet in the Tsuchikage's words, the situation seemed reversed. An absurd notion flared in her mind. Was this a misunderstanding born of beauty? With a furious roar, Yuki Tsutetsu unleashed the Earth Release, Earthquake Core. A massive surge of chakra coalesced in his hand, and with a sudden strike against the ground, a colossal wall erupted before the black-clad woman, effectively sweeping away the oncoming swarm of poisonous bees. The spectacle left everyone momentarily stunned, and the wasp realized she had not been mistaken. Even the Earth Bee, who had been reveling alongside the likes of K-Do and others, was momentarily bewildered, faced with a situation that had spiraled beyond control. He longed to exclaim, "Lord Tsuchikage, you have mistaken the most beautiful person in the Rock Ninja Village." Yet, before the Earth Bee or the wasp could voice their thoughts, Yuki Tsutetsu closed the distance to the wasp, his rocky arm gathering strength, slicing through the air with a fierce momentum, and aimed directly at her. Chapter 55, The Mobile Illusion Arsenal. A piercing sound tore through the encampment. Everyone stared in shock as Noki of the two scales suddenly erupted into action, his overwhelming force leaving them momentarily stunned. In the next instant, the entire Kamizura clan snapped back to reality. Even the smug Hiba, who had been secretly gloating earlier, was no exception. If Noki and his son Kitsuchi failed to recognize Suzumabachi's identity, Hiba, as her recommender, knew all too well. This was the very candidate he had boasted could single-handedly dominate the beauty ranking with nothing but her allure. Yet now, without even a chance for explanation, she had been struck down by Noki's colossal stone fist, a monstrous construct nearly 8 meters in length, still sweeping toward her. Desperate to intervene, Hiba opened his mouth to speak, but the sight of that graceful, cloaked figure froze him in place, as if entranced. "No, I'm Suzume." A scream tore from Suzumobachi's lips before the stone fist connected, sending her flying backward. She crashed through a wooden hut, landing in the wreckage, her body twitching faintly. Blood streaking her face, a testament to the sheer brutality of the blow. What was that ugly woman trying to say? Noki muttered, hovering midair with a frown. No matter. Daring to attack Suzumobachi? She was asking for death. His voice hardened. Suzumobachi is our trump card for dominating the beauty ranking. Just the silhouette beneath that cloak is enough to eclipse every name on that list. Once the world sees her, that brat's ranking will become a joke. A dark grin spread across his face. The Hidden Leaf Village, I'm definitely going. Kitsuchi and the others arrived in haste, their eyes widening at Noki's words and at the mesmerizing figure beneath the cloak, even without seeing her face. The sheer presence of Suzumobachi convinced them. Noki's bold claim might very well come true. The anticipation burned within them. What did the woman beneath that had truly looked like? Even Noki, usually unshakable, grew restless. Hiba, he called out, were too embarrassed to ask. But as a high-ranking member of the Kemizuru clan, surely you can persuade Suzumobachi to grace us with her beauty? Just a glimpse of the woman who will conquer the rankings. He raised a hand. Rest assured, none of us harbor improper thoughts. We're merely admirers of artistry. Kitsuchi and the others turned expectantly toward Hiba, who had finally caught up. Under their collective gaze, Hiba snapped out of his daze, his face flushing crimson as he stared at the cloaked figure in the distance. Swallowing hard, he forced out the words, the woman before them was not the Hornet. The Hornet had just been sent flying by a punch from Lord Suchikage. Those present were momentarily taken aback. The formidable Yuki stood frozen, seemingly entranced. And after stealing another glance at the figure concealed beneath the cloak, he turned his gaze once more to the collapsed wooden house that the Hornet had just smashed into, instinctively exclaiming, "Dizzy, you just claimed that the ugly woman was the Hornet. Then who is this individual capable of decimating the illustrious ranks of the Rouge List?" As these words fell, the faces of everyone present twitched involuntarily. The Hornet, who had barely managed to recover from her earlier ordeal, nearly spat out another mouthful of blood in fury, feeling utterly defeated. If not for the sheer will to hold her breath and compete with the uninvited guest shrouded in black robes, she would have wished for nothing more than to blissfully faint away. Dizzy's parched lips parted slightly. To receive such a response from Yuki, that Suchikage felt akin to a vicious slap to the face. Just moments ago, in the Hokage's office, Dizzy had fervently declared that the Hornet possessed the potential to dominate the rankings. Yet now, the reality before him, coupled with Yuki's incessant references to the ugly woman, felt like a humiliating blow. However, considering that this was a scheme he had orchestrated alone, a path for the resurgence of the Shinkan clan, he could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Lest the Hornet, the young master, be forever branded with the epithet of ugly woman. Dizzy knew that if he did not act, he would inevitably face dire consequences in the future. After analyzing the situation, Dizzy clenched his fists and hastily opened his mouth. "Humph, a bunch of lecherous fools. I am Hancock, the illustrious Hambia. How could I possibly be compared to an ugly woman? Are you insulting me?" Hancock suddenly tilted her head back, showcasing a classic disdainful pose. The graceful figure hidden beneath the cloak, in this contorted angle, raised concerns that it might burst forth. Most importantly, the black cloak covering her head was thus revealed. Boom. It felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck the minds of all present, leaving them blank and motionless. Gazing at a visage that defied description, they found themselves unable to react, as if ensnared in a trance. At that moment, only one thought remained in their minds. Is this beauty even human? Dizzy, the Hornet is truly the ugly woman, he unconsciously uttered, his eyes still fixated on Hancock. Utterly bewildered, he was completely oblivious to the fact that his previous assertions had taken on an entirely different meaning. At the very least, his subconscious prevented him from uttering any words of insult towards this stunning beauty. To utter the phrase ugly woman would compel him to take his own life. In a moment, everyone was captivated. Even the 2-day-old wild trees could not react. Observing the scene before her, Hancock was momentarily taken aback, but soon let out a cold huff as the natural allure of the sweet fruit began to dissipate. As a user of a paramecia-type devil fruit, Hancock was endowed with an entrancing charm that could ensnare the hearts of any man or woman with her mere presence. Without a formidable will to resist, one could easily become lost in her beauty. It could be said that Hancock's presence in the ninja realm resembled that of a moving illusion, effortlessly ensnaring the unsuspecting. However, Hancock's appearance was not intended to turn these individuals into mere stone statues. Rather, she planned to leverage their assistance to reach the Hidden Leaf Village. 3 days prior, Heiyu had drawn a random summoning card for Hancock through a storytelling system. Before utilizing it, he had a foreboding sense of unease. Chapter 56. How could a goddess be evil? It was only upon activating the random summoning card that Heiyu abruptly realized the summoned individual would randomly materialize within the ninja realm. Initially, he was concerned that his recent 10-draw guarantee would go to waste. To his surprise, the system displayed a semblance of fairness. When Hancock was summoned, she did not appear directly in the Hidden Leaf Village, but rather in an unknown location. After several attempts, Heiyu discovered that the system had a mischievous side, randomizing the summoning locations. However, upon careful sensing, he found that it was indeed possible to communicate over great distances through the system as a spatial bridge. Ultimately, after a thorough dialogue, Heiyu confirmed Hancock's absolute loyalty to him, vowing that regardless of any obstacles encountered, she would certainly unite with him in the Hidden Leaf Village. This response eased the tension in Heiyu's heart. He certainly did not wish for the opportunity to slip away. Initially, regarding the emergence of the Rouge List, Heiyu had calculated that its impact would be confined to the Hidden Leaf Village, at most drawing the ire of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Danzo Shimura. He had never anticipated such tumultuous waves in the ninja world. Currently, with the 10 draws, Heiyu had only managed to acquire Hancock's random summoning card, which served as a protective talisman. If even Hancock were to flee, he genuinely worried whether he would survive to the next storytelling session to draw something worthwhile. Moreover, the words Hancock had just spoken were those that Heiyu had personally imparted to her, meant to conceal her identity while relying on external forces to reach the Hidden Leaf Village. It could be said that if it were not for Heiyu's position as her master, I fear that just moments ago, Boa Hancock had already unleashed the enchanting sweet wind with great force. The alluring power of the sweet fruit, under Hancock's deliberate suppression, has finally begun to recede somewhat. The two-tailed Inoki, who had previously been lost in a daze, suddenly regained his senses, his expression shifting to one of sheer horror as he urgently shouted, "Everyone, awaken." The immense chakra, combined with the special mental shock of the break illusion technique, was executed to perfection by Inoki. The individuals, previously entranced, felt as though their heads were pierced by countless sharp thorns, awakening them in an instant. It was as if they had plunged into a deep pool, their bodies drenched through and through. Gazing at Hancock before them, they were left with lingering trepidation. Yet, while they had indeed awakened, their hearts continued to race at the sight of Hancock's unveiled beauty. In their eyes, such magnificence was etched into their souls, undeniable and compelling. Instinctively, they felt apprehensive about her true identity and her purpose for being there. Nevertheless, her beauty alone could vanquish any competition on the beauty rankings. In the face of such exquisite elegance, an absurd thought began to blossom in the minds of those present. Could she rival the world's most beautiful woman, Hancock? This notion also crossed Inoki's mind, but as the third Tsuchikage, inheritor of the Will of Stone, he quickly regained his composure. His face clouded with seriousness as he solemnly inquired, "Who are you truly, and why do you masquerade as a wretch, wasp?" Gazing at this stunningly beautiful woman, Inoki felt a twinge of uncertainty within him. His instincts warned him that she appeared harmless, yet there was an undercurrent of danger that he could not ignore. Thus, as the third Tsuchikage, he refrained from taking any hasty actions. More importantly, a voice deep within him urged restraint against any violent impulse. In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon Hancock. However, when they fell upon Inoki, a subconscious dissatisfaction emerged regarding his earlier reprimand. How could a goddess be so casually chastised? It seemed that his identity as Tsuchikage instilled a sense of caution in them. Had it been anyone else, they would have been quick to curse and perhaps even strike out. Feeling the gazes upon her, Hancock was already accustomed to such attention. Recalling Blackfeather's words, she disdainfully scoffed, "Humph, are you the old man in charge? I merely passed through here, only to be attacked by that ugly woman over there. I had intended to teach her a lesson, but it seems I shall let it go for now. As for earlier, I had no intention of engaging. Do you truly believe they could withstand my might? If there are no further matters, please do not hinder my journey to Konoha for some excitement." Casting aside her words, Hancock turned and strode away with her long legs, her face, which had wrought havoc upon the world, shrouded by a dark cloak. Witnessing this scene, several individuals could scarcely restrain themselves from delivering a kick to the backside of the 2-day scaled Suchikage. Why offend anyone else when they had driven away this astonishing goddess? If not her, whom else would they target? Suchikage stood momentarily stunned, utterly unprepared for Hancock's abrupt departure, which bore no hint of hesitation. Most importantly, upon reflecting on that fleeting moment of confusion, Suchikage realized that, as Hancock had articulated, had she chosen to strike at that juncture, he would indeed have been jolted back to reality by the threat of death. Yet, for others, such an encounter would likely prove a considerable setback. As he observed her receding figure, Suchikage quickly regained his composure and exclaimed, "Wait, did you just mention heading to Konoha for some excitement? Are you planning to confront that so-called Rouge List? Our Awagakure is also preparing to journey to Konoha. If you do not mind, we could travel together. However, I have one condition. You must present yourself as a member of Awagakure." The individuals present were momentarily taken aback. Suchikage's final demand was clearly unexpected. Under normal circumstances, a person of dubious origin would have been swiftly apprehended by the Umbu and subjected to various forms of interrogation. It was hardly common to openly declare oneself as a member of Awagakure. However, upon witnessing Hancock pause, revealing her exquisite beauty, the allure was undeniable. How could a goddess possibly be malevolent? Suchikage, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, felt his composure falter, his expression betraying his discomfort. He was acutely aware that such a hasty, impulsive decision seemed somewhat inappropriate. In private, such unilateral declarations might not pose an issue, but before the eyes of many, his aged visage felt somewhat compromised. Should he be misconstrued as coveting beauty, it could lead to an unseemly situation. Chapter 57. Danzo, you have crossed my bottom line at him. Esteemed guests, the decision I made earlier was, in truth, for the benefit of our Awagakure. As you are aware of the 5 great shinobi villages, ours is the only one that is yet to have anyone ascend the Rouge List, which is an immense disgrace for Awagakure. Regaining his composure, Suchikage cleared his throat and quickly sought to justify his actions. It was precisely to avoid the mockery of other shinobi villages when we inevitably encounter them in Konoha that I made the resolute decision to temporarily welcome this young lady into our Awagakure. Just imagine, should this lady appear within Konoha, what transformations the so-called storytelling taverns and the Rouge List would undergo. Yet, upon reflection, it seems to be a matter worthy of joy. The somber voice, tinged with a resonant and forceful tone, echoed through the air. A reckless decision had already been made. The only course of action left for the venerable Yaki was to persuade those present, to elucidate his noble intentions. Wise indeed the old man. This was nothing short of brilliant. It was a matter of pride for our IWA shinobi village, and as his juniors, we certainly comprehend the elder's purpose. Huangtu was the first to speak. His usual robust demeanor had vanished, replaced by a pair of gleaming eyes, eagerly exclaiming, "Moreover, how could such a beautiful goddess possibly be malevolent? We have complete faith that this goddess poses no threat, and is more than worthy of remaining in our IWA shinobi village. Indeed, if Lord Suchikage perceives any risk, we are willing to stake our lives as a guarantee that the goddess is entirely unblemished. If even the goddess raises concerns, then surely the individual mentioned by the Earth Bee must be the truly suspicious one." The atmosphere erupted in fervor. Yaki observed the rising tide of emotions among the high-ranking officials of IWA Shinobi Village, feeling a hint of discomfort on his aged visage. He nearly uttered a word of embarrassment. This was simply overthinking. Yet, the thought of allowing Hancock to remain legitimately, while simultaneously reclaiming prestige in the Konoha Shinobi Village regarding the Rouge List, made Yaki feel that this decision was indeed a stroke of genius. As for the desire to claim this goddess for himself, it remained merely a vague notion in his mind, something to admire from a distance, lest his instincts warned him of peril. Similarly, others harbored a similar thought. The goddess is to be revered. How could one entertain foolish notions? Enough. What are you all doing? Hurry and clean up this mess. Yaki snapped back to the present, urgently commanding, and don't forget, we must hurry to participate in the CH-NIN exams being held in Konoha Shinobi Village. Initially, I had no intention of paying any heed to Sarutobi Hiruzen, but now I must witness their expressions firsthand. Moreover, until we have thoroughly dealt with the Rouge List, the identity of our esteemed guest must remain confidential. Otherwise, do not blame me for apprehending anyone under the charge of treason. His words immediately silenced the crowd. They were acutely aware that to dismantle the Rouge List, Yaki was willing to go to great lengths. Sometimes, principles and face are not worth much in comparison. Rest assured, Elder. We would do anything to keep this matter under wraps, and would never foolishly expose it, Huang Tu hastily reassured. Now, this esteemed guest must be weary. Allow me to escort her to arrange accommodations for rest. No, let me go. Huang Tu, a man with a family, interjected. Permit me to take her. The scene erupted into chaos once more. The usually reserved and earthy demeanor had completely vanished, replaced by an unprecedented fervor that left the second Tsuchikage, Noki, utterly bewildered. He knew his son all too well, a man who moved only when prodded, like a block of wood. Yet now, this sudden burst of initiative was as if his meridians had been miraculously unblocked, leaving everyone caught off guard. Noki found himself contemplating whether to inform his daughter-in-law, so she could properly tame this suddenly enlightened fool of a son. Half a day later, within the Hokage's office in Konoha, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat puffing on his pipe, tendrils of smoke curling around him as his gaze remained fixed on the crystal ball resting atop his desk. Through the telescope technique, he could observe every movement of Uchiha Kiribane with perfect clarity. Had he wished, he could even discern whether Kiribane was relieving himself, and for how long. Yet, even within Konoha, Hiruzen's surveillance was not omnipotent. When Kiribane entered the Uchiha clan's territory and appeared at the residence of their leader, Fugaku Uchiha, the telescope technique could no longer penetrate. Not only would Fugaku detect the intrusion, but powerful barrier techniques also thwarted Hiruzen's prying. Moreover, while the telescope technique seemed formidable, it had its limitations. Each viewing session lasted no more than an hour before entering a cooldown period. Though this left gaps in his surveillance of Kiribane, Hiruzen believed the constant presence of ANBU operatives would suffice to fill them. Hiruzen, you've done something significant this time. The voice of Dan Shimura suddenly echoed through the office. Hiruzen's brow furrowed, his aged face darkening with displeasure as he lifted his gaze to the intruder. Dans, you know full well that I dislike interruptions during surveillance. You've crossed a line. Unless you provide a compelling explanation, leaving this office may prove difficult. The air grew heavy as Hiruzen's killing intent flickered to life. Dan's expression stiffened, his features tinged with grim resolve. As old comrades, Dan's was well aware that the telescope technique had been devised by the second Hokage, a peerless surveillance tool coveted by many, himself included. Yet upon ascending as the third Hokage, Hiruzen had promptly classified it as a forbidden jutsu, citing its potential to wreak havoc if misused. To Dan's, this justification was nothing but a flimsy pretext. The true reason was clear. Hiruzen sought to monopolize the technique. Dangerous? Preposterous. However, faced with the murderous intent of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo quickly regained his composure and casually tossed the recently acquired confidential letter onto the table. Hiruzen, I am fully aware of your trivial schemes. Do not attempt to intimidate me here. This information pertains to the various ninja villages, and they have surprisingly agreed to participate in the Chunin exams. Chapter 58. This brat must die, all of them are coming? Sarutobi's expression momentarily faltered, completely caught off guard. The invitation to the major ninja villages to partake in the Chunin exams was initially a strategic delay, intended to provide the Leaf Village ample time to prepare for the impending threat of a potential third ninja world war. Simultaneously, it was a plan to utilize the strength of the new generation to instill fear in the other villages. In Sarutobi's estimation, during such a critical juncture, even having one or two smaller villages agree to attend would have been commendable. With just the combined might of the Leaf's twin stars, they could easily overpower them. In due course, the whispers from the smaller villages would serve to create a deterrent effect akin to striking a mountain to startle a tiger. However, the unanimous agreement of the four great ninja villages was entirely beyond Sarutobi's expectations. Danzo, what on earth is going on? Sarutobi inquired urgently, his brow furrowing. When facing a mere major nation, Sarutobi felt confident in manipulating the situation to his advantage. Yet, once the four great ninja villages were involved, even the cunning Sarutobi found himself at a loss. Should they all converge their efforts against the Leaf Village? The Chunin exams might transform from a mere show of strength into a catastrophic blunder, a self-inflicted wound. According to the intelligence, it was due to the Rouge List. Danzo stated solemnly. That brat indeed warrants our attention, but we have overlooked a crucial matter. Who informed him about the individuals on the Rouge List? And how could he gather it so effortlessly? Let us not forget, he is blind. Sarutobi's countenance turned ashen, gazing at the documents laid out before him. He suddenly realized that despite his lifetime of wisdom, he had blatantly ignored this vital detail. Now, even other ninja villages had noticed the secrets concealed within the Rouge list, while he, as Hokage, was the last to catch on. This undoubtedly made Sarutobi feel somewhat embarrassed. Yet, could he admit this in front of Danzo? Quickly smoothing his expression, Sarutobi looked at the crystal ball in his hand and declared, "Danzo, rest assured, everything is under my control. I have already anticipated this matter." Danzo's expression momentarily froze, taken aback by the audacity of his old comrade, who remained as brazen as ever. Upon arriving, he had already been eager to witness Sarutobi's moment of embarrassment. If it could be so easily brushed aside with a mere statement, Danzo was unwilling to allow that. "Sarutobi, you indicated that you had already discerned the situation, thus you must possess a countermeasure, correct?" Danzo spoke again, his shadowy gaze fixed intently upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. The expression on Sarutobi's face darkened as he retorted, "Danzo, are you doubting me? Doubt? My demeanor remains unchanged," Danzo persisted relentlessly. "Sarutobi, I harbor no such intentions. However, this matter is of utmost significance. If you have not devised a strategy, we may collaborate. This time, in order to safeguard the interests of the Hidden Leaf Village, Koharu and Hamura have also arrived." "You have summoned them as well?" Sarutobi's tone turned icy. The previously sealed office door creaked open, and shortly thereafter, the other two esteemed advisors of the Leaf Village hastily entered. It can be said that the four individuals present were all former students of the second Hokage. Aside from Uchiha Kagami and Akimichi Torafu, who valiantly resisted the downfall of the Golden and Silver Horn forces, these four emerged as the ultimate victors, wielding significant power over the Hidden Leaf Village. "Sarutobi, do not be anxious. Danzo is merely considering the welfare of the Hidden Leaf Village," Koharu stated in a solemn tone. According to the intelligence obtained by Root, the emergence of the Banshee list is suspected to be linked to our Hidden Leaf Village, purportedly as a demonstration of our formidable intelligence capabilities. If mishandled, this could lead to our village facing hostility from the other four great ninja villages. Should a conflict arise, our village might find itself besieged. At that juncture, Sarutobi, do you truly believe a village bereft of the first Hokage and Tobirama-sensei can engage in multi-front warfare? Furthermore, if this Banshee list did not originate from your hands, I am equally curious as to how that child acquired such intelligence. As it stands, I have exhausted all available means and still cannot ascertain the authenticity of certain individuals listed. However, those confirmed by the various villages undeniably possess the qualifications to be listed, solidifying the legitimacy of the Banshee list. This suggests that the network behind it may surpass even our Hidden Leaf Village and other ninja villages in its vastness. If all of this is the work of the Uchiha clan, it would be exceedingly alarming. Perhaps only during the era when Uchiha Madara led the Uchiha clan could such a feat be accomplished. The weight of these words reverberated within the office. The pressure mounted, rendering Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression increasingly grim. Yet, in the face of Koharu's astute analysis, Sarutobi was equally taken aback. This Banshee list was indeed not of his creation. Thus, the individual responsible for its inception must possess an unparalleled level of intelligence. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly realized that he had grossly underestimated this blind man. During this period, I was solely preoccupied with devising a plan to manipulate the mind of a certain young individual, suspected of possessing the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, in order to seize control over the Uchiha clan. I had not considered the possibility of a deeper conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. Should this endeavor indeed conceal a hidden mastermind, it could very well lead to our downfall. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly regained his composure, having served as Hokage for many years. He had grown accustomed to remaining unflustered in the face of adversity. The various plans he had temporarily set aside began to resurface in his mind. "Koharu, rest assured, all of this is well within my control. However, since you have come here together, I suspect matters will not be so simple. Please enlighten me about this situation." Seeing Sarutobi's unwavering demeanor, Danzo could not suppress a cold snort. "Sarutobi, since you claim to have a strategy in place, then let us dispense with the pleasantries. Originally, you intended to brainwash Uchiha Kage and Uchiha Shursui, using them as pawns to dominate the Uchiha clan. However, the threat posed by this boy has exceeded our control. Regardless of how he acquired this list of names, or whether someone is orchestrating events from behind the scenes, to safeguard the interests of our Hidden Leaf Village amidst the potential onset of a third shinobi world war, this boy must perish." Chapter 59. Utilizing the four great shinobi villages to eliminate foes, this boy must die. The pipe in the hands of the third Hokage tightened slightly. He had long anticipated this outcome. As an old rival, Danzo would never allow him to assimilate the Uchiha clan without opposition. Should matters escalate to that extent, Danzo would likely find himself unable to retain his position as a leader, let alone as Hokage. Koharu, Minato, do you share the same view? Saratobi's gaze shifted to the other two. Mito came in, who had been standing silently, finally nodded and spoke up. Saratobi, let us not forget the immense damage Uchiha Madara inflicted upon our Hidden Leaf village in the past. You are indeed formidable, however. You still fall short compared to the first Hokage and Master Tobirama. Therefore, we do not wish to witness any setbacks for the Hidden Leaf village at this critical juncture. Moreover, this presents an opportunity to expose the hidden puppeteer and resolve this matter swiftly, a plan that serves two purposes. If you truly feel at a loss, let us deliberate together now. I concur. Nara Shikaku raised his hand in agreement, while Danzo met Saratobi's gaze evenly, his intentions unmistakable. It appeared they had come prepared this time. Saratobi's expression darkened to an extreme, and after taking several deep puffs from his pipe, he spoke with deliberate slowness. Danzo, it seems you are indeed well prepared. However, regrettably, I have already devised an impeccable strategy. Everything is under my control. My hesitation to act thus far was merely to ascertain if I could turn that boy to my advantage. Since you all oppose, then there shall be no mercy. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze towards Danzo, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, however, Danzo, I am quite curious about the method you propose. Do you intend to dispatch Root to stealthily assassinate that little brat? This approach appears rather crude and direct. Yet the aftermath could be overwhelmingly consequential. Not only would it alarm the unsuspecting, but it would also raise the vigilance of any potential puppeteers lurking in the shadows, drawing the suspicions of the entire shinobi world. One must ponder, if a mere child, notorious for his explosive rhetoric, were to suddenly perish or vanish within our Leaf village, it would surely become a source of ridicule, leading other villages to believe that we, the Leaf village, are incapable of safeguarding even a single child under our watch. Should public opinion escalate and reach the ears of the daimyo, our subsequent military funding would undoubtedly suffer greatly. I wonder, Danzo, are you prepared to bear the weight of such consequences? His deep voice, mingling with the smoke he exhaled, reverberated throughout the office. Danzo's expression darkened significantly, as did those of Nara Shikaku and Mito Kamen, who found themselves ensnared in a potential coup. They had not anticipated that Sarutobi Hiruzen would immediately unravel their intentions. If what Sarutobi suggests is true, does this imply that Uchiha Konoha is untouchable? Yet, observing Sarutobi's self-assured demeanor, Danzo's patience began to wane, prompting him to respond. Sarutobi, are you implying that this child cannot be eliminated now, or is it that you cannot conceive of an alternative solution? If that is the case, then our thoughts are not dissimilar. Ah, Danzo, you overthink, Sarutobi replied, taking a deep drag of his pipe before tapping the ashes onto the table. Do not forget, I am the Hokage. My position here is a testament to my broader vision. Eliminating that child does not necessitate our direct involvement. Danzo's countenance turned ashen, fully grasping Sarutobi's scornful undertone. Yet, he refrained from retorting, fixated instead on Sarutobi. Noticing Danzo's rare moment of understanding, Sarutobi continued, his face lighting up like a blooming daisy. In truth, the solution is quite simple. Did you not mention that the 4 great shinobi villages have agreed to participate in the Chunin exams? If I am not mistaken, they will undoubtedly bring with them a multitude of formidable candidates, eager to showcase their prowess. In the ensuing chaos, casualties will be inevitable. As long as we propel Uchiha Konoha into the Chunin exams, I believe he will become the target of everyone's ire. At that juncture, his fate would be of no concern to our Leaf village. Danzo and his companions stood in stunned silence, gazing at Sarutobi with incredulity. They could never have anticipated that Sarutobi Hiruzen, having just received the consent of the 4 great ninja villages to participate in the Chunin exams, would devise such a cunning scheme to eliminate his rivals. Moreover, the weapon he intended to wield was derived from the hands of the very 4 villages that granted him this approval. If events were to unfold as Sarutobi had suggested, the demise of Uchiha Konoha would likely divert all suspicion away from them. Sarutobi, what excuse do you intend to use to ensure his participation? Although Danzo harbored reluctance towards Sarutobi's audacity, he remained determined to unravel the intricacies of the matter. It could be said that Danzo's ability to endure Sarutobi's machinations, continuing to operate under his watchful eye, stemmed from his willingness to concede and fulfill his duties, no matter how subservient they may appear. Meanwhile, Sumuji Koharu and Mito Gate Yen exchanged glances with Saratobi, their expressions tinged with a sense of urgency. To them, Uchiha Kuroha was but a novice at the Konoha Academy. If he were to participate in the Chunin exams, surely he must at least graduate from the academy first. Rest assured. Do not forget that the boy has already mastered the Shadow Clone technique, a jutsu of considerable rank. This alone is sufficient for his graduation, Saratobi responded with confidence. This time, the participation of the 4 great ninja villages in our Konoha village's Chunin exams presents a splendid opportunity to showcase the strength of our new generation. I plan to hold an exceptional graduation ceremony in 3 days, allowing him to graduate alongside Kakashi and the others, thus enabling him to participate in the Chunin exams with legitimacy. In the meantime, I shall find a suitable pretext to inform Uchiha Kuroha of his early graduation, encouraging him to diligently practice the 3-body technique to avoid any disruptions to our plans before the exams commence. His words reverberated within the confines of the office. Sumuji Koharu and Mito Gate Yan's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. The earlier barbs they had exchanged were indeed rather harsh. However, they could not help but acknowledge the impeccable nature of Saratobi's scheme. The notion of utilizing the 4 great ninja villages to orchestrate a killing, along with the plan to silence the storytelling tavern, was something they could scarcely fathom. Chapter 60. Do not leave your back exposed to others. The expansive office fell into a profound silence. Danzo was rendered speechless. He had initially intended to leverage this opportunity not only to thwart Saratobi's efforts to claim Uchiha Kuroha, but also to diminish his own growing influence. However, he had not anticipated being outmaneuvered in such a manner. Nonetheless, Danzo's greatest strength that had allowed him to survive thus far was his ability to know when to retreat. Regaining his composure, he solemnly declared, "Since you have devised a strategy, let us proceed with its execution. Does that boy require my personal involvement?" "Not necessary," Saratobi replied, puffing on his pipe and casting his gaze upon the crystal ball resting on the table. "In the vicinity of Uchiha Kuroha, I shall personally make a visit. I have faith that my persuasive abilities as a virtuous individual will surpass those of you, a nefarious character." Danzo's expression darkened once more. Yet this time he evidently had no intention of remaining to endure further humiliation. Leaning on his cane, he turned and strode away. Both Nara Shikamaru and Mito Kaminari exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting. However, they had long since grown accustomed to the covert rivalry between Danzo and Saratobi Hiruzen. In light of Danzo's disgruntled departure, they too decided against lingering, nodding in acknowledgement towards Saratobi Hiruzen before turning to leave. Once the 3 figures vanished from sight and the office door closed, Saratobi Hiruzen, with a pipe clenched between his teeth, retracted his smile entirely, his demeanor growing more chilly. A band of jesters daring to prance before me. I had initially intended to recruit that young lad for my own purposes, but I did not anticipate Danzo's cunning maneuver against me. Nevertheless, it is what it is. One can only blame the boy's ill fortune. It is time to arrange a private meeting with him. As he spoke, Saratobi Hiruzen cast one final glance at the crystal ball upon his desk, and in an instant, he vanished like a tempest. Meanwhile, within the desolate woods that served as the Uchiha clan's stronghold, Kuroha paused in his sweeping motion, exhaling a sigh of relief. Upon awakening his Sharingan, he discovered himself endowed with a heightened 6th sense. Initially, he hesitated to confirm whether he was indeed under surveillance. Yet, throughout the day, there were always a few hours when an unsettling sensation enveloped him, akin to sitting on pins and needles. Kuroha quickly grasped that. Aside from the group of Umbu lurking in the shadows, the 3rd Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, had not missed the opportunity to spy on him. The only solace for Kuroha was that this sensation lasted at most an hour, followed by a 3-hour cooldown period. Moreover, should Kuroha approach the Uchiha clan and activate the barrier's focal point, the telescope technique would become ineffective. Ironically, this circumstance had enabled Kuroha to become familiar with how to guide the voyeuristic Saratobi Hiruzen through the garden. At present, Kuroha was puzzled as to why Saratobi Hiruzen had severed the telescope technique before its designated time. Nonetheless, for Kuroha, it was undoubtedly a welcome reprieve. Simultaneously, he felt fortunate that 3 days prior, the Empress Hancock, summoned from a tenfold draw, had not immediately materialized by his side. Had the voyeuristic Saratobi Hiruzen witnessed her presence and uncovered his secret, Kuroha was certain he would not have survived. He believed that the Empress Hancock possessed strength rivaling that of a Kage. However, this was the Hidden Leaf Village, the stronghold of Saratobi Hiruzen. Without a foolproof plan, Konoha knew that escaping from this place would be a formidable challenge. I fear it may prove more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Indeed, Blackfeather finds the system's randomness rather displeasing. However, this situation, albeit fraught with pros and cons, has afforded him a precious opportunity to grow stronger. Most importantly, through this system, Blackfeather has discerned that the Empress Hancock has allied herself with the Rock Ninja Village and is en route to the Hidden Leaf Village. At the pace set by the formidable Noki, they are likely to arrive by tomorrow. At that time, with a few clever maneuvers, he can ensure Hancock remains concealed. Blackfeather believes he has gained a powerful trump card against the cunning Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo, bolstering his own sense of security. A palpable aura of menace. Blackfeather's expression shifted abruptly, every nerve in his body tensed to its utmost limit. In an instant, the six-style S-shave erupted reflexively. The ground beneath him shattered as he vanished like a specter. Whoosh! From his previous position, 7 or 8 white figures burst forth from the earth, aiming to strike at Blackfeather's form. Yet, as their fangs descended, they merely passed through his illusory image. Indeed, it was a mere afterimage. The sound of rushing air preceded the attack, colliding forcefully with the serpentine figures. Boom! Blood sprayed as the emerging serpents were impaled upon the tree by shurikens. Blackfeather reappeared atop a sturdy branch, still gripping his staff tightly. Heh, you little rascal, you are indeed more intriguing than I anticipated. Able to sense my killing intent so effortlessly. Your instantaneous technique has left me quite astonished. Is this a form of body technique? Nevertheless, you are far too careless. Allow me, your senior, to impart a lesson today. Never turn your back on an opponent. Orochimaru, with a flick of his tongue, emerged from the tree, extending his right hand toward Blackfeather with the intent to seize him. Hidden shadow snake hands. In an instant, dozens of frenzied serpents ensnared Blackfeather's form. Observing this, a cunning smile crept across Orochimaru's face as he raised his other hand towards the sky, invoking the hidden shadow snake hands once more to ensnare the descending Blackfeather. Little rascal, I have not forgotten your mastery of the shadow clone technique. From the very beginning, I anticipated this scenario. In my view, to truly subdue a genius, one must allow them to showcase their greatest abilities before delivering a crushing defeat, ensuring their submission both physically and mentally. Therefore, I refrained from intervening until now, calculating that you would resort to your shadow clones. The only surprise for me is your proficiency in the instantaneous technique. Is that so? Yet, I wholeheartedly agree with your earlier words. Never leave your back exposed to an enemy. Boom. The two shadow clones shattered in response. The immense shockwave from the explosion shattered Orochimaru's hidden shadow snake hands. Even Orochimaru, amidst the tempest, displayed a moment of astonishment. Alas, before he could fully comprehend the situation, a chill crept up from behind. With no time to ponder, Orochimaru swiftly pivoted his body, evading the attack at an unimaginable angle. In the next instant, a long-forgotten sting coursed through his waist, accompanied by a cascade of crimson droplets that splattered onto the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Orochimaru caught a glimpse of Heiyu's silhouette from the corner of his eye. Chapter 61. Inadequate clan leader, a failed father with a splatter. A torrent of blood fell upon the earth. Orochimaru's entire form twisted like a boneless being, collapsing several meters away. He glanced down at his torn waist, watching the vivid crimson fluid flow forth. After a brief touch, he licked the blood from his hand, a hint of exhilaration gracing his features. Truly, the one I, Orochimaru, have chosen is remarkably adept at concealing their prowess. Initially, I believed that, given your age, the ability to perform high-level ninjutsu was already commendable. I never anticipated you could manifest a third clone. Let me speculate. How many can you conjure? 4, 5, or perhaps 6? As he spoke, Orochimaru wet his dry lips, and the wound inflicted by Heiyu began to visibly mend before his eyes. Heiyu, wielding the staff blade he had crafted over time, felt a weight settle upon him. He had long anticipated Orochimaru's fixation on him, yet he was taken aback by how swiftly Orochimaru had approached. Clearly, there was a deficiency in his strength. However, contemplating Orochimaru's current predicament, Heiyu's taut nerves suddenly relaxed as he remarked, Orochimaru, how many I can replicate is of little consequence to you. Or do you claim that your collusion with Danzo's human experimentation has progressed so far that you can brazenly emerge and stir the waters? Boom. The murderous intent within Orochimaru surged forth like a breached dam, his diamond-shaped pupils constricting like a venomous serpent, revealing an unmasked aura of malice. Yet, as soon as this flicker of animosity surfaced, Orochimaru quickly reined it back, licking his lips before declaring, Indeed, you are the perfect prey, aware of such matters. It seems the so-called Rouge List is not mere fabrication on your part. However, do you truly believe that this baseless intimidation will sway me? That is hardly a sagacious notion. Feeling the venomous gaze directed at him, Heiyu retracted his staff blade, chuckling as he produced a gourd of wine, taking a swig. Whether it is a clever strategy or not, does it truly matter if anyone believes it? Do not forget, I am currently a prominent figure in the ninja world. Belief is unnecessary. As long as you're under suspicion, every step forward will be fraught with difficulty. By the way, have you ever considered that your attempts to conceal your collusion with the third Hokage and Danzo render you merely a manipulated pawn? The true angler is not you. Orochimaru's pupils constricted momentarily, as this notion evidently struck him for the first time. Observing the suddenly relaxed and audacious Kuroba, Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, how fitting it is that the prey I have my sights on possesses such distinct thoughts and perceptions. Should you presume that mere words can intimidate me? You greatly underestimate Orochimaru. However, rest assured, I am not here today to take your life. I simply wish for my chosen quarry not to be resolved so swiftly. Your prominence shines brightly upon the Rouge List. Indeed, you have made quite a name for yourself, but do not forget that the bullet strikes the bird that stands out. They will not let you off so easily. An old adversary approaches, so tread carefully. With these parting words, Orochimaru wore an expression of amusement before vanishing underground, disappearing from Kuroba's view. As the unsettling presence of this perverse being dissipated, Kuroba felt a weight lift from his heart. Yet he sighed deeply and swiftly activated his inner vision to its utmost capacity. Indeed, fame begets controversy. Just as one wave settles, another rises. Through the senses bestowed by his inner vision, Kuroba clearly discerned the third Hokage rapidly approaching from 2,000 to 3,000 meters away. This ominous approach, as Orochimaru had suggested, indicated that the newcomer bore ill intentions. Initially, he had hoped the Rouge List would allow him to endure until the next storytelling session. However, it now appeared that each such session was akin to traversing the threshold of death itself. With each passing, one drew ever closer to mortality. Whether the storytelling in 2 days would proceed smoothly remained an uncertain prospect. Kuroba, so you are here, is it Orochimaru again? Uchiha Fugaku suddenly appeared behind Kuroba. His brow furrowed as he too gazed toward the approaching third Hokage. Unlike Kuroba, he lacked the inner vision capable of spanning thousands of meters to perceive the third Hokage's movements beforehand. Yet, this was the Uchiha clan's stronghold, where the entrance was fortified with specific barriers unique to their clan. Except for himself, the clan leader, anyone entering or exiting would be ensnared by these barriers, including the third Hokage. However, Fugaku had never anticipated the unexpected arrival of the third Hokage. Uncle, you ought not to have come, Kuroba said, resignedly touching the tip of his nose. Over the past 8 years, he had not ceased his observations of Uchiha Fugaku. He was a talented individual of the Uchiha clan. Yet his ambitions were misdirected. His sole aspiration was to maintain the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan with utmost dedication. He had once cautioned Uchiha Itachi about the horrors of war, which had instilled a flicker of doubt in Itachi's perception of conflict, providing the third Hokage with an opportunity to manipulate his thoughts. Ultimately, following the oppression and exclusion of the Uchiha clan during the Nine Tails incident, Fugaku was compelled to instigate a coup. Regrettably, by that time, the two prodigies of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisui, had perished, and Uchiha Itachi had been brainwashed. The once formidable pillars of the Uchiha clan were reduced to merely Uchiha Fugaku, bearing the weight of their legacy alone. Ultimately, Uchiha Fugaku's attempt to persuade Uchiha Itachi failed, and the plan of betrayal was entirely exposed by Itachi, leading to the directive from the third Hokage and Danzo for the annihilation of their clan. It can be said that while Uchiha Fugaku was a competent clan leader, he proved to be a dismal father. Sensing the shift in Kuroha's gaze, Uchiha Fugaku paused momentarily before regaining his composure and remarked, "Kuroha, you remain as uniquely exceptional as ever. It seems I have underestimated you. No wonder you were able to create such a thing as the Rouge List. If you hadn't grown under my watchful eye since childhood, I would truly suspect you were a youth disguised as a monster. However, this is not the time for idle chatter. The third Hokage has arrived." With that, Uchiha Fugaku fell silent, turning his attention to the distant figure rapidly approaching. The first to come into view was Sarutobi Hiruzen, adorned in the Hokage cloak, landing steadily among the trees. Fugaku, I never anticipated that your Uchiha clan's sensory barrier would be so proficient, managing to detect my presence so swiftly. This brings me great comfort. If you, as the clan leader, were to agree, I would genuinely hope to assign these remarkable sensory ninjas to the barrier unit. Contributing to the Leaf Village. Chapter 62, a bold statement from one, and a response from another. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, produced his pipe, reigniting it and inhaling deeply, releasing clouds of smoke. Upon hearing this suggestion, Konoha couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Indeed, as Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained as shrewd as ever. If he truly possessed such resolve, he would not have merely sought to maintain stability in the original narrative, blindly heeding the counsel of Danzo and other high-ranking officials, relegating the Uchiha clan to the village's outskirts, thereby completely undermining the last vestiges of the Leaf's defense forces. It could be said that the Uchiha clan's rebellion was inextricably linked to the actions of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily taken aback, having never expected Sarutobi Hiruzen to pose such a question. After years of rivalry, Fugaku had certainly discerned the Hokage's temperament. However, understanding was one thing. Responding appropriately was another skill altogether. A misstep in his words could easily become a weapon against him, potentially serving as a damning excuse for the oppression of the Uchiha clan. For a moment, Uchiha Fugaku fell into silence. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, did not press further, instead taking pleasure in his pipe, his smile widening. Konoha sighed in exasperation. Indeed, where power resides, there also exists the potential for sharp contention. Observing Uchiha Fugaku's predicament, Konoha wiped the drink from his lips and commented with a grin, "Truly, you are the third Hokage, sir. This approach is simply brilliant." During this period, the Uchiha clan, having assumed the responsibilities of the Konoha Guard, seems to have strained its relations with the villagers in an effort to uphold the ideals of fair law enforcement advocated by the third Hokage. If the third Hokage could, at this juncture, dispel preconceived notions and actively promote the exceptional members of the Uchiha clan for missions, it might serve to alter the villagers' specific perceptions of the Konoha Guard. Such actions could foster a sense of unity and belonging among the villagers, ultimately harmonizing the relationship between the Konoha Guard and the community. A faint voice, tinged with youthful innocence, lingered in the forest, refusing to dissipate. The smile of the third Hokage suddenly stiffened. His earlier remarks had not been intended to elicit a response from Uchiha Fugaku. He had not anticipated that Uchiha Konoha would escalate the conversation to such a level, tying it directly to the harmony of the villagers. Most importantly, Konoha's repeated references to the Konoha Guard were not synonymous with the Uchiha clan. The implications of the two were entirely different. The latter bore the weight of familial interests, while the former represented the interests of the village. According to Konoha's assertion, the discord between the Uchiha clan and the ninja village stemmed solely from the duties of the Konoha Guard. If he, as the third Hokage, were willing to intervene, the matter could be resolved with relative ease. However, setting things right would undoubtedly offend numerous factions, and even his own interest would be jeopardized. In the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the founding families of Konoha were the Uchiha and the Senju clans. Unlike the Uchiha, the Senju clan had thoroughly integrated into Konoha, with many of its outstanding members sacrificing themselves on the battlefield. Presently, the Uchiha clan remained the sole significant threat within Konoha. If Hiruzen were genuinely intent on reconciling the Uchiha with the villagers, the position of the next Hokage would likely fall to the Uchiha clan. For the Sarutobi clan to maintain their hold on the Hokage position would prove exceedingly challenging. Uchiha Fugaku could not help but cast a sidelong glance at Konoha. Indeed, one dared to speak while the other dared to propose. Were it not for Konoha's tender age, his previous remarks might have become fodder for those with ulterior motives. Observing the 8 or 9-year-old Konoha, capable of such a response, Fugaku felt he had underestimated the youth once more. Was this truly a mere child, and not an ancient being with decades of experience? A flurry of thoughts raced through Uchiha Fugaku's mind. Yet upon recalling that he was facing the shrewd Sarutobi Hiruzen, whom even Danzo regarded with caution, Fugaku quickly regained his composure and remarked, "Esteemed third Hokage, Konoha is merely speaking with the candor of youth. Please do not take it to heart. The perceptual capabilities of the Uchiha clan, when juxtaposed with those of the Inuzuka clan, fall significantly short, rendering us ill-suited for the duties of the barrier division. At present, we are struggling to fulfill even the responsibilities of the Konoha Guard, leaving us with little capacity to engage in other endeavors." I recall the third Hokage once stating, "A glutton for punishment will not prosper." Rather than flitting from task to task, I firmly believe we should first focus on managing the Konoha Guard effectively. However, I am curious as to why the esteemed third Hokage has unexpectedly visited our Uchiha clan today. If there is an urgent matter, A simple message relayed by the Umbu would suffice, and Fugaku would rush to attend. As Saratobi Hiruzen regained his composure, the stiff smile on his face relaxed once more. Observing Uchiha Fugaku taking a step back, he displayed a hint of satisfaction. After taking a deep drag from his pipe, he remarked, "Ah, Fugaku, you are too modest. If you are unable to assume the role of captain of the Konoha Guard, I fear that others would fare even worse. Rest assured, as the third Hokage, I have great faith in your capabilities. As for my personal visit today, it is concerning Uchiha Kuroha." Kuroha? Uchiha Fugaku's expression subtly shifted. From the onset, he had harbored suspicions regarding the third Hokage's appearance. However, with the Hokage now openly acknowledging the matter, it took on an entirely different significance. This indicated that the situation was likely devoid of any circumlocution. Kuroha's heart sank. It seemed that Orochimaru's words held merit. The emergence of the Yinji list had indeed allowed Kuroha to amass considerable gains within the system. Yet, the accompanying risks were likely far greater. Initially, he had believed he could endure for a longer duration, but it now appeared he had been overly naive. Noticing the change in the expressions of the two, Saratobi Hiruzen's smile broadened, evoking a sense of triumph. He flicked his pipe and continued, "Fugaku, there is no need for excessive concern. In fact, this is a fortuitous development. To mitigate the tensions among the 5 great ninja villages, I recently extended an invitation, under the auspices of the Leaf Village, for other ninja villages to participate in the Chunin exams. I initially anticipated a modest turnout, yet to my surprise, all 4 major ninja villages have agreed to attend. This upcoming Chunin exam will be unprecedented. After extensive deliberation with the higher-ups, we have decided to allow some exceptional students from the Leaf Academy to take their graduation exams early. If they pass successfully, they will be eligible to participate in the Chunin exams. Kuroha has indeed just entered the Leaf Academy, but his displayed talent is sufficient to qualify for graduation. Thus, I hope that he will dedicate himself to honing his 3 body techniques in the interim, refraining from distractions like taverns, and expedite his graduation from the academy." Chapter 63. I promise you graduate early? Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. The proposition from Saratobi Hiruzen was entirely unexpected. In his perspective, Kuroha had only been admitted to the Leaf Academy 3 days prior and, due to the holiday, had not attended a single day of classes in between. Now, let it be known that Kuroha possesses the qualifications for graduation. Is this not rather extraordinary? Does it signify an end before the beginning? However, upon reflecting that the third Hokage allowed Kuroha to graduate early in order for him to participate in the Chunin exams, Uchiha Fugaku was suddenly struck with a chilling realization. Kuroha furrowed his brow, harboring little interest in the Leaf Academy. Were it not for the third Hokage's stipulation that one must meet academic standards to open the storytelling tavern, Kuroha would certainly not waste his time at the Leaf Academy. One could easily ask, why not share tales at the appointed time, earning substantial power through the rewards of storytelling? Is that not enticing? Having just met the academic requirements, he had secured the permission to open the tavern, yet now Saratobi Hiruzen presented yet another dilemma. Indeed, this was a trap intricately linked to another. Moreover, sending a blind individual to participate in the Chunin exams, which convenes the 4 great ninja villages, is nothing short of a blatant invitation to disaster. Third Hokage. This seems rather inappropriate. Kuroha has only just enrolled, lacking specialized training and education, and to expect him, being blind, to partake in the Chunin exams could very well invite derision. Uchiha Fugaku, regaining his composure, was the first to lose his patience. As the clan leader of the Uchiha, he quickly grasped the stakes involved. Observing Fugaku's eager expression, the third Hokage's smile widened. "Oh, Fugaku, you think too much. The existence of the Leaf Academy is to provide fresh blood for our village, akin to a heartbeat, and Kuroha is one of its members. Indeed, he is blind. Yet his outstanding performance in the entrance examination and his adeptness with the shadow clone technique are commendable in our era. That would suffice to navigate the battlefield as an elite. Did Kuroha not express a desire to mend the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan? This is a chance to bring glory to the village. Should he excel in the Chunin exams, he could become a heroic figure. Furthermore, alongside Kuroha, both Shursui and Kakashi are key participants in this Chunin exam, and I trust they will safeguard Kuroha, ensuring no untoward incidents occur. Or do you, Fugaku, believe this decision might yield adverse consequences?" At this point, the third Hokage wore a beaming expression. Uchiha Fugaku's countenance faltered, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Third Hokage, did you not mention that as long as I graduate successfully, I may continue to operate my shop? Konoha interjected suddenly. If so, I am willing to participate in the CH9 exams. Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed anxiously, yet before he could finish, Konoha interrupted him with a shake of his head. Uncle Fugaku, rest assured, the Hokage has already indicated that this is a splendid opportunity to improve relations between the Leaf Guard and the village. Moreover, with Kakashi and Shisui present, I believe there is little cause for concern. My participation will merely be incidental. Regarding the graduation examination, I possess a modicum of confidence. Uncle Fugaku, so you need not worry. However, Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback, completely unprepared for Kurohane's audacious attempt to ascend the pole erected by the third Hokage. Haha, Fugaku, enough with the however. The third Hokage interrupted Fugaku's impending words with a look of satisfaction, stating, as a junior, Kurohane exhibits such confidence. Could it be that you, as the clan leader, harbor any concerns? Nonetheless, Kurohane, as Hokage, I must remind you that the Chunin exam is of paramount importance. It serves as an opportunity to showcase the strength of our hidden Leaf Village to the 4 great ninja villages. This bears significant implications for peace in the ninja world. And it is a tremendous responsibility. Therefore, I hope you prioritize the Chunin exam. Your scheduled storytelling 2 days hence should be temporarily set aside. Master the body flicker technique completely, pass the graduation assessment, and then we shall select another day for your storytelling. During this period, all your living expenses shall be borne by me. Observing the third Hokage, who pounded his chest with grandiosity, Kurohane could not help but smile. However, this smile was not one of admiration for the Hokage's generosity, rather. It was a reflection of his amusement at the lengths the Hokage would go to prevent the tavern from opening. With such remarks, it seemed the tavern's reopening would likely be postponed by at least half a month, given the current state and means. Attending the so-called Chunin exam felt like a foregone conclusion. Kurohane was certain he would enter on his feet and be carried out on a stretcher. This, perhaps, was the true scheme of Sarutobi Hiruzen. If one relied solely on fervor, they might find themselves utterly doomed. Nevertheless, having chosen to comply, Kurohane had already devised a strategy. The tavern must open its doors for storytelling in 2 days. Whatever may transpire then, he would face it head-on. Rest assured, Lord Third Hokage, I will strive diligently and will not disappoint you. Kurohane returned to his senses, revealing a hint of sincerity. Witnessing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile broadened. And after patting Kurohane's shoulder, he remarked, "Ha, truly the storyteller of the legendary Wang Lufei. I did not misjudge you. During this time, Fugaku, please take extra care to guide Kurohane, ensuring he successfully passes the graduation exam. In truth, I am also a fan of the Wang Lufei legend and eagerly anticipate hearing the next chapter of the tale. Alas, for the greater good of the village, we must endure and wait until after the Chunin exam to indulge in the stories. Now, I have matters to attend to. If I remain absent too long, I may invite the ire of Konohamaru and men in. Hence, I shall take my leave." With these words, the third Hokage vanished in a swirl of leaves, employing the body flicker technique, eager to depart. As the figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen disappeared without a trace, Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened, and he clenched his fists in silence. The third generation truly lives up to its reputation, as even children as young as 8 or 9 are not spared. Hey you ought not to have acquiesced just now. Had you declined, I could have spoken on your behalf, perhaps allowing you to evade this calamity. Recently, your brilliance has become overly conspicuous, and I know you are aware of these matters. In Chapter 64, A Lesson from a Little Brat, Uchiha Fugaku regarded the cane-supported Heiyu with a grave expression. Heiyu's excessive maturity and understanding had led Uchiha Fugaku to believe he had overestimated him. Yet, the events of late had repeatedly overturned his perceptions. Presently, he dared to compete on the same stage as the cunning Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, a figure even he had to treat with utmost seriousness. Uchiha Heiyu leisurely extracted a flask of liquor, took a sip, and remarked with a smile, "Uncle Fugaku, I understand your concerns. At this moment, I find myself akin to the Uchiha clan of yore, teetering on the brink of turmoil, where a single misstep could lead to disaster. However, Uncle Fugaku, remember this, indecision invites chaos. If we do not promptly clarify our situation, we shall be ensnared in a quagmire." Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. He had been schooled by a mere child. Gazing at the 8 or 9-year-old Heiyu, he felt an undeniable sense of being at a loss for a rebuttal, especially regarding the phrase indecision invites chaos. Did this not strike at the very heart of his concerns? The Uchiha clan he led now found itself marginalized and isolated within Konoha, facing an internal struggle teetering on the brink of rebellion. Indeed, Uchiha Fugaku had concealed the existence of his Mangeki Sharingan primarily out of fear that revealing such a secret would exacerbate the already strained relations. Should the higher-ups in Konoha discover this secret, they would undoubtedly regard him as a formidable threat. The ideology of rebellion within the Uchiha clan would swell, emboldened by the presence of the Mangeki Sharingan, leading to a situation that would spiral beyond Fugaku's control. Had he already made his choice, perhaps the outcome would not have been dire. Unfortunately, Uchiha Fugaku remained indecisive within the village and his family, sinking deeper into this mire, rendering him increasingly immobile. Observing Fugaku's expression shift rapidly, Heiyu sighed softly and said, "Uncle Fugaku, remember this. If you wish to avoid impacting Itachi and Shursui due to your indecision, I implore you to contemplate your course of action thoroughly from this day forth. I do not wish for you to regret your choices when Itachi is finally capable of standing on his own and turns against you. You still have the power to choose, not for the sake of betrayal, but to ensure that all remains within your grasp. My fate is determined by me, not by destiny. I merely wish for Itachi's fate to be unshackled by others." With those words, Heiyu, leaning on his cane, departed. As he gazed at the slender silhouette gradually receding into the distance, Uchiha Fugaku found himself lost in thought. In the next moment, his eyes widened abruptly, a crimson hue rapidly spreading within his pupils, transforming into the intricate design of the Mangeki Sharingan. The surroundings, upon the emergence of this kaleidoscopic eye, shimmered like a mirage, stirring up ripples that altered the very fabric of reality. At that instant, Uchiha Fugaku was no longer amidst the forest, but had instead found himself within his home. The cacophony of battle resounded incessantly around him. The once closed door was suddenly thrust open, revealing, from the shadows, a singular crimson Mangeki Sharingan. The wielder of the blade was none other than Uchiha Itachi. Observing the youthful visage, marred by blood, yet still retaining an air of innocence, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but smile bitterly, extending his arms toward Itachi's blade. With a sickening sound, blood splattered forth, shattering the dreamlike environment like a fragile mirror. As the scene returned to normalcy, Uchiha Fugaku found himself gasping for breath, his back drenched in sweat. He fell into silence, contemplating the direction from which the dark figure had departed. "Lord Fugaku, it turns out you were here. Itachi has been searching for you," Uchiha Shursui called out, swiftly approaching from a distance. Noticing Fugaku's pallor, his expression shifted with concern. "Lord Fugaku, has something transpired? Do you require me to seek assistance from the third Hokage? The Hokage has stated that I may approach him for aid should the Uchiha clan encounter any difficulties. He emphasized that we, the Uchiha, are an inseparable part of the village." "Third Hokage?" Uchiha Fugaku snapped back to reality, momentarily lost in silence as he observed Shursui, who frequently mentioned Sarutobi Hiruzen. After a brief pause, he placed a reassuring hand on Shursui's shoulder, chuckling softly. "Ah, Shursui, you worry too much. Rest assured, whatever the issue, I shall handle it. Do not forget, I am the clan leader of the Uchiha. Now, let us see what Itachi requires of me." With that, Uchiha Fugaku turned and departed. Shursui, somewhat perplexed, rubbed the back of his head, still uncertain of Fugaku's words, yet he hastily followed. As the two made their exit, Konoha emerged from the shadows, falling into contemplation. Konoha had long suspected that Uchiha Fugaku had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. However, the activation of the Mangeki would grant him 3 unique ocular techniques, each eye possessing its own ability. With the ultimate technique, Susanoo, requiring both eyes to be utilized. This ocular art was distinct to each individual. In Konoha's estimation, one of Fugaku's techniques was likely related to Genjutsu. It appeared that Fugaku had evidently cast a Genjutsu upon himself, manifesting through the power of the Mangeki Sharingan. According to the original text, this illusion is so formidable that even Itachi Uchiha, who has also awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, finds himself ensnared in the illusion without resistance. Concurrently, in the original narrative, Uchiha Fugaku, facing pressure from his clan and isolation from the higher echelons of Konoha, ultimately resolves to instigate a coup. At that time, he proposed the idea of using the Mangeki Sharingan to control the Nine Tails. Had it not been for Itachi Uchiha's timely act of noble betrayal in reporting Fugaku, it is likely that Fugaku would have succeeded in his ambitions. This implies that one of the ocular techniques of Fugaku's Mangeki Sharingan must be a powerful illusion, potentially rivaling Shursui's Mangeki, or perhaps even surpassing it. Currently, the premature counteraction of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, has surpassed Heiyu's expectations. According to Heiyu's deductions, if his storytelling tavern remains open against all odds in 2 days, Hiruzen and Danzo will not stand idly by. Should they take action, it is likely that true calamity would ensue. Heiyu possesses great confidence in the strength of Empress Hancock. However, this remains the Hidden Leaf Village. Relying solely on Empress Hancock would be insufficient. For Heiyu to survive, Uchiha Fugaku would undoubtedly serve as a valuable ally. Most importantly, Heiyu does not wish for the day to come when Itachi might draw his blade against him. At present, Heiyu's objective is to buy as much time as possible, utilizing storytelling to bolster his own defenses. Chapter 65. The Hokage's son. The spring sunlight glimmers like scattered gold. In the training grounds of the Uchiha clan, Heiyu's wooden sword cleaves through the air in rapid succession. With a resounding crash, Heiyu's wooden sword strikes the ground with immense force, splintering both the sword and the earth beneath it. Gazing at the broken half of his sword, Heiyu exhales deeply, having finally completed his morning practice. Of course, if outsiders were to learn that a mere 8 or 9-year-old child's morning routine consisted of striking a sword 10,000 times, they would undoubtedly be incredulous. Brother Heiyu, shall we go to school together today? Uchiha Izuna, rubbing her sleepy eyes, approaches with her backpack. Upon seeing Heiyu, drenched in sweat, her eyes light up. Heiyu, startled, quickly discards the broken sword and responds, I'll change my clothes, and then we can head to class. If I take a bath, we'll miss breakfast. As he speaks, he grabs Uchiha Izuna and leads her outside the residence. After their previous experience, Heiyu genuinely worries that Izuna might suddenly suggest, let us take a bath together. This process is indeed quite exhilarating. However, if it were to happen repeatedly, Izuna might eventually realize that he could see things. The consequences of this situation are indeed unimaginable. Hey, Black Feather, what are you afraid of? This isn't our first time. I can help you with your back. A series of calls resonated from Uchiha Izuna's lips. Black Feather's expression darkened as he swiftly replied, Izuna, please stop calling out. At this rate, we could nearly compose a book. By the way, don't you love sweets? Let me treat you to some dumplings. They are quite filling. Filling? Izuna's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaped onto Black Feather's back, wrapping him in a firm embrace. You're being exceptionally generous today. Black Feather, I've decided to give you 10 back rubs in return. Feeling the warmth against his back, Black Feather nearly spat out his drink. Is this fate truly inescapable, like being caught in a romantic entanglement? The Konoha dumpling shop, while perhaps not as renowned as a Chiraka ramen, remains one of the most beloved establishments among merchants, travelers, and local residents alike, especially for the youth and women who seldom resist the allure of desserts. At the break of dawn, the dumpling shop was already bustling with patrons, particularly groups of young people eagerly indulging in a feast. Guided by Uchiha Izuna, Black Feather managed to find a seat in a corner. However, his presence attracted the attention of returning ninjas and students preparing for school, casting glances in his direction. The legend of Wang Lufei had indeed ignited a fervor within the ninja world, but it did not necessarily alter Black Feather's standing in Konoha. The Uchiha clan's precarious status combined with Black Feather's blind identity undoubtedly subjected him to more disdainful glances than most. After all, it is far easier to bully a blind member of the Uchiha clan than one who can see and fight back. Furthermore, jealousy is an inherent human trait. For the majority, the tale of Wang Lufei, as recounted by a blind Uchiha, was merely a stroke of bad luck, a cruel twist of fate. Listening to the whispers and mocking remarks surrounding him, Izuna furrowed her brows, her face expressing indignation. Black Feather, perhaps we should skip the dumplings next time. These people are unbearable, and their words are too harsh. Let us just leave. As she spoke, she tugged at Black Feather's hand, intending to depart. However, he grasped her wrist firmly and said, Izuna, wouldn't it be a pity to forsake something you love merely because of someone else's words? Besides, they are not worthy of making us give up on what we enjoy. Let them speak. We shall eat in peace. Won't that infuriate them even more? Izuna paused. Then, after blinking her large, expressive eyes, she smiled and replied, You're absolutely right, Black Feather. Compared to dumplings, they aren't even worthy of our consideration. Observing Uchiha Izuna, who sat down and immediately began devouring dumplings with fervor, Konoha couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, blind one, weren't you planning to leave just now? Why are you still hogging the spot? A somewhat arrogant voice abruptly echoed through the air. Konoha furrowed his brow and lifted his gaze slightly. Indeed. Just as one wave calmed, another rose. If memory served correctly, this young lad with his hair dyed in a myriad of colors was none other than Asuma Saratobi. the son of the third Hokage. As the progeny of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi had two sons, with Asuma being one of them. However, unlike his elder brother, who was regarded as a prodigy and whose reputation rivaled that of the legendary Sannin, Asuma appeared to be nothing more than a wayward scion. Under the shadow of the legacy of the strongest Hokage's son, Asuma was burdened with his father's lofty expectations, groomed with the aim of becoming the next Hokage. Regrettably, the immense pressure exerted by the perceived genius, Sasuke Sarutobi, led Asuma to embrace a path of rebellion, unable to match his predecessors. He sought to express himself in alternative ways. In his youth, he exhibited a defiant spirit, often clashing with Hiruzen Sarutobi and failing to comprehend the significance of the so-called gym his father spoke of, which eventually led him to leave the Hidden Leaf Village. It was only after the so-called 12 Guardian Ninja incident that he returned, having spent the majority of his life striving to ascend to the rank of Elite Jonin, yet still falling short of even the half-shadow level. Ultimately, after exhausting his youthful vigor and tricking Kurenai into a relationship, he recklessly engaged with members of the Akatsuki, driven by fervor and ignorance, ultimately costing him his life and leaving behind a widow and orphan. While his demise may have seemed gallant, it was evident that he had not inherited even half of his father's astuteness, rendering his fate rather tragic. Indeed, he was still too young, having not yet faced the harsh realities of life. Red, you're here too. Come sit with us. Izuna furrowed her brows but soon spotted Kurenai behind Asuma, her face lighting up with joy. Within the Hidden Leaf Village, there were indeed many who disdained the Uchiha clan. However, that did not mean there were none who embraced them. Kurenai was one of Izuna's dear friends. After all, they shared a common passion, an affinity for sweet treats. Is it bothering you, Izuna? Kurenai hesitated, glancing at Konoha. Not at all. I've heard you're revered as a goddess at school. It's an honor to sit with you. Konoha smiled, pushing a plate of dumplings towards her. Kurenai paused for a moment before bursting into laughter, saying, No wonder little Izuna talks about you all the time. You're truly a masterful storyteller. Indeed, I shall cover the cost of these dumplings. Black Feather chuckled as he produced a flask and took a swig. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izuna seized the opportunity to shoot a glare at Hong, swiftly passing her 2 skewers of dumplings. Hong, if you remain silent, no one will consider you mute, will they? After all, it's rare to encounter Black Feather and enjoy free food and drink. I don't mind speaking a bit more. Are you seeking your own demise? Observing the playful bickering between the two women, Black Feather helplessly rubbed the tip of his nose, realizing that only by devouring the dumplings could he alleviate the awkward atmosphere brought on by the two beautiful girls' remarks about him. However, in stark contrast to the harmonious camaraderie among the trio, Asuma, standing off to the side, appeared almost invisible, his expression stiffening noticeably, especially witnessing his longtime affection for Yuhi Kurenai being undermined by her praise for a blind man. Asuma could no longer contain himself and plopped down onto a nearby seat. Kurenai, we agreed that today's gathering was to celebrate my exceptional graduation, where we would indulge in dumplings. According to my father, anyone who graduates exceptionally is eligible to participate in the Chunin exam. I've heard that the very first order of business in today's class is for the teacher to announce the list of exceptional graduates. I've already discovered that you, Kurenai, are on that list. If we graduate smoothly and collaborate well, we might even breeze through the Chunin exam. As Asuma mentioned his father, Kurenai couldn't help but furrow her brow. This matter was brought up early in the morning, with Asuma arriving at her doorstep and calling out repeatedly. After more than 30 mentions along the way, Kurenai finally relented and agreed to join him at the dumpling shop. Upon arriving, she had hoped Asuma would tone down his enthusiasm, but was taken aback when he continued to reference his father, seeing Asuma's proud yet shameless demeanor. Kurenai could not help but retort, indeed, exceptional graduation is a commendable achievement, but given the choice, I would prefer to apply early for the exam and graduate alongside Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui. That would truly be a source of genuine satisfaction. All right, let us hasten to finish our dumplings and return to class. We wouldn't want to be late and face the teacher's reprimand. With that, Kurenai buried her head in her food as well. Asuma's face turned a shade of deep discontent, feeling increasingly overshadowed, and instinctively reached for a cigarette, lighting it as he spoke. Kurenai, my father mentioned that exceptional graduation is indeed tied to the Chunin exam. However, those who achieve it are also distinguished individuals. At least you and I have been selected, while those so-called Uchiha geniuses, despite causing such a ruckus during the entrance exam, ended up with nothing. Thus, Exceptional graduation is not something everyone can attain. It carries significant merit. As he spoke, Asuma proudly exhaled clouds of smoke, completely disregarding the no-smoking sign nearby. As the sun began to set, both Yuhi Kurenai and Uchiha Izuna were deeply engrossed in their meal when they felt a sudden distaste for the food in their hands, their noses wrinkling in disapproval as they cast a glance of mild disdain towards Asuma, oblivious to their expressions. Asuma reveled in his status as a prodigious graduate and a self-proclaimed adult, his countenance radiating smug satisfaction. To him, dyeing one's hair and donning a tattered leather jacket while sharing his secondhand smoke with others was a mark of distinction, a badge of honor that set him apart from the rest. Undoubtedly, Asuma's actions were driven by a desire to eclipse Konoha in every regard. Lost in thought, he took to puffing more frequently, finishing one cigarette and preparing to light another. This spectacle only served to darken the expressions of Kurenai and Izuna further, with Kurenai displaying an evident repulsion, her lips parting as if to voice her discontent. She couldn't help but glance at Konoha. After all, in her eyes, Konoha had graciously invited her to share the meal, establishing a host-guest relationship. The last thing she wished was for Asuma's behavior to tarnish that rapport. However, as her gaze settled on the scene, her pupils dilated in shock as a sudden crash echoed through the air. A cane had violently pierced through the table, severing Asuma's freshly lit cigarette in two. In the face of this abrupt turn of events, Asuma's complexion drained of color, his shock evident as he stumbled backward. Disbelief etched across his face. The once bustling dumpling shop fell into an eerie silence. "You blind fool of the Uchiha clan. What are you doing? How dare you launch a public assault on me, the son of the Hokage? This is a grave offense, and I shall summon the authorities to take you away." Asuma bellowed, snapping back to reality, his indignation palpable. To be reduced to such a state in front of an audience was a profound humiliation for him, especially after boasting moments earlier in Kurenai's presence. "Konoha, what is the meaning of this?" Kurenai exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency. Konoha calmly retracted his cane and replied, "I apologize, but smoking is prohibited here, and he has disturbed you." He continued, "If the security team is to be summoned, it is he who should be apprehended for this infraction." Prohibition on smoking? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, their eyes fixated on the gaping hole in the thick wooden table. Many stood in stunned silence. In the Hidden Leaf Village, smoking in public was indeed strictly forbidden. Yet, Asuma, being the son of the Hokage, often received leniency from proprietors who merely advised him to refrain. But Kuroha's decisive action had shattered that complacency, leaving the atmosphere charged with tension. The precision with which the cigarette was split in two was indeed astonishing. Such an act was nothing short of sensational. Had there been the slightest deviation, the force that pierced through the wooden board could have inflicted a grievous wound upon Sarutobi Asuma's head and face. One might ponder, gazing at the remnants of the shattered wood on the table, whether this was a perilous gamble with one's life for the sake of smoking. Chapter 67. The young brother's sudden deflation. The bustling dumpling shop fell into an eerie silence. All eyes were fixated on Sarutobi Asuma, who was hardly believed to relinquish his pride so easily, being the scion of the Hokage. As he sensed the weight of the onlookers' gazes, Sarutobi Asuma finally snapped back to reality. As the Hokage's son, he had never experienced such public humiliation, especially in the presence of someone he admired. This was an utter disgrace, one that was intolerable. In Sarutobi Asuma's eyes, he simply could not allow this affront to go unchallenged. "Uchiha Konoha, you seek your demise," he roared, rising to his feet, causing the crowd's tension to spike once more. Regardless of the rights and wrongs of the situation, they were all eager to see how Uchiha Konoha would respond to this farce. A thunderous crash echoed through the shop as the staff, which Konoha had firmly gripped, was propelled towards Asuma, embedding itself in the floor mere inches from his groin. The weighty floorboard absorbed the impact, leaving Asuma's face ashen and drenched in cold sweat as he collapsed back down. His mind raced with a singular thought. Would the little brother be intimidated into submission? Once again, the dumpling shop was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The crowd regarded Konoha with incredulity, having initially assumed that a blind man would merely be a storyteller. They had not anticipated that when he did take action, it would be so utterly shocking. If his hand had trembled even slightly, Sarutobi Asuma might truly have regretted this day for the rest of his life. "Shaunai, have you finished your dumplings? Time is fleeting, and we must head to class." Konoha approached Sarutobi Asuma, who instinctively retreated to the corner. Observing this, Konoha sighed, withdrew the staff from the floor, and turned towards the counter. "Boss, I sincerely apologize for damaging your property. Here are some fire coins as compensation." The proprietor, shaken by the sight of Sarutobi Asuma's pallor, hurriedly pushed the money back, flustered. "Boss Heiyu, my son and I are both avid fans of the legend of Wang Lufei. This time, consider it my treat. Moreover, your recent display of generosity has set a splendid precedent for my humble shop, making it all the more impossible for me to accept your payment. When you visit next, a generous 30% discount awaits you." "A 30% discount?" Uchiha Azuna hastily followed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he exclaimed, "Can we also partake in this offer?" At this, Uchiha Azuna promptly pulled his dear friend Han along. "Haha, I never anticipated that such a young boss would have such enchanting companions. Henceforth, whenever you visit, you shall receive a 30% discount." Observing the boss, who waved his hand with grandiosity, Heiyu could only helplessly touch his nose, feeling the urge to express his gratitude to Asuma Sarutobi. Otherwise, he would not have had the opportunity to enjoy such a delightful meal and discount. I wonder if, in future encounters at other establishments, I might replicate Asuma's generosity and be met with unexpected joys once more? Sensing Heiyu's glance back, the subtly intriguing smile on his face made Asuma, who had retreated to a corner, shudder. Should Asuma learn of Heiyu's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly deliver a few self-inflicted slaps. It is ill-advised to show off in front of others, especially when attempting to impress Heiyu. This is a perilous game indeed. "Thank you, dear boss. I shall surely return often." Heiyu withdrew his gaze and, with a smile, replied before departing with Uchiha Azuna, leaning on his cane. As the two walked away, Kurenai Yuhi turned to cast a glance at Asuma Sarutobi before swiftly turning to leave. With the exit of the trio, the once silent dumpling shop erupted into a frenzy. Goodness, how could the Uchiha blind be so formidable? I initially thought he was only boasting. Yet his prowess is undeniably unmatched. With such force, he pierced both the table and the ground. Could an ordinary person achieve such feats? TCH. Did you not hear about the new student examination 3 days ago? This Uchiha blind gained admission to the Leaf Academy with the top score, even surpassing Uchiha Itachi, who was regarded as a genius among his peers. Some say he is the strongest freshman of all time, outshining even Kakashi Hitaki and Shursui Uchiha. By the way, do you think Uchiha's attack earlier was intentionally aimed to avoid vital points, or was it truly a matter of not seeing? I find myself wanting to witness the moment of impact. How twisted are you? If he had hit, it could have been catastrophic. However, I noticed that his younger brother seemed to falter too. The dumpling shop buzzed with excitement. Asuma Sarutobi regained his composure. Feeling the weight of the surrounding whispers and sympathetic remarks, his face flushed with embarrassment. He burst out of the shop, shouting like a butcher, "Heiyu Uchiha, I will not let you escape." Within the Leaf Academy, the morning bell rang to signal the start of classes. Having lived 2 lives, Heiyu had long since become accustomed to the commencement of school. However, due to the sudden announcement of the Chunin exams by the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the agreement among the 4 great ninja villages, Hiruzen believed it imperative to uphold the honor of the Leaf in front of outsiders. To be mocked on home ground was unacceptable. Thus, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, resolved to exhaust the village's reserves, unearthing all the latent geniuses and elites still hidden within Konoha. Though it was the first day of the academic term, it also marked an exceptional graduation ceremony. To showcase the academy's prestige, Konoha's indomitable spirit, and effectively indoctrinate the incoming students, both freshmen and seniors gathered together, awaiting the overseer of this accelerated graduation. Kuroha sat upon his chair, fingers tracing the cover of his Essentials for New Students manual, an involuntary smile playing upon his lips. "You can't see the contents of that book, can you? Then you must be Uchiha Kuroha, that blind storyteller?" A crisp feminine voice cut through the air. Turning toward the sound, Kuroha's attention was immediately captured by a girl of 8 or 9, her long violet hair cascading down her back, her expression coolly detached. Due to the era of warfare and the harsh realities of their world, physical development in Konoha, indeed, across all hidden villages, progressed far earlier and more rapidly than in Kuroha's previous life. If memory served, children of 8 or 9 on the battlefield were commonplace. Marriages at 14 or 15 innumerable. To wed at 16 or 17 was already considered late, let alone beyond 20. Thus, the violet-haired girl beside him had already blossomed into graceful adolescence, her form accentuated by a snug shinobi bodysuit and fishnet stockings. Chapter 68. The strongest Hokage in history. Sensing Kuroha's gaze, the girl frowned slightly. "I'm Yugugo, a graduating student, your senior, in a sense. I was merely curious. A storyteller. Yet I heard you stole the spotlight during the entrance exams, outperforming even seasoned candidates. Pity you don't wield a blade, or we might have sparred. She gestured to his manual. The first lesson details the lineage of Hokage. The first founded Konoha, the second refined it, though his reign was tragically cut short. Fortunately, the third assumed the mantle in our hour of need. Lord Sarutobi Hiruzen, the strongest Hokage in history, steered Konoha from ruin to its zenith. A master of all 7 chakra natures, versed in every Konoha jutsu, hailed as the professor of shinobi arts. The very ideal our generation strives toward. Huffed. Konoha nearly choked on his sake, barely restraining the spray that threatened to arc several meters. Not that he could be blamed. Who could have anticipated the third's audacity? To sculpt himself into Konoha's golden idol, he'd stop at nothing, even anointing himself the strongest Hokage in history. The lengths of indoctrination knew no bounds. Indeed, the principle that shamelessness makes one invincible holds true everywhere. If the first and second Hokage were to witness this, one wonders if their coffins could contain their outrage. To see the once proud Hidden Leaf village now mired in chaos and internal strife would surely send Hashirama Senju into a rage. Of course, the primary blame for this state of affairs lies with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Unlike his predecessors, he lacked the overwhelming strength to enforce order. Black Feather firmly believed that had Hiruzen possessed power on par with Tobirama Senju, figures like Kohara Udatain, Hamura Midokado, and even Danzo Shimura would have been as docile as kittens. The Uchiha clan would never have faced persecution or entertained thoughts of rebellion. In essence, all of this stemmed from a deficiency in strength. It was likely for this very reason that Hiruzen Sarutobi, in his later years, hastily fabricated the title of the strongest Hokage in history in newly published records. Uchiha Black Feather, what are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? Yugugo Yuzuki frowned, her voice low and stern. Snapping out of his thoughts, Black Feather shook his head. My apologies, I was merely lost in thought. Please don't take offense. As for the swordplay you mentioned, he continued, I've dabbled in it as well, though my skills are rather unrefined. Unrefined? Yugugo blinked, then nodded in understanding. That has to be expected. The Hidden Leaf-esque sword techniques are profound and deeply rooted in the traditions of noble clans. For an outsider, mastery is no simple feat. If you wish to learn, it would indeed be challenging. But if you're serious, you could seek my guidance. I might offer some advice. Watching Yugugo chatter away like an unstoppable stream, Black Feather suddenly recalled something crucial. 3 days prior, during his guaranteed 10-draw summoning. Aside from the trump card, the random summoning card for Empress Boa Hancock, he had obtained 3 other unexpected items. The first was the Chameleon Album, capable of manifesting portraits of any desired individual. Though reminiscent of Doraemon-esque gadgets, it seemed intriguing yet ultimately impractical. The second was the Beginner-S Insight Talisman, which allowed the temporary mastery of any jutsu below a certain rank. The third was the Azura Revelation. Initially baffled by its cryptic name, Black Feather later realized that activating it granted a random skill from the Azura lineage. Uchiha Black Feather, what were you laughing at earlier? This is Lord Danzo's speech, pay attention. Hirue's sharp reprimand cut through the air from the stage. Yugugo's cheeks stiffened, and she instinctively ducked her head. Clearly no stranger to being caught daydreaming in class. Black Feather sighed inwardly, rubbing the bridge of his nose as he prepared to shoulder the blame, until Danzo's voice rang out, preempting him. Hee, Hirue, we are all students. So there's no need to be overly serious. Let us not forget that Konoha is a first-year student, still unfamiliar with classroom discipline on this first day. We can certainly understand that. By the way, since we will soon be announcing the exceptional graduation list, we will also need someone to serve as an example. Konoha, I must trouble you for this. Me? Konoha was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for Danzo's sudden request. However, Konoha was also eager to uncover what schemes Danzo had in mind. Konoha needed to ensure the tavern opened smoothly beforehand. Such confrontations were unavoidable. Only through this could a turning point be achieved. I apologize for dragging you into this. Yuzuki Yuin lowered her head, unable to contain herself. Konoha smiled and shook his head, leaning on his cane as he walked down amidst the gaze of the crowd. Red and Izuna, who had originally been assigned to sit in another corner, also wore worried expressions. Only Sarutobi Asuma glared at Konoha with gritted teeth. Recalling the scenes from the dumpling shop earlier that day, where he had already become the subject of ridicule throughout the school. Shursui, is Konoha all right? Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but speak up. Shursui furrowed his brow, observing the calm demeanor of Konoha, and shook his head, saying, Don't worry, Itachi. If anything happens, I can help plead on his behalf. However, one could only blame Konoha for causing a stir in such a setting. Watching Shirsue's complaints, Itachi fell silent. For he had learned from his father at home yesterday that Konoha, due to his outstanding performance, had been selected by the third Hokage as part of the second batch of exceptional graduates. This news had even reached Shirsue. Originally, Shirsue intended to shine in front of Itachi, but little did he expect to be overshadowed by Konoha, leading to his current disgruntlement. Nonetheless, Itachi understood that Shirsue was merely prideful and unwilling to lose face. If Konoha were truly in trouble, Shirsue would not simply turn a blind eye. Well, it's getting late. I am Danzo, a high-level advisor of Konoha and the honorary principal of Konoha Academy. I believe you are all quite familiar with me. Danzo observed Konoha pausing behind him, his gaze flickering slightly before he regained his composure and continued, however. The reason I have gathered everyone here today is to discuss a significant matter concerning the honor of the Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 69. Exceptional Graduation List. I believe that if everyone stays vigilant and learns to gather intelligence. You must have heard recently that our Hidden Leaf Village is preparing to hold the Chunin exams. This upcoming Chunin exam is unprecedented in scale, with not only our allied villages participating but also the 4 great shinobi villages agreeing to lend their support, constituting an unparalleled joint assessment of the 5 great shinobi villages. Therefore, in order for our Hidden Leaf Village to achieve outstanding results in the Chunin exam and bring glory to our village, while also providing each of you exceptional students with a wonderful opportunity to showcase your talents, the graduation ceremony held this time was designated to announce the exceptional graduates. Those selected not only have the privilege of graduating ahead of schedule but also the opportunity to participate in the CHNIN exams convening in 3 days. It is hoped that the chosen individuals will strive for the honor of the village and showcase their utmost strength. Danzo's aged voice resonated powerfully throughout the hall, instantly eliciting a chorus of cheers and applause. Observing the atmosphere being animated, Danzo realized the warm-up had sufficed. He raised his hand to signal for silence while receiving the prepared list from Hiruzen. Now, the individuals who would graduate with distinction are the C Army de la C Army, with the first group boasting exceptionally outstanding academic achievements, as each name was called. The respective students stepped forward to receive their forehead protectors. At this juncture, every student held their breath, their eyes fixated on the list in Danzo's hands, eagerly hoping to see their names. For a moment, an inexplicable tension filled the vast hall. This sense of being in the spotlight brought a subtle smile to Danzo's face, as if he could already envision himself as Hokage, towering above all. It could be said that Danzo relished his role as the so-called honorary principal, as it facilitated his selection of talents for his roots and allowed him to instill ideology in his subordinates, while also indulging in the attention of the gathered multitude. Observing Danzo's increasingly radiant smile, his face wrinkled like a blooming daisy, Kuroba could not help but roll his eyes and take a swig from his flask. Hiruzen, standing nearby, could not suppress a twitch of his eyelid at this spectacle. In Konoha's academy, the discipline of students is relatively lenient, with no stringent rules enforced. However, for a problematic student like Kuroba to casually produce a bottle of homemade liquor was quite a sight, even for Hiruzen to bear. Nonetheless, considering Kuroba's remarkable academic performance and the current occasion, Hiruzen gritted his teeth and endured, subtly shielding half of Kuroba's form from view, striving to prevent exposure to the crowd. The only solace for Hiruzen was that Danzo, evidently engrossed in the attention, had not noticed Kuroba's antics. Now, everyone, please be silent. There are actually 2 top graduates this time, and I believe you have already guessed who they are, Danzo resumed with a clear voice. They are Kakashi Hitaki and Shirsue Uchiha. Following them were Asuma Saratobi, Shikaka Nara, and Hayashi Yamanaka, among a string of names announced. Upon hearing Asuma Saratobi's name in the second position, Kuroba hurriedly took another gulp of liquor to calm his nerves. Indeed, being the son of the Hokage, Asuma's treatment and prowess were commendable. Otherwise, judging by the subsequent names on the list, it seemed unlikely that Asuma would have claimed the second position without Danzo needing to mention it multiple times. However, witnessing the names of Uchiha Izuna and Yuzuki Yugao ascend the list, Kuroba found himself somewhat taken aback. Was this a scheme to exhaust the new generation of Konoha's shinobi for the Chunin exams? Among these individuals, aside from a select few who had previously experienced the battlefield and the chaos of combat, the vast majority had merely engaged in training exercises at the academy. Even those who were relatively distinguished had only undertaken routine missions. If it were a standard Chunin exam, perhaps it would pose little issue. However, The current Chunin exam encompasses the rivalries and conflicts among the 5 great shinobi villages, and once they truly enter the arena, it could very well become a matter of life and death. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, appeared to have gathered these individuals en masse for the Chunin exams, presenting an impressive display of numbers. Yet, the distinction between strength and weakness, and the degree of superficiality among them, could be discerned with a mere squeeze. Should they encounter some desperate rogues, the casualties could be severe. It seems that Sarutobi, in his fervor for victory in the Chunin exams, was willing to risk everything, all under the guise of bringing glory to the village. Was this merely a gamble of personal honor with fledgling talents? The final name read was Might Guy. Given his exceptional taijutsu and arduous training, I, in consultation with the third Hokage, have permitted his exceptional graduation, granting him the qualification to participate in the Chunin exams. Danzo flipped the list to its last entry. Initially seated, Might Guy, like a restless ant on a hot pan, burst forth in tears, dashing towards Kakashi. Kakashi, do you see? I have finally caught up to you. Let us strive together and aim for excellent results in the Chunin exams. Observing Guy's thumbs up, his watermelon patterned spandex, and his thick eyebrows framing bright eyes that shone with enthusiasm, Konoha rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. This was undoubtedly a case of cannon fodder. Once he truly participated in the Chunin exams, Konoha believed he would be the first to charge ahead. At that moment, not even a team of oxen could pull him back. Of course, Guy's taijutsu was commendable. However, his greatest reliance was the 8 gates. Now, at around 10 years of age, he probably could not even rival the young Lee from the original story. The crux of the matter was that the third Hokage was overly impulsive, willing to hasten these inexperienced and unseasoned shinobi into the fray for the sake of victory in the Chunin exams. Guy, be silent. Danzo still has words to impart. Kakashi coldly reminded. Yet, compared to the earlier predicament of White Fang being ensnared in rumors, there was evidently a touch more humanity. At the very least. After Konoha's storytelling enlightenment, Kakashi had come to understand the significance of comradeship. His instincts told him that there were 2 individuals here upon whom he could truly entrust his life. Apart from the watermelon-patterned individual who incessantly clamored for a duel with him, the other was Konoha, who was sheltered behind Hiruzen, often referred to as the Uchiha blind. In light of the current unprecedented graduation controversy, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Kakashi firmly believed that Uchiha Konoha would not be absent. Master Danzo, I apologize. Suddenly, Kai tensed his muscles and positioned himself at the back of the group. After regaining his composure with a smile, Danzo produced a second list and announced, well, the first list has just been read. Now, let us move on to the second list, which also comprises individuals qualified for exceptional admission. However, due to their brief period of study, they must undergo certain examinations to confirm their eligibility. Now, let us welcome the first individual, Uchiha Konoha. A murmur of astonishment swept through the venue. 3 days prior, during the entrance examination, Konoha had dazzled everyone, leaving them in awe of his remarkable prowess despite being blind. Many harbored a sense of disbelief regarding the capabilities of a blind individual. Yet, the undeniable truth spoke volumes, and they could not voice their objections. However, to find oneself on the second list for exceptional graduation just after enrolling was almost laughable. A wave of skeptical gazes filled the room. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Konoha instantly comprehended that this was precisely the effect Danzo sought to achieve. All right, everyone, I understand that there is considerable confusion regarding this decision. Danzo's smile broadened as he continued, however, please rest assured that this second list differs from the first. It necessitates specific examinations for exceptional graduation. To alleviate any misunderstandings, I shall invite Konoha to demonstrate. At this, Danzo turned to look behind him. Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that today's exceptional graduation ceremony did not include such a segment. Master Danzo, this seems out of place, Hiruzen could not help but voice. Danzo's gaze fell upon Hiruzen, instantly silencing his impending words, and he responded with a warm smile, fear not, Hiruzen. This is merely a minor detail. My intention is to dispel the concerns of others, hence this course of action. I trust Konoha will not mind showcasing his abilities. With this statement, all eyes fixated on Konoha. Kakashi and Uchiha Shursui furrowed their brows, completely unprepared for this scene. Konoha, if you're all right with this, Hiruzen asked through gritted teeth, continuously signaling with his eyes. Soon, Hiruzen found himself smiling wryly. Only he would attempt to convey such gestures to a blind person. Rest assured, Teacher Hiruzen, I have a modicum of confidence regarding the examination, Konoha replied with a smile, leaning on his cane as he stepped forward. Hiruzen was momentarily stunned, observing Kuroha's retreating figure, feeling a strange sense of dissonance. Did he just perceive his subtle actions? Yet, as this thought flickered through Hiruzen's mind, he quickly dismissed it with a self-deprecating smile. A blind person, how could he see? Danzo's smile widened as he produced a scroll, proclaiming, "You are indeed impressive for one so young, managing a storytelling tavern." In truth, this was merely a minor matter. Given your recent enrollment, if you were to graduate under special circumstances, it might attract unnecessary gossip. To prevent such incidents, I have arranged for you to publicly practice some ninjutsu, allowing everyone to understand the challenges associated with graduating in this manner. Within this scroll lies a collection of ninjutsu I possess. Ordinarily, learning such techniques requires numerous prerequisites, with the most accessible being family lineage. However, I have chosen to share my treasured scroll for the greater good, allowing you to experiment. The first technique, wind release, vacuum sphere, I have translated into Braille for you. Please give it a try. If it proves too difficult, I shall provide an alternative. As he spoke, Danzo handed the scroll to Konoha. Initially, he had no obligation to lend out a scroll containing his prized techniques. However, in a bid to cultivate an image of generosity and consideration for the greater good, he decided to display a rare moment of magnanimity. After all, under the scrutiny of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, maintaining such a high profile was not something one could attain casually. Wind release, vacuum sphere? Hiruzen paused, then exclaimed, "Lord Danzo, this technique involves elemental transformation and the compression of chakra. It is indeed an advanced ninjutsu. Expecting a mere freshman to practice it seems excessively challenging." The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Most present had anticipated that Danzo's examination would resemble the standard clone technique, at most a basic or intermediate level ninjutsu as the examination criteria. Yet, the introduction of a high-level technique was utterly audacious. For the majority in attendance, the prospect of facing such a demanding graduation assessment was daunting. "Lord Danzo, allow me to demonstrate," Kakashi interjected suddenly. Asuma Sarutobi, who had eagerly awaited Kuroha's public failure to soothe his wounded pride, was dismayed by Kakashi's unexpected intervention, which jeopardized his plans. "Lord Danzo, I should take this on. Kuroha is my clan's junior, and such matters ought to be entrusted to me." Shursui Uchiha similarly expressed his impatience. The emergence of the duo, known as the Wood Village Twin Stars, took many by surprise. Hiruzen also appeared taken aback, glancing at Danzo with anticipation, hoping he might reconsider. Danzo, though surprised, had already anticipated such a minor twist of events. He tightened his grip on his cane and smiled. "Ah, Kakashi, Shursui, it brings me great honor as the honorary principal of Konoha Academy to witness your willingness to step forward. This certainly demonstrates that you are partners worthy of trust in the future. However, this rehearsal is intended to demonstrate the fairness and impartiality of the extraordinary graduation assessment. By having Uchiha Kuroha serve as a demonstration, it aims to allay any concerns, preventing him from becoming embroiled in disputes later on. Thus, the choice of participants in this exercise cannot be altered. Should Kuroha indeed falter during the demonstration, I shall opt for a technique of lesser difficulty as the assessment standard. Simultaneously, I will seize this opportunity to elucidate the characteristics, refinement methods, and potency of the wind release, vacuum sphere. Allow me to discreetly inform you that this is a splendid opportunity to acquire a technique of one's own rank." Many present were initially taken aback, but their expressions swiftly transformed into uncontainable joy. Most of the students entering Konoha Academy hail from common backgrounds and cannot learn through family inheritance. More often, they rely on completing missions to exchange for techniques, guidance from instructors, or purchasing jutsu. Now, if one could leverage this occasion to obtain a technique of a certain rank without any cost, who could possibly refuse? Sensing the invigorated atmosphere, Danzo's smile grew ever more radiant as he turned to Kuroha, saying, "All right, Kuroha, there are no objections regarding this extraordinary graduation assessment. You may now unfurl the scroll and begin your studies." With these words, all eyes turned to Kuroha. However, just as their gazes settled, the ensuing voice left everyone in stunned disbelief. "Lord Danzo, may I say I have learned it?" The unexpected utterance rang out, catching all off guard. Observing Kuroha's warm smile, they were momentarily bewildered, their expressions rife with astonishment. This sudden declaration clearly exceeded their expectations, leaving them momentarily speechless in their understanding. The time elapsed from Danzo presenting the scroll to Kakashi and Shursui showcasing their prowess was merely a minute or two, hardly enough time for a brief respite. Yet Kuroha proclaimed he had already mastered it. If this is not a jest, then what is it? Most importantly, this is not a mere elementary technique from the Ninja Academy, but rather a high-level jutsu carefully guarded by Danzo himself. The techniques chosen by Konoha's senior advisors are undoubtedly among the elite. Achieving mastery in such a technique would likely pose a challenge comparable to that of a high-ranking jutsu. Yet here was Konoha, speaking as if it were trivial. Danzo, regaining his composure, furrowed his brow, suppressing his thoughts, and spoke in a slightly softened tone. Konoha, you just claimed to have mastered it. Perhaps such jesting is ill-advised. I must remind you that wind release, vacuum sphere ranks among the most formidable techniques of its kind. Once unleashed, it requires not only the formation of numerous hand seals but also the extraction of chakra from the air, resulting in a transformation of wind nature. Ultimately, through compression and condensation, it generates an explosive force capable of easily piercing rock. This sequence of words emanated from Danzo, undoubtedly elevating the already formidable wind release, vacuum sphere into an exalted realm. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when he turned his gaze towards Konoha, his pupils abruptly constricting, nearly bursting from their sockets. The scroll that Konoha held was tossed high into the air, and his hands moved with the fluidity of flowing water, swiftly executing the seals with precision. Before Danzo could react, Konoha had already formed the final hand seal and, before the watchful eyes of the onlookers, inhaled deeply, merging air and chakra in a rapid amalgamation. Observing Konoha's puffed cheeks, an ineffable sense of danger permeated the atmosphere. Danzo's pupils constricted to their limits as he sensed, with astonishment, that the wind-release chakra coalescing within Konoha's mouth was indeed stronger and denser than what he typically gathered. This peculiar sensation birthed an absurd thought in Danzo's mind. Could it be that Konoha, within mere minutes, not only mastered the wind-release, vacuum sphere but surpassed it, wielding a power greater than his own? A flurry of chaotic thoughts raced through Danzo's mind, and in the next moment, he felt a chilling wave of danger enveloping him. As he hastily regained his composure, he found Konoha's gaze fixed upon him. The meticulously gathered wind release, vacuum sphere was instantaneously expelled. Bang! The nearly transparent wind release chakra erupted from Konoha's mouth. The air tore apart, producing a sharp, deafening roar. In a mere instant, the distance of 7 or 8 meters closed in. Most significantly, the vacuum sphere before him was incomparably larger than the minuscule gas he remembered. 2 or 3 times. No. It was likely dozens of times larger. It was sufficient to rival the size of an adult's head, swiftly brushing past the very spot where Danzo had been standing. The speed was astonishing. Within just a few breaths, it collided thunderously with the boulder situated dozens of meters away in the training ground. Meant to test the power of ninjutsu. Boom. A colossal shockwave swept through the arena like a hurricane, sending clouds of dust and debris soaring into the heavens. In an instant, the majority of the venue was shrouded in sand and dust. The sounds of heavy objects crashing to the ground echoed one after another. Time seemed to stretch, and once the dust settled, many students who had been seated found themselves sprawled on the ground. Staring at the obliterated rock formation and the gaping pit left in its wake, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and existential doubt. Is this the level of ninjutsu? How does it differ so drastically from what their teacher usually demonstrates? Typically, the jutsu exhibited by the instructors could only manage to chip a small corner off a mountain. Yet now, with a mere casual strike, Konoha has obliterated a massive boulder of over 10 meters in size. This must be the legendary technique that strikes at the very soul. Lord Danzo, what has transpired here? Shadows of several umbu swiftly descended from all directions, finally gathering in the plaza. Gazing at the enormous crater, once occupied by the mountain, now devoid of any trace, the members of umbu stood in stunned silence. Even the somewhat tardy third Hokage found himself momentarily rendered speechless, forgetting to draw upon his pipe. Danzo, were you just demonstrating ninjutsu? This is far too perilous. It would be wise to exercise caution in the future. As a member of Konoha's upper echelon, the third Hokage was acutely aware of Danzo's intentions to challenge Konoha today. In their eyes, Konoha had indeed mastered the shadow clone technique. However, based on their assumptions, it would have taken Konoha considerable effort and time to achieve such mastery. Danzo had prepared a high-level ninjutsu today, incorporating the most challenging manipulation of wind chakra, intending to catch Konoha off guard and publicly humiliate him. Yet, just as this seemingly gentle admonition was uttered, the third Hokage suddenly realized that all eyes were fixed upon Konoha. An exceedingly absurd thought swiftly surged within Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. Third Hokage, this wind release, vacuum sphere, was executed by Uchiha Konoha and has nothing to do with Lord Danzo. Haruhi was the first to regain his composure. Stammering his words, As a teacher at Konoha Academy, Haruhi was merely a chunin, with his most formidable jutsu being a rudimentary grasp of a fire-style technique. Among the 5 elemental natures, lightning and wind release are notably challenging due to their highly active chakra transformations, making them much harder to control than fire, earth, or water. A slight miscalculation could easily result in self-harm during the execution. Even Haruhi, as a chunin, had never dared to attempt such feats. Yet now, Konoha had effortlessly unleashed this technique, its potency leaving him in a daze. Is it possible that a teacher is outperformed by his own student? Chapter 72. Can one learn 8 to 10 techniques in 2 minutes? The vast venue was suddenly engulfed in an eerie silence. The hastily arrived Umbu ninjas and the 3rd Hokage stood frozen, their gazes fixated on Konoha, their expressions reflecting utter disbelief. With a single strike, he had shattered the special rock used for testing ninjutsu. According to Haruhi, this was indeed the high-level ninjutsu, wind release, vacuum sphere, responsible for such destruction. Yet, to casually obliterate a boulder of over 10 meters and create a gaping pit several meters deep is truly remarkable. Is it truly akin to the vacuum sphere of wind release as they perceive it? In their eyes, there seems to be a stark contrast akin to that between ancestors and their grandchildren. Teacher Hairue, the power of this level of ninjutsu is indeed formidable. However, I suspect it pales in comparison to that wielded by Lord Danzo. This unexpected circumstance allowed me to manifest it, purely by chance. Black Feather, feigning ignorance, handed the scroll to Hairue and cast a glance towards Danzo. I believe everyone is eager to witness firsthand the extent of the vacuum sphere's power in the hands of Lord Danzo. Suddenly, Danzo snapped back to reality. The smile that had adorned his face had become rigid and grotesque, particularly as he gazed upon the devastated Rocky Mountains. Faced with this unforeseen strike, he had yet to recover from his shock. The moment Black Feather spoke, he was thrust further into a tempest of scrutiny. Was he truly to demonstrate the so-called vacuum sphere before all, revealing to everyone that his technique was merely the size of a fingertip? It could hardly compare to the earlier display. Furthermore, reflecting on the incredible destructive power just witnessed, Danzo began to suspect that Black Feather was perhaps possessed by the One Tail. And what he had unleashed was not the vacuum sphere, but rather a vacuum wave. In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon Danzo, especially those of the students, who wore expressions of eager anticipation. To them, Black Feather was not much older than themselves, just a newly admitted student. The sudden display of such potent ninjutsu was beyond their comprehension. It was impossible for them to step forward and confront him directly. However, witnessing Danzo, a high-ranking advisor of Konoha, exert his strength to subdue the arrogance of the Uchiha was surely a sight to behold. Lord Danzo, please demonstrate it for us. Did you not just say you would instruct us on the vacuum sphere? If we learn it, could we too become so powerful? Good heavens. If this level of ninjutsu is already so formidable, what might the legendary techniques entail? By the way, Lord Danzo, could you enlighten us on the distinctions between the levels of ninjutsu? The atmosphere surged with excitement, the crowd buzzing with animated chatter. For the first time, Danzo found himself feeling a twinge of stage fright. Deep down, he realized that replicating Black Feather's vacuum sphere would likely drain him entirely. More importantly, a terrifying thought that had been momentarily overlooked surged to the forefront of his mind. The seals and the steps of chakra refinement that Black Feather had executed were identical to those of the vacuum sphere. Yet the power unleashed was akin to that of a vacuum wave. The disparity was simply too vast. If the vacuum jade truly originated from a mutation, then did Black Feather really master his esteemed advanced ninjutsu in merely 2 minutes? The chaotic thoughts left Danzo utterly astonished, rendering him momentarily speechless. Beside him, the 3rd Hokage's expression darkened to an extreme. The man, who had often been a formidable adversary and a source of constant headache for him, now displayed an unexpected shift in demeanor. All of this unfolded before Sarutobi Hiruzen's watchful eyes. Faced with Danzo's indecision, caught in a dilemma, Hiruzen once again donned a warm smile, inhaled deeply from his pipe, and remarked, esteemed colleagues, Danzo, as a senior member of our Konoha hierarchy, has immersed himself in wind-release ninjutsu for many years. It is only natural that he can wield such formidable techniques. However, every ninja possesses techniques essential for survival, which should not be recklessly displayed during ordinary times. It is already quite generous of Danzo to share his knowledge with us. It would be unreasonable to request a live demonstration. Should an enemy lurk in the shadows and witness Danzo's display, it could spell disaster for him. At this juncture, the 3rd Hokage exhaled another puff of smoke, smiling as he added, "By the way, representatives from the 4 great ninja villages have arrived. Danzo must go to greet them. So I will leave the ensuing matters to hate. Danzo's murky old eyes flickered back to life, ignited with a glimmer as he regarded his lifelong rival. For the first time revealing a semblance of gratitude. In that fleeting moment, he abandoned all pretense and hastily sought to exit the scene. Yet, just a few steps away, he encountered the very figure he least wished to see standing before him. Master Danzo, I actually have an unsolicited request. Could we perhaps have more of these graduation assessments? Blackfeather said, leaning on his cane with the demeanor of a neighborly youth. I have no elders at home, and if I could learn a few more ninjutsu. With your generosity, I believe you would not mind. Danzo was taken aback, gazing at Blackfeather's beaming smile, feeling as if he were on the brink of madness. The conundrums he had devised, which he had taken pride in, now seemed to summon forth challenges beyond his own capabilities. Now, he was being asked to bestow additional ninjutsu. Was this some kind of jest? No. The mere thought of the scroll, which contained not only the wind-release vacuum jade he had rendered into a cipher, but also various other techniques he had deliberately preserved to showcase his magnanimous persona, flooded his mind. Among these were his trump cards. The sudden request from Blackfeather for additional techniques raised the alarming possibility that this fellow might learn all the ninjutsu inscribed on the scroll. 10 or 8 techniques in 2 minutes. This notion, which had just begun to take root in Danzo's mind, was swiftly quelled. The events that had transpired had already left him flabbergasted, casting doubts upon his very existence. I now find it utterly impossible to concur with such an exceedingly absurd notion. In his eyes, even the most brilliant of individuals, such as Shinji Tobarama, who devised a myriad of ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, would be incapable of achieving such a feat within a mere 2 minutes. In Chapter 73, the ninjutsu scroll contained only the wind release, vacuum sphere, which he had transcribed into Braille. Even if Konoha truly wished to learn other ninjutsu, he would first need to surpass this hurdle. Danzo's heart, which had been in turmoil, settled as he forced a somewhat stiff smile and remarked, "Hee, Konoha, you are indeed diligent in your studies. However, today as preparations were rather hasty and spontaneous. Allowing you to demonstrate publicly was merely to gain the trust of the audience. I have not adequately prepared other ninjutsu." With that, he hastily took his leave, clearly in a rush. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, glanced back at Konoha before departing without delay, eager to ascertain what had transpired with Danzo. Witnessing the esteemed advisor and honorary principal of the Leaf Village depart so abruptly, even the third Hokage seemed to be in a hurry. The students, who had initially been filled with fervor, found their excitement significantly diminished. They had indeed wished to witness Danzo's wind release, vacuum sphere, and compare its prowess to Konoha's. However, given the circumstances, they could only suppress their confusion and resolve to inquire with their parents upon returning home. All right, everyone. Since Lord Danzo has pressing matters to attend to, allow me to oversee the unconventional graduation ceremony and distribute the forehead protectors that symbolize our status as ninjas. Suddenly snapped back to reality, Hiruzen observed the transformed atmosphere of the venue and refrained from further impudence. Faced with Konoha's formidable wind release, vacuum sphere, he dared not showcase his own inadequacies. As Hiruzen hurriedly began distributing the forehead protectors, showing no intention of adding further examination stages, Konoha resignedly retrieved his flask for a drink. Ding. Host, please note that the duration of the beginner insight talisman has ended. Kindly check the ninjutsu you have learned. The ethereal voice echoed in his mind. Konoha felt the acute clarity and brilliance he had experienced wash away like a receding tide. Aware of Danzo's intentions, Konoha had remained vigilant. However, he had not anticipated that Danzo would deliver an opportunity to him so readily. Previously burdened by the weight of the beginner insight talisman and the lack of chances to learn ninjutsu and enhance his combat strength, it was as if Danzo had presented him with a treasure trove of scrolls detailing the ninjutsu he had mastered. As he gazed upon the scrolls, most of which contained techniques of varying levels, Konoha realized for the first time that being targeted could indeed be quite advantageous. With the aid of the initial insight symbol, Heiyu swiftly assimilated the advanced ninjutsu within a mere 2 minutes. If Danzo were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly infuriate him. Teacher Hirue, have I graduated in an extraordinary manner? Heiyu inquired, gazing at Hirue, who was presenting him with the Leaf Village headband, momentarily lost in thought. Hirue hesitated, his hand raised, unsure of how to respond, before finally biting his lip and stating, "If I recall correctly, Lord Danzo mentioned that as long as you successfully demonstrate the technique, you would qualify for graduation." Given that you have obliterated the testing rock, it can be deemed a success. This headband is rightfully yours. As Heiyu accepted the leaf headband from Hirue, the students in the venue erupted in astonishment, though they refrained from voicing their thoughts, particularly as they gazed at the utterly destroyed testing rock. They feared what might happen if Heiyu decided to unleash another attack at such a critical moment. It could genuinely be catastrophic. Yet, the notion that Heiyu, having just enrolled in the Leaf Academy, could graduate after merely half a day's instruction would surely send shockwaves throughout the school. Was this truly a case of graduating upon entrance? Simultaneously, within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, hurried back, and as he took his seat, he slammed his hand down on the desk. The force of the impact startled Danzo, who was close behind, causing his complexion to turn an alarming shade of red. Danzo, according to your earlier assertion, Uchiha Heiyu not only mastered the wind release, vacuum sphere in just 2 minutes, but also demonstrated the power of the wind release, vacuum wave. Is this true? Sarutobi roared, turning abruptly to face Danzo. Danzo, taken aback, typically would have retorted with indignation. However, reflecting on the events that had just transpired, he unusually maintained his composure and responded gravely, indeed, that did occur. The hand seals that boy executed, along with the method of chakra condensation, aligned perfectly with the steps of the wind release, vacuum sphere. Based on this evidence, he truly learned the technique in a mere 2 minutes. If this is accurate, his aptitude for learning surpasses even that of his instructors. As a member of the Leaf and a direct disciple of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, both Danzo and Sarutobi were acutely aware of the formidable learning capabilities of Tobarama. It could be said that the diverse array of ninjutsu within the Leaf Village owes its existence to the synthesis of knowledge by the second Hokage. He was also responsible for creating numerous forbidden techniques, which remain documented in the Book of Seals. These techniques were deemed too perilous by the third Hokage, leading to their temporary confinement. However, the notion of mastering a high-level ninjutsu in just 2 minutes presents an astonishing testament to Heiyu's prodigious talent. This outcome left them somewhat disconcerted. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, upon hearing this, grew increasingly somber and remarked, Danzo, if you were to execute this ninjutsu, could you achieve such a level? Danzo momentarily faltered, at a loss for words. This inquiry struck directly at his Achilles heel, feeling the frigid gaze of Hiruzen Sarutobi upon him. Danzo, though reluctant, ultimately steeled himself and replied, No, I too cannot reach such heights. However, I shall refrain from employing this ninjutsu in the future. I cannot afford to lose face. Reflecting on the moments at the assembly where everyone insisted he demonstrate it personally, he mused that had there been a hole in the ground, he might have wished to bury himself in it. Now, Danzo felt a twinge of relief that the third Hokage had arrived like a timely rain. Otherwise, confronted with the surging tide of public sentiment, he was uncertain how he would have managed the situation. How embarrassing. I never anticipated that you, Danzo, would find yourself in such a predicament, Hiruzen Sarutobi scoffed, plopping down onto a chair. However, this matter might merely be a coincidence. Chapter 74. The only shortcut coincidence. Danzo was momentarily taken aback. Grasping at this notion like a lifeline, he urgently queried, Hiruzen, what do you mean? What coincidence are you referring to? Danzo, are you truly so blinded by your position that you fail to recognize the obvious? The third Hokage disdainfully snorted again, inhaling deeply from his pipe before continuing. You just stated that the ninjutsu prepared for Uchiha Heiyu was the wind release, vacuum sphere. However, the wind release, vacuum sphere involves a transformation of chakra that instantaneously generates a massive air projectile for attack. Yet, that air projectile should only be the size of a fingertip. The young boy's execution of the wind release, vacuum sphere, however, bore the semblance of a vacuum wave. I suspect that he has already mastered the wind release, vacuum wave, and your wind release, vacuum sphere merely coincided with his ninjutsu, allowing him to capitalize on your momentary astonishment. Are you suggesting that the boy deceived me with the wind release, vacuum wave? Danzo was momentarily stunned, his eyes brightening with realization. If given the choice, he would undoubtedly favor this explanation. After all, in his view, it was far less damaging to his fragile ego than the prospect of mastering a high-level ninjutsu in mere 2 minutes. I believe this is the most plausible scenario. Otherwise, who would believe that one could master a high-level ninjutsu in just 2 minutes? Hiruzen Sarutobi remarked after another puff from his pipe. At the same age, even I, who am lauded as a professor of ninjutsu, could not accomplish such a feat. That young boy, possessing such mastery at a tender age, suggests that he must have had guidance from someone behind the scenes. A professor of ninjutsu? Danzo could not suppress a smirk. When the title of ninjutsu professor was established, it was indeed aimed at the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Ultimately, he was favored by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who claimed him for himself. However, after the recent events, Danzo surprisingly had no intention of sparring words with Hiruzen, his expression darkening as he inquired, "Hiruzen, do you imply that there is someone behind him? Do you suspect it to be Uchiha Fugaku?" In the entirety of the Uchiha clan, only a handful could catch Danzo's discerning eye, and among them, Uchiha Fugaku held the most weight. It was precisely because of Fugaku's presence that Danzo had refrained from eradicating the Uchiha clan and seizing the Sharingan for himself. It is possible, Hiruzen nodded, yet merely a possibility, and we cannot ascertain the truth. During the upcoming Chunin exams, we must further investigate his background. If it turns out that this entire affair is a scheme orchestrated by the Uchiha clan, their value will be significantly diminished. Danzo fell silent. In the Leaf Village under their control, there was no need for the so-called flourishing of 100 flowers. The Uchiha clan was indeed formidable. Yet they could not bow in submission like the Hyuga clan, who showed no inclination towards the Hokage position. If the Uchiha were truly capable of such subservience, it would be the very scenario that Danzo and Hiruzen yearned to witness. By the way, I initially intended to employ a high-level jutsu demonstration to make that young boy embarrass himself publicly, but now he has succeeded in his practice. Given his nature, I fear he will eagerly rush to open his tavern, which may affect our plans. Danzo recalled the earlier incident, his expression remaining grim. Yet, the words had already escaped his lips, and retracting them would only serve as a source of mockery, an indignity he could not afford. Haha, Danzo. I have never felt assured regarding your methods and had already prepared a contingency, the third Hokage remarked, puffing on his pipe. I have devised a strategy for that matter. If he truly opens for business tomorrow, I shall ensure he is well received. Asuma's suffering was not in vain. Asuma? Danzo paused momentarily. He was already informed by his umbu regarding the happenings at the dumpling shop. He relished witnessing Hiruzen's son face humiliation. Yet if Hiruzen intended to leverage his son to regain his honor, Danzo had little faith in its success after witnessing Kuroha's performance. Meanwhile, at the Leaf Academy, as the exceptional graduation ceremony concluded, several parents who had been waiting had already taken their children home, indulging in a celebratory feast. Observing the jubilant families departing in glee, Konoha, leaning on his cane, walked away alone, his figure distinctly out of place. However, after all that transpired during the ceremony, even the students passing by, and those who learned about the wind release, vacuum sphere from children, looked at Konoha with a hint of astonishment. Nevertheless, Konoha dismissed all of this from his mind. Initially, Uchiha Izuna intended to leave with him, but to avoid disrupting Izuna's celebration with his family, Konoha shook his head in refusal and leisurely departed from the school after bidding farewell to Izuna. This time, he had indeed taken advantage of the situation considerably. However, with the impending Chunin exams and the storytelling tavern set to open tomorrow, Konoha was acutely aware that matters would not be so simple. The only course of action left was to utilize this free time to fortify himself as much as possible. The basic insight rune he had just employed had exceeded his expectations. At this moment, the only remaining shortcut available to him was the Ashura revelation. Konoha had been researching this from the very beginning, yet the system's description was exceedingly vague, encapsulated in a mere sentence. Upon use, there was a certain probability of acquiring a portion of Ashura's power. Faced with such an ambiguous statement, Konoha had been worried from the outset that invoking the Ashura revelation might transform him into a grotesque creature with multiple heads and arms, which had deterred him from using it. He had intended to clarify matters before making any decisions. Unfortunately, with the sudden announcement of the Chunin exams and the ill intentions of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha found himself compelled to take the plunge. Uchiha Konoha, do you not see me? A somewhat indifferent voice called out. However, realizing the inappropriateness of the tone, it quickly corrected itself. Uchiha Konoha, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. You have finally arrived. Konoha snapped back to his senses from his contemplation and glanced up at the figure he had initially bypassed, raising an eyebrow in surprise. The young man before him, sporting dark circles under his eyes, a headband, and a brand new forehead protector, instantly reminded Konoha of his background. Chapter 75. Ashura Revelation. You are the exceptional graduate ranked 9th. The Moonlight Gale? Konoha inquired, leaning on his cane. In the Hidden Leaf Village, swordsmanship holds significant importance. Aside from the unique Konoha White Fang signature technique, the Konoha-style swordsmanship passed down by the Moonlight clan, to which Moonlight Gale belonged, is revered as the most powerful and orthodox Konoha sword technique. It holds a certain renown within the ninja world. Regrettably, if Konoha remembered correctly, in the original storyline, Moonlight Gale met an untimely demise before achieving his goals. He was slain in a confrontation with the Sand Village's advisor, Maki, leading to the premature widowhood of his beloved, Yuzuki Yugao. This incident had left many viewers feeling incredulous. It can be said, if one were to count, that Moonlight Swift Wind is perhaps the first fallen leaf ninja. Suddenly, an obstruction appears in the form of a roadblock. Is this a manifestation of jealousy? Swift Wind, step aside. The cold, commanding voice of Yuzuki Yukino abruptly echoes. Observing her approach, bearing a great sword, Konoha helplessly retrieves his flask for a sip to steady his nerves. Could this be the fabled debt of love? Indeed, being excessively handsome can be a burden. Yukino I. Moonlight Swift Wind opened his mouth, but upon meeting Yuzuki Yukino's gaze, he instantly fell silent. He could only obediently step aside, allowing her to pass. Yuzuki Yukino brushed past Moonlight Swift Wind and finally stood before Konoha, stating, Uchiha Konoha, during class earlier, I underestimated you. Initially, I merely enjoyed dueling with swordsmen. But you have compelled me to make an exception. I wish to formally challenge you. If you prevail against me, I shall unconditionally grant you one request. Unconditionally grant me one request? Konoha was momentarily taken aback, visibly surprised. Indeed, fame brings controversy. Initially, Konoha intended to decline, but upon recalling the Azura revelation, he hesitated and inquired, and if I lose? Humph. So you possess some self-awareness. Moonlight Swift Wind couldn't help but interject. Before he could finish, however, Yuzuki Yukino's gaze swept over him once more, causing Moonlight Swift Wind to abruptly seal his lips. Satisfied, Yuzuki Yukino withdrew her gaze and coldly stated, if you lose, I require nothing from you. I merely wish to ascertain who is stronger between us. Gazing at Yuzuki Yukino, who tightly gripped her ninja blade, exuding an aura of undeniable intensity, Konoha finally comprehended why, in the original narrative, Yuzuki Yukino ascended to the Umbu, while Moonlight Swift Wind remained merely a special jonin. It is the resolve to traverse even the shadows that lies within one's heart. It seems, as Danzo once remarked about Guy, his heart lacked the determination to embrace the darkness, rendering him unfit for the Umbu. Now, observing the battle fervor radiating from Yuzuki Yukino, Konoha, after another sip from his flask, expanded the range of his perceptive abilities to 1,000 meters. He soon discovered that the surroundings were devoid of students. This path was quite secluded, ensuring that no one would interrupt their duel. Let us engage here, he proposed. Here? Moonlight Swift Wind faltered. This is too close to the school. If a teacher sees us, we might face punishment. Moonlight Swift Wind, be quiet. Do not forget we have graduated. We are true Jinin now. Such sparring among Jinin is quite common, and the teachers would not mind, Yuzuki Yukino warned in a low tone. Furthermore, I must caution you to refrain from any further babbling, or I shall not hesitate to be ungracious. Staring at the boisterous Yuzuki Yukino, akin to a fiery pepper, Konoha found himself momentarily dumbfounded, questioning whether he had been reading a genuine version of the original narrative. In the original work, Yuzuki Yuki is portrayed as a tender and affectionate presence, akin to a delicate bird nestled in the moonlight and the gentle breeze. When she dons her mask, she transforms into a cold-blooded assassin of the dark faction. However, beneath that mask lies a heart as soft as flowing water. Yet, upon opening her mouth, she adopts a demeanor that unmistakably reflects a subservient wife. Could it be that Moonlight Gale has yet to ignite any sparks with Yuzuki Yuki? This notion, once conceived, is swiftly confirmed by Konoha. Presently, both Moonlight Gale and Yuzuki Yuki are merely 7 or 8 years old, still in their innocent and naive phase. They are far from the likes of the small-time rogue, Asuma Sarutobi. If even Sarutobi cannot win over Kurenai Yuhi, it is inconceivable for the wooden Moonlight Gale to succeed. Konoha, I, Yuzuki Yuki, seek your guidance. With that declaration, the ninja blade in Yuzuki Yuki's hand was swiftly unsheathed. Under the glimmering cold light, it exuded an aura that captivated the senses. As Konoha observed the blade pointed at him, he exhaled deeply, sealing his wine gourd and fastening it to his waist. Originally, he intended to test the system's reward, the Azura revelation, to discern its true nature. However, with an opponent approaching him, he could consider it an additional trial. Yet, Kuroba silently prayed that the system would not conjure any bizarre occurrences, like a fearsome visage that could frighten him into tears. System, activate the Azura revelation. Ding. Please hold on, host. Ding. Congratulations, host. The activation of the Azura revelation is successful. The system is currently matching the power of the Azura from all realms. A series of ethereal notifications echoed within Kuroba's mind. In the next moment, before he could fully comprehend, an overwhelming force surged like a torrent towards his consciousness. Boom. Kuroba felt a thunderous roar resound within his mind. A flurry of information pertaining to the Azura rapidly imprinted itself in his thoughts. An inexplicable warmth, akin to a burning sensation, swiftly spread across his right hand. Kuroba hastily opened his eyes, momentarily disregarding everything else, and glanced at his right hand. What met his gaze transformed his expression into one of disbelief. It was the ghost hand. If Kuroba recalled correctly, this was the defining trait of the ghost swordsman, a result of mutation from the malevolent energy that tainted the land of Arad. Now, it had manifested on him through the Azura revelation obtained via the system's lottery. Could it be that the description within the Azura revelation allowed him to acquire a portion of the Azura's power? Specifically the strength of the ghost swordsman from the land of Arad? As he beheld the fading ghost hand and the ghostly face mark appearing on his arm, Kuroba found himself momentarily bewildered. However, upon deeper reflection, he recalled that the Azura revelation had previously described that it would match the Azura's power according to the host's characteristics. At present, Kuroba wielded a staff blade and bore the burden of blindness. Not long ago, he had also utilized the system to gain the insight of the heart. This series of events undeniably resembles the essence of an Azura. Indeed, the system exhibits remarkable cunning. Otherwise, it would not facilitate such precise interventions. Chapter 76. Challenging an unworthy opponent. The atmosphere in the arena plunged into an oppressive silence, as if even the circulating air had come to a standstill, amplifying an inexplicable sense of dread. It felt as though an invisible hand was gradually tightening around her heart, a sensation that intensified with the passage of time. Gazing at Uchiha Kurohane, who stood motionless, eyes closed, leaning on his cane, a troubling instinct urged Yuzuki Yuin to act. If this situation continued to evolve unchecked, she feared she might succumb without a fight. This absurd thought flickered through her mind, but she hastily suppressed it. In her perspective, this notion was preposterous. No matter how formidable the ninjutsu Uchiha Kurohane displayed during practice, she remained unwilling to accept that she could defeat herself against an adversary born blind. A whirlwind of chaotic thoughts surged in her mind as she took a deep breath, tightening her grip on her katana. Raising her voice, she declared, "Uchiha Kurohane, I, Yuzuki Yuin, challenge you. Please, teach me." Her clear voice echoed through the forest. Moonlight Jakaze quickly regained his composure, exclaiming, "Yuin, stop calling out. He may very well realize he is no match for you and thus has chosen to forfeit. Perhaps we should leave it at that." At this point, Jakaze couldn't help but glance towards the school, as if anxious about the teacher's arrival. However, in that fleeting moment, Kurohane, with his eyes still shut, suddenly opened them wide. An indescribable aura erupted within him, as a tide of ominous energy surged forth, unrestrained and unleashed. Crimson shadows swirled violently behind him, transforming into a grotesque visage of an Azura before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. An overwhelming malevolence erupted, akin to a volcanic eruption, as Kurohane embodied the very essence of an Azura, radiating a terrifying presence. Yuin, at the forefront, found herself enveloped by this formidable energy. In that instant, Kurohane appeared as an unending black hole, drawing her very soul into its depths. Her entire body tensed to its utmost limit, as instinctively, she sensed an extreme danger. It told her that she was not confronting a mere individual, but rather a fearsome Azura demon. "Actually, I possess some knowledge of swordsmanship as well. Moonlight Jakaze, lend me your blade." Kurohane spoke coldly. Jakaze, startled, quickly tossed his ninja sword toward him in a flurry. In this moment, only a singular thought remained in the mind of Moonlight Gale: absolute obedience to the peer before him. It seemed that by doing so, he might grasp a sliver of security. However, as Moonlight Gale beheld the ninja blade resting in the hands of Konoha, the initially fearsome aura underwent a dramatic transformation. If the previous moment had portrayed Uchiha Konoha as a malevolent spirit that devoured the unwary, now, with the ninja blade in hand, Konoha's presence morphed into that of a ferocious demon, exuding an overwhelming malevolence. Both Yuzuki Yuin and Moonlight Gale found themselves ensnared by this oppressive energy. Their hearts constricted as though they were suffocating. Was this truly the adversary I have chosen? Am I genuinely challenging a person rather than confronting a fearsome demon? In that moment, Yuin's instincts warned her that before the Konoha wielding the ninja blade, even without striking, her very life hung by a thread of his contemplation. This sensation, even when faced with her father, who was revered as one of the 8 colors of Konoha, Moonlight Black Night, was an unsettling terror that penetrated the depths of her soul. Cold sweat dripped from Yuin, and merely standing still rendered her body immobile, as if any slightest movement would summon death itself. The only recourse left was to remain rooted in place, praying for a twist of fate. Yet, as time elapsed, even standing still drained her strength, and her grip on the ninja blade began to falter. The entire forest was enveloped in an inexplicable standoff. Konoha observed the scene before him, momentarily taken aback, then broke into a resigned smile. The Azura's hand from the continent of Arad had exceeded his expectations far beyond what he had envisioned. Initially thought to be merely a consolation prize, it became clear, upon fully unleashing the hand, that it was akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. The two standing there, Yuin and Moonlight Gale, exemplified what it truly meant to be a mosquito. At least, in Konoha's eyes, he had underestimated the potency of the hand. However, judging by the current state of Yuin and Moonlight Gale, to continue honing his skills on them would be a gross overestimation. Perhaps he would seek another opportunity in the future. With a sense of resignation, Konoha dissipated the tangible aura of malevolence surrounding him, twisting his wrist to hurl the ninja blade into the ground before Moonlight Gale. "Oh, I don't want to die," Moonlight Gale exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground. Staring at the blade embedded in the earth, he was rendered speechless. The thought of having planned to step in and teach Konoha a lesson had dissipated from his mind, replaced by sheer astonishment. In that fleeting moment, the thought vanished entirely. Were conditions favorable, Moonlight Gale might have contemplated delivering a slap to himself to ascertain whether he was ensnared in a dream. Well then, let us defer the matter of challenges for another time. It would be prudent for you to continue your training. After Black Feather dispersed the ghostly hand, he cast a lingering glance at the malevolent mark upon his arm, retrieved a bottle of liquor, took a swig, and, leaning on his cane, passed by Yuzuki Saigen with the intention of returning to the Uchiha clan stronghold. Bang! The taut nerves of Yuzuki Saigen suddenly relaxed. She collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Watching Black Feather depart, she called out urgently, "Uchiha Black Feather, who exactly are you?" "Who am I?" Black Feather paused, leaning on his cane, and after taking another sip of his drink, replied, "I am but a blind man. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave." "Blind man?" Yuzuki Saigen stood frozen, utterly unprepared for such a self-deprecating response from Black Feather. As he turned to leave once more, she hastily interjected, "Uchiha Black Feather, this is no time for jest. This challenge was proposed by me, yet I find myself the loser. I promised I would fulfill any request you have. Please state your desire." Chapter 77. I invite you for a bath. The hurried words echoed through the forest. Moonlight Gale found himself momentarily stunned. He had fantasized countless times about the reward of victory, only to find each encounter culminating in his defeat. He had never had the opportunity to voice any so-called request. Now, with Black Feather having triumphed without lifting a finger, he felt envious of this fortuitous turn of events. Black Feather halted once more, turning back to regard the resolute Yuzuki Saigen, lost in a brief silence. Saigen's expression grew somewhat uneasy, especially when meeting Black Feather's gaze. Those eyes that should have been sightless instilled an inexplicable sense of alarm within her. In that instant, a twinge of regret welled up inside her. Not only did she lament having made such an audacious proposition, but she also questioned why she had dared to challenge such an enigmatic individual without cause. "You've worked up quite a sweat. I too wish to take a bath. Let us go together." Black Feather approached Yuzuki Saigen, grasped her hand, and turned to stride away. "Never mind, I have no desire to spend a woman's money. Allow me to treat you." His words, though softly spoken, struck Yuzuki Saigen and Moonlight Gale like a thunderclap. The suddenness of this request was utterly unexpected. They were indeed still young. However, in the midst of the turmoil plaguing the Hidden Leaf Village, those who were fortunate enough to attend the academy were certainly no strangers to maturity. While matters of the heart remained somewhat bewildering, they understood enough to grasp the situation. Like a casual invitation to a bath, who would dare to voice such a proposition? Most importantly, Heiyu of the Uchiha clan was not just speaking, but also acting with conviction, leaving no room for Yuzuki Saigen to resist or refuse. If this scenario were to unfold with someone else, Tsukakage Shippu would undoubtedly applaud, holding Uchiha Heiyu as a paragon among peers. However, This particular incident involved his childhood companion, and that audacious rogue was not himself. Such a reality was utterly unacceptable for him. Uchiha Heiyu, you have gone too far. Tsukikage Shippu could no longer contain his agitation. In her dazed state, Yuzuki Saigen awakened. Her delicate visage suddenly flushed with crimson, revealing her first hint of panic. She had contemplated the possibilities of what Heiyu might request, considering everything from sharing a meal to a simple kiss. Yet, she never imagined that his proposition would be far more audacious than she could fathom, to bathe together. Was this the prospect of being face-to-face, without garments? The mere thought ignited an urgent desire within Yuzuki Saigen for someone to shatter this impasse. As for Tsukikage Shippu, the persistent follower who always fell short against him, she had never paid him much mind. Nonetheless, it was evident that she now intended to find an opportunity through him. What is the matter? Heiyu glanced back and inquired. Would you like to join the bath as well? Come along, I can invite you too. But do hurry, for I shall not wait for you. With that, Heiyu once more took hold of Yuzuki Saigen and moved onward. Yuzuki Saigen's mind was a blank slate, in that fleeting moment, as hope blossomed within her. It was swiftly extinguished upon witnessing the beaming expression in the gleaming eyes of Tsukikage Shippu. Was this truly the expression of delight? The faint sense of fondness that had just begun to germinate vanished completely. All the while, Heiyu led the way with his cane, one hand guiding Yuzuki Saigen. While a few meters behind, Tsukikage Shippu trailed, his head bowed. Despite his evasive demeanor, a glimmer of joy and urgency could still be discerned in his expression, as if he yearned to sprout wings and soar directly into the bathhouse. What was merely a short distance from the school to the bathhouse now felt like an agonizing journey. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, but eventually, they arrived at the entrance of the bathhouse. Given the early hour, the establishment was relatively devoid of patrons. Yet, the memory of Heiyu's audacious invitation weighed heavily on both Yuzuki Saigen and Tsukikage Shippu, causing their breaths to synchronize in intensity. One pondered how to confront Uchiha Heiyu, while the other contemplated how to maximize the allure of the impending bath experience. Throughout their shared history, Tsukikage Shippu had never even had the chance to hold Yuzuki Saigen's hand. At present, one can effortlessly traverse numerous stages and directly engage in a playful aquatic dance. It is undoubtedly a rhythm that fills the progress bar to its fullest. The mere thought of the forthcoming scenes is undeniably enticing. Were it not for the presence of Azuki Saigen, Moonlight Swiftwind would surely burst into laughter reminiscent of a pig's squeal. Uchiha Konoha, rest assured, I, Azuki Saigen, am willing to wager and accept defeat. I shall procure a room ticket forthwith. Azuki Saigen's cheeks flushed crimson like an apple as she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Hurry and release your grip. Release my grip? Corolla glanced back at Azuki Saigen and, under the astonished gaze of Moonlight Swiftwind, gently touched her forehead. It is a relief you are not feverish. Your complexion has appeared rather poor throughout our journey, and I was concerned you might be unwell. However, why purchase only one room ticket? Are you not planning to indulge in a bath? That simply will not do. I insisted on treating you. I shall share a room with Moonlight Swiftwind, and you may have one to yourself. Moonlight Swiftwind, let us proceed. Konoha relinquished his hold on Azuki Saigen and, once again dragging a bewildered Moonlight Swiftwind, plunged into the bathhouse. At that moment, Moonlight Swiftwind's mind was utterly blank. The idyllic visions he had just entertained plummeted from heaven to hell. In his fantasies, he had even contemplated names for his potential children with Azuki Saigen. Yet now, the prospect of bathing together had evaporated. Moments ago, he had displayed eagerness at Konoha's invitation, but now it seemed he had squandered the fragile goodwill he had painstakingly built in Azuki Saigen's heart. How could they maintain their innocent camaraderie now? I was about to remove my trousers, and you tell me it is merely a bath? Is this not a recipe for chaos? Uchiha Konoha, you have led me to ruin. Have I led you to ruin? How so? Undress, and you shall assist me in drying off, and then I shall return the favor. By the way, why are you still clad in trousers? Shouldn't a man face challenges with courage? And no, Konoha. Please, the sounds akin to a pig's wail echoed within the bathhouse. Standing at the entrance, Azuki Saigen suddenly snapped back to reality. Her face ablaze with embarrassment as she seethed, Damn you, Uchiha Konoha. Do you dare to mock me? Do you truly believe I am afraid to bathe with you? Next time, should you manage to win against me again, I shall join you in the bath. Chapter 78, Bearing the Burden of the Thousand Hands Simultaneously. The CH-NEN exams hosted by the Hidden Leaf Village commenced. Participants from the 4 great ninja villages, as well as various smaller ninja villages, arrived in succession. Before the sealed gates of the Leaf Village, Nara Shikaku and Harushi observed a group of several individuals approaching from the distant road, their expressions growing grave. Especially upon seeing the forehead protectors bound to their foreheads, every nerve in their bodies tensed. Hasten to inform Lord Danzo that the participants from the Cloud Village have arrived. With the third Reikage at the helm. Historically, the five great nations have been embroiled in incessant territorial disputes since the Warring States period. In such comparisons, distinctions and strength inevitably arise. Among them, both the Leaf Village and the Cloud Village stand as paragons of formidable combat prowess. During the tenures of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, the Leaf Village held a decisive edge over the Cloud Village. Regrettably, with the demise of the two esteemed Hokages, the emergence of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, did manage to stabilize the Leaf Village and bring a tenuous end to the chaos that plagued the ninja world. However, the Cloud Village, which had long been overshadowed by the preceding Hokages, unveiled numerous ambitions following the ascension of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Among their aspirations, they coveted not only the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, but also the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, and even sought to claim the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki. Recently, the ninjas of the Cloud Village have displayed an increasingly aggressive demeanor, persistently provoking the Leaf Village. Had it not been for the restraint exhibited by all parties involved, the situation would have undoubtedly escalated into a significant conflict. Initially, the invitation extended to the Cloud Village for the Chunin exams, proposed by Hiruzen Sarutobi, was merely a customary gesture. However, to their astonishment, the Cloud Village not only accepted, but did so with alacrity. Now, even the typically assertive Third Reikage has personally taken charge of the delegation, a spectacle most extraordinary. Could it be that this assembly rivals even the might of two nations at war? Nara Shikaku hastened to verify whether that figure over yonder is indeed the heir to the fourth Reikage. Hiruzen Sarutobi had swiftly disseminated news of the unfolding events, his gaze firmly fixed on the throng of figures before him. The Cloud Village has long been renowned for its formidable numbers and robust warriors. The Third Reikage has boasted on various occasions that they possess tens of thousands of elite shinobi, sufficient to obliterate any adversary that dares to approach. If this claim holds true, it would indeed render the Leaf Village's forces but a fraction of the Cloud's might. Nara Shikaku and Hiruzen Sarutobi remained uncertain of the veracity of such assertions. However, gazing upon this intimidating assembly, Shikaku mused that the presence of these several dozen individuals might equate to the strength of 1,000 elite shinobi. Surely, they have come to partake in the Chunin exams, and not to wage war? Is this the fabled sealing gate of the Leaf Village? The two figures from the Wood Village exchanged sinister smiles. Originally, according to the Third Reikage strategy, she was to lead this delegation for the Chunin exams. Yet, upon further contemplation, she altered her course of action. Since the Leaf Village intends to leverage this opportunity to assert dominance over the four great shinobi villages, the responses of the other three villages remain shrouded in uncertainty. However, as a village that has long vied with the hidden Leaf Village, the Cloud Ninja Village cannot simply swallow this affront. It is precisely for this reason that the Third Reikage decided to make the journey personally, mobilizing nearly all of the village's elite forces. In the eyes of the Third Reikage, with such a formidable lineup, even if the hidden Leaf Village harbored any schemes, they could effortlessly penetrate its defenses. Moreover, the Third Reikage did not believe that other ninja villages would be foolish enough to watch the hidden Leaf Village dominate unchallenged. This place indeed serves as the sealing gate, rang the deep voice of the Third Reikage. His hawk-like, piercing gaze instantly fell upon Nara Shikaku and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Did you not mention intending to gauge the strength of the hidden Leaf Village? You may give it a try. Give it a try? The eyes of Nara Shikaku sparkled with excitement. Faced with the emergence of the Red List, she had been seething with pent-up frustration, which had only intensified as the journey progressed. Initially, she had planned to find an opportunity to vent her anger, and now, an opportunity had presented itself. Why not seize it? What do you intend to do, Third Reikage? Hiruzen's expression suddenly shifted. This is the sealing gate of the hidden Leaf Village, and all battles are prohibited here. Do not act recklessly. Bang! In an instant, Nara Shikaku propelled herself forward like a cannonball, her immense strength causing the very rock beneath her feet to shatter. The distance of merely several dozen meters seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye. By the time Nara Shikaku and Hiruzen Sarutobi reacted, a fist enveloped in black flames charged forward with the force of 1,000 tons. The fierce offensive created a sonic boom that reverberated through the air. As guardians of the sealing gate, Nara Shikaku and Hiruzen Sarutobi were both special jonin, each proficient in their own unique ninjutsu and having attained a level that rivaled the jonin through rigorous evaluation and examination. Yet, confronted with the rapidly enlarging offensive before them, Their instinct screamed that this blow was far beyond their capacity to withstand. "Get out of the way," a hurried voice called out. Nara Shikaku and Hiruzen Sarutobi exchanged glances of exhilaration and did not hesitate to evade. A figure, wrapped in a scarf and emblazoned with the Senju clan's insignia, surged forward. A punch collided with the advancing Nara Shikaku. Boom. The resounding clash echoed as both figures were sent hurtling backward. The point of their collision seemed unable to withstand the force, collapsing under the impact and forming a crater several meters in diameter. Beneath the swirling sand and dust, the two wooden figures halted their advance, their expressions dark and brooding as they regarded their obstructor. In the recent clash, aided by a fraction of the tailed beast's power, she had found herself at a disadvantage, retreating 3 or 4 steps more than her opponent. This was a humiliating blow for the two wooden figures, who had intended to assert their dominance. "What are you to dare impede me?" one of the wooden figures coldly inquired, gazing at the youth before them, whose countenance bore the stoic demeanor of a steadfast warrior. A palpable chill hung in the air. "He is of the Senju clan," remarked AI, standing nearby. "Yet, I recall that the Senju clan either perished in battle or was disbanded. No one should bear the Senju mark any longer, save for 2 exceptions, Tsunade Senju and, if I am not mistaken, her brother." Her brother? The two wooden figures paused momentarily. The rise of the Senju clan had been significantly bolstered by the emergence of the first and second Hokage, bringing them to prominence within the ninja world. Their victory at the Valley of the End against Uchiha Madara had established the Senju clan as the preeminent clan in the ninja realm. Regrettably, due to the second Hokage Senju Tobarama's strategy to unify the hearts of the Leaf Village, he had proposed a policy of fragmentation, prompting the newborn descendants to migrate and adopt new surnames. The Senju clan, having led the charge in successive wars, suffered grievous losses, with their elite forces nearly decimated. Ultimately, both the first and second Hokage fell, leading to a near extinction of the clan. Now, only Tsunade and her brother remain to carry the name of Senju. I am Senju Shju. While my current renown pales in comparison to my sister's, I shall one day surpass her and become the strongest of the Senju clan. A figure akin to the Hokage declared Senju Shju, unclenching his fist to reveal a signature expression of pride. As the sole male descendant of the first Hokage, few dared to question his words. Shju, silence yourself. A figure rushed forward with a speed akin to a hawk soaring through the sky, crashing down with immense force. It was as if a meteor had fallen. Bang! The earth shuddered violently, the tremendous impact radiating outward like a tsunami of force. Fragments of stone cascaded like torrential rain towards the third Raikage and his companions at the gates. Lightning release, heavy thunderstorm. AI roared, striding forward and unleashing a powerful punch into the void ahead. Boom! The tempest of swirling sand and dust was instantly dispersed by a strike. The collision of their fists produced an explosive sound akin to thunder. A vast wave of energy swept across the battlefield, as the robust earth beneath them seemed incapable of withstanding such overwhelming power, fracturing inch by inch like a delicate web spreading across the ground. All present suddenly changed their expressions, caught off guard, quickly retreating. Once they steadied themselves and the swirling dust settled, the first sight that met their eyes was the imposing figure of Tsunade, clad in her ninja battle attire and adorned with her forehead protector. Her expression as frosty as ever. Truly, Tsunade Heim, her punch retained the same allure and might as before. A rare smile graced Ei's face as he praised her. The gathered cloud shinobi were left in awe. Even the two wooden figures were no exception. Wow, my brother actually smiled. This is quite the rarity. It seems he is not as stoic as we believed. Killer Bee chimed in, breaking into an impromptu rap, faced with such an unexpected performance. The crowd surprisingly nodded in agreement for the first time. After all, Ei, as the heir to the next Hokage, was notorious for his sour demeanor. Shut up. I merely had a facial spasm. Ei's smile abruptly faltered, and he shot a glare, his voice raised in irritation. Moreover, Tsunade Heim is a member of the prestigious Yenji list. Is my smile truly so abnormal? Normal, indeed it is, but we in the Cloud Village have 3 as well. Why do you not smile? Suchikage interjected with a knowing grin. Suchikage. Ei snapped in frustration. Enough, Ei. You are a high-ranking official of the Cloud Village. You should be well aware of the decorum expected in other shinobi villages. Tsunade's demeanor turned icy as she continued. You are currently in our Konoha village. Do you truly disregard my authority? If you believe your lightning release chakra mode has improved, I wouldn't mind exchanging a few blows. Ei's expression darkened instantly. It was a rare opportunity to encounter his dream rival. He had intended to engage in a friendly exchange, but never anticipated such a hostile greeting. Haha, Ei. I never expected you to hit a wall. I thought your foul temper couldn't handle such matters. A hearty laugh echoed from afar, drawing the attention of all present. As they turned to see the leading ninja, the previously tense atmosphere only intensified. It was the Sand Shinobi, led by the third Kazekage, and to their surprise, many others accompanied them. Oh my! Look quickly, there's the third Tsuchikage. No, even the third Mizukage has arrived. What is happening? The leaders of the four great nations have gathered, an occurrence that has never happened outside of peace talks. The scene erupted in excitement. The approaching Leaf Shinobi also underwent a drastic change in expression. For years, they had taken pride in the growth and strength of Konoha, believing they could stand alone among the five great nations. However, witnessing the convergence of 400 to 500 elite shinobi, led by four powerful Kage, instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure among the dozens of Leaf Shinobi present. A ludicrous thought suddenly blossomed in his mind. If the elite forces of the four great ninja villages, under the leadership of their respective shadows, were to launch a surprise attack on Konoha at this very moment, would they truly be able to withstand such an onslaught? As they faced the hundreds of ninjas assembled at the main gate, the reality was clear, with the shadow present. There were undoubtedly additional covert operatives lurking in the shadows, augmenting their numbers beyond that of the visible ninja. This suggested that, in addition to the 500 or 600 apparent ninjas, the hidden forces could very well exceed 1,000, or even reach 1,000 or 2,000. Such a formidable presence on any battlefield would be terrifying. The thought that the ninjas of Konoha numbered merely in the dozens heightened everyone's tension to an extreme degree. Some of the younger ninjas, who had never set foot on a battlefield, were already drenched in sweat, paying no heed to the perspiration trickling down their foreheads. Their grips tightening around their kunai as they warily eyed the assembled ninjas from the four nations at the ceiling gate. Tsunade's expression darkened slightly. The scene before them had surpassed their control. She quickly signaled to SHT behind her. Upon receiving the command, SHT hastily turned and made his way into the depths of Konoha. He understood that the gathering of the four great ninja villages at this moment posed a significant challenge for them, an unspoken pressure. If they failed to manage the situation properly, it could very well become a source of ridicule within the ninja world. With this thought, Senju SHT clenched his fists in determination. If he could attain the heights of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, perhaps standing alone at the ceiling gate would suffice to contend with it all. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, observing the dissipating image within the crystal ball with a smile. The prospect of Uchiha Haiha defying his orders and insisting on opening for business the next day filled him with dark amusement. The mere thought of a promising seedling facing a catastrophic defeat in plain sight brought him a twisted sense of joy, akin to snuffing out a genius in its cradle. I never expected you to conceive such a plan, but I must admit, I agree with your approach for the first time, he mused. Danzo, leaning on his cane, pondered Hiruzen's strategy, ultimately deeming it highly viable. This brazen tactic was one he had never anticipated, even as a schemer himself. According to the itinerary, the four great ninja villages should be arriving today. If that brat insists on opening shop, he will have no one to blame but himself for the embarrassment he will face in front of the four great villages. It's time to temper his arrogance. I must confess, I am eagerly awaiting their arrival. Sarutobi Hizashi chuckled as he tapped the dry tobacco pipe in his hand. In his eyes, the fervor to eliminate Uchiha Kuroha was one matter. However, should this opportunity arise to allow the unfilial Sarutobi Asuma to showcase his talents before the four great shinobi villages, it would indeed be a remarkable boon. It could be said that Sarutobi Hizashi conceived this scheme not only to strike a blow against Uchiha Kuroha, but, more importantly, to pave the way for Sarutobi Asuma. Freshly graduated from the Konoha Academy, Asuma would gain an invaluable chance to distinguish himself on a grand stage. This would not only amplify the reputation of the Sarutobi clan but also bolster the prospects of Sarutobi Hizashi or Sarutobi Sasuke in their aspirations to continue or succeed the position of Hokage. Such a multifaceted strategy was indeed a stroke of genius. However, observing the beaming Sarutobi Hizashi, Danzo's expression darkened, especially as he recalled how his recent schemes had been thwarted by Kuroha. For a shadowy manipulator like Danzo, this was an utter humiliation. The unease that had been lurking deep within him intensified at the thought of the wind release, vacuum sphere that Uchiha Kuroha had unleashed just half a day prior. Danzo clenched his cane tightly, unable to restrain himself. Sarutobi, I fear this matter may not be so simple. Not so simple? The smile on Sarutobi Hizashi's face gradually faded, and he retorted coldly, Danzo, what do you mean? Do you believe I will fail? Do not forget, I am not one to be compared with, or else the one occupying the Hokage seat would not be me. Danzo's expression soured further. Rendered speechless in the face of the formidable third Hokage. Bang! The heavy office door swung open with a crash, shattering the previously tense atmosphere. The countenances of the third Hokage and Danzo turned icy. This was, after all, the Hokage's office, and such an abrupt intrusion was tantamount to a grave offense. The only solace they found was that their prior conversation had not contained any sensitive information that could be leaked. Nevertheless, they were far from pleased with this reckless intruder. Especially upon seeing Senju Shiju, they were eager to seize the opportunity to reprimand the young man who constantly boasted of his aspirations to become Hokage. Lord Third Hokage. Lord Danzo, it's wonderful that you are both present. Senju Shiju was blissfully unaware of the tension, his face lighting up at the sight of the two figures. The representatives from the 4 great shinobi villages have arrived simultaneously. According to my sister, they have gathered at least 2,000 to 3,000 elite shinobi from each village, including the leaders of the 4 great shinobi villages. Sister harbored concerns about potential developments, hoping that the third Hokage would personally take action. The expressions of Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo shifted dramatically. Just moments ago, they had been contemplating how to seize this opportunity to diminish the audacity of Uchiha Konoha before the 4 great ninja villages and to bolster Sarutobi Asuma's reputation. However, they were utterly unprepared for the arrival of the representatives from the 4 great ninja villages, and not just any representatives, but a formidable force. Thousands of elite shinobi had converged. This was not merely a coalition set to assault their hidden leaf village, if it were true. It would signify the dawn of a nightmare for them. Shinju, are you serious? This is not a time for jest, Sarutobi Hiruzen demanded urgently. His demeanor transformed from amusement to grave concern. Having just ascended to the position of Hokage, the prospect of being targeted by all 4 great ninja villages was daunting, threatening the very survival of the hidden leaf village. Beside him, Danzo exhibited a flicker of anxiety as well. Unlike Hiruzen, who had once held the title of Hokage, Danzo was still yearning for the power that came with it. If their village were to be obliterated, what good would it be for him to hold such a title? Lord Third Hokage, it is indeed true. They are currently confronting us at the Sealing Gate. You must hurry, Senju Shinju implored fervently. I fear that without a commanding presence, those individuals may provoke further hostilities, and I doubt my sister alone can manage the situation. Observing the urgency etched upon Senju Shinju's face, which bore no trace of deceit, Hiruzen and Danzo's expressions darkened further. They exchanged a knowing glance, and in an instant, a flurry of leaves enveloped them as they activated the body flicker technique. Vanishing from the scene, as the Hokage's office fell eerily silent, Senju Shinju quickly regained his composure and turned to rush outside. This time, however, he was not heading back to the Sealing Gate to assist. Rather, he was on his way to alert others. Simultaneously, as the forces of the 4 great ninja villages gathered, the visible assembly of 500 to 600 shinobi was further complemented by a clandestine contingent of dark members. Several times that number. The atmosphere within the area felt as if it had become suspended in time, amplifying an inexplicable sense of suffocation. The Leaf Village shinobi who had hastily arrived at the Sealing Gate found their hearts gripped with a sense of dread upon witnessing the scene before them. Particularly disheartening was the sight of Tsunade Senju, one of the legendary Sannin, leading the charge for the Leaf Village, which stirred within them a desire to retreat. The thought of the assembled shinobi from the 4 great ninja villages potentially harboring ulterior motives sent shivers through many of the Chunin and Genin, their legs trembling and faces paling. Their most immediate hope was for reinforcements capable of stabilizing the situation to arrive from within the village. Chapter 81. The most charismatic Hokage throughout the ages before the Grand Sealing Gate. As time progressed, the atmosphere gradually became heavy and oppressive. This was particularly true with the countless eyes lurking in the shadows, creating an invisible pressure that left even the most composed of individuals feeling uneasy. As the situation unfolded, it became evident to Tsunade that even the most mentally resilient ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village could falter and embarrass themselves in public. Tsunade, it has indeed been a while. However, I am curious. Your Hidden Leaf Village has brought 100 people. Is it your custom to leave your guest waiting here? The leader of the Sand Ninja, Raza, spoke first. As a member of the elite in the Sand Village and a disciple of the third Kazekage, he held considerable authority in such settings. Of course, as a young man of his generation, Raza was not immune to infatuation. Tsunade, being the princess of the Senju clan, possessed both strength and beauty, captivating the hearts of many youthful males of his time. Even a notorious flirt like Jiraiya found himself enamored by her. underscoring Tsunade's extraordinary allure that transcended generations. Thus, when news of her ascent on the beauty rankings reached them, this group of older men felt as if their youth had returned. Raza was no exception. "Tsunade, silence yourself. Your half-baked iron sand cannot withstand a single punch from me. Be cautious, or I may very well end you with one blow." Tsunade's expression darkened as she shouted angrily. "Haha, Raza, look at you now. But I advise you not to retort. Tsunade truly knows how to fight," AI interjected, unable to contain himself. There was a certain satisfaction in witnessing a former rival struggle, even if love had faded over time. "Humph, AI, you should be more cautious yourself," Raza replied irritably, momentarily setting aside his nostalgia. After all, he was accompanied by his fiancée, Karura, and he did not wish to reveal any vulnerabilities that might incite jealousy. Shifting the conversation, he continued, "Tsunade, let us momentarily set aside the banter and discuss serious matters. The 4 great ninja villages are represented here, with the 4 Kage personally leading their teams. This signifies the importance we place on your Hidden Leaf Village. Is it your custom to keep us at bay? If you fear that your village may lack the capability to engage with us, we can certainly reduce our numbers. Just say the word publicly, and we will not press the issue." "Haha, Raza, for the first time, I find myself agreeing with you." AI let out a chuckle, promptly joining in the agreement. The remaining members of the Rock Ninja Village and the Mist Ninja Village nodded in unison. Among them, the figures of Lus and Watermelon Mountain stepped forward, clearly symbolizing the representation of the Tsuchikage and the Mizukage. In an instant, all eyes converged upon Tsunade. The overwhelming weight of thousands of gazes caused even her nerves to tense, her muscles involuntarily responding to the pressure. It can be said that Tsunade held a certain degree of confidence in her own strength, however, confronted with such an imposing assembly, she felt utterly devoid of assurance regarding her survival amidst the forthcoming onslaught. This was compounded by the gathering of over 100 ninjas behind her. Although the numbers of Konoha's ninjas continued to swell, Tsunade understood that without a figure of authority to anchor them, they would be subjected to an overwhelming force. Most crucially, Tsunade could not fathom what event could compel the normally aloof 4 Kages, who seldom attended even the 5 great ninja villages meetings, to personally visit Konoha. "Lady Tsunade, the 3rd Hokage and Danzo have arrived." Irika, drenched in perspiration, could no longer contain his excitement upon spotting the figures approaching swiftly from the distance. The Konoha ninjas present displayed a flicker of joy, their spirits lifted as they turned to look back. Even the members of the 4 great ninja villages were no exception. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo, flanked by dozens of Umbu ninjas, hurriedly made their way over. Along the way, they had already speculated on the gathering of the 4 great ninja villages, but upon catching sight of the individuals before them, their expression shifted, revealing a hint of solemnity. As senior members of Konoha, they were somewhat familiar with the elite faces of the other villages. A glance around revealed that the majority were ninjas whose names they recognized, indicating that the 4 great ninja villages had sent their finest. Such audacity was far more daunting than during wartime. Was this scene truly a symbol for the Chunin exams? Even the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, could not help but feel a flicker of doubt. However, this doubt was swiftly suppressed. The thought that if this gathering of the 4 great ninja villages was indeed for the Chunin exams hosted by Konoha, it would greatly enhance Hiruzen's record of achievements. Additionally, it would allow for the inclusion of another entry in the upcoming curriculum for the Ninja Academy. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as the most charismatic Hokage in history, saw the potential for a monumental achievement, bringing together the 4 great ninja villages for the Chunin exams, led by the 4 Kages themselves. What a splendid accolade to bolster his reputation and enrich his legacy. As the thought crossed his mind, the smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face grew ever more pronounced. He longed to rush to Tsunade's side, eager to showcase his prowess. However, just as this notion began to blossom in his mind, a wave of astonishment swept through the 4 great ninja villages. Before the 3rd Hokage could fully savor the moment, the words that reached his ears rendered his expression abruptly rigid. Good heavens, that striking beauty with crimson hair. Could it be Uzumaki Kushina, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, as listed on the beauty rankings? According to the descriptions on the list, she possessed both strength and beauty, rivaling the allure of Tsunade, one of the legendary 3. Moreover, the intelligence reports indicated that Kushina's counterpart, Namikaze Minato, was also present. Look over there quickly. There's Jiraiya, esteemed as the strongest of the legendary 3 by Uchiha Kuroha, renowned for his extraordinary sage techniques. And wait, there's also Hatake Tsukumo, the White Fang of Konoha, rumored to have fallen into disgrace due to a failed mission. Yet here he is, despite the scorn he faces daily. He, too, has been recognized by Uchiha Konoha as someone capable of assuming the role of Hokage. Chapter 82, all drawn by the legend of Monkey D. Luffy. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, the previously tense standoff abruptly shattered. Initially, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, who had entered under the spotlight, now found their smiles stiffening in response to being so publicly disregarded. The sensation of being rendered invisible was almost palpable. Had he not witnessed and experienced it firsthand, Hiruzen would never have imagined he would find himself in such a position. As they landed beside Tsunade, Jiraiya and Tsukumo also hurried over, though they deliberately maintained a half-step behind the third Hokage. Having navigated these events, they were acutely aware of Hiruzen and Danzo's modus operandi. Yet, as members of Konoha, as long as the third Hokage and Danzo posed no genuine threat to the foundation of the village, they would not choose to sever ties openly. Furthermore, faced with the representatives of the four great ninja villages, it was imperative they present a united front. Jiraiya, I never anticipated we would meet again so soon. I've heard that you have mastered the legendary sage techniques that surpass forbidden jutsu. I shall seek your guidance on the matter later, said A, his tone grave, expressing his respect for this rival. In his eyes, the rivalry with Jiraiya was not without merit, especially now that he had learned from the tales surrounding Monkey D. Luffy that Jiraiya possessed knowledge of the legendary sage techniques. This suggested that their mutual interest in the same woman would not be hindered by a disparity in strength or insight. Meanwhile, from Sunagakure, the somewhat weathered Chiyo stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at the white Fang of Konoha, letting out a scoff that betrayed her contempt. Ah, white Fang, your survival comes as a profound surprise to me. I find solace in the fact that someone has managed to pull you back from the clutches of death, granting me the opportunity to seek vengeance on the battlefield in the future. I shall be sure to express my gratitude to that individual in due course. You are indeed one of the notable figures on the Konoha Red List, alongside Tsunade. As rumored, your boisterous nature and fiery temperament are quite evident. Yet your appearance is equally commendable. Even I cannot diminish your worth. It seems that Uchiha Konoha was not mistaken. You are indeed worthy of standing alongside me on the Red List. Amidst the misty shinobi, Terumi Mei stepped forward, drawing attention. Observing this red-haired girl of similar age, Terumi Mei, with her striking blue locks, instantly recognized her as a rival worth risking her life to compete against. In an instant, the oppressive atmosphere of confrontation dissipated with the words exchanged among the three of them. The myriad topics previously surrounding the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, began to fade away. Hiruzen, standing amidst the crowd, felt his smile stiffen as he took several deep puffs from his pipe, realizing that the attention of the assembly had not returned to him. This sensation of public disregard was intolerable for Sarutobi Hiruzen, who could only darken his expression. After scanning the surroundings, he managed to restore his warm smile and exclaimed jovially, Haha, esteemed guests, I warmly welcome you to the Ch-Nin exams convened by our Hidden Leaf Village. Initially, I was concerned that your myriad responsibilities would prevent your attendance. However, it is a pleasant surprise to see not only the elite among you, but also your respective Kage in attendance. One might mistakenly believe we are hosting a 5 Kage summit. This truly illuminates our Hidden Leaf Village and brings honor to me as the initiator of the Ch-Nin exams. If anyone is eager to learn more about the proceedings, please feel free to accompany me to the Hokage Hall for a detailed discussion. The sudden voice shattered the ongoing conversations, drawing everyone's gaze back to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The renewed sensation of being the center of attention brightened Hiruzen's smile further. However, just as this hint of joy appeared, a voice unexpectedly cut through the air. Humph, Sarutobi. You remain the same, ever keen on embellishing your own image. The disdainful voice of Inoki, the Tsuchikage, emerged as he stepped forward, coldly snorting, rest assured. I am unaware of what others think. My purpose for being here is solely to investigate the legend of Wang Lufei. The Ch-Nin exams are merely a secondary interest, compared to those who have proposed the Red List and can speak of the legend of Wang Lufei. My curiosity lies more with the latter. Therefore, you need not elaborate further on the Ch-Nin exams after a long journey. My weary bones lack the energy to delve into such matters. You may converse with the others about it. The assembled ninjas momentarily froze, taken aback by the audacity of the third Tsuchikage, who, without hesitation, assumed the role of a dismissive figure right in front of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. This was undeniably audacious. However, before they could fully comprehend the situation, the usually reticent third Raikage stepped forward and declared, I have entrusted all matters regarding the Chunin exams to A and the two-wit ninjas. Thus, there is no need for me to be briefed on the specifics. I have come merely to witness who can recount the legend of Wang Lufei. As for other matters, they are of no concern to me. I concur. Followed the third Kazekage, echoing the sentiment. The presence of the 4 great ninja village leaders initially suggested their attendance was to support the Chunin exams. But it quickly became apparent that their true purpose was to discuss the legend of Wang Lufei. The Chunin exams were merely a side event. For Saratobi Hiruzen, who had just moments ago been basking in the glow of his position, it felt as though he had been met with a barrage of slaps, leaving his face flushed and his cheeks twitching. Yet, considering that 3 of the Kage had spoken, with the 3rd Mizukage yet to comment, a flicker of anticipation crossed his face. Rest assured, Lord Mizukage, I will handle the Chunin exams with utmost care. You need only focus on your own pursuits, declared the watermelon mountain-esque pufferfish, bearing the saber-toothed skin. The 3rd Mizukage responded with a cold acknowledgement before lapsing back into silence. The atmosphere grew strangely stifling. With the elite forces of the 4 ninja villages gathered, originally thought to be due to the Chunin exams, now unified in their interest in the legend of Wang Lufei. This was so surreal that it seemed like a dream to many, especially to Saratobi Hiruzen, who wished fervently that it were. Chapter 83. The most beautiful woman in the ninja world. The atmosphere had turned exceedingly oppressive. Saratobi Hiruzen, still under the scrutiny of the crowd, found no enjoyment in the spotlight. Instead, he felt as if he were seated on a bed of nails, regretting his decision to appear today. However, after years of serving as Hokage, his composure was as profound as the ocean. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he once again donned a facade of joviality and remarked, I had not anticipated that you esteemed Kage would hold the legend of Uchiha Konoha as Wang Lufei in such high regard. It is indeed an honor for me as Hokage. Nonetheless, I regret to inform you that the Storytelling Tavern, originally set to open tomorrow, will likely be postponed due to the Chunin exams. Of course, you may still come by tomorrow to test your luck, but I fear disappointment may prevail. I trust that Uchiha Konoha will share the tale of Wang Lufei following his participation in the Chunin exams. At that time, I hope everyone will continue to show their support. By the way, I have entrusted the matter of the Chunin exam to Danzo, and I firmly believe he will handle it adeptly. If there are no other issues, I shall take my leave. As for Jiraiya and his companions, they will personally welcome you and ensure your swift accommodation in the Hidden Leaf Village, preparing for the Chunin exam that will commence in 3 days. Upon mentioning this, a broader smile graced the face of the 3rd Hokage. After taking a few puffs from his pipe, he raised his hand and declared, Very well. I shall attend to my duties now. With those words, a flurry of leaves swirled around him, and he vanished in an instant using the body flicker technique. Standing behind him, Danzo's expression turned rigid and ashen, utterly taken aback by Saratobi Hiruzen's abrupt departure. However, recalling the response from the 4th Hokage earlier felt like a slap across the face. Danzo questioned his own resilience, no matter how thick-skinned he was. He doubted he could withstand the embarrassment. Simultaneously, he recognized that he had underestimated the allure of Wang Lufei's legend. Even the leaders of the 4 great shinobi villages, who were usually aloof, had been drawn in. Should word of this spread, it would undoubtedly elevate Wang Lufei's reputation to unprecedented heights within the shinobi world. Yet, the thought of Uchiha Konoha's insistence on opening his establishment tomorrow brought a glimmer of amusement to Danzo's heart. Indeed, experience is a valuable teacher. Ultimately, the one who would benefit the most would be the 3rd Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, that old fox. Most importantly, with the arrival of the 4th Hokage, Danzo's instincts warned him that matters would not be so straightforward. Danzo, you should return and allow us to handle this, Tsunade said, breaking the tension that had enveloped the room. Since you, Tsunade, are in charge of the reception, I feel reassured, Danzo replied, leaning on his cane. However, I must offer a word of caution. Regardless of whether Uchiha Konoha's tavern opens tomorrow, we hope no unexpected incidents occur, and we trust the various Kage will not take offense. Tsunade's expression shifted slightly. She had not anticipated Danzo would utter such cryptic words at such a critical juncture, especially when they were so closely linked to Uchiha Konoha. After the events of the past few days, Tsunade hoped Konoha would not become embroiled in further turmoil. Danzo, I recall you have a penchant for double entendres. Your words now make me suspect you might actually wish for us to stir up trouble. Anoki of the Iwagakure remarked with a cold smile. However, rest assured, my visit this time is not to seek conflict, but to ascertain why no one from Iwagakure has made it onto the lipstick list. Is it that there are no worthy women from our village, or is that young lad's critique simply lacking in merit? Regardless, Tomorrow, I merely wish to pose a question directly. If that young scamp can convince me, not only will I refrain from causing a ruckus, but I shall also graciously bestow a reward or two in accordance with established customs. Simultaneously, I shall allow everyone to witness firsthand what constitutes the true beauty of the ninja realm. The title of the most beautiful in the ninja world? The attendees were initially taken aback, only to erupt in a chorus of astonishment shortly thereafter. Recently, when Uchiha Konoha announced the rankings of the Rouge list, he explicitly stated that the beauties therein were ranked in a definitive order. This revelation indeed left them feeling somewhat unsatisfied. However, they could not help but praise Uchiha Konoha for his adept handling of the situation. Looking around, it was evident that a significant portion of the renowned beauties from the 4 great ninja villages had arrived, at least in the eyes of the majority present. Amidst this throng of enchanting figures, could anyone genuinely critique and provide convincing reasons to establish an irrefutable hierarchy? Yet now, as the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, spoke, they realized that indeed, only the IWA Ninja Village had no representative on the Rouge list. This was undeniably a disgrace among the 5 great ninja villages. However, faced with the demand posed by Inoki, the ninjas from the 4 great villages were momentarily stunned, and despite racking their brains, they could not conjure a single notable candidate. At least, in their collective memory, it seemed that IWA Village truly lacked any impressive figures worthy of appearing on the Rouge list. The moment Inoki opened his mouth, he directly pointed out the title of the most beautiful in the ninja realm. This not only demonstrated his confidence in his bargaining chips, but was likely perceived as a significant provocation to the individuals from other ninja villages. After all, as a woman, particularly in terms of appearance, who would wish to be overshadowed? Tsunade's expression grew somber as she regarded the resolute Inoki, saying, "Lord Third Tsuchikage, your words are as audacious as ever. Yet I sincerely hope you can live up to your claims and allow us to witness what constitutes the most beautiful in the ninja world. If you can convince me, I shall be the first to apologize to you and the IWA Ninja Village on behalf of Uchiha Konoha. However, I do not wish to see the bargaining chips presented by you, Lord Tsuchikage, fail to win over the crowd under such scrutiny." "Haha, Tsuchikage, Tsunade speaks the truth. I have recently been preparing a novel. If you wouldn't mind, could you provide me with some material?" Jiraiya, who had remained silent until now, swiftly approached and pressed further. Upon his remark, the eyes of the ninjas from the 4 great villages simultaneously locked onto Inoki. Even among the IWA ninjas, many were equally intrigued. Who would not wish to catch a glimpse of the most beautiful in the ninja realm as described by Inoki? Chapter 84. Listening to tales seems to make me stronger. Hundreds, if not thousands, of gazes fell upon Inoki. In the midst of this highly anticipated atmosphere, Inoki, the third Tsuchikage, displayed a hint of pride. His visit was initially intended to bolster the reputation of a Wagakure. Now, with the presence of the 3 Kage from other villages, the stakes were raised. If he could unveil his trump card before the 5 Kage and decimate the so-called beauties on the list, it would be a most gratifying spectacle. During the nights, the mere thought of it brought forth laughter akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Confronted with Danzo's sardonic demeanor, Inoki preemptively addressed the matter, laying the groundwork for the impending purge of the list. As he absorbed the intense and urgent atmosphere around him, his smile grew ever more pronounced. "Lord Tsuchikage." Suddenly, a figure clad in earthy tones approached swiftly, whispering into Inoki's ear. As the words fell, Naka's expression turned increasingly rigid. He glanced back to see the absence of a notably tall and graceful silhouette among the masked figures of the Umbu behind him. Instantly, his demeanor darkened. Tsunade, perceptive as always, noticed the shift in Naka's countenance and stepped forward. "Has something happened, Third Tsuchikage? Could it be that the renowned beauty of the ninja world is in trouble? If that is the case, as the hosts of this gathering, we of Konoha Gakure will unconditionally assist you in resolving the issue." Tsunade had never truly believed in the title of the ninja world's foremost beauty. It was evident that something was amiss within a Wagakure. If it were indeed related to this celebrated figure, it could spell fortune for Uchiha Kage's tavern. In that moment, all eyes in the room were fixed upon Inoki. They did not wish for the mystery surrounding the renowned beauty to be extinguished before it even had the chance to bloom. "Humph, Tsunade. There is no need for further probing. I am the Tsuchikage of a Wagakure, and my presence here is a matter of the village's honor, an intangible currency that cannot afford to be tarnished," Inoki retorted coldly. "As for the so-called beauty of the ninja world, I speak no idle words. When I confront Uchiha Kage directly, the truth will be revealed. If there are no further matters, Tsunade, I believe it is time for you to guide us to our accommodations." Is it your custom in Konoha to stand at the gates of the seal? Tsunade's expression shifted slightly. The strength and determination emanating from Noki were palpable, underscoring the honor of his village at stake, regardless of the existence of the ninja world's foremost beauty. It was clear that Noki possessed a formidable card capable of rivaling the allure of the beauty list. In the present moment, the tension between the two parties is palpable, as Noki remains resolute in withholding the revelation of the most beautiful kunoichi in the ninja world, leaving Tsunade at a loss for further inquiries. Jiraiya, standing nearby, lets out a quiet sigh and pats Tsunade on the shoulder, saying, "Well, since Lord Tsuchikage has decided to wait until tomorrow to unveil the answer, let us exercise patience. Everyone has traveled far, and I believe you are all weary. We will arrange accommodations for you. And I trust that many of you are eager to hear the legendary tale of Monkey D. Luffy before the Chunin exams, as well as to partake in the excitement surrounding the renowned kunoichi. Thus, I kindly request that you remain here at the base for now, unless there are pressing matters. For I hope for your cooperation. Otherwise, should you be expelled from Konoha or placed under house arrest, you would surely lament missing the chance to witness the excitement firsthand." With this, Jiraiya discreetly signaled to Kakashi and the others, as the tasks assigned during the brief interlude commenced in an orderly fashion. Notably, the once unruly ninjas from the four major villages were now entirely consumed by the anticipation of tomorrow's tale and the spectacle of the most beautiful kunoichi. Upon entering Konoha, their demeanor was unusually subdued, evidently anxious that any misstep could result in their expulsion from the village or restrictions that would prevent them from attending the storytelling event, leaving them filled with regret. The legend of Monkey D. Luffy had already taken the ninja world by storm. To be present at the tavern for such a tale would be a source of pride warranting celebration upon returning to their villages. With the Tsuchikage wagering his honor and bringing forth the so-called most beautiful kunoichi to disrupt the proceedings, one would be foolish to contemplate missing such an extraordinary event. Under these circumstances, the remarkable tranquility exhibited by the four major ninja villages left the Konoha ninjas responsible for maintaining order in a state of disbelief. Nearby, Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh, remarking, "If one day the work I've penned, the Paradise of Intimacy, could attain the level of fame that young man has, I would die without regrets." To witness the 5 great ninja villages, usually rife with conflict, unite in peace for a storytelling session is something I would doubt even if I were to see it with my own eyes. As for your colorful book, perhaps it is best left aside. However, one must acknowledge that with great visibility comes great trouble, and regardless of whether the tavern opens tomorrow, that young man is likely to encounter a host of challenges. Tsunade cast a sideways glance at him, suddenly recalling something of importance, and urgently inquired, "Jiraiya, you mentioned yesterday that you were uncertain about mastering Sage Mode, yet Konoha seems remarkably confident. Is this true?" Jiraiya regained his focus, watching the figures from the 4 great villages pass through the sealing gates, and for the first time, displayed a rare expression of gravity. Indeed, the incident occurred so unexpectedly that I hadn't given it much thought. Later, while we were drinking, I experienced a peculiar sensation, though I didn't dwell on it until Danzo publicly compelled me to demonstrate my abilities, at which point I realized I had genuinely mastered it. Moreover, compared to the Sage Mode I initially mastered, it is far more perfected, leaving even the 2 great sages astonished afterwards. During this period, I have been in pursuit of results, ultimately arriving at an uncertain conclusion. Listening to stories seems to have augmented my strength. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, staring intently at Jiraiya's aged face. Were it not for the absence of his usual playful demeanor, replaced instead by a solemn expression, she might have already sent Jiraiya, who was still inclined to jest, flying several dozen meters away with a swift slap. However, it is precisely due to her profound familiarity with Jiraiya that Tsunade discerned he was being earnest at this very moment. Yet, the thought of his assertion that listening to stories seems to have made me stronger left even Tsunade somewhat incredulous. Chapter 85. I truly want to ask, do you deserve this? Jiraiya. Are you jesting? Tsunade could not help but interject. This joke is truly amusing. The storytelling by Uchiha Konoha is indeed unexpectedly brilliant. But to claim that listening to his tales can enhance one's strength, only a fool would believe such a thing. Regarding her offhand remark about foolishness, Tsunade felt it was somewhat excessive and inappropriate. Nevertheless, in light of Jiraiya's assertion, it seemed that only this conclusion could adequately encapsulate the sentiment. Observing Tsunade's questioning expression, Jiraiya could only manage a wry smile, deflated like a balloon. Never mind, such matters are inherently difficult to elucidate. Nevertheless, I sincerely hope, Tsunade, that you will indulge in more storytelling. Who knows, it may indeed prove beneficial to you. If this opportunity is missed, I fear that future chances to listen will become increasingly scarce. Tsunade's countenance subtly shifted. Jiraiya, are you concerned that even our teacher will not tolerate Kuroha's storytelling tavern? Jiraiya nodded, still smiling wryly. Just a short while ago, news circulated within the Leaf Village school that Danzo had compelled Konoha to publicly demonstrate the wind release, vacuum sphere. To ask a newcomer to perform a high-level ninjutsu in public, one must wonder whether Danzo is being benevolent or intentionally seeking to embarrass that boy. It is hardly a stretch to deduce the answer. However, the one silver lining is that Danzo has indeed encountered setbacks with that boy. Encountered setbacks? Tsunade exclaimed, her face a mask of shock. Are you suggesting that Danzo had Uchiha Kuroha publicly demonstrate a high-level ninjutsu, and Kuroha succeeded? That young lad is deeper than he appears to successfully execute such advanced techniques. Yet, if that were the only consideration, it would merely affirm that Uchiha Kuroha is a true prodigy, undoubtedly worthy of our efforts to cultivate within the Leaf Village. Surely, this should prevent our teacher and Danzo from taking further action against him. In Tsunade's eyes, the methods employed by Danzo and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in managing the village, both overtly and covertly, were indeed somewhat unsavory. Nevertheless, it is imperative that they spare no effort in nurturing the younger generation of the Leaf Village. Otherwise, the emergence of the three legendary ninjas and remarkable new generations, such as the Wave Wind Water Gate, would not have occurred. Heiyu's ability to fully demonstrate the advanced wind release, vacuum sphere amidst Danzo's scrutiny should indeed garner the attention of both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. No, Tsunade. You remain unchanged, treating the village as a home for all, much like the first Hokage. Jiraiya shook his head in resignation, sighing. Do not forget that this boy hails from the Uchiha clan. His lineage alone renders him a unique presence within the village. Most importantly, that young lad indeed caused Danzo to suffer public humiliation. Moreover, I neglected to mention that he publicly transformed the wind release, vacuum sphere into wind release, vacuum wave. A strike powerful enough to shatter the testing rock at the Konoha Academy. Given such performance and background, do you truly believe that the likes of our teachers and Danzo would merely stand idly by, applauding? Let us not forget that even the White Fang, who surpasses our three legendary ninjas, could become a pawn in their hands, let alone Uchiha Heiyu. Tsunade stood in stunned silence, fully aware of the intricate web of interests at play. However, now that Jiraiya has spoken, revealing that Uchiha Heiyu has mastered the transformation of wind release, vacuum sphere into wind release, vacuum wave, a technique of legendary caliber. Such prowess and talent could hardly be deemed merely genius, it borders on the monstrous. On another front, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, who had just entered the hidden Leaf Village, wore a solemn expression and lowered his voice, Lus. Are you certain that Boa took advantage of the chaos to enter the hidden Leaf Village and assured you she would return? Do not take this lightly. Remember that I just boldly declared before the leaders of the four great ninja villages that I would use the most beautiful woman in the ninja world to dominate the rankings. If I cannot locate Boa before the tavern opens tomorrow, what face will I have left as Tsuchikage? Should you fail to resolve this matter, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Observing Inoki, who was typically amiable but now spoke with an edge, Lus felt a bitter pang. He understood that the constant reference to me indicated Inoki's fury. Nevertheless, the mere thought of that woman's enchanting beauty and figure was enough to stir empathy not only in Lus but also among those present who understood the situation's gravity. Of course, if one were to assert who wished for Hancock's departure the most, it would undoubtedly be the member of the non-god Crane clan, Sparrow. In her eyes, if the IWA Ninja Village were to lose Hancock, the opportunity to claim the top spot would fall squarely upon her shoulders. Only then could she gain the recognition of IWA Ninja Village and, indeed, the entire ninja world. With this thought in mind, Sparrow discreetly handed a scroll to the Earth Bee. The Earth Bee said, "Please help me deliver this scroll." A scroll? Earth Bee's expression changed dramatically as he took it. Are you out of your mind, Sparrow Bee? This is the hidden Leaf Village, and you intend to use that technique? Am I insane? Sparrow Bee retorted coldly, casting a glance back. Earth Bee, do not forget the precarious situation of our Shinkaku clan. Regardless of whether this scroll can kill that woman, creating even the slightest disturbance within the hidden leaf will undoubtedly expose her whereabouts. In this village, she will be unable to escape. At that point, her unauthorized departure from the designated area in the hidden leaf would be enough to doom her 10 times over. If she cannot reach the tavern, The third Tsuchikage will have no one else to rely on but me. That will be the perfect moment for our Shinkaku clan to rise. Earth B's expression stiffened. Looking at Sparrow Bee, who brimmed with confidence, he wanted to retort, "Do you even deserve it?" Ultimately, prioritizing the interests of their clan and the allure of beauty. Earth Bee gritted his teeth and acquiesced. After taking the scroll, he quickly retreated to a corner of the crowd and utilized the burrowing bees he had nurtured to conceal the scroll underground and send it out. As the crowd dispersed, aided by the burrowing bees, the scroll was swiftly delivered to the forest. In the next moment, it exploded, enveloping the area in a thick fog, from which Earth Bee emerged. Chapter 86. The bathrobe truly understands as the mist dissipated. Earth Bee utilized a secret technique to perform a short-range body switch with the burrowing bee. The figure that had just departed was merely a substitution made from the burrowing bee he had raised. This jutsu was somewhat akin to the Oil Girl's insect clone technique, ideal for obscuring one's presence and evading enemy surveillance. Of course, the primary reason he could successfully conceal himself here was the overwhelming number of visitors to the Hidden Leaf Village, which caused lapses in the village's monitoring system, providing Earthbee with an opportunity. In truth, Earthbee did not need to take such risks. He could have simply activated the contract scroll prepared by Sparrow Bee using the secret arts of the Chikaka clan and awaited the outcome from the shadows. However, upon recalling the breathtaking beauty he had seen at the Chikaka clan's residence, his heart surged with fervor and his blood boiled. A bold idea flashed through his mind. Sparrow Bee's plan was to eliminate his rivals, preventing Hancock from reuniting with figures like Inoki and others. By inciting chaos, he could lure the Hidden Leaf's forces to encircle Hancock. If he could timely intervene to save her and then secretly hide her afterward, he could have both the beauty and the mission, a true win-win. The thought of the goddess who had haunted his dreams during this time, falling for him after a heroic rescue, ignited his passion. He envisioned the renowned beauty of the ninja world, Hancock, who was also admired by Inoki, becoming his own. The scene evokes an exhilarating surge of passion. Has the whereabouts of Boya been discovered? The Earth Bee gazed at the venomous bee emerging from the soil, its eyes glimmering with anticipation. Under the bee's guidance, it hurriedly followed suit. In that moment, the Earth Bee felt an irresistible urge, as if taking one more step would lead to the swift embrace of beauty. Within the bathhouse, Uchiha Konoha leaned against the edge of the hot spring, casting a glance back at Tsukiyomi Jifeng, who was huddled in a corner, grasping the wine gourd resting on the ground. He took a swig before letting out a resigned sigh. It's always like this at first. One gets accustomed over time. However, judging by your expression, it seems you need not assist me any further. If there is nothing pressing, you may as well return. Can I really go back? Tsukiyomi Jifeng exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he abruptly stood up. Without a second thought, he turned to grab his clothes and dashed out. Observing the youthful figure rushing from the bathhouse, the female manager outside felt her cheeks flush slightly, reflecting on the earlier cries. Had she not known beforehand that it was merely 2 children of 8 or 9 years taking a bath, she would have suspected something scandalous was unfolding within, particularly the few exclamations of surprise that left one feeling quite disoriented. That fellow is remarkably swift. It seems I merely assisted him with a casual back rub. Yet it feels as if I've wronged him in some way, Konoha mused, scratching his nose. After donning his attire, he noticed a book that had fallen to the ground, its audacious cover catching him off guard. If memory served, this book was none other than Paradise of Affection, a forbidden text from the hands of Jiraiya. It was surprising to discover that the typically reserved Tsukiyomi Jifeng, who often donned dark circles beneath his eyes, would possess such a tome. No wonder a simple act of rubbing his back elicited such unique reactions from him. It appeared he had been enlightened by Jiraiya in advance. Konoha picked up Paradise of Affection and carelessly shoved it into his pocket, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Throughout this period of numerous experiences, coupled with the obstacles posed by Danzo and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha was acutely aware that without caution, he might find himself in dire straits, facing an unclear and untimely demise. Upon entering the bathhouse, he had activated his perceptual abilities, surveying everything within 1,000 meters around him. Initially, when Tsukiyomi Jifeng rushed out, he assumed that Yuzuki Yuin would still be bathing in the female section. However, upon a brief glance at the drop Paradise of Affection, he soon realized that Yuin was nowhere to be found in the women's bath. This unexpected outcome was indeed startling. Truly, the allure of desire is perilous. Konoha acknowledged that he could not entirely shield himself from the temptations presented by the cover of Paradise of Affection. She has been found. Is she coming this way? Heiyu raised her brow once more, instantly sensing the movement of Yuzuki Siren in her mind's eye. However, when Heiyu regained her composure, she realized that Yuzuki Siren was merely a curtain's distance away. Was this a daring incursion into the men's bathhouse? Yuzuki Siren, Yuzuki Siren, am willing to accept the wager and accompany you to the bath. Clad in a bathrobe, she hastily entered, wielding a katana in her hand. Just moments ago, she had indeed been bathing alone in the women's bathhouse. Yet, as time passed, the dissatisfaction within her grew increasingly insistent, remembering her father's words, that if one cannot rise from where one has fallen, that failure may become a haunting specter on the path of the strong. Yuzuki Siren could no longer remain idle. Grasping her sword and wrapping herself in her robe, she exited the women's bathhouse. Upon stepping out, she beheld the moonlight hastening away like a fleeing wind. This undoubtedly led Yuzuki Siren to believe she had found the opportune moment. Co-ed bathing was not an uncommon occurrence in the Hidden Leaf Village. Moreover, from Yuzuki Siren's perspective, she was still draped in a bathrobe. With this layer of protection, what was there to fear? Since even her trepidation had dissipated, why not confront this inner demon head-on? A whirlwind of chaotic thoughts flashed through her mind as Yuzuki Siren rushed through the curtain. However, just as she entered, an unexpected voice emerged from behind the curtain. Yuzuki Siren, what are you doing? Startled, Yuzuki Siren found herself completely blocked by Heiyu. With a tremendous inertia, she collided directly into Heiyu's embrace. As a ninja, Yuzuki Siren had some confidence in her own strength, but upon crashing into Heiyu's chest, it felt akin to striking an iron wall. She was forcefully rebounded, her footing faltering as her back hit the wall of the adjacent bathing area. The katana she had tightly grasped slipped from her hand and flew away. Reacting instinctively, Yuzuki Siren reached out to catch the airborne sword. As a swordswoman, she always remembered the adage that a sword not leaving one's side is the essence of a true swordsman. However, this grand gesture caused her loose bathrobe to tighten abruptly. And in the next moment, a chilling sensation enveloped her entire body. Witnessing the stark scene before her, Heiyu could not help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Indeed, the ancients did not deceive me. Bathrobes possess a remarkable understanding. Chapter 87. Regret for what you cannot see. A chilling feeling swept over her. The stark imagery compelled Heiyu to steal a glance. Yet, as this fleeting thought surfaced, Heiyu swiftly suppressed it. A powerful instinct for survival caused her to grip her cane tightly, her expression one of bewilderment as she stared ahead. Yuzuki, what has happened? I cannot see you. Are you unharmed? Cannot see? As those words slipped from his lips, Heiyu suddenly awoke from his reverie. Indeed, he was renowned as the infamous blind man of the Uchiha clan. Initially, he had felt a twinge of annoyance at being referred to as such. However, in this particular context, a peculiar sense of allure overcame him, prompting him to glance once more at Izuki Shien. The scene before him was undeniably captivating. Izuki Shien, momentarily bereft of thought, glanced down at the modest hillock and the contours of her own form, as well as the book sprawled on the ground with its audacious cover. In a sudden awakening, she hastily tightened her open bathrobe and exclaimed, "Ah, you lecher. Quickly, shut your eyes, or I, Uchiha Heiyu, shall take your life." Observing Izuki Shien, who was too flustered to properly secure her bathrobe and was prepared to draw her weapon, Uchiha Heiyu contemplated offering her a timely reminder that she should indeed draw her weapon swiftly. After all, it would afford him yet another delightful view. However, before this thought could fully form, the flustered female shopkeeper, who had been blushing outside, could no longer restrain herself and entered, lifting the door curtain. Upon witnessing the standoff, she immediately grasped the situation. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to her in the course of managing a bathhouse. Glancing at the erstwhile intruder in the men's bathhouse, now flustered and agitated, alongside Uchiha Heiyu, the shopkeeper could not help but interject, "Little girl, this lad is blind and cannot see anything. There is no need for such theatrics. This is indeed the men's bathhouse, and while there are no patrons today, you should tidy your bathrobe quickly. Otherwise, if someone arrives, it will be you who suffers." As she spoke, the shopkeeper hurriedly reached out to assist Izuki Shien in adjusting her attire. This action elicited a peculiar sensation in Heiyu, who had intentionally averted his gaze. He felt as though he was being granted a peculiar privilege. Once again, he was reminded of the undeniable allure of the blind. Yet, just as this thought blossomed in his mind, he raised an eyebrow, immediately heightening his perception to its fullest extent, locking onto two rapidly approaching figures. "She is coming?" Heiyu was taken aback. Hancock had been assigned to accompany the Rock Ninja Village to Konoha, a plan he had orchestrated from the outset. However, due to his current lack of strength to ensure his own safety within Konoha, let alone protect Hancock, He had previously advised her not to rush to meet him upon her arrival. In the realm of consciousness, Hancock had readily acquiesced, completely disregarding their agreement. Her youthful spirit overriding her promises. "Oh well, I shall first see her," Heiyu sighed in resignation, muttering as he leaned on his cane and made his way toward the door. However, as he passed by Uzuki Shien, he paused momentarily to speak. "April, I must take my leave for matters at hand. Please exercise caution in the future, and it would be wise to refrain from carelessly wandering into the men's bathhouse." Fortunately, it was I you encountered this time. Had it been someone like Moonlight Gale, I fear not many would be inclined to take responsibility. The words of Uchiha Konoha left Uzuki Shien in a daze as she looked down at her retied bathrobe. It was she who had been wronged, yet somehow, in his narrative, she had become the perpetrator. His remark about no one being willing to take responsibility sounded oddly unsettling. Was it a suggestion that her standing was insufficiently robust? A whirlwind of chaotic thoughts surged through Uzuki Shien's mind as she gazed at Kuroha's swiftly retreating figure. Unable to contain herself any longer, she erupted into a frantic scream as she dashed out. "Uchiha Kuroha, you blind fool. You claim no one is willing to take responsibility? Let me assure you, if only you could see, you might well be begging me for a chance to be accountable." Her vehement words echoed throughout the hall. Originally, she intended to stealthily return to search for the book she had lost, a treasured item of her late father. But this sudden scene had utterly petrified her. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and fled, not wishing to be forever branded by Uzuki Shien's scorn. Just as Kuroha exited the bathhouse, the cacophony of her furious exclamations reached his ears. He resignedly rubbed the tip of his nose, recognizing the irrefutable truth. Women are indeed creatures of unfathomable logic. Yet, thoughts of the approaching Hancock and her trailing companion soon consumed his mind, compelling him to set aside the matter of Uzuki Shien for the time being. Kuroha understood all too well that failing to manage this situation properly could derail the carefully laid plans he had devised. At last, it has arrived. Leaning on his cane, he lifted his gaze to the adjacent forest. The hurried arrival of Uzuki Shien evidently caught her attention, as she instinctively followed his gaze. However, the moment her eyes fell upon the graceful figure emerging from the woods, her pupils dilated and her eyes widened in astonishment. Truly enchanting. In that instant, Uzuki Shien felt as if struck by lightning, her mind rendered blank. Before her stood a lithe figure clad in a form-fitting ninja tactical suit, showcasing an alluring silhouette that was impossible to overlook. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, she possessed a visage of unparalleled beauty. Uzuki Shien stood transfixed, as if bewitched. Initially, upon seeing the names on the Rouge list, even when encountering esteemed figures like Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina, Uzuki Shien had held firm in her belief that if the Rouge list represented such caliber, she too would ascend to its heights in due time. However, the appearance of this captivating woman before her evoked an overwhelming sensation akin to fireflies vying for brilliance against the full moon. The beauty of the woman before them, if one were to encapsulate it in a single word, would undoubtedly be stunning, eclipsing all others in grace and allure. "Heiyu, you must behold this woman. She is simply exquisite, and your beauty rankings would pale in comparison," cried Mitsuki Yuin, unable to contain her excitement as she grasped Heiyu's arm. However, when Mitsuki caught sight of the warm smile on Heiyu's face, her exuberance faltered, and she ultimately expressed a hint of regret. "Uchiha Heiyu, my sincerest apologies. It was not my intention to forget that you cannot see. Nonetheless, I truly lament your inability to witness this beauty, one that exceeds even the finest of beauty rankings." Chapter 88. The goddess has fallen to her knees, a beauty that surpasses the entire beauty ranking? Uchiha Heiyu found himself momentarily stunned as he beheld Hancock, who had transformed from her previously revealing gown into a ninja tactical outfit. Yet, while such a uniform might appear unremarkable on others, it was Hancock who rendered it extraordinary. Her figure accentuated by the contours of the attire, evoking a visceral reaction in all who beheld her, regardless of gender. One could not help but feel a surge of adrenaline and a fluttering heart at the sight. This was indeed the power of allure. Even the desire for modesty was futile. As Mitsuki had asserted, were one unable to perceive this spectacle, it would truly be a profound loss. Uchiha Heiyu felt no inclination to dispute this, especially upon witnessing the unassuming ninja tactical outfit transformed into something extraordinary by Hancock's presence, akin to a legendary beauty. The following figure, Dihong, found a somewhat concealed spot about 17 to 18 meters away, only to be struck by shock as he observed the scene unfold. Throughout his journey, he had speculated about Hancock, who, upon arriving at Konoha, had taken the audacious risk of straying from her visiting delegation. He had never anticipated she would head straight to the bathhouse. Initially believing it to be a whimsical pursuit of beauty, a desire to wash away the dust of travel, he was now rendered speechless. Hastily, he produced a photograph from his pocket, revealing a striking resemblance to the youth emerging from the bathhouse. Was he not the legendary storyteller of Monkey D., Luffy? Could it be that Boa had known of his whereabouts in advance, seeking vengeance against the beauty rankings for not including him? A flurry of chaotic thoughts raced through Dihong's mind, and this revelation filled him with astonishment. During their journey, Onigashima had repeatedly emphasized that the emergence of the beauty rankings could indicate that a hidden force was seeking a blind individual as a spokesperson. If one could eliminate this blind man, it would undoubtedly reveal the puppeteer behind the scenes, a monumental achievement indeed. Even in the event that the assassination fails, it would still create quite a stir, presenting an opportunity for heroism. The mere thought of this plan succeeding filled Fang with uncontainable joy. For not only would he earn merit, but he could also win the heart of a beauty. Suppressing his excitement, he glanced at Uchiha Konoha, who leaned on his cane, shaking his head in a mix of schadenfreude and disbelief. Alas, this fellow is blind. If only he could behold the visage of Boa Hancock. All rankings would pale in comparison to a true goddess. Standing behind Konoha, Yuzuki Yuin was equally spellbound. Upon witnessing Hancock's presence, she felt a hint of regret for the blind Uchiha Konoha, remarking, "Uchiha Konoha, did you not assess a beauty ranking? If only you could see. You would surely exclaim that she is the epitome of a goddess. Such heights, I fear, I may never attain." Observing the somewhat entranced Yuzuki Yuin and sensing the intense emotional fluctuations of an uninvited guest lurking in the shadows, Uchiha Konoha couldn't help but marvel at the overwhelming influence of Hancock's sweet fruit. In the original tale, once Hancock unleashed her powers, even vice admirals would find it challenging to withstand. Konoha believed that within the realm of Naruto, even elite Jonin would struggle to remain unaffected. Such a force would undoubtedly be deemed a formidable weapon on any battlefield. However, considering Hancock's presence, which must remain concealed for now, Konoha resignedly took a swig from his gourd of shochu. Before he could utter a word, Hancock took the initiative. With no flourish whatsoever, she gracefully knelt on one knee before the crowd. "Lady Hancock greets you." Her melodious voice rang like thunder, echoing in the ears of Yuzuki Yuin and Fang, leaving them momentarily stunned as their minds fell into a void. Witnessing the enchanting figure willingly perform the act of kneeling, their eyes widened in disbelief, almost bursting with astonishment. No matter how hard they tried, they could not dismiss this scene as mere fantasy. The image of the goddess kneeling remained an indelible nightmare. Just moments ago, they lamented Konoha's blindness, regretting his inability to appreciate the breathtaking beauty that surpassed all rankings. They never anticipated that the goddess they revered, Hancock, would kneel before the blind man. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would scarcely believe it to be true. "Uchiha Konoha, what is the meaning of this? How do you know her? Who exactly is she?" Yuzuki Yuin could no longer contain her curiosity and hastened towards Hancock. "Sister, please rise quickly. This fellow is not worthy of such a grand gesture from you. You are so beautiful, yet you cannot even secure a position on the Rouge list. It is only because he is blind that he fails to recognize your worth." "Blind?" Hancock, dismissing the earlier reverence, raised her head haughtily and was about to retort. However, a sudden, chilling sound of something slicing through the air echoed, followed by a torrent of shurikens descending like a rainstorm. "No, it cannot be. She is a goddess meant solely for me. How could she kneel before a blind man? You shall perish." The earth bee, concealed in the shadows, twisted in agony as he gripped the contract scroll from the wasp tightly, nearly crushing it in his hand. Witnessing his dream goddess bowing before a blind man he utterly despised was intolerable. In his eyes, it was a complete desecration of the image he held dear. With a sudden flourish of his hands, he formed a series of seals. The scroll he had been biting into unfurled with a snap. Boom. The summoning technique. Murderous bee. A massive murder hornet, towering at 5 or 6 meters, was summoned into being, instantly shattering nearby trees. Ozuki Shiyin was jolted awake. Gazing at the whirling shurikens and the sudden emergence of the hornet, resembling a small mountain, she felt utterly unprepared. This flamboyant assault was unlike anything she had encountered before. For a moment, she was struck dumb, watching as the shurikens expanded rapidly in her vision. Chapter 89. I hope you have the qualification to draw your sword. The chilling sound of slicing air reverberated throughout the arena, as Ozuki Shiyin observed the rapidly approaching threat. Her years of training and instinct for survival surged within her, awakening her senses. All the knowledge she had absorbed while accompanying her father was pushed to its limits. The combat experience her body had cultivated erupted in that instant. Konoha blade technique. One day, one moon slash. Ozuki Shiin's katana was drawn from its sheath with a sudden flourish. In that moment, she felt a flicker of gratitude for her earlier encounter with Uchiha Konoha, which had instilled a profound fear in her. Yet, paradoxically, it had allowed her to undergo a brush with death, equipping her with invaluable experience for such critical moments. Her movements flowed seamlessly, like water, without a hint of hesitation. The katana in her hand executed the one day, one moon slash, a technique she had struggled to master to perfection. The cold light of her blade cut through the air, transforming into an absolute defense that sent the encroaching shurikens hurtling away in an instant. Clang, clang, clang. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. With a single stroke, 7 shurikens were deflected, sparks flying in their wake. Concealed in the shadows, the Earth Bee, poised to make a gallant rescue, was momentarily taken aback. The swordsmanship displayed before him was undoubtedly familiar from the battlefield. However, such fluidity was typically the domain of seasoned CH Nin or even J Nin. Yet now, it emanated from the hands of a mere 8 or 9-year-old girl, shattering his perceptions. Could it be that during his absence from the battlefield, the children of Konoha had evolved to an astonishing level of prowess? Just as this doubt flickered through his mind, the Earth Bee's eyes brightened with a glimmer of delight. Indeed, Zuki Saigen's technique exceeded his expectations. Nevertheless, relying solely on this singular swordplay to deflect the multitude of shuriken aimed at her was a mere fantasy. Observing the defensive stance falter, the final 3 shuriken surged forth, bypassing the defense of her katana, targeting her heart and face with lethal intent. Faced with the imminent specter of death, Zuki Saigen instinctively sought to evade, twisting her body in a desperate attempt to escape. Alas, her previous breakthrough had already reached its limit, and the prospect of a second seemed a distant dream. A glance at the nearby Kurohane filled her with a forlorn smile, for she realized that he, too, was unable to see. In such dire circumstances, she feared that Kurohane could scarcely protect himself, let alone venture to save her. The Earth Bee, hidden in the shadows, reveled at the prospect of subduing his target with ease. Suddenly, Kurohane executed the wind release, great breakthrough. With a swift motion, he formed a series of hand seals and then thrust his palm into the void before him. This high-level jutsu was not merely about inflicting damage. It was capable of conjuring a tempest in an instant. Bang! The shuriken that had been hurtling towards Kurohane were instantly swept away, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. The sight of Kurohane performing the one-handed seals astonished not only Zuki Saigen, but also caused the Earth Bee's pupils to constrict in shock. However, what truly left them astounded was when the moment the great breakthrough was unleashed, Kurohane's staff, tightly gripped in his hand, struck like lightning. Bang! 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 The 3 shuriken that had been aimed at Zuki Saigen's vital points were accurately deflected, creating a shower of sparks as they embedded into the ground. This entire sequence, though seemingly intricate, unfolded in mere moments. As Zuki Saigen regained her footing, disbelief etched across her face. Was this truly the blind man she had known? Not only was he rich in combat experience, but he had also performed hand seals at lightning speed, multitasking to deflect 3 rapidly approaching shuriken. Such skill was beyond the reach of even those with sight, let alone a blind individual. Could it be that he was not blind after all? In a hurried glance, Yuzuki Yuin turned towards Konoha, eager to comprehend the unfolding circumstances. The Earth Bee, concealed in the shadows, was equally astonished by the spectacle before it. However, the moment demanded action. There was no room for hesitation. In the eyes of the Earth Bee, the preceding scene was indeed astonishing. Yet, the diminutive specter, no matter how formidable, could scarcely hope to contend with the most powerful spirit beast of their esteemed clan, the divine cranes. Eliminate him. The Earth Bee hissed through clenched teeth. Like a mountain, the killer bee unfurled its wings with no trace of flamboyance, unleashing a fierce gust as it charged towards Uchiha Konoha. The speed was astonishing. A mere blink saw it traverse the scant distance of several dozen meters. The massive stinger, gleaming with a violet hue, lunged directly at Konoha. Hancock's nerves tightened to their utmost. She felt the impulse to intervene, yet upon arriving at the bathhouse, Konoha had forewarned her of a tailing presence, instructing her to refrain from action regardless of the circumstances. The only recourse was to watch helplessly as the colossal killer bee, accompanied by a piercing sound, barreled towards Konoha. As a seasoned empress of battle, Hancock understood that this strike could easily shatter boulders many times her own size. Yet, in deference to Konoha's command, and having existed in a world governed by the law of the jungle, she was also curious about the capabilities of the boy who had summoned her. The timing was fortuitous. Her previous opponent had been too weak, unworthy even to draw her blade. Now, she hoped he possessed the merit to compel her to do so. Konoha suddenly lifted his gaze, his pale eyes seemingly locking onto the killer bee. As his left hand tightened around his staff, his right hand swiftly drew a blade. In an instant, a sinister power surged through his arm, crimson patterns swirling across half his body. A unique bloodlust, characteristic of the Azura, erupted like a tidal wave. According to the system, the emergence of this bloodlust in this realm acted as a psychological shock, capable of impacting an enemy's mental state in an instant. Crimson energy coursed over Konoha's form, and a phantom Azura appeared behind him in an instant. A tremendous mental force collided with the killer bee. Fang, the killer bee, regarded by the Chikaka clan as their mightiest spirit beast, indeed possessed significant strength. However, it was clearly caught off guard by the mental shock akin to an illusion, which could inflict tangible harm like Tsukuyami. As its mind erupted in chaos, a piercing scream escaped its lips. Chapter 90, the Konoha flowing ninja swordsmanship? Initially charging forward, the colossal figure suddenly halted, losing its balance and crashing heavily to the ground. In an instant, the surroundings were engulfed in a whirlwind of dust and debris. The hidden assassin, the Earth Bee, had been poised to leap into action and rescue the damsel in distress. In his eyes, as a member of the Thousand Crane clan and a killer bee, slaying a mere child should have been a trivial task. However, he found himself faltering unexpectedly. Was it due to the child's influence? The Earth Bee's gaze darted urgently towards the dark-feathered figure, and what he first beheld made his pupils constrict sharply. The blind figure standing resolutely in place seemed, at that moment, to be possessed by an evil spirit. The blade staff in his hand had flames dancing along its edge. The originally glimmering blade now blazed with an even more intense fire. Could it be the Leaf Village's White Fang's Leaf-style ninja swordsmanship? As a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, the Earth Bee had heard of this renowned technique that overshadowed the three legendary ninjas, known as the White Fang's signature skill. This technique seamlessly fused the leaf-style swordsmanship with chakra transformation, resulting in a formidable martial art. The White Fang had earned his fearsome reputation in the ninja world precisely because he wielded the 5 elemental styles with such natural mastery. It was often said that when one witnessed the White Fang unsheathing his blade, it marked the commencement of a feast of the 5-colored fangs. Such a sophisticated technique, in the hands of other Genin, or even elite Genin, would be impossible to replicate. After all, merging swordsmanship with elemental transformation demanded an extraordinary level of skill. Yet now, it was being executed effortlessly by a mere 8 or 9-year-old child. Could this be real? The searing wave of energy swept through the clearing as the blade was drawn. Faced with the deadly opening exposed under the pressure of murderous intent, the Earth Bee could not afford to miss this prime opportunity. Explosive flame wave sword. In that moment, Black Feather unleashed the 6th style with utmost precision. With a single step, he vanished like a specter. The fiery blade traced a blazing arc through the air. By the time the others regained their senses, a vast inferno had already surged past the assassin, detonating against a distant rock with a thunderous crash. Boom! The massive boulder, measuring 7 to 8 meters, shattered in response. The sky was filled with flames and flying debris, awakening all those who had been momentarily stunned. As they finally comprehended the situation, Black Feather stood before the rubble, holding his blade aloft with one hand. The assassin, who had been struggling to regain his composure amidst the tumult of murderous intent, let out a piercing shriek once more. A blazing flame surged forth, spreading horizontally with ferocity. In the next heartbeat, before the assassin could even muster a semblance of resistance, the flames erupting from his wound exploded violently. Boom! The vast flames, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, instantaneously engulfed the murderous bee. Its massive form, towering at 5 to 6 meters, was utterly consumed by the inferno. What astonished the Earth Bees and their kin was that the flame, touched by the blade, possessed not only explosive qualities but also cleaved the murderous bee in two, as if it were a mere hillock. The upper half of its colossal body, in a frenzy of struggle, crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. As a spirit beast revered by the Chinha clan as a sacred entity, the murderous bee undoubtedly possessed the intelligence akin to that of humans. It can be said that in its final moments, as it perished in the sea of flames, it could hardly believe that it had been slain in a single encounter by a mere child of 8 or 9 years of age. Hiding in the shadows, the Earth Bee was left in a daze, displaying an expression of sheer disbelief. Had its chance for heroically rescuing the fair maiden been snatched away? No. Could it truly be that this was merely an 8 or 9-year-old child? How could he appear more formidable than this seasoned ninja? Gazing at the charred corpse lying on the ground, The heroic rescue plan it had meticulously devised was instantly forgotten. With little time to spare, it swiftly turned and fled. Gone. Hancock raised an eyebrow, her observation haki already unfurling. In the next moment, she gently kissed her crimson lips and drew forth her sweetheart arrow. Before the Earth Bee could escape more than a few meters, a pink arrow sliced through the air, swiftly targeting its back. Sensing the whoosh behind him, the Earth Bee hurriedly attempted to twist its body to evade. Alas, as it moved, a vacuum ball of wind release struck its back directly. The tremendous force sent it tumbling, and the sweetheart arrow simultaneously found its mark. The inertia propelled it headlong into a nearby tree. Bang! The Earth Bee was instantly left dazed and disoriented. Regrettably, in such a critical moment, it could hardly afford to linger, desperately trying to rise from the ground. Yet, as it struggled with hands and feet, the Earth Bee suddenly realized that half of its body had shattered upon impact, resembling a stone statue. Not only was its body affected, but its limbs were also fractured and scattered across the ground. Most alarming was the petrification that swiftly spread throughout its form. Before it could utter a scream, its entire being had succumbed to the fate of a shattered statue, crashing to the earth. Witnessing this scene, Heiyu helplessly touched the tip of his nose. Indeed, the sweet fruit remained as absurdly potent as ever. However, it was evident that this place was not suitable for prolonged stay. Everything that had transpired took merely a minute or two. And even the bathhouse proprietress had not been alerted. Yet, the stationed Umbu would soon arrive, if they could not depart before their arrival. Consequently, one cannot avoid a plethora of troubles afterward. Hancock, can you make it out unscathed? Heiyu glanced at Hancock beside him. Hancock had already regained her usual poise. Yet in the presence of Heiyu, she still restrained herself, nodding and saying, "Rest assured, my lord, I possess observation haki and other means. They will find it quite challenging to locate me. However, my decision to visit you without permission was indeed reckless of me, and I have caused you trouble." Observing Hancock's apologetic demeanor, Heiyu chuckled and shook his head. "Hancock, these matters are trivial. There is no need for self-reproach. It is I who should be grateful for your efforts. From now on, you need not refer to me as my lord incessantly. Simply call me Heiyu. Of course, this is a command, and you cannot refuse." Hancock was taken aback, entirely unprepared for Heiyu to emphasize such a detail at this critical moment. Since being summoned to the world of the Sea Kings, Hancock understood that she would be bound to her summoner, pledging absolute loyalty. Simultaneously, she retained memories of her original world and could choose to end her life to break the summoning. Yet, in this world, it seemed unlikely that anyone would willingly seek death. Hancock also yearned to uncover the identity of the one to whom her soul had pledged loyalty. Chapter 91. Is there a rhythm of delivering wives? Hancock, what is the matter? Heiyu raised an eyebrow, observing Hancock standing in a daze. Hancock regained her composure. Smiling brightly, "It is nothing. I merely noticed that you are somewhat different. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. My lord, we shall meet again tomorrow." With these words, Hancock swiftly vanished from sight. When she reappeared, Heiyu merely used his mind's eye to locate her figure 100 meters away. Heiyu was somewhat surprised but soon came to terms with it. Hancock was the only empress among the 7 warlords and a paragon among female pirates. If she lacked extraordinary strength, she likely would not have survived to this day. As he watched Hancock depart, Heiyu turned his attention to Yuzuki Saigen. Yuzuki's expression shifted, and she instinctively took a step back, clutching her chest, unable to suppress her words. "Uchiha Heiyu, you do not intend to silence me, do you?" "Silence you?" Heiyu gave her a bemused look. "Have you been reading too many melodramatic novels? However, it seems you won't be able to leave just yet. I must impose upon you for a while." "Impose upon me?" Yuzuki was momentarily taken aback, but before she could fully process the situation, Uchiha Heiyu had already grasped her hand tightly and turned towards the bathhouse. By the time Yuzuki regained her senses, Heiyu had taken her into the shared bathing area. As the steam enveloped her, Yuzuki's cheeks flushed crimson, and her mind went blank. To be plunged into a bath without warning. This was an unwarranted imposition indeed. However, upon reflecting on the events that had just transpired and the remarkable display of the Leaf Village's sword technique by Konoha, Yuzuki Uyami found herself grappling with her thoughts. After a moment of inner turmoil, a flicker of resolve ignited in her eyes as she declared, "Konoha, I can provide you with cover. But you must instruct me in the ways of the sword technique thereafter. Otherwise, I shall not let you off the hook." Konoha was momentarily taken aback by Yuzuki Uyami's unwavering determination. The concept of the sword technique was entirely foreign to him, let alone the prospect of teaching it to Uyami. He intended to decline her offer, yet the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, ultimately swallowed back down. Observing Uyami deftly shedding her bathrobe, Kuroha's thoughts were already consumed by a sense of undeniable allure. The enchanting vision before him was such that it transcended the realm of the sword technique. Even the art of flying blades seemed inadequate in comparison. Indeed, the sight of a beautiful woman so unabashedly disrobing was a rare privilege, a gift bestowed upon the blind. It seemed imperative to keep the existence of his eye a secret. Otherwise, he might find himself in perilous circumstances in the future. Konoha, what are you staring at? Uyami submerged her body in the water, casting an indignant glare at Konoha, who continued to face her. Unable to contain herself, she muttered, "That sister from earlier, who was she?" "She was truly beautiful. It's a pity you cannot see. If you could, I am certain you would be utterly captivated." She recalled her earlier boast that if Uchiha Konoha were not blind, he would undoubtedly seek a chance for a responsible relationship with her. Yet, witnessing Kuroha's connection with a stunning beauty who could overshadow even the most alluring figures left her at a loss for words. As she observed Uyami drying herself nearby, Kuroha's mind momentarily went blank. However, those fanciful thoughts were swiftly quelled as his keen perception detected several figures approaching the bathhouse. Among them, he recognized a familiar chakra signature. "What's wrong, Konoha? Are the Umbu here?" Uyami's expression shifted to one of alarm. Being the daughter of a ninja from the Leaf Village, and particularly one who served directly under the Hokage, she was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the Umbu. This terror was not rooted in their combat prowess, but rather in their ruthless methods of interrogation and coercion. Should one fall under their suspicion, the consequences would be far worse than death. "Someone is indeed coming, but it seems we are fortunate. It appears your childhood friend may have to be sacrificed," Konoha said, allowing himself a quiet sigh of relief as he took a swig from his flask. Uyami was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process the situation. Meanwhile, outside the bathhouse, a group of 7 or 8 Umbu ninjas had gathered. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, devoid of a mask, whose short black hair bore a striking resemblance to that of the Moonlight Gale, in contrast to the youthful visage of Moonlight Swift Wind. The man's face bore a hint of resoluteness. Upon his sudden arrival, he swiftly surveyed the surroundings, his brows knitting together in contemplation. "Have you discerned the cause of the recent explosion?" he queried. "I have matters to attend to. Please investigate in the meantime." With these words, Moonlight Black Knight swiftly approached the entrance of the bathhouse and seized Moonlight Swift Wind, who had been lurking in the shadows. "Swift Wind, what brings you here? The CHNIN exams are but 3 days away. Do not forget that you have been chosen as a contestant by Lord Hokage. Why waste time in a bathhouse when you should be diligently preparing for the upcoming trials?" Moonlight Swift Wind's complexion paled at this admonition, and he hastily replied, "Father, what are you doing here? Uchiha Konoha invited me and Yuya to bathe together. I did not wish to squander time, hence my refusal. However, out of courtesy, I thought it prudent to inform you. Bathe." Moonlight Black Knight's brows furrowed deeper, and he placed a reassuring hand on his son's shoulder. "Uchiha Konoha, is he not the legendary storyteller associated with the King of the Seas? When did you come to know him? Still, it is considerate of you to mention the bathing. Regarding your earlier statement about Yuya's presence, you would not be foolish enough to leave her here alone, would you? The Moonlight Clan and the Uzumaki clan both serve as the bearers of the Leaf Village's swordsmanship tradition, and were also part of the close-knit guard for the second Hokage, Senjitobarama. As one of the 8 colors of Konoha, Moonlight Black Knight is revered as a master of the leaf sword techniques, second only to the legendary White Fang of Konoha. His esteemed status has garnered the attention of the village's higher echelons. It is for this reason that he has not only devoted himself to imparting the leaf swordsmanship to Moonlight Swift Wind, but has also extended his mentorship to Uzumaki Yuya. In a certain light, it could be said that Moonlight Black Knight harbors aspirations for Yuya as a future daughter-in-law. Now, with Uchiha Konoha having invited his son and the girl he regards as a potential future daughter-in-law to bathe, the fact that his son had declined was perplexing. Was this not a prelude to an arranged union? Chapter 92, Can You Truly Not See Anything? Moonlight Swift Wind was momentarily taken aback. As a young man, especially one who had undergone the awakening of romantic inclinations, he quickly grasped his father's concerns. However, recalling the earlier situation with Uchiha Konoha, he smiled reassuringly. "Father, fret not. Even if you lack confidence in Yuya, surely you have faith in your own son. Compared to a blind man, I am somewhat confident. If Yuya were to assist me in a bath, it would undoubtedly be beneficial." As he spoke, Moonlight Swift Wind gazed proudly into the bathhouse's main hall. However, the moment his gaze settled, Konoha emerged, leaning on a cane and parting the curtain. The figure that followed caused Moonlight Swiftwind's pupils to dilate in shock, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The entire mind was struck as if by a sudden thunderclap, leaving it in utter blankness. Just moments ago, he had been boastfully dismissive, completely disregarding the presence of a blind person. Alas, the reality now unfolding before him utterly shattered his preconceived notions. Especially with Yuzuki Yuin's bashful demeanor and her rosy cheeks, his mind was inundated with numerous intimate and forbidden fantasies. Images of youthful couples bathing together and indulging in comfortable massages flashed vividly, yet they now felt like a nightmarish imprint that he could not erase. Jifeng, Uncle Heiyao. What brings you here? Yuzuki Yuin had mentally prepared herself, but witnessing their actual arrival still left her in shock, completely overshadowing her previous embarrassment. Her gaze towards Haya had taken on an incredulous hue. Just moments earlier, when Haya had revealed the identity of the individuals, she had doubted whether he was joking. Yet now, the father and son of the Moonlight clan stood before her, confirming that Haya had indeed spoken the truth. He possessed remarkable perceptive abilities. Reflecting on the entrance exam and the extraordinary graduation tests, along with the brief encounter they had just shared, the series of methods displayed by Haya had consistently exceeded her understanding. Gazing at this boy, who was of similar age yet blind, an instinct within Yuzuki Yuin warned her of his profound depth. Jifeng, why have you returned? I was about to ask you to help me with my back. Yet you rushed off and left your book in the bathhouse. Haya chuckled as he took a swig of the earthy brew, rummaging through his belongings to retrieve the intimate magazine and presenting it. Upon seeing the provocative cover, Yuzuki Yuin's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly averted her gaze. Even Moonlight Haya widened his eyes in disbelief. If memory served correctly, this particular magazine, which still bore traces of saliva on its cover, was part of his cherished collection. However, faced with Yuzuki Yuin, whom he regarded as a future daughter-in-law, he lacked the courage to reclaim the limited edition. Instead, he could only muster the resolve to clear his throat and stammer, Jifeng, you. No, this book isn't mine. Haya. I never imagined you were the type to indulge in such forbidden literature. It's a disgrace to us men. Father, you once stated that ninjas must adhere to the 3 prohibitions, absolutely no pornography, gambling, or drugs. Now, Haya carries around illicit literature. Surely, this violates the ninja's 3 taboos. Moonlight Jifeng suddenly snapped back to reality, erupting into a hysterical outburst. Moonlight Haya's expression stiffened as he observed his son's desperate demeanor, nearly succumbing to the urge to deliver a slap to the back of his head. There were only 3 individuals present, aside from Yuzuki Yuin. There was a blind boy and his own son. Now, to be told that this book belonged to the blind boy? Who could possibly believe that? At the very least, Moonlight Heiyue could hardly believe that Aoyue Shiyin would. With this thought, he let out a resigned sigh and cast a wistful glance at Moonlight Jifeng. He couldn't help but question whether this was truly his biological son. Not only did he dismiss the opportunity for a shared bath, but he also spoke absurdities with his eyes wide open. It seemed that he would need to exert more effort at night and perhaps cultivate a new persona. Lord Heiyue. There are charred remnants outside, along with traces, and in the distance, a shattered statue. No other discoveries have been made. It is likely someone practiced ninjutsu here earlier, reported a member of the Umbu, hastily approaching. Moonlight Heiyue quickly regained his composure, scanning the surroundings before finally seizing an opportunity to extricate himself. He forced a somewhat stiff smile and said, Shiyin, Uncle has matters to attend to. Do visit my home sometime. I shall demonstrate the Konoha-style sword technique for you, and Jifeng to lay a solid foundation for the Nin exams in 3 days. Jifeng, why are you dawdling? Hurry and retrieve the book. Do you truly believe that a blind man can read? Who would take such nonsense seriously? It's absurd. Moonlight Jifeng was taken aback, watching as Moonlight Heiyue turned and departed, wishing he could just vanish into a hole. Heiyue touched the tip of his nose and took a swig of the earthy brew. At such a critical moment, revealing Moonlight Jifeng's background could only be met with a silent apology. Yet, Heiyue couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. Jifeng had a commendable father. Even at the last moment, he still sought to create opportunities for his son. Alas, having a foolish son. One could only wonder if the esteemed Moonlight Heiyue, known for his brilliance, would spend the night cultivating a new identity. As he observed Jifeng bolt away without a backward glance, Heiyue pulled his thoughts back, raising an eyebrow as a glint of cold light rushed toward him. Clang. Heiyue deftly maneuvered his cane to deflect the cold light, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Shiyin, what are you doing? Did you just emerge from the bath and already intend to silence someone? Silence someone? Aoyue Shiyin shot him a fierce glare, retracting her katana. Reflecting on the recent events, she clenched her teeth and demanded, "Uchiha Heiyu, tell me truthfully, can you truly not see anything?" Everything that transpired occurred far too swiftly and unexpectedly. Ayu Shiyin's mind was a chaotic whirlwind. It was only after the interlude involving Moonlight Jifeng that she began to regain her composure. As she recalled the scenes that unfolded, a nagging doubt flickered through her thoughts. Feeling the scorching intensity that seemed to pierce her very heart, Ayu Shiyin found herself pondering deeply. Heiyu, resigned, took another sip of his drink to steady his nerves. Indeed, being a blind man was no easy feat, especially when one had a penchant for inviting others to bathe. A moment's misstep could lead to a lifetime's reputation being lost in an instant. Chapter 93. Is the blind too powerful or the sacred beast too weak? Observing the helpless expression on Kurohane's face, Yuzuki Saigen felt a sudden pang of unease in her heart. Uchiha Kurohane, please tell me what you witnessed in the bathhouse just now. What did I see? Kurohane helplessly took a sip of his drink to calm his nerves. He certainly could not divulge to Saigen that he had seen everything he ought not to have. The only recourse was to forcibly suppress his thoughts and feign an expression of innocence and bewilderment. I've been blind for 8 years. Would you really believe me if I said I saw everything? Saigen, surely you don't think I could see after having just bathed together with you? You rogue. Saigen was instantly incensed, completely unprepared for Kurohane's counterattack. The memory of her overly forward behavior in the bathhouse flushed her cheeks crimson to the roots of her ears. Clenching the hilt of her katana, she grit her teeth and declared, Uchiha Kurohane, if I find out that you can indeed see, I will surely kill you. If I cannot, I will. At this point, Saigen was clearly unable to continue, her fury pushing her to turn and storm away. Watching Saigen's departing figure, Kurohane helplessly rubbed his nose. Considering his current strength and the emergence of the storytelling system, he was convinced that she could not kill him now, and even less so in the future. Thus, her final words had become crucial. If she could not kill him, did she intend to blame him? Expect him to take responsibility? With this thought, Kurohane let out a sigh and tightened his grip on his cane as he made his way out. Indeed, being handsome was a burden in its own right. Meanwhile, at the temporary encampment in Iwa Shinobi Village, Jayakuchi, upon arriving at the camp, could hardly contain his eagerness and rushed into the room. Lord Jayakuchi, you are so hasty that you skipped the meeting called by Lord Kuratsuchi. Is there something of utmost importance? Dressed in a half-black cloak, Korahachi closed the door and was the first to lose his composure. This journey to Konoha Shinobi Village for the Nin exams was viewed by their Shin clan as a significant opportunity to rise in Iwa Shinobi Village. Unfortunately, Hancock's unexpected appearance had thrown their plans into disarray. Nonetheless, despite the disruption, being able to participate in the Nin exams and arrive at Konoha Shinobi Village was not without merit. Yet, Jayakuchi's current actions undeniably stirred a sense of unease within Korahachi. Korahachi, have you not noticed that Daihachi is absent? Jayakuchi smiled as he sat cross-legged, eagerly producing another scroll. A contract scroll? Korahachi was momentarily taken aback. This was Konoha Shinobi Village, a place where even Noki, the Tsuchikage, would not dare to act recklessly. Jayakuchi's sudden unveiling of the contract scroll was indeed beyond his expectations. In a moment of audacity, the cunning JB questioned whether the Earth Bee had secretly aided in smuggling the scroll away from the Iwa ninja village to seek out Boa. This beauty, renowned for her exquisite looks, undeniably captured the attention of Black Bee, who couldn't help but recall her striking visage. However, to incite chaos within the Leaf Ninja Village seemed utterly preposterous. With a sardonic chuckle, JB remarked on Black Bee's excessive caution, asserting that entrusting the Earth Bee with such a task was indeed the wisest choice. Rest assured, that woman will venture out on her own, and whatever befalls her will be of her own making. I merely instructed the Earth Bee to discreetly carry the summoning scroll of the Killer Beehive, to unleash a surprise assault upon her, creating a stir within the Leaf Ninja Village, ensuring her capture would be inevitable. Should she fall into the hands of the Leaf Village, or worse, meet her demise, it would present an unparalleled opportunity for our Shinkaku clan. The Tsuchikage has already issued a stern warning. If that woman fails to return, the chance to challenge the beauty rankings will undoubtedly fall to me. At that moment, our clan shall bask in glory for Iwa, elevating our standing within the village. Eagerly, JB had rushed back, driven by the desire not to miss this spectacular performance. Envisioning the moment when she would be rendered helpless, reveling in her lost pride. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, she could hardly contain her excitement. Hastily unfurling another summoning scroll, visual sharing of the summoning technique. With a swift bite to her fingertip, She began the intricate hand seals. As the final seal was completed, she pressed her hand onto the scroll, triggering an immediate surge of enigmatic patterns to spread across its surface, binding two previously separate visions under the Shinkaku clan's secret art. Anticipation surged within her as she imagined witnessing Hancock's dismay. Yet, as the connection solidified, JB's smile abruptly froze, transforming into a visage of horror as she let out a blood-curdling scream. Bang! The scroll laid upon the table erupted in a violent explosion, disintegrating into a flurry of fragments, engulfed in flames. JB, paralyzed by shock, fell to the floor, disbelief etched across her features. JB, what has transpired? How could the contract scroll be destroyed? Blackbee's face drained of color. As an elder of the Shinkaku clan, he possessed the authority to forge contracts and summon the killer beehive. Staring at the scattered remnants of the scroll, a preposterous thought flashed through Blackbee's mind, one he was reluctant to acknowledge or voice aloud. All he could do was gaze at JB with sheer desperation. Dead. Our sacred beast of the Shinkaku clan is dead. The sparrow bee abruptly awakened, filled with terror, and exclaimed, in that fleeting moment of shared vision. I beheld a flash of fire engulfing my entire pupil. By the time I comprehended the situation, the murder hornet had already been severed in two, reduced to ashes by the flames. In the end, it left behind only a fragmented warning. Beware of the blind. Beware of the blind. The black bee was bewildered. Their clan, the Chinha, had indeed been gradually weakened after consecutive battles. However, for a clan to forge a pact with formidable beings was a testament to their strength. Moreover, the summoned beasts capable of entering into contracts with ninjas were certainly no weaklings. Yet, now the sparrow bee informed them that the murder hornet, whom they had diligently nurtured, had truly been slain. All that remained were those ominous words. Did this imply that a blind individual had vanquished their sacred beast? If this were indeed true, what did it suggest? Was the blind one too powerful, or was the sacred beast too feeble? Chapter 94. The position of Hokage has become a common commodity. The cramped room fell into an eerie silence. Gazing at the charred remnants of the contract scroll on the ground, the sparrow bee and the black bee found themselves unable to recover from the shock. Their clan's summoned beast, while perhaps not on par with the legendary three sacred lands guarded by sages, certainly possessed strength that could rival an ordinary upper ninja. If utilized properly, it could even reach the level of a semi-shadow. Yet now, it had been stealthily slain, and by none other than a blind individual. Was this even conceivable? Most importantly, when had a blind person emerged within the Hidden Leaf village capable of discreetly dispatching a summoned beast? If such a person existed, it was likely they would have gained considerable notoriety not only in the Leaf village but throughout the ninja world. Nevertheless, no matter how deeply they pondered, they could not uncover a shred of clarity. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense and oppressive as they observed the scattered contract scrolls and the ashes left behind. The black bee turned to the side, where the legendary tale of Wang Lufei lay, his expression momentarily frozen as a wildly absurd thought flashed through his mind. Sparrow, my lord, do you think that the blind person who killed our sacred beast could be this Uchiha Kurohane? Uchiha Kurohane. The sparrow bee stood rooted in place, casting a glance at the fallen tail of Wang Lufei, before erupting in furious indignation. Black bee, there must be limits to your jesting. That little brat is indeed blind, but merely 8 or 9 years old. Do you expect anyone to believe that our sacred beast was slain by a mere child? Or do you mean to suggest that our sacred beast has become so weakened that it cannot even contend with a blind child of 8 or 9? The black bee's countenance turned ashen, his mouth opening in a futile attempt to speak, yet the words remained unuttered, trapped on the tip of his tongue. What was merely conjecture moments ago now weighs heavily upon them. For a mere child of 8 or 9 years, blind to the world, could he truly vanquish a spirit beast comparable to the semi-shadow realm? Yet, the very thought of this misadventure reveals that the Crane clan has not only failed to seize a chance for resurgence, but has also witnessed the slaughter of their revered spirit beast. This signifies that the already dwindling Crane clan has been dealt an even harsher blow. Lady Sparrow, can we establish contact with the Earth Bee? Black Bee interjected once more. With their sacred beast slain, if the few remaining pillars of their clan were to be destroyed, the repercussions would undoubtedly extend beyond mere injury. Should the Earth Bee still draw breath, it might serve as a timely salvation for the Crane clan. Lady Sparrow's countenance darkened considerably. She had already dispatched the chimeric bees to locate the Earth Bee. However, these bees remained stagnant, showing no inclination to depart. This outcome could only stem from two possibilities. Either the Earth Bee had ventured beyond 10 kilometers, eluding the chimeric bee's ability to detect its chakra fluctuations, or the Earth Bee had perished, leaving behind no chakra signature for the chimeric bees to trace. In this precarious moment, Lady Sparrow fervently hoped for the former possibility. Yet, they found themselves entrenched within the Leaf Village, where escape was as implausible as flight without wings. Most critically, they had only parted ways a mere 10 minutes prior. How could the Earth Bee have possibly escaped the confines of the Leaf Village in such a brief span? This realization cast an even darker shadow upon the faces of Lady Sparrow and Black Bee. Before their plan had even commenced, they had already suffered the loss of a sacred beast and an elder. It felt akin to having one's limbs severed. Lady Sparrow, what shall we do next? Shall we still wade through this murky water? Black Bee could no longer contain his frustration, gritting his teeth as he spoke again. Lady Sparrow, her face a mask of fury, crushed the teacup in her hand and exclaimed, "Why would we withdraw? This is our final opportunity for the Crane clan to rise again. Indeed, our sacred beast has been slain, and the fate of the Earth Bee remains uncertain. It is utterly impossible for me to cease our endeavors now. Moreover, let us not forget that my primary objective is to ensure that wretched woman cannot return to our Rock Ninja village. Given the magnitude of recent events, her troubles are considerable, and whether she can return alive is anyone's guess. Since her return seems improbable, and with Lord Suchikage having already issued stern warnings at the gates of the Leaf, if by tomorrow's storytelling she remains absent, who but I shall be left to salvage the situation, as long as I can successfully ascend the Rouge List. Elevating the Crane clan into the collective consciousness of the ninja world, our standing within the Rock Ninja village will undoubtedly rise. By that time, will our esteemed Crane clan still need to heed the whims of others?" Eloquent words echoed persistently in the room. Observing the fervent enthusiasm of the Sparrow, who appeared to be certain of victory, the Black Bee found itself at a loss for words, hesitating to speak. Reflecting on a recent fortunate encounter with the visage of Boa Hancock, the Black Bee was struck by the overwhelming confidence radiating from the Sparrow. A question lingered in the Black Bee's mind: from where did this audacity stem? Nevertheless, the time for indecision had passed. They had already incurred significant losses as the Crane clan. To retreat now would surely leave them in an enduring state of despair. The only course of action remaining was to fight with all their might. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wore a countenance as dark as the depths of a stormy sea. The teacups on his desk had long been crushed in his grip. Nearby, Danzo stood silently, observing the scene without uttering a word. After several minutes of tense silence, Sarutobi abruptly lifted his gaze and exclaimed with fury, "Danzo, what is it? Are you here to revel in my humiliation? Do not forget, you can only aspire to the Hokage position once I step down." However, during this time, that impudent boy had stirred up quite the commotion, elevating figures such as Jiraiya, Kakashi, Tsunade, and Orochimaru as potential successors to the Hokage title. Does this imply that my position as Hokage is as trivial as a common cabbage? If it were truly so insignificant, what right do you, Danzo, have to sit in this position? Unless you wish to relinquish your claim, you cannot refuse to collaborate with me. That boy's momentum is formidable. If he is not curtailed soon, your aspirations of becoming Hokage may be postponed indefinitely. Danzo's expression darkened. Initially, his return from the Sealing Gate was motivated by a desire to witness the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, being publicly disregarded and humiliated. However, he never anticipated that Sarutobi would drag him into this verbal confrontation. Chapter 95. A single mouth persuades thousands. The words spoken by Sarutobi were harsh. Yet Danzo was no fool. Otherwise, Sarutobi would not have distributed power, allowing him to command the so-called root, serving as his fangs in the shadows. If what Sarutobi claimed were true, the Hokage's position could be stripped of its esteemed mantle by a mere conversation with Uchiha Kuroha. Anyone could become Hokage. The hard work he had invested in the root would be rendered utterly competitive. Indeed, Sarutobi, age brings wisdom. You are correct. Regardless of whether I can ascend to the Hokage title in the future, the immediate task is to eliminate this stumbling block, Danzo said, tightening his grip on his cane. His voice low and resolute. Rest assured, I shall lend you the personnel you require. However, do not forget, once the matter is accomplished, my dark faction will need to double its manpower. Otherwise, do not blame me for merely observing from the sidelines. Doubling the manpower? Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance darkened slightly. He had anticipated Danzo's opportunistic scheming and coldly retorted, "We can only increase our personnel by 1/3. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. If we are to act in the Rain Village, leave no trace. Otherwise, our Leaf Village may find itself besieged on multiple fronts. During the Second Shinobi World War, The main battlefield was indeed within the Rain Village. As one revered in the shinobi world as a demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander led the Rain Ninjas in a decisive battle against the Leaf Village. Ultimately, the Rain Village fell, while the Leaf Village birthed formidable figures such as the legendary Three and the White Fang of the Leaf. However, faced with this insidious threat looming nearby, along with the watchful eyes of the four great shinobi villages, Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly did not wish for the Rain Village to align with others in their attempts to attack the Leaf Village once more. It was precisely for this reason that Hiruzen repeatedly acquiesced to Danzo's contact with Hanzo, sanctioning the suppression of the newly formed Akatsuki within the Rain Village. Granting Danzo additional personnel was entirely aimed at inciting internal strife within the Rain Village, quelling any threats that might arise during future conflicts at their inception. A one-third increase in personnel? A hint of satisfaction graced Danzo's aged face, as this outcome exceeded his expectations. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter with utmost diligence. However, it seems the three leaders of the Akatsuki are former students of Jiraiya. Is this trivial matter truly one that requires my input? Sarutobi Hiruzen responded coldly. Or do you intend to test me once more? For the village's sake, I would sacrifice anyone, including you. Therefore, Danzo, I hope you do not forget this, otherwise, the one who claims your head in the future will be me. Now, leave. Danzo observed as Sarutobi Hiruzen issued a direct dismissal, choosing not to linger any longer. He understood that the Hiruzen of today was no longer the youthful figure of yore. As long as his actions continued to serve the village's interests, he could tread the line of morality, surviving despite numerous transgressions, for he still held value to be exploited. However, should he truly encroach upon the village's core interests, he would face dire consequences from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nevertheless, these concerns were not at the forefront of his mind. He was eager to witness what tomorrow would bring when Uchiha Kuroha's tavern opened its doors. In the face of Sarutobi Hiruzen's grand scheme, it would be intriguing to see how it all culminated. With these thoughts in mind, Danzo grasped his cane, his steps quickening as he moved forward. The following day, the morning sun shone like shards of gold. The arrival of representatives from the four great shinobi villages the previous day had revitalized the once lackluster commercial street, infusing it with newfound vigor. At dawn, the sky had yet to brighten. Merchants and travelers from all directions had already gathered outside the gates, drawing from their previous experiences. The guards at the Konoha gates, Nara Shikamaru and Harushii, felt a wave of unease at the sight of the throng before them. The endless sea of people was truly overwhelming. I estimate there are around 4,000 to 5,000 individuals here, Harushii remarked, his expression grim. If we include those who have yet to arrive, the total might well exceed 10,000. In such a scenario, should they find themselves on the battlefield, a mere glance would send them fleeing in terror. A formation of over 10,000 people had not even been witnessed during the last Great Ninja War. However, news had recently emerged from the Land of Lightning, where the Cloud Village had assembled a similar contingent of ninjas. If conflict were to erupt, their numerical superiority could easily crush the enemy. What do you think we should do if that happens? Harushii asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. I cannot say for certain, Nara Shikamaru replied, chewing on a blade of grass as he gazed at the seemingly endless crowd. What I do know is that if it comes down to mere words, Kurohane would undoubtedly prevail. Convincing over 10,000 people with mere rhetoric is no small feat. We should hasten to open the gates, he continued. If we delay any longer, we might face an influx of over 10,000 people, and with just the two of us, we will be utterly overwhelmed. Watching the surging tide of humanity, Harushii felt a similar dread and quickly nodded in agreement. From the heights of the nearby towers, numerous figures could be seen. As the ceiling gates of Konoha swung open, a throng of silhouettes surged forth. Experienced merchants and travelers led the charge towards the commercial district, creating an impression akin to a flood breaching its banks, an unsettling sight indeed. Who would have thought that a mere story from a minor character could lead to such a situation? One might muse. The arrival of such a massive crowd, if it were a military force from any other village, would place Konoha at the brink of destruction. Atop a prominent tower, several figures emerged. The diminutive leader of this contingent was none other than the third Mizukage, Kagaya Yuzukawa, flanked by elite members of his village, including Terumi Mei. The one who had just spoken was none other than the commander of the Umbu from the Mist Village, Pufferfish Ghost Suigetsu, bearing the legendary sword. Terumi Mei furrowed her brow and surveyed the surroundings. Suigetsu, we are in Konoha, still under the watchful eyes of their Umbu. Such remarks can easily jeopardize our relationship with Konoha. If they fall into the wrong ears, it could escalate into a conflict between our two nations. Terumi Mei had long harbored reservations about the leadership decisions made by the third Mizukage, particularly regarding the influence of the 7 ninja swordsmen in key positions within the village. This was not due to any inadequacy in their strength. It is precisely due to their exceptional prowess, originating from the policies birthed in a realm of blood and mist, that their nature, characterized by a thirst for blood and a penchant for slaughter, renders them unsuitable for positions of authority. Should they assume such roles, it would inevitably foster an atmosphere of malevolence within the hidden mist village. Chapter 96. Underestimating the allure of the storyteller upon the utterance of these words. The members of the 7 ninja swordsmen turned their gaze toward Terumi Mei, their faces adorned with bloodthirsty smiles. They had long grown accustomed to the presence of this princess, a scion of the first Mizukage. It can be said that had it not been for the formidable clan standing behind Terumi Mei, the audacity of anyone daring to confront the 7 ninja swordsmen would have resulted in their demise in an obscure corner. The formidable Suigetsu Zuki licked his lips and chuckled ominously. Ah, Princess Terumi Mei, you remain ever the same, burdened by such worries. Let us not forget. Our hidden mist village harbors no fear of the Leaf Village, even if they were to tear apart the Fade and declare war upon us. Just look at the so-called peace that has prevailed in the Leaf Village over the years. Their inhabitants have become akin to tinder sprouts in a greenhouse. Vastly inferior compared to the youth of our hidden mist village, the disparity is simply insurmountable. I firmly believe that should a confrontation arise, our people could easily stand against 10 of theirs. Moreover, if a mere word were to stir resentment in the Leaf Village, it would only reveal their cowardice. For they would tremble at the thought that they lack the capability to withstand even a mere 10,000 of us. His deep voice, devoid of any pretense, echoed across the observation deck atop the building. The remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen erupted into hearty laughter. Throughout history, the 7 ninja swordsmen have symbolized strength within the hidden mist village and instilled fear across the ninja world. They have long since become accustomed to acting with impunity. With the third Mizukage personally leading the charge, what do they have to fear? Terumi Mei's countenance darkened, and she hastily interjected, Lord, third Mizukage, why do you not admonish them? The relations between our two nations are no trifling matter. Calm down, Terumi Mei, the third Mizukage replied coolly. What Suigetsu has spoken is merely thoughtless chatter. Nevertheless, our hidden mist village and the Leaf Village stand on equal footing, and we need not be overly concerned. Furthermore, in recent years, all the great ninja villages have been amassing power, and tensions have been on the rise. Had it not been for our quest to uncover the secrets hidden within the legend of Monkey D. Luffy, we would not have gathered here. Since war seems inevitable, we shall take this opportunity to demonstrate to the Leaf Village the strength of our hidden mist village. Now, it is getting late. Although the Leaf Village has reserved a place for us, let us make our way there first. With this, the third Mizukage turned to glance at the throngs of people below. If merely through the power of words, one could muster such a formidable assembly to fight for an individual or even a faction, it would surely spell disaster for the 5 great ninja villages. Thus, this burgeoning threat must be extinguished in its infancy. With that statement, Kaori Yuzakura turned and departed first. The likes of Suka Mountain and the pufferfish demon swiftly followed suit. As she watched the figures of the departing individuals fade away, Terumi Mei fell into a deep silence. Is it possible that my ideals no longer align with the Mist Village? Why does no one wish to heed my words? Standing beside her, Ao also remained silent. As a guardian of the Hyakuren clan, his status within the village was not insignificant. However, when compared to the 7 ninja swordsmen who wielded true power, there remained a considerable chasm. It could be said that both he and Terumi Mei were prominent figures devoid of real authority, belonging to a secondary echelon. In the face of Terumi Mei's self-reproachful musings, Ao remained quiet for over half a minute before responding. In the past, the first Mizukage held the third Mizukage in high regard, considering him worthy of cultivation. The Blood Mist Village plan proposed by the second Mizukage was ultimately repudiated by the third Mizukage. Regrettably, upon assuming office, the third Mizukage inexplicably did not abolish the Blood Mist Village, but rather intensified its prevalence. Initially, there were many dissenting voices within the village, yet as time passed, those voices dwindled. Terumi Mei lapsed into deeper silence, fully comprehending the weight of Ao's final words. The dissenters against the Blood Mist Village within their ranks were either too fearful to speak or had perished unknowingly in battle. At present, not only was the notion of overturning the Blood Mist Village a distant dream, but even the voices of opposition had seemingly vanished. Yet, when she thought of Kaori Yuzakura, Once favored by the first Mizukichi, who now appeared as though he had undergone a transformation, Terumi May felt a surge of indignation. Ayo. Do you not think Kaori Yuzakura is overly adept at theatrics? How else could he have deceived the first Mizukichi, leading him to nurture him as a successor to the role of Mizukichi? If I were just a few years older, I would not have to endure such indignities. Ayo let out a resigned smile, observing the still youthful and somewhat naive countenance of Terumi May. He offered words of consolation. Princess, many have pondered this question before, even within the Hyakuren clan. Unfortunately, you are still too young. Many believe the third Mizukichi has indeed transformed into a different person. However, such changes may have been necessitated by the circumstances. For now, our priority should be to effectively manage the upcoming Chunin exams. Furthermore, we must uncover the secrets lurking behind the legend of King Luffy. Terumi May nodded in acquiescence, though her heart was heavy with frustration at the transformed Kaori Yuzakura. Nevertheless, aware that the village's interests were at stake, she resolved to set aside these grievances and swiftly accompany Ao toward the commercial district. Meanwhile, with the arrival of merchants and travelers, the inhabitants of the other 3 great ninja villages, as well as the villagers of Konoha, flocked to the commercial street. Following the previous conflict that led to its destruction, this presented an opportunity, aided by Jiraiya's personal funds, to transform the commercial street into a vast plaza centered around Uchiha Kuroha's storytelling tavern. However, while the plaza was indeed expansive, it could accommodate only a few thousand people at most. Faced with a sudden influx of over 10,000 guests, the commercial square became utterly congested. Were it not for the presence of ninjas and members of the Umbu maintaining order, the entire plaza might have erupted into chaos. Jiraiya, it seems your purse was still insufficient. Had you foreseen the need for a grand coliseum, it would have sufficed to hold these multitudes. Tsunade remarked with a smile as she observed the throngs from atop a rooftop. You underestimate the allure of the storyteller, Jiraiya replied, his face marked by bitterness as he shook his now empty coin pouch. I have overestimated my own resources. Why did I embark on this troublesome venture? I wonder when I shall recoup my losses. However, the number of attendees had far exceeded their expectations, and given the current situation, the young boy's predicament was likely to become even more precarious. Chapter 97. A dire fate approaches. Tsunade fell silent, gazing at the throng below, before letting out a deep sigh. If only grandfather were here, perhaps Konoha would still possess the capacity for acceptance. But alas, the village has changed. Perhaps one day, even we may find ourselves unwelcome. Jiraiya remained contemplative. Konoha was no longer the pure haven it once was. The rivalry between the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Danzo had already stirred turmoil within the village. With a single misstep, one could easily find themselves in dire straits. Much like the case of the White Fang of Konoha, which had left many disheartened. Tsunade, should we inform that young boy about these matters? Jiraiya inquired. Unable to restrain himself, Tsunade shook her head. Uchiha Kuroha is not as simple as he appears. He is exceedingly clever, or he would not have survived through both covert schemes and overt machinations time and again. Perhaps it is precisely this that has made both our teacher and Danzo so eager to target him, drawing the covetous eyes of the 4 great ninja villages. This storytelling event may very well prove to be more perilous than the last, and neither our teacher nor Danzo will remain idle. But Jiraiya, did you not say that listening to stories can enhance one's strength? If we can ascertain the truth of this matter, it might serve as a breakthrough. Jiraiya, with a bitter expression, recalled how he had inadvertently mastered the sage mode, and with a sigh of resignation, he responded, Tsunade, this is merely my conjecture, entirely unfounded. If I were to voice it, and if the teacher and Danzo were to learn of it, they would likely regard me as a fool rather than allowing Heiyu to seek an opportunity for resolution. However, if you, Tsunade, can discern any changes within yourself, it may well enable us to persuade the teacher and Danzo to permit Heiyu to remain in the Hidden Leaf Village. Tsunade, you do not suspect I am jesting, do you? At this juncture, Jiraiya's face was alight with urgency. Should he uncover a transformation in Tsunade, he could validate his claims. Tsunade shook her head in resignation and replied, Jiraiya, I have yet to comprehend what changes have transpired within me. Furthermore, if I did not believe you, I would not have come here to join the fray. If listening to stories could truly enhance one's strength, I sincerely hope my medical skills could ascend to greater heights. Jiraiya forced a smile, realizing that he had not heard any skepticism from Tsunade. Nonetheless, if they could not find evidence in the time to come, he might ultimately question whether he had overthought the matter. Could listening to stories genuinely lead to strength? That seemed implausible, did it not? Tsunade, I did not anticipate your swift arrival. A smooth voice echoed as Orochimaru emerged from the shadows like a specter. After surveying the surroundings, he grinned wider and remarked, "There are indeed many attendees today. Were it not for my own eyes witnessing their intent to hear tales, I might have suspected this was a war gathering. However, Jiraiya, you just claimed that listening to stories could enhance one's abilities. Do you not find that amusing? Or perhaps, your intent is to draw attention to your rather colorful writings?" Jiraiya's expression darkened, and he shot a glare at Orochimaru, retorting, "Orochimaru, you are as insufferable as ever. Next time we clash, I will ensure to bring you down. Is that so? I shall return the favor with a surprise of my own." Orochimaru licked his lips, his smile sinister. He was genuinely taken aback by Jiraiya's potential mastery of Sage Mode. However, he too had made significant progress. Techniques such as the reanimation jutsu, cursed seal techniques, and would release cell transplantation were all breakthroughs in his eyes, each worthy of being hailed as epic-making feats. Naturally, such achievements often came at the cost of lives dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge. Enough, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, let us hold our tongues. The representatives from the 4 great ninja villages have arrived. Tsunade interjected with a huff. As the sole woman among the legendary 3, she may not have been the most powerful, but she certainly wielded considerable authority. As her words fell, Orochimaru and Jiraiya exchanged glances and withdrew their gazes. Following Tsunade's line of sight, the representatives from the 4 great ninja villages had indeed gathered, and it was certain that the outcome would be as captivating as the story shared. Particularly noteworthy was the declaration made by the 3rd Tsuchikage, Noki, yesterday, as he boldly proclaimed his intent to overshadow the beauty rankings. This statement alone was sufficient to capture the attention of many. After all, when Uchiha Konoha announced the beauty rankings, it sent ripples of astonishment throughout the ninja world. Yet, following this astonishment, no one dared to question the validity of the rankings, which speaks volumes about their credibility. Had it not been for the 3rd Tsuchikage's personal challenge and vehement remarks, it is unlikely many would have believed that anyone could surpass the beauty of the listed individuals. In an instant, the gathered crowd of thousands fixed their gaze upon Noki. "My lord Tsuchikage, as a merchant from the land of Earth, I have heard that you declared your intention to overturn the beauty rankings in front of the gates of Konoha yesterday. Is this true? If so, it would undoubtedly be an honor for our country," exclaimed a corpulent merchant, his excitement palpable. "The tales of Wang Lufei are indeed beloved. My family and I hold him in high regard. However, it is disheartening to realize that no one from the land of Earth has made it onto the list. As citizens of our nation, we feel a deep sense of dissatisfaction, leading us to search high and low for a credible contender. It is indeed our shame. Indeed, with our Tsuchikage present to personally select a candidate for the rankings, that individual will surely be a paragon of beauty. We hold the tavern owner in high regard. But if we could manage to humble him, that would certainly be a cause for celebration." The atmosphere grew electric with excitement. Merchants and travelers hailing from the land of Earth had shared in the disappointment upon the announcement of the beauty rankings. Many had arrived with a thirst for answers, eager to discern why their homeland had no representation. They had not anticipated that the 3rd Tsuchikage would come bearing good news. Yet, faced with this fervent crowd, Naka's expression grew tense. After a night of waiting, dark circles had formed under his eyes, and he still had not located Hancock. Now, he found himself amidst this fervent scene. The praises ringing in his ears felt like a curse from a ghost. Chapter 98. Uttering the harshest words while committing the most cowardly acts. Haha, Tsuchikage, I did not expect your visit to be so well prepared. The 3rd Raikage remarked as he arrived with his entourage, surveying the scene with a hearty laugh. Initially, I had come merely to pass the time at this storytelling tavern. But to witness that Tsuchikage personally leading a challenge has added a delightful twist, allowing everyone a rare glimpse of the brilliance of the ninja world's foremost beauty. Only in this manner can we hope to earn the respect of other ninja villages. Wouldn't you agree? 3rd Mizukage and 3rd Kazekage? Keiuzu Yagura and a group of mist ninja arrived at the scene. Even the 3rd Kazekage is no exception. In response to the words of the 3rd Raikage, they indeed refrained from offering a reply. However, their expressions spoke volumes. They were hesitant to rank Uchiha Konoha on the esteemed list, and the sudden emergence of the most beautiful kunoichi in the shinobi world piqued their curiosity. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere and the gazes directed their way, Yuki of the 2-day scale could scarcely suppress a twitch of his aged visage. If given the choice, he would have gladly slapped himself a dozen times to retract the boastful words he had uttered yesterday. Yet, with the situation pressing forward, Yuki had no choice but to sit firmly in place. Following closely behind was Fang, who, after surveying the surroundings and failing to spot a familiar figure, felt her taut nerves finally relax, revealing a glimmer of excitement. She was well aware that Hancock's continued absence was indeed fortuitous, as it not only hinted at potential trouble for Hancock but also signified that she could emerge as the face of a Wagakure, valiantly turning the tide. On this battlefield devoid of smoke and fire, such an achievement was monumental. Such a crowd today. Asuma, how did you manage to find this place? Among the throngs of people, a cluster of shorter individuals appeared somewhat out of place. Leading the way was none other than Sarutobi Asuma, followed closely by his freshly graduated students from the previous day. Hiki, this is a place I reserved in advance. Just because others couldn't manage it doesn't mean I, Asuma, couldn't. Sarutobi Asuma chuckled, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He turned back with an amiable smile, saying, Hong, I've prepared all the seats here for you, along with some snacks. Everyone is free to enjoy themselves today. By the way, I've got some exciting news for you. Today is going to be quite a spectacle. This time, Sarutobi Asuma had splurged all his New Year's money to book the venue, ensuring there was ample food and drink, not even sparing the renowned dumplings of Konoha. This was all due to a tip-off from his father that today would serve as a chance for him to redeem himself after the incident at the dumpling shop. The thought of reclaiming his honor in front of the crowd, amidst the attention of the illustrious Uchiha Konoha, was nothing short of exhilarating. It could be said that after learning about this plan, Sarutobi Asuma had awakened several times in laughter throughout the night. Asuma, what good fortune do you speak of? I heard you were beaten by Konoha at the dumpling shop yesterday. Mike Guy, walking on his hands, struggled to speak. I heard you had no strength to retali and cowered in a corner, barely daring to move. Is Uchiha Konoha truly that formidable? Please, share your experience so I can seek an opportunity to challenge him. A faint sound pierced the air, akin to a needle pricking the heart of Asuma Sarutobi, causing him to wince in pain. Today was meant to be his moment of retribution, yet he found himself subjected to humiliation before he could reclaim his honor. Observing the oblivious Mike Guy, who remained unaware of his blunders, Asuma regretted ever inviting this muscle-brained individual. Asuma, if you intend to confront Konoha over yesterday's incident, such actions may not be prudent. Red, having just taken her seat, stood up with a stern expression. You have overstepped, smoking indiscriminately, ignoring advice, and considering violence led to Konoha's retaliation. Moreover, he did not genuinely harm you. Everyone is here today to listen to the storytelling, eager to learn about the legends of Monkey D, Luffy, and the unfolding events. If you disrupt this order for your own selfish interests, many will be displeased. Also, with so many people present, I advise you to refrain from subjecting others to secondhand smoke. Asuma's expression hardened at her words. He found himself momentarily at a loss regarding how to place the cigarette he had deemed elegant between his fingers. Gazing at the icy demeanor of Red, who seemed to erect an impenetrable barrier between them, Asuma's countenance fluctuated as he took several deep breaths, clenching his fist repeatedly before finally suppressing his anger. He forced a smile and replied, Red, you are correct. My inaction allowed him to prevail, and it shall not happen again. However, if your intention is to listen to the story, I fear you may not hear it. May not hear it? The expressions of Red and the others shifted dramatically. If such words had escaped the lips of another, they would surely have been dismissed as nonsense. Yet, Asuma bore the title of the Hokage's son. To utter such a statement at this critical juncture could not be mere coincidence. Was there truly trouble brewing? Just as this thought took root in their minds, a familiar voice unexpectedly cut through the tension. Asuma, you remain unchanged. Was the last lesson too trivial for you? Also, refrain from creating second-hand smoke in front of the ladies, or I shall not hesitate to make you swallow that cigarette. Konoha, leaning on a cane, emerged with the guidance of Izuna. His soft voice and warm smile caused Asuma's expression to stiffen in an instant, revealing a profound fear. Though he had indeed refrained from retaliating yesterday, the experience had thoroughly rattled him. Recalling Konoha's thunderous assault, he recognized the peril he had narrowly evaded. A moment's carelessness could have resulted in a fatal outcome. After spending several hours last night validating this truth, Asuma still felt a sense of helplessness, as if he were unable to lift an insurmountable weight. It is precisely for this reason that Asuma is eager to seize the opportunity presented today to restore his confidence and regain his former glory. Upon this thought, Asuma Sarutobi felt a fervent desire to see his father's appearance. He hastily spoke, Uchiha Konoha, you may continue to act arrogantly now, but in the future, I shall ensure that you are rendered powerless. No sooner had the words left his lips than, before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Asuma swiftly extinguished the cigarette in his hand. Such decisiveness left onlookers utterly astonished. It was a clear case of uttering the harshest words while engaging in the most cowardly actions.